leave and rejoin the space, you might be able to come up after that. I know you've been looking into this.
Kevin's got Kevin right now. You know that meme with Scarface when they're about to make a buttloads of money and like they're fucking laughing.
With the money is just laughing.
That's fucking Kevin right now at his multi-sig wallet. He's about to fucking come on here. And
He's gonna start selling battle tested dice, dude. He can just start selling dice.
No, dice isn't gonna work here. You literally need a multi-sig wallet if it's that kind of bug.
He can sell D6s and D20s.
What is Kevin selling that's related to multi-sig? Was he a Frost guy? What is he doing?
Liana Bitcoin, man. Liana Bitcoin.
Oh, he's doing Liana. Okay. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. But I wouldn't say that he's doing it to sell Liana wallets.
No,
Liana fixes this.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think anybody wants to see people lose their money.
No,
obviously, dude. I'm trolling. Come on. Speak troll.
Kevin, leave and rejoin because I want to add you. I'll try again. Let's see. Oh, it's working now.
Are you on an Android wicket? It could be the Android being a piece of shit, dude.
No, he's on an iPhone.
There we go. I see him up. He's up.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Kevin. It's your time to shine. Here you go.
Okay. Sorry, didn't let me in on the computer, so I had to join with the phone. Crazy times. This is super interesting as well from a security perspective because it might be the very first time there is a supply chain attack in a hardware wallet. So it could be related to one of the supplier of Coldcard, or it could be between Coldcard and the end user. But from what we know, so I've had a few reports from actual users who were affected today. And they did buy directly from Coldcard, which is also, an important thing to know. They didn't buy it on Amazon or whatever bullshit. So this is directly bought from Coldcard, which is crazy. It's really a crazy thing.
When did they buy it from them?
I don't have the dates. Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know which model is being affected, or which firmware rather was shipped with that particular model, right?
Correct, and it could be just a batch as well. But given the distance between the UTXOs, it's probably broad. Like you have UTXOs from 2021 that were spent, and some from like 2026. So it's pretty rare that users just don't update their firmware or anything like this. So it could just be that it was like a batch of secure element or something.
It's not that rare, Kevin.
Yeah, I don't know if I would agree with that one either, Kevin. I think the average person gets the Coldcard and does the thing and never touches it ever again.
And by the way, 2021 to 2026 basically encompasses like MK4s, right?
No, but they were still selling MK3s. They're still selling MK3s today.
but 2021 is like all the. I mean, that's all the the sailor bros who came in during that. I mean, and I'm one of them, by the way. So I'm one of the I'm one of the people during this time. 2021 was MK5, so I'm guessing it's MK5 or MK4. Sorry, MK4.
When did it when was the actual release date of the MK4? And there we go. We can correlate if there's like a correlation there.
I'm pretty sure it was right around that time.
That doesn't tell you that because like MK3s were cheaper to purchase than MK4s. Like I could see people buying.
No, once they released MK4,
well, I mean, unless it's like a batch specific thing. If maybe after they started
we're just speculating right now. We're just speculating. We should probably
it's a speculation
wait until we have more information. Yeah. Anyways,
but it's plausible though. That's all it is. It's plausible.
I mean, the last time something like this, anything like this, I remember was blockchain.info, but that wasn't on the hardware side, right? That was just literally a bug in generating a private key for you.
Yeah.
It was a Java library in like 2013 or something. It's pretty old. Like there was one in the mobile wallets at the time, like on Android. There was a bug in the Java library.
I mean, man, I'd be so surprised if it's. Well, I mean, so you think it's like a firmware, like someone shipped it either at the from the company or at some point, some touch point while it was being delivered, changed the firmware. But that doesn't make sense because it's shipped in that bag, right? I mean, Coldcard does a pretty good job of like ensuring that from you know from where it ships to where it lands, it's pretty unlikely to be tampered with because it's in all that, it's like in the
Yeah.
tamper-proof bag, blah 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 blah. So that, I mean, does that mean that it's possibly like an internal?
Like either nobody reviewed the entropy code on Coldcard, which I don't know, but I did not. But it could be that, and just nobody did it, and then someone did that, or which is potentially more likely, they are using one secure element that for some reason is using a low entropy generator. And only like an employee of that company would know there is a bug or would know there is low entropy. And that would kind of explain why this attack is just happening out of nowhere. It's just someone with insider knowledge that Coldcard didn't have. Possibly that person is working in security, but not in Bitcoin. And that's why only very few UTXOs have been swept so far. But if this is the case, we will see a lot more of the same attack affecting a lot more wallets. And this is the crazy part. Like only 600 Bitcoin is not a lot for Coldcard over this period of time. So why so little is crazy. Either it's a bug that's just happening very rarely, and the person knows how to affect this bug, but the only information on chain we have is a hash, right? It's an address. It's crazy. This is not Taproot or anything, so it's not about like public key. It's only hashes. So very little information to exploit.
Yeah, so definitely not a quantum attack.
No, it's not. Yeah. Which is actually good. It would have been crazy otherwise. Yeah.
Yeah, crisis averted. Interesting. And then also I heard there's some weirdness with like not all the funds within a single wallet are being swept, right?
Yeah. Which again kind of shows it's possibly just badly implemented, the search space. So the way it works is basically you will have a bunch of GPUs, right? Or something like some very fast computer. So typically running on a farm of GPUs, just generating a lot of random numbers. Supposedly, if it's implemented correctly, no matter how many GPUs you have, you will never find a single key that has funds on it. But you also need to know which, out of each of these keys, so out of each of these private keys you're generating super fast, you also need to derive them to end up to the addresses so you could scan the chain to know if there is money on it. So there is a bunch of things there. It's not just generating a key. It's generating a key, and then for each key, searching on chain if there is funds on these specific derivation path. And from what we seem to see is that it's mainly BIP84, and possibly my assumption is that for all the wallets that only had some funds breached, it's possibly because they only search up to a certain derivation path, like a certain number of coins. So let's say if you use your wallet for a while and you have 100 coins that you've had, if the search engine, like if the search, the brute force was only going 100 layers deep, then the rest is safe for now. But if you were doing this properly, the way the script should work is that if you find a coin in like the first derivation,
keep going until
you should keep
reaches
going.
some limit,
Exactly.
some stop limit. It sounds very vibe coded to me. To be honest,
man, this is definitely AI.
I think it's an AI attack, bro. That sounds vibe coded as fuck. Because if anybody knew what they were doing, they wouldn't.
Didn't they just release new weights like Kimi K3 like a couple days ago or some shit?
Yeah, but you don't need Kimi K3. I mean, I guess you could, because if you use Claude or GPT, they'll flag your shit as malicious. So yeah, it probably is Kimi. Some guy just renting fucking GPUs.
It just came out, and now that shit is out in the wild, bro. Everything that was created by humans right now, like AI,
it's under threat. Yeah.
Fuck it apart.
Other than your own
the whole internet is about to get torn apart.
The only thing safe is your own dice roll entropy. Now, what happens when you log into your bank account and that account gets drained and all of their files get fucking corrupted and shit?
Then we sue Wells Fargo.
Well, you sue Wells Fargo, but I mean, how can you prove that you had? I guess you send in your old statements. which aren't
I
printed
mean,
on paper
let's say
anymore.
I've been with Wells Fargo for 15 years. My bank account's just been, like steadily accumulating, whatever.
FDIC.
And then all of a sudden it goes to zero, and
everyone tries to get FDIC insurance at the same time, and then what?
They print the money. What do you mean? What? They print it.
Okay, they print it.
Yeah.
All right. Problem solved.
Is that easy?
Crisis averted.
Crisis averted, man. Yep, it's that easy.
All right. Well, shit. I guess we don't need Bitcoin after all.
No, man, we just need this shit to secure Bitcoin better now. I mean, these obviously there's people out there that are using AI to fucking try to break software.
Hey, Chris, does your insurance cover this type of attack?
Chris's
Can I get an insurance policy real quick?
There's about to be a lot of asterisks put in that contract.
The rates are all about to go up big time.
So currently, we only insure Bitbox and Trezor and Ledger. We don't insure Coldcard yet, but
never will.
It is too early right now to make any judgment on that. And the lesson should not be who mentioned store your Bitcoin at Wells Fargo? What the fuck?
No.
I mean, let's give it some time.
That's not what I said. Although,
yeah, well,
I mean, once
congratulations
they do provide,
on not covering Coldcard because you just saved your own day there.
Yeah, that's.
I'm a multi-sig maxi, and again, it's another W for Team Multi-sig. And if you haven't checked out Kevin's wallet,
I'll give this one a W to the multi-sig. I will. I mean, passphrase helps here definitely. But multi-sig helps way more.
It's literally the only serious solution for storing any significant amount of Bitcoin, specifically because of this kind of scenario.
Gavin and Reason was right, But yeah, I mean, ever since what was it called? DarkSkippy, with the exfil thing, I think the writing was on the wall. Don't trust just one manufacturer and use, a multi-sig if applicable. And even better if it's time decaying or something.
I mean, let's not jump to conclusions. Do we know for 100% fact that this is only affecting Coldcard?
As of right now, yes. But we also know that apparently that this is single-sig, no passphrases. These aren't this is just apparently they generated. Well, we don't know how they generated the seed yet, right?
I was going to ask. Was it just literally the Python script, or did they roll their own dice?
So if they roll their own dice, dude, I can't see this can't happen. But if they just allowed,
it can.
That's what happens with roll dice. Yeah. Oh shit! Okay, go ahead.
So passphrases or dice may not save you in this case because there are other type of attacks at the cryptography level. So it's not about not knowing the seed; it's about extracting the seed in one way or another, and that's what Chris was mentioning right now, or Wicked a bit earlier. And you could even, there are some demos of extracting a key in a way that is basically invisible when you look at it on-chain. So even us looking at it right now, we would not be able to know it. It's Salvatore from Ledger who demoed such a thing where he was exfiltrating just 1 byte on every transaction, and the key was actually encrypted. So even if you had all the transactions, you wouldn't know the byte was an exfiltration thing, and only the attacker would be able to decrypt it.
So
I'm trying to get caught up here, but NVK, I saw his initial reaction was that he thinks that the seed was compromised elsewhere and then imported into a Coldcard.
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know that. That's what
we don't know, right?
We don't know that. We don't know anything about that part yet.
So yeah, I can tell you this is very much not the case now. Maybe it happened for one of all the users affected, but I personally know some very well-known developers that have been part of this. So I can tell you this is not the kind of thing a random person, a well-known dev that we probably most of us know would have done, using a key set somewhere else and putting their funds on it. So yeah, I'm very skeptical about this.
Yeah, I would like to confirm that too, because there's very well-known, prominent developers who make all sorts of mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, we
not naming names
to this person, but we do not yet have entirely confirmed that it's just Coldcard. Right? This far, we only know it's single-sig. This far, we know it's no Taproot address.
I think of all the 600
surprisingly, only
Bitcoin lost, it's been related to Coldcard, correct?
I mean, it's 500 UTXOs, 4% of which had address reuse, but like there are so many more people that I would assume among those 500 UTXOs. I don't know how many people are represented there, and I've only heard so far of like 3 people. So I'd like to see more information before we like entirely FUD one manufacturer. But you know, if you are on a Coldcard single-sig, now would be a good time to like migrate.
Well, you don't have to migrate right away, but check your wallet, make sure it's all there, and then set some time aside this weekend to
have you guys seen any patterns in like
roll your own dice and migrate. But do it carefully.
Have you seen any patterns in like the UTXOs that are being spent in terms of like when they were originally created?
Kevin had some stats there if you want to repeat them.
I'm just wondering if it was like, seeds that were generated of a certain vintage, or I don't know if there's any kind of patterns that you can.
We don't know about when the seeds were generated, right? And that would be good info to have, like which model of Coldcard and which firmware, etc. But we don't have all of this information. But what we know is that it basically affects wallets from 2021 to basically now, including wallets that or addresses UTXOs that didn't move for all this time, right? So it potentially can cover a very long time frame. Or maybe just some users that just bought all the same kind of batch of Coldcard, and some of them keep using them, and some of them just kind of forgot about them. But yeah, we don't have this information. It's really hard to know. And also, people don't like to share this kind of information. Some of them also lost enough money that they are probably coping with it right now instead of just being on Twitter. So yeah, it's very difficult. Like even just asking something to someone that lost their keys, or lost their coins, like if they were using, a passphrase, or if they were using specific things, like where are the mnemonics stored, etc. This is the kind of information you don't really want to share, even if it's a bit too late. So it's very hard to get this information, is what I'm saying. Also, Rodolfo was telling me that like a couple of hours ago, they had still received 0 email on their security address. So nobody was talking to them about this, but people were already complaining online and were already talking to me and other people about coins being lost. So this is kind of funny as well, how people react to this. I don't know why, but let's say in the phase of panic, they are reaching out to people they like or they trust much more than to the manufacturer itself. I also understand that
nobody likes MBK.
Pretty normal human behavior.
You said 2021, is that like the earliest?
That's the earliest output creation.
UTXO.
Yeah,
that was being spent.
Yeah, so it's unclear when seeds were generated, devices were bought, but just from pure on-chain analytics.
I'm downstairs right now at one of my wallets that I opened up that I generated with the MK3. I don't know, I think around 2022, something like that.
Okay, downstairs, taking notes. Which room?
I don't think.
Are you broke?
I don't think. No, it's all there. But I don't think I allowed the Coldcard to generate the seed, though. I'm pretty sure I rolled the dice here. I don't remember, though. Or it might have been partial roll, partial Coldcard rolling. I don't remember how I did this.
Guys, mark me safe. My 2019s are good. Mark me safe. They're good.
Yeah, I checked all mine. Mine are
really good.
Well, the thing is that the threat isn't that your funds didn't get drained right now.
Yeah, it could be that they just haven't been found yet.
They haven't been found yet. They're
really you want to be sure that you're taking the right precautions, knowing what we know currently, which is there could be a compromise in kind of default generated single sigs using Coldcards. I mean, that's where we're at now.
I think everybody's just be making plans to migrate to multi-sig. Like that's it. You don't have to fucking panic rush into it, but like I think you should
or
just
at the
be like
very
making
least,
serious plans to do it.
Yeah.
What would
At the
that
very-
defect be?
Regardless of what wallet you're using.
Would the defect be it's not truly randomized? Does that be the
Yeah,
defect?
something like that,
That could be part of it, yeah.
could be a
What's-
straight up firmware bug as well, or malware in general.
I mean, it could be a lot of things. I mean, it could get to the, well, what Kevin was saying, the worst case scenario is that if they could extract the seed while you're sending a transaction, then you rolling dice doesn't matter, and then you setting a passphrase doesn't matter. But that's like the worst. That's the worst case scenario.
To me, it seems unlikely that's the case, just because we are seeing coins from 2021 move. Now, assuming, I guess maybe I don't know if anyone's looked on chain yet, but were the older ones that had been spent from, like those addresses?
Yes.
Oh,
Very
okay.
few,
That's
extremely
interesting.
few were actually address reused. So most of
Yeah.
them were completely virgin with no other information than just the hash.
So it seems
Which is good. Which is a
in
good
that
thing
in that
for
case,
two
it seems unlikely that it's one of
Yeah.
these types of attacks.
Yeah,
where
which
they're-
seems very unlikely that it's they're extracting the seed. It's more likely
No,
that
you
somebody.
don't know because you extract the seed over past transactions. So you don't know which transactions belong to that wallet, right? So it's
But-
after signing, I don't know, like 100 transactions that you will have exfiltrated your mnemonic. And so now the attacker has the mnemonic for all your future coins.
But so can you explain real quick? How can you? So if you're conducting this attack, how do you know which transactions are related to one another in order to know? Let's say you need like 2 or 3 spends in order to reconstitute the key. How do you know which ones are related if they're not coming from the same address?
That's a very good question. I don't know. There must be a way to like hide this kind of information within the signature itself, but I don't know. I need to dig into it. Actually, that's a very good question. I just know this is an attack that is possible, right? It's been demonstrated. It's not been done.
I heard the same thing. I heard that attack being possible. I'm just in this case, like, do you think it's likely?
I mean, you can look up DarkSkippy.
Like, I don't think it's likely. That's what I'm trying to tell people. If you have a single sig, but you didn't allow the software to generate the seed for you, you actually rolled some dice, or you took a quarter and you started throwing a quarter, and you have a passphrase, and you have that 25th word. If it's not a vanilla single sig, you should be okay. I wouldn't worry too much. About that. I would worry now.
No, like, it doesn't, like the seeds. So currently we see wallets being drained and only a certain like addresses, not the entire seed, like not all of the accounts, which leads me to believe, like, first of all, it's automated. Second, like you see like 500 UTXOs or 501. Like if you start at 0, this has all the hallmarks of something that has not stopped yet. So like if you're on a single sig, I would quickly migrate to pay to script hash, or even like a Taproot wallet. And like this with the nonce extraction, I think like Robin Linus and Nick Farrow, they had this DarkSkippy exploit a while ago, and there they go into detail what kind of information you would leave as like breadcrumbs in the like blockchain for you to later then look up which parts belong together to extract a full seed. And yeah, with like a catastrophically weak nonce generation, like you could like figure out a private key to an address. You could not figure out the entire like parent key because those are hardened. The derivation paths are hardened. But yeah, I would not like wait until the weekend if I were on a single sig affected hardware signer.
Sure. Well, so with that said, I mean, we can continue to talk about this, obviously. But if anyone in the audience has any questions about this, or is worried, or wants to come up and chat, feel free to come up.
Yep.
But I'll let everyone else continue to talk.
Hey, real quick, I came in late, guys. Sorry. Was this generated entropy, or like if
It's unclear, but likely to be generated.
We don't know yet.
And any reports of any other vendors other than Coldcard being affected? Trezor, Ledger, anything else?
Not that I'm aware of. Nope.
So the mnemonic 32, is that what Chris was saying?
So I think right now it's all BIP84. Was it SegWit addresses? But yeah, I mean, we don't know much more than that. Sounds like.
Oh, it looks like. Oh, hang on a second. Looks like I have one that is affected. Hang on a second.
Really? Holy shit!
Are we just
Like you see funds moving out of your
No.
wallet?
Hang on. Stand by.
Uh-oh.
All right.
This could mark the bottom of the bear. We might get a good wave of FUD
Good
to
mass
bring us down
rugging.
one more notch. Yep.
Joe keeping us waiting here, man.
I was playing with this one. It's got like 1 million sats on. It's nothing. It's insignificant. Who can I send information on this? Who will look into this for me? Because it looks like this is
I'd
gone.
say send it to Kevin.
Okay.
Yeah, but does it look? Do you remember moving those funds, or is it just like money
no,
moving
hell
that you
no.
don't remember moving?
I never. The problem is I have too many of these devices. I play with too many of these things. So this is an oldie. This is a 2019, but it's like I did not move these funds. This is
Is it
weird.
What is it? A cold card?
Yeah, it was an old cold card.
Mark
I
III,
was checking
probably.
It is a Mark III. Yep.
I thought
How does that
Uh-oh.
happen? This is so weird.
Actually, wait a minute. So it seems that most of the coins that were stolen were over 0.15 BTC. So I don't
Definitely
think
not
we're
over
seeing smaller than
0.15.
that.
This is definitely not over 0.15.
Well, wait a second, Kevin. I mean, that wouldn't make any sense. If it's a script and it finds coins, why wouldn't it sweep it, no matter how big they are?
Maybe the script is very dumb. I don't know. Same with like the
That
transaction fees
seems
were fixed and
crazy.
very high.
Maybe-
Who knows? Like for example, I
Maybe there's like a
believe
min threshold, so it doesn't set off like too many alarms. I don't know.
maybe I have no fucking clue. It's so weird. But like
Kevin, are you on
I believe the
Telegram?
transaction fees are fixed as well, like 3,000 sats or something exactly for the transaction. Doesn't depend on the size. Like it's super weird the way it works.
Kevin, are you on Telegram?
I have Telegram, yes.
Okay. I'm going to DM you.
You can also send DMs on Twitter. But yeah, I mean, this has the hallmarks of a like bot that has been written in the past and maybe will strike again. And like if it's only hitting addresses above 0.515 Bitcoin, then I would say everybody running knots is safe. And yeah, I mean, watch out.
Is it Fable? You
Low
think
blow.
it's Fable? CoinJoin, you think
It
it's
could be any.
Fable?
It could be any of these things,
That's
man.
what I
I
was
mean,
thinking. 'Cause,
Fable's after us? Is it Fable?
The way that it's doing this without, I mean, it sounds like it's not going very deep in terms of address numbers, and then it's leaving sats on the table, and it just sounds like a kind of poorly written AI script.
yeah, but the
Plus-
guy's making off like a bandit, even if he's leaving some on the table.
Yeah, of course, but still, yeah, I don't know. It's very strange.
Wicked would not bend over for 560 Bitcoin. Okay, you heard it here first.
Well,
Is it the
I
same?
thought
Is
we
it
were
the
just
same?
trying to.
Is it the same exploit that got Luke Dash Jr.'s coins?
I don't think so, man.
unlikely.
I thought we were just
Right.
trying to pump up the
Oh,
transaction
my God.
fees for the next 9 days, 10 days.
Well, so one thing, if you are watching your own wallet, I mean, if you're someone who's been attacked and your funds are in flight, sounds like this script is pretty dumb. So you could probably RBF them back to yourself and end up saving yourself some money. So I would refresh yourself. I mean, well, first of all, just move your coins. Probably takes less time to just move your coins than to like learn how to RBF. But if they're already in flight, you might have some time. If blocks aren't coming through to to RBF it back to yourself. But man, yeah, that's crazy.
Still, the fact that somebody even has to do that sucks, right? They're gonna be shitting bricks. They probably don't even know what they're fucking doing, and they're just gonna be like, "How the fuck do I do this shit?"
Hey there, Wicked.
Yeah, this will be bad for the community and for the industry as a whole, because this will hit the news, maybe not tomorrow, but on Monday. And people will say, oh, Bitcoin is not safe, you cannot self-custody it, and like leave it at Coinbase or get out, and the retirement attack is real. So we should put our efforts together to clear this up.
Yeah, and to be fair, this one will be actually legitimate criticism, right? Because like most of the time when those stories hit the news, it's like some retard that like leaked his keys on a browser wallet or some shit. But like if it's like straight up like some supply chain attack or something, it's like how is the average person supposed to know? Like, hey man, the entropy on your chip might be fucked. Like, don't trust that thing.
Well, that, and they're not going to get a lot of other context on many conditions where this wouldn't affect you at all, unfortunately. But yeah, rightfully so. Like trying to find every crack, right? Otherwise, you're just lying.
Okay, so I'm seeing there are actually transactions that are not BIP84, so that does not help with the reasoning around that. There is some non-SegWit transactions as well, like starting with a 1. So I don't fucking know.
Still some legacy scripts or legacy pub keys. Pub key hashes, I mean.
Still no Taproot ones, right? We haven't seen a Taproot one get stolen.
No, and so far we have seen only basically one large sweep. So there was like about 20 hours ago, all of these 600 Bitcoin moving pretty much at the same time, like in 15 minutes. And then it stopped, right? So this is not really an ongoing attack. The risk is ongoing because we really believe the way it's been done is weird. But yeah, so far we only know of one address that's receiving these stolen coins. But at the same time, it's not like everyone is checking their cold card right now and figuring it out. So probably over time, we will find more of these transactions, or at least addresses where more funds are being swept. But who knows?
Kevin.
So this issue is isolated to Coldcard, from my understanding. Is that right? It's only a Coldcard that these coins are getting swept?
Seems like it, yeah.
Seems like it. Well, I don't understand. If you're saying that there's a chance, if it was a compromised seed from, like, if it's a certain way of compromising seeds, rolling dice or not, then I think it's a bigger problem than just the cold card.
It's the chip, man. It could be the chip on the cold card itself. It could be like a supply chain attack. Like somebody who, I mean, I don't know who designed these chips, but the chip itself could be compromised in some form or fashion. Maybe some disgruntled employee or some shit.
What do you tell somebody that only has the cold card as a hardware wallet right now?
Fucking move your coins.
Well, straight up. I would say review how to delete your seed, right? So make sure it's backed up properly. I've made a video on this. Make sure it's backed up properly. Delete your seed, generate a new seed using dice rolls, load that into Sparrow Wallet.
No, pause, Wicked, pause. If it's the chip on the card itself, it doesn't matter. Like,
so I'm trying to say, if all they have is a cold card,
it's not good enough. If it's the chip on the card, this is speculation. We don't know, but if it is, it's not good enough. They need to move to something else.
In that case, you can still make a multi-sig with a single cold card and probably still be fine.
You can. Yes, you can make a multi-sig, and that's what I was saying. People should be looking into that probably ASAP.
Do you guys have any good information and links on how to set up multi-sig, guys?
I have an amazing wallet called Liana.
Yeah, now's your moment to shine.
Yeah, so there are many ways to do multi-sig, but if you want to do something properly, the best way to do a multi-sig is to actually have multiple devices from different vendors. So you can keep your cold card, you can buy a ledger or whatever else. Like, you find a few different brands just to be protected against this kind of attacks. Then you have now different types of multi-sig as well. So what I'm working on is called Miniscript. So with Miniscript, you can have different layers with time locks, etc., etc. So up to you to look into that. But if you want to start properly, I would buy different brands of hardware wallets. Then, if you want to be also kind of protected against physical threat, you should look into geo-distributed multi-sig. So that means you would have some keys in different places, preferably countries if you can. But of course, that depends on your situation. Just so you can never sign under threat, under duress. But yeah, it takes time to think about what you want to have. It's not like one size fits all. It's really something you can think about. Like my personal setup is basically different layers of 2 of 2s after time locks. So some people will have a 2 of 3, some people will have larger. It's really a personal thing to think about. So under panic, I would just be careful. I would just take the time to think it through. I can't say it won't happen, but I don't think the coins are going to move all like tonight. So should be fine, but can't take my word for it.
Hard to say, man.
But yeah, panicking and moving all your coins right now is also a huge risk of doing something stupid. So
Exactly. And just one more question. What I'm reading is that it could have been people who have randomly, used the random generator but didn't roll enough dice, didn't roll the dice enough times. Could that be who's getting sweeped right now?
I think it's a theory, but nothing's confirmed yet. But it's a theory.
Because I used that feature, but I rolled the dice like 150 times, which said it was fine. So,
Kevin,
I'm
didn't you
still
say that
concerned,
you had some reports from some users that did do the dice rolls that also had funds swept? Correct me if I'm wrong.
no, I don't know this.
Okay.
Kevin, is anything about your data denote anything about child seeds, like in a BIP85?
No, we don't know either. But we do know multiple users, and you can see that on Twitter, that have only partially, have their funds partially stolen. So only some UTXOs. Why that? I don't know. So is it because it's stopped at a specific depth or scan only a specific depth? That could be the case, but I don't know.
So another thing, would this help right now if they don't have another hardware wallet to use and don't have all your UTXOs in one address? Take that wallet and start spreading it out to different addresses?
Unlikely, very unlikely. This kind of attack is probably about the randomness. So once they have mnemonic, they will be able to generate all of the coins. The fact that they haven't right now is just probably that the script is badly coded.
What's up?
I think it would be wise to not publish all kinds of guesstimates across X, and that's what we're currently seeing. I've seen some guesses by Rob. I've seen some guesses by some other people also in this industry, and that doesn't benefit the industry at all as long as we don't know exactly what has happened here.
Yeah, but at the same time, people have money in their wallets, and we know that certain wallets are being stolen from. So if you can mitigate that, you need to do that, right? So you're trying to get as much information as possible.
People are trying to figure it out in real time, man. It's public discourse.
Another thing, hold on. Kevin, one more question. If you generate, say you have a cold card, you only have a cold card, can you generate a seed from dice, but not get a whole new seed, but not spend from that, not use the cold card to sign that transaction until you get something else, until you get some new devices? I'm just trying to think of. I'm trying to think of a way, because I got a lot of friends that only have cold cards, and I'm trying to think of a way how to move their funds into a safe wallet. And I'm thinking if they still have that, as long as they're not actually signing anything with the wallet, with that cold card, they should be safe, especially if it's being done through, they're just using the cold card to get the seed by rolling the dice.
If it's a random, yes. If it's by rolling the dice, yes. Yeah, correct.
So you should, So you might have if you roll dice with your seed and you spent from that seed, then you might have a problem.
Is it only for the UTXOs that you spent from?
No, that's for
probably
your
not.
that's for your mnemonic. Yeah.
That's for your wallet. So the fix to this, if you only have a cold card, use your cold card right now. Go get some dice. Go get a quarter. Start rolling some dice to generate a new wallet. Put a passphrase on that. Do not spend from the cold card. Wait. But at least you have a safe wallet to send your UTXOs to.
Migrate. Yeah, and before you do any of that, so I mean, to do that, you're going to have to wipe your cold card initially, and before you do that, check your backups.
If hold on, so this is another thing. But yeah, don't delete anything. If you have another, usually people buy two cold cards. They have one that they normally use and one as a backup. Take your backup and erase that one. If you have another device, because like once they start deleting keys, and
they're gonna fuck shit up.
Something's getting fucked up. So try and get. I don't know, even if it might make sense to get a phone, an older phone on airplane mode, and send the funds to like a offline phone wallet or something, just so you're not sitting on a wallet that you spent from, because that seems to be the risk right here. If you spend from a cold card, no matter dice rolls or not, that's the risk. So generating the wallet with dice and add a passphrase, don't spend, and you should be okay. Your funds will be all right until you get a new hardware wallet.
I mean, theoretically, it should also be plenty if you create a multi-sig even with several hotkeys. So if you have access to a phone or a computer, you can get Liana, you can get Sparrow, you can use Nunchuck. And the combination of those keys should
I just
suffice.
don't want them doing that with their entire fucking cold storage on their first try ever using multi-sig. So like, I feel much more comfortable telling them to play around multi-sig, use a little bit, get comfortable with it.
Here's the beautiful thing: we have LLMs in 2026.
Yeah, I agree.
Can help you do it.
Don't put your keys into an LLM. Just saying.
Yeah, don't put the keys into the LLM. My bad, I forgot to emphasize that. Just ask the fucking LLM, how do I make a multi-sig with these three fucking wallets? And there you go.
So, I mean, okay, let's just take a breath. Everybody, calm down. Don't do anything dumb. Like, don't rush to do something if you don't understand what you're doing. Right? Research what you're doing. If you have questions, ask people you trust. Right? I mean, I think there's plenty of people on here who will help you set up a new wallet if you need to, or migrate funds, right? But yeah, whatever you do, don't put your private keys or your seed phrase in online, right? Don't put them on an LLM. Don't hand them out to random people. Just stay calm about this, especially if you haven't lost any Bitcoin yet, right? I think you got to be pretty calm about this and keep your head on your shoulders. But yeah, I mean, it sounds like it could be a big attack, or so you want to take it seriously, I suppose.
So just to recap, take your backup cold card, swap it. When you guys say the random generator, is that on the cold card itself? Because I have dice.
Yes.
Okay. So we're not worried about the algorithm the random number, the generator on the cold card.
So when you
no, that's it. That's exactly what we're referring to. If you choose not to go the bring your own entropy route, which is the dice roll route, it basically runs like a Python script that generates randomness for you, and that script is suspect at this moment. We don't know if it's generating enough entropy to actually secure coins correctly. We don't know. Like we're just guessing here, but it's a theory.
The dice roll way of making a seed phrase is, I'd be pretty confident that that's generating the entropy that you expect. Meaning, when you're rolling the dice, you're getting the seed as a result. I mean, I've done multiple tests on different versions of the firmwares, and they've always generated the same seeds, kind of across all firmwares and across different devices. So that's pretty sound. But yeah, if you just took the cold card and said, give me, a 12-word seed or give me a 24-word seed, this is the one that it seems might have been compromised if you're kind of just using it right out the box.
So the guy that sparked this entire thing on Reddit 30 minutes ago published another post where he goes into further detail that he bought 3 Mark IVs, let them sit around, didn't use them, and then re-imported a seed generated in 2021 on a Mark IV into no, it must have been a Mark III, right? Hang on. Yeah, on a Mark III in 2021 and put that seed into the Mark IV in 2025. And he has not touched it since then. And since...
Did he say if he
January
spent
of
from the wallet
2026.
at all? Did he ever
So
spend from
he
it?
used it to receive money from Swan. Perusing the threads, it doesn't look like he ever spent from it. He only had address reuse from an address he provided to Swan Bitcoin.
Yeah. So if people have been attacked, or if people's funds have been swept from wallets that never were spent from, that would likely mean that it's not one of these types of attacks where it's leaking the information that can reconstitute the key, meaning it's more likely to be
Bad entropy?
Yeah, bad entropy, basically. Yeah. Yeah, man. Bad
I just posted
entropy.
the link in the nest.
Bad entropy. That's a good band name.
Just a question, Wicked.
Hmm.
If you add a passphrase, does that add any entropy at all, or no?
Yes, I believe so. Correct me if I'm wrong. Anybody up here who's smarter than me?
Yes. Passphrase definitely helps. That's kind of what I was. Dude, I got look. Let me tell you guys. I
It helps, but
recommend it.
most people use a very easy to guess passphrase.
But
It's
I
pretty
that
easy.
doesn't
recommend it.
matter
This is
though,
why.
Brian,
This is
because they're not looking, like, if they know the issue with the bad entropy, they're not looking for bad entropy plus easy to guess passphrase. They're just looking for bad entropy on its own, right?
They could be, like, if they wanted to just like grab some extra coins, they could just throw like some random brute force thing on top of it.
I think the search space for that is orders of magnitude larger. So
yeah, dude, they're gonna
so I think they're probably initially. I mean, maybe they initially went out and got all the bad entropy, and now they're doing a second round with like easy to guess passphrases. But that search space is way larger. Not, I mean, that being
This is
said,
one
those are
reason.
right?
This is why I keep saying when you make a passphrase, it has to be at least as high. Like the entropy has to be at least like the seed, right? Like
Well, make
you're
it
gonna do a
make it a
passphrase.
phrase. At least,
Make it
right?
a
Yeah,
phrase,
that's
not a
why it's a
password.
phrase.
A
Yeah.
phrase, like a
I mean,
sentence.
at that fucking point, you can just create a multi-sig. Like, what's stopping
No,
you?
because the advantage over that is you have the passphrase memorized, and you could spend much easier for deep cold storage. I agree with you, man. Like you should go have keys spread around the world across oceans. I'm with you 100%. But for spending out of a wallet that you just I don't believe cold storage should just be for super savings. I think cold storage should be the regular way of using Bitcoin. Like I think he should be offline, no matter how big the wallet is. Sure, you can have spending money on a hot wallet that you're willing to lose some, but for the most part, seed, what gives you the benefit is that you can memorize it and you don't have the backup anywhere near you. You don't need the backup near you because you have it memorized.
Yeah, but then when you start encouraging people to memorize their seed phrase, you start running into the same
It should still be
problem.
backed up. It should still be backed up. I'm not saying not to back it up,
It's
just
just
like your
saying for
seed.
ease of use, you can just
You
you
should just
memorize it,
not.
so you
Yeah,
type
you
it
should
in.
just
Hear
not
me out.
have
What I'm
that
saying,
backup.
I get what you're saying, man. What I'm saying is that if you encourage people to go that route of memorize your seed, you run into the same
Memorize
problem
your
that password
passphrase.
providers have been running into forever, which is that people can't remember these things, and so they just do 1, 2, 3 or my birthday or some shit.
Yeah, that's a good point. By the way, can anyone is anyone available?
I'm on a Samsung. I'm not.
I'm on
I can co-host. Bitcoin Brabant, like Bert, he's raising his hand. Go ahead.
So,
Yeah,
Chris,
I think
I invited you to
I
go
also
if you want
just
to
send it
accept that.
to both Chris and Kevin. James Obi of CoinKite, he just sent out a tweet, I think it's about 15 minutes ago, about which device is affected. So if you look, it's about MK3s specifically. And MK3s from a certain batch, 2021 to 2023. So if you did not incorporate dice rolls, do not use a passphrase, or do not use multi-sig, it would be advised to move funds as soon as possible.
Exactly kind of what I figured in the very beginning of this. Like, if you use... Listen, again, Kevin kind of scared me with the whole extraction of seeds. If you're spending from a wallet and they could extract the seed, then it doesn't matter, right? Passphrase don't matter. Dice doesn't matter. But if that's not the case, if it's just bad entropy, then yeah, dice and passphrases, and you should be okay. I would still recommend you to get a new wallet. I would not keep that same wallet.
Yeah, I mean, if it's
Well,
this
no, you
device
can
from a batch over 2 years, like that would mean that thousands of people are affected, and that the script like will strike again.
I'll tell you right now,
is it a
I got
firmware issue,
over...
do you think, or a secure element issue?
Probably secure element is what I'm getting. I don't know. I should talk out of my
Well,
ass.
did they change the randomness entropy generator between generations, or did they just use the same one in going forward? That'll tell us, like, if it's a firmware issue or not.
Well, I know in the newer ones they have multiple secure elements, so I'm assuming that they're generating the entropy differently.
So
because of that.
I'll tell you something. On that wallet that I was telling you about, I have a little over a Bitcoin, and it's secured by a passphrase, and it was most likely done with dice. Like, the key was generated with dice, but the keys I spent from that wallet previously in the past. It's been a few years, but I definitely spent from that Coldcard, and I think it's an MK3, and it's safe. But that's just one.
Well, for now.
For now. Oh well, I'm here already moving it, so it's hopefully for good forever too. But that's exactly the scenario that I have set up here at one of the. I have a little over a Bitcoin. It's the seed was generated. I don't remember if it was if I rolled all 100 times, or if I rolled 50, 60 times and then just did a random number on the keypad. I don't remember that. But it definitely wasn't a vanilla generated seed. I definitely added my own entropy to it, and it does have a passphrase, and it's in one address, and it hasn't been touched. So,
by the way, there's 500 people on this space now, so say things.
well,
No,
I'm not. I mean, I'm giving you guys that worry that people are worried about. If you have a single
Some people are worried.
Yeah, if you have a single sig, and that single sig was generated with some entropy, if you use dice, you should be okay. You shouldn't.
This is just like reading tea leaves right now. So with James O'Byrne's tweet taken with a grain of salt, there might be some issue with the entropy generation of the Mark III. That does not mean that there is no like weak nonce or like key exfiltration possible in that event. Like, so again, if it's like a whole batch of Mark IIIs over 2 years, like we're speaking of thousands of devices, and that would be really fucking scary.
But unfortunately, it's kind of what it's looking like.
Through the grapevine, I've heard from several devs now that they may have found something with regards to regression in entropy. But let's educate people, and let's wait out for the report. Mm-hmm. NVK also just said that like they will publish a blog post soon. They've done an investigation, and yeah.
So Chris, part of this just kind of calculus is, there's a lot that, even though they were derived randomly, not my own entropy, that also doesn't mean that they necessarily are still on that device under that original entropy, right? If that timeline and scope is correct. So it's not that like every one that was ever generated is of concern. There's a subset in that that's still there, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But like, if you look at like 500 UTXOs that have been swept, I don't know the sales numbers of CoinKite, but I would assume we are talking tens of thousands of devices over the course of 2 years. And of course, some people may have migrated to Mark IVs or to Coldcard Qs or even Bitboxes, and then like, it's safe to assume currently, if like 560 Bitcoins were stolen in 15 minutes, that like a few more of those can be swept soon.
And I don't know if this is already known from what the heuristics that Kevin or whoever had, but do we know that this hadn't already been in play and it just wasn't as known? Or is this definitely when it started right now?
I mean, usually
I'm not
when
looking for the
people
answer.
lose funds, they talk about it, and like, so I assume this has not happened before. I mean, we might find some sleuths that go through the blockchain and find earlier transactions where this script was maybe practiced or something before the big heist.
That's kind of,
but
yeah. So in my CDN time, that's a big signature we would see a lot, is, you know, a little test here and there, insignificant, just kind of like doing different scenarios to see if it would flag anything before, like you're saying, then you really launch it. I think that's kind of normal with a lot of attack surfaces.
Hey guys, how's it going? Real quick, can somebody give me the rundown on what the best steps are for a watch only wallet? You know, thankfully my cold storage hasn't been touched yet, but I just want to see what the next steps are to best protect myself.
Well, a watch-only wallet wouldn't really do anything in terms of protecting yourself if you believe you're vulnerable. It would just let you see if any activity actually occurs on the wallet.
Correct. My thing is, though, would it make sense for me to move that cold storage coin maybe to Strike or something? I'm a noob here, so I just have my cold storage single-sig.
First question is, do you have an MK3 from that specific batch?
Oh, from that specific batch? You know what? I didn't do any research to see which specific batch. I just got out of work, and so I'm seeing all this and just trying to get up to speed.
Okay, are you sure it's an MK3? Like, do you have any idea when you bought it? Okay.
Reads Mark III on the back.
Okay, yeah. All right. Yeah, you should move your coins. Now, where are you going to move them is a good question. This is a tough one. What do you guys recommend? I mean, you could set up a multi-sig with a hotkey somewhere plus your current signing device, but yeah, you're probably at risk. So I think for you in your specific case, and this does not apply to the rest of everyone here, but I actually think you should probably move your coins right now. Just be careful of where you move them. Don't install any random malware on your computer, because that would be worse to lose your coins right now. But from what we are learning, yeah, it seems to be MK3. Maybe a specific batch, maybe all the MK3. It seems to be related to the firmware and not the hardware, from what I'm learning. But yeah, there's still some tests going on right now, so we'll see if we can reproduce the issue.
Any suggestions on where you think
do you have other hardware wallets at hand or not at all?
I do have another one, yeah.
Okay. And is that fully activated, and would you be able to move your funds into that other wallet?
I would have to get it going. I would have to get it going.
Please try that and concentrate on that.
Okay.
Yeah, and don't forget to make a backup of your new wallet. When you're in a rush, you might want to skip this step, but no, make a backup. Make sure your backup works before you transfer all of your coins. If you are stressed, that's how you make mistakes about writing the wrong word or things like that. So just be very careful about that.
Okay, so first step, set up that. Sorry, go for it.
Yeah, and maybe like it's not something I would usually recommend, but if you the source of your fund is an exchange anyways, like if you do not have any privacy concerns, it is might also be advisable to send those back to the exchange. It might be safer there.
Okay, so probably I'll do that first, then set up my new hardware wallet, and then back to the hardware wallet from the exchange, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
I think it's probably the best default path for people that are at risk. Especially, it's better to have that scenario set up versus having people scrambling trying to figure out how to set shit that they don't understand how to set up, like in a panic. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, I agree.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and do that. I really appreciate you guys for spending the time to walk me through that. Thank you.
Hey guys, I was going to jump in earlier. I just wanted to share some observations I've been making. So, a buddy of mine was impacted. He had a couple UTXOs taken, and he has since swept the remaining UTXOs out of the wallet. And because there was no funds left in there, he was willing to share the private keys with me. He exported them by pulling them up on the Coldcard, looking at the seed words on screen, sharing those with me, and showed me screenshots so I know that that's the case. I took those exact same 12 words and went to go and import them into Sparrow, and it won't let me because it has an invalid checksum. So I haven't seen anyone talk about that as a possible concern here, that possibly the seed phrases that were being generated on those impacted devices ended up with an invalid checksum, and as a result, making them end up with lower entropy as a result. But that's just something that I thought was going to be worth possibly calling out here as well.
So I know that, I'm sure you looked and double checked, but Sparrow Wallet does its entry horizontally, I think. So if I don't know if you entered it incorrectly, that could be a
No,
possibility.
it does do it vertically.
Oh, does it?
But
Okay.
I double checked that.
Okay. That's very interesting. Yeah, that's strange.
Was it with 12 or 24 words? Is that something you can share?
He said 12 words.
It was with 12. Yeah.
Was it an MK3?
I do believe it was an MK3. I haven't been able to confirm as of yet. I think he's currently puking in his bathroom. But I'm looking at I don't recall there being a huge visual difference between the Mark III and the Mark IV on the front side of the device. And from the images that I'm looking at, I can double check.
Kevin, was there anything about...
You can easily see it with MK3 that it's not really persistent there. With MK4 is clearly on the front.
Yeah, I'd say it's probably a Mark III.
Is there any info on whether it was 12 versus 24 with the other known data?
I think the first guy on Reddit said he had 24 words, but it's impossible to verify that.
Wicked, do you see a Joko Ono from Bitbox in the audience? Can you pull him up? He has something to share.
I don't see, but if he requests, I'm driving right now, so I'll bring him up if he requests. Also,
I can see the
CoinJoin. Okay, thanks, Gen X. You're co-host now. Thanks.
Yeah, you made me co-host too, but the Android app is not working properly. I'm sorry.
No
Chris,
worries.
what was the handle you said to bring up?
Joko Ono. JOKOONO.
I got him.
Don't crash.
Hey guys, so just to recap, If somebody has a Mark IV, use the random number
Mark 3.
generator, roll the
Mark
dice.
3.
Mark III, Mark IV,
No,
and
Mark 3.
I'm talking about myself.
Oh, sorry.
I rolled the dice 150 times on the Mark IV. I don't have a seed passphrase though, so I'm debating maybe I'll use this moment to, do it again, but put a passphrase so I can have more security. But I shouldn't be critically worrying right now, right? If I use the Mark IV and I rolled the dice 150 times.
Yeah, I think at the moment there's no known Mark IVs that were affected.
Is
Yeah,
there
I'm
a
just
way?
confirming now this was a Mark III that I was speaking about. I've just confirmed that.
Is there a way to know the entropy of your phrase without losing your coins like an idiot?
Well, the entropy is your seed phrase. But you're
Yeah,
saying like if your seed phrase has sufficient entropy, is that what you're asking?
I think
exactly.
the best way to be able to achieve that is to put a little bit more effort in and to not rely on any single device to be generating the words for you. So this is one of the arguments for trying to generate that entropy in real life, either using manual dice roll or flipping a coin, or there's a lot of different options that are out there, and then relying on a device specifically to calculate the checksum, which is something that you theoretically could do by hand, but I don't recommend it. But the device is able to take the first 11 or 23 words, depending on the size of the seed phrase that you're generating, and it will then provide you with an option to figure out, do you want the last binary to be a 0 or a 1, and then it will give you the correct checksum so that it calculates correctly moving forward.
Yeah, and I guess there's no way for me now to know if the Coldcard did it right, because I don't have all the numbers I rolled on a piece of paper to compare.
Right.
Hey, Joko's though. What's up, Joko?
Hey, thanks for making me speaker. I don't have something specific to share right now, but in general, I thought it would be good to be on here.
Cool. Hey, you guys know we're limited in space. Some of you are requesting it's not super quick, so just bear with it. Wicked, can you recode me? I gotta drop because I'm not seeing everything.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm driving, so I'm trying not to multitask too much. But what's up?
Check DMs.
Yeah, that. Sorry, I will in a minute.
Drive over right the fuck now, Wicked. Check DMs.
Yeah, wife and son in the car, coming up on a red light. So let me see what I can do in a limited time here.
I
But
see you don't want your wife to read your other DMs. I see now.
she's laughing right now. But yeah.
What's up, guys? How's everybody doing?
Stressing you?
Dude, I had a non-trivial amount of Bitcoin on a Coldcard Mark III that I got back in 2021 that I definitely did not roll dice on. And luckily, like a year ago, that piece of shit just died. I don't know if it died on its own or if it got some moisture in it or what, but the screen wouldn't turn on anymore. So I backed up the seed onto a ledger, and then I moved everything to a different device entirely. So, man, dodged a bullet maybe.
If
Well,
Just
if it's
basically
the
repeating
same
what you did.
seed, if it's the same seed, you
Yeah.
haven't done anything.
No. I backed it up, and then I made a brand new wallet and sent it all from the backed up wallet. Does that make sense?
yeah,
So yeah,
you should be good.
I don't have the same seed anymore. No. But anyways, yeah, it's kind of crazy listening to you guys talking about all this stuff and just thinking about how easy we've told normies it is to do cold storage for the last like 4 years. You know, it's just like, oh, you if you're not cold storing your Bitcoin, you're crazy. It's so easy. It's so low risk. You're gonna get your shit rugged on an exchange if you don't. And then we have conversations like these where it's like, holy shit, you know, if somebody bought a Coldcard because they were told it was a good device, and then they, you know, just did the normal setup without knowing that they needed to roll dice, then they might just be fucked right now.
Yes, use multi-sig. It's very important, and a lot of people have been saying this for years. Use multi-sig, especially if it's your life savings. One device is not enough because there are so many different type of attacks, right? There is like bugs about randomness, like we're talking about now. There are exfiltration attacks, like we talked about earlier. There are supply chain attacks from the manufacturers of these chips, and it's really hard to verify all of that. So if you just have one device and a lot of money on it, it's probably not enough. So your security should also really depend on the amount of money and how much you're like, you know, putting at risk. A signing device is not that expensive, so you can buy a couple, buy 3, make a multi-sig. Yeah, like very important to understand the risks you're taking, and it's not because Rodolfo is saying that it's secure that just one device is going to save you. Anything can happen, and it could happen to any of these manufacturers. It could be a bug, it could be an attack. Yeah, it's like, it's important to mitigate the risk as much as you can, and multi-sig is not difficult.
Yeah, I can wholeheartedly agree. And like, if you have not checked it out, I'm not affiliated, but like, try Liana Wallet. Not only does it give you a really good UI, you also have your own node, and then you can have all these inheritance paths. And it works with Blockstream, Coldcard, Ledger, Bitbox, Spectre, like all of the fun devices. But yeah, I mean, going back to this earlier thing, is Bitcoin ready for mass adoption if shit like this happens to very tech-savvy enthusiasts? Like, I would say no. And like, that's why we need something like a covenant so that we have reactive security. Like right now, we put all of our eggs in one basket. Like maybe we have distributed many baskets, but they're all like, every time we spend from them, we pour out all of the gold and hope that the change output returns. And if somebody has access to that, like finds a seed or exfiltrates a seed, or there's like some whatever single point of failure, then like they can steal all of our corn. And like with a covenant, it would be so much easier. Like we could define addresses to which we can spend. And if somebody spends to a different address, like we have a big red button and can undo that. And only then I think Bitcoin is ready for mass adoption once we turn from proactive to reactive security in Bitcoin. And it's a small change.
Portland and Gen X, if you guys can go, there's like tons of people who want to get up on stage, so we just need more slots. If you guys are available.
Hey, I'm going to drop out really quickly, but I had a question. You said that multi-sig, or somebody said it's easy to do, but the question is, how do you back up your descriptor?
Great question. Yeah, very good question.
That's the one thing why I reserve to tell everybody, like, multi-sig is for everybody, right? Like, that's the main reason why I tell people to have a strong entropy passphrase. And that's also why if the vendor is your threat model, that's when you want to have a multi-sig, like, right? Like, but now I guess.
By the way, a little bit related, but kind of vindicative of people that were kind of saying this. This is also the reason why making your thing truly open source is very important. so that people use the code and find this shit. Because like even if the source is verifiable, the only reason people are going to find this is if they try to implement it in their own products and go, oh fuck, this actually doesn't work correctly. That's it.
So
I think-
something to keep in mind with wallet config files or descriptors when you're working with multi-sig is that in and of itself, without the actual seed phrases, is not going to compromise your security. It is going to compromise your privacy if somebody were to get a hold of that. So theoretically, you can store that in an encrypted password manager or other encrypted file management environment. And that does then allow you to have backups and copies of that. It is extremely important that you maintain that because if you were to lose one of the, let's say you have a multi-sig with 3 keys and you require 2 of them in order to sign a transaction, if you lose one of the keys, just because you have enough keys to sign doesn't mean you have enough of the information to be able to rebuild where the wallet is located and subsequently gain access to those UTXOs and sign with it. But if you think about it, the XPubs, the information necessary to be able to load a wallet is the same information that you would be putting into your Sparrow wallet or any other interface that you use to do the spending and pulling of deposit addresses. So you treat your descriptors, your wallet configuration file with the same level of concern that you would treat the device that you have Sparrow wallet installed on, that you have that information secured on.
I will add on this. So there is a BIP we've been working on. It's BIP 138 about encrypted descriptors. So the point is actually to fix this problem, right? For multi-sig, for miniscript, etc. So because the problem here is privacy, right? So it's not a secret. It's just something private. If it leaks, of course you don't lose your funds, but it's still not something you want to have. So we are building a standard on Bitcoin Core, of course, but it's also like the plan is to have a standard for all wallets, where basically your descriptor is encrypted with the public keys of each of the keys inside it. So because of course, like if you have a key in a descriptor, it's normal that you know the descriptor. So if you have any single one of the mnemonics, you will be able to decrypt this encrypted descriptor. So it solved the problem of like, where should I store my descriptor? And you can now store it, like the encrypted descriptor, you will be able to store it anywhere on Google Drive, on whatever, share it with your friends, whatever. They cannot open it, but anyone with a mnemonic that is inside this descriptor will be able to decrypt it. So this is BIP 138.
I want to point out an interesting kind of thing is technically in this situation, a device that is closed source and operating correctly would have, I think, potentially provided more security, as the methods, if anything was done wrong for the RNG, would not have been disclosed publicly. As such, it wouldn't have been able to be exposed through LLMs or whatnot. My kind of note, I guess I just want to point out, and I'm not disclosing everything that I know because I'm not sure about all this. Like everything's in flight. But like the number of UTXOs that were selected to be pulled being, or 500, that's a really odd number to just stop at. I don't necessarily believe that is all, like there were just happened to be 500 of these that were the chosen ones. So yeah, that's it. I just
do you think the script may have stopped at 500? Like find the first 500.
I haven't. No, I don't. I'm not saying anything on that. I'm just saying the number is really suspicious that it would just stop there, and like the size of these UTXOs. I do think that it, from what I understand and know, that if you roll dice or even use the little dice generator, it looks pretty good overall. But yeah, I'm just. That's it.
Oh.
The number 500 is way that is throwing me off. Why would somebody stop at 500? Is it just 500? Do you know, Wicked? Am I making any sense?
I mean, if he's trying to liquidate, if he's trying to liquidate you like these coins, at a certain point.
Here's my well, Mr. Hall, you probably have the same theory, but I think he probably ran a script that said, find as many as you can. Once you hit 500, rug them all. It's a nice round number.
That's kind of what I'm thinking too. Because you can't build too many.
For this batch.
I mean, even for the next.
Yeah, I'm sure.
That's my point. Is like
and
evaluate
I'm sure
your
he's
security.
still running it now and trying to find more, and he'll rug them again at the next 500.
Evaluate your OPSEC and know where your entropy comes from.
Good point. Hey, I know BitVault wanted to say something, and if anybody's done or wants to drop down, there's other requests.
Hello, everyone. I'm Francesco. I'm the founder of BitVault. I want just to point out that to me and our thesis is that there is a conceptual mistake here. It's like, do you really need to have instant finality for all of your funds, life savings? There are more risks than reward. It really doesn't make sense to me. And here, do we want to tell the people to put a life saving into Bitcoin self-custody, and we are proceeding with trial and error like this? Is shouldn't be allowed. This is a mistake. If there is only one thing we should learn from the traditional finance and banks, just they have a time lock at the vaults. Why don't we do it? And I don't want to shield too much, but just saying that that's what we have been working on for 2 years, and with our solution, this shouldn't have happened. And I just wanted to know your opinion, and if you really want to put all of your stake at risk by just don't enabling time locks on chain, and why not to do it? That's just an open question for you.
So can we get a wave tops of what's at risk, what's safe, what? Because I jumped in a little late, and we just get kind of where we're at.
What's up, Texas? There's the latest post in the nest has, as of now, the known affected range of people, assuming you did the random generated from the device within that year range of Mark IIIs so far. And I do.
So irrespective of how many times you rolled the dice, or?
I think without any dice rolling in general, just when you get the random seed generated directly from the device.
Understood.
You guys are going to sell so many.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick. But Texas, this is it's in the nest. I don't know if you could see it, but I know we're all trying to be really careful about not, making assumptions without data. The team, NVK's team and other teams are looking into this, and I just want to be careful about freaking people out with speculating on things that we don't know versus what we do while they investigate.
So I'm a Mark III user, and I just opened up my watch-only wallet, and I haven't touched it for a year, and I can see that 17 million sats were sent out of it last night.
Oh shit! I'm sorry, I missed it. Can you repeat that? What were you using, and what happened?
Yeah, so I'm a Mark III user. I just opened up my watch-only wallet, and it says that 17 million sats were sent out of it 20 hours ago. So it seems like I got some of my UTXOs in there swept out. I still have a little over a Bitcoin in there, but that's roughly $11,000.
Was it all in one address?
I'd move that.
Yeah, I'm still looking into it myself, because everybody's just kind of trying to dig this, but I'm pretty confident saying that if you're on a Mark III, I would move my fucking coins.
Yeah, I've actually never moved anything off here before, so it's gonna take me a minute to figure out.
Okay, that's valuable information. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, I'd look into how you can move that as quickly as possible, while keeping your head on your shoulders, right?
Yeah.
Try not to make any mistakes while you're doing that. That sucks, man. Though I'm sorry.
Yeah, just to reiterate, I guess there's so many people in the space. Honestly, I'm willing to say it. If you think that you're suspect to this, and the easiest path for you to get your things off of these things is to just send it to an exchange, I would 100% do that. Just send it to an exchange, and that kind of gives you the ability to figure out a game plan going forward. Because I personally would not have my coins on this thing right now.
It's probably the easiest course of action. Yeah.
Hey guys, a quick question if I may. I have a Mark III. It says revision B at the back. Thankfully and luckily, I don't have any funds in it, so I'm safe. But a question to Sony, who just said that he lost 17 million sats. Do you happen to know the revision number? Yeah.
How do I find that again? I'm on the Coldcard right now. I go to advanced, right?
No, it's physically written on the back.
Oh, it's physically written on the back? Like, wow.
The chip, if it's transparent, mine is at least.
The chip?
In the center.
It just says in Canada Mark III REVC.
Okay, mine's B, and makes sense because mine's from December 2020, and as per the comment in the nest, it says starting from 2021. So I guess that makes sense, and yours is a Rev C, the later version.
Yeah, I have another one too.
Currently in the grapevine, I hear it has more to do with the firmware or less than with the hardware.
And
it's the firmware.
The two are correlated, of course, but yeah, it's probably a firmware issue.
Could someone post maybe in the nest the firmware's affected? I can't seem to find.
So I've heard firmware 4 till 4.19.
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
Possibly later than 4.19. I'm not sure yet, but 4.0 seems to be where the regression was introduced.
Okay, thank you very much.
So what's faster, to move your coins or just update your firmware?
I would move your coin.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing. If you generated any key using the firmware that was compromised, it's already the seed is bad.
Got it.
That's the problem. So if you take that seed going forward, the entropy is not good. Your seed, you have to move to a new seed.
For those that came in new, I see the request. I'm just it's taking a little bit. Rob,
thanks again. I'm gonna drop down and make some space for others. Man. Thank you, guys.
Rob, I'm waiting for you if you want to come up.
Yeah, I talked to NVK. Passphrases, and well, these could be more official later, but passphrases and dice weren't affected. But base keys, I'm not sure exactly what model, but if you have a Coldcard, I would start generating a new seed, at least, and not spend from that Coldcard. If you have no other hardware wallet, generate a seed using dice. Do not spend from that wallet, and wait until you get a new hardware wallet. There's a lot of fucking people out there right now with Coldcards, and I have a lot of friends that I recommended Coldcards myself. A lot of them have single seeds. I'm pretty sure most of them didn't use dice like I told them. But I,
Mr. NVK has stated to you that basically an admission there is a bug at this point.
I don't know yet. I'm not sure. He didn't give me full details.
Okay, I see.
We don't know yet. Very vague. Yeah, I don't know full details. I'm trying to this is what I'm telling my friends and family right now that I'm on the phone with. Wipe whatever they have on their Coldcard. Wipe it. Create a new seed. Obviously, you should have backups, right? Do not wipe anything unless you have backups. That's the number one thing. But if you have no other hardware wallet, if you have no other hardware wallet and you have nowhere else to send the UTXOs to, you need to generate a new wallet. And I would, if you have an MK3, I would not use that, right? Like I would, in that case, if you got your UTXOs from an exchange, I would probably send them back to the exchange and just let them hold on to it for a while until you get your security in order. But that's all I got.
I'm pretty sure that you should be fine if you do a dice roll and then recover a seed phrase onto the device. I don't think that is a problem at this point.
Me too. That's kind of what I was hoping from the very, very beginning. That's sort of like, as soon as we got on here, I was like, man, I'm fucking glad I told everybody to roll dice when they don't trust the device to generate.
I did my dice rolls a few years ago, and yeah.
But then Kevin came in here and started scaring the shit out of me. So it was like, I mean, because it is true. Like I know the attack that he's talking about. Like I know exactly what he's talking about. And if that was the case, then it didn't matter if you rolled dice. If they could extract your seed from a transaction that you did from the cold card,
that's the nonsense that would have been exposed during, like, for example, like on chain, they would have like 2 transactions or 2 messages signed by the same
I'm on a roller coaster ride right now, Portland. I went from like, oh, that's everything. It's fine. As long as you roll some dice and you have a good passphrase, good entropy passphrase, you're okay. And then it went from, oh shit, that doesn't matter. And then I'm like, okay, if you have a good entropy passphrase and you roll dice, you didn't trust the device to generate the seed for you, you should be okay.
And the reason why passphrases would work in this scenario is because the passphrase essentially scrambles up that bad entropy, and then it makes it that much more difficult for the attacker. So if you have like 128-bit passphrase, they have to try like 10 to some crazy number of additional attempts on top of that. And the reason why the dice rolls, and I'm hypothetically speaking, like, because they have the ability to like press the number as you run through dice and say, I'm done, whatever. That engine completely bypasses all hardware and software random number generators anyways. It just hashes the string of your dice roll set. And as such, like, if you did that method, I would believe you're probably fine still.
That doesn't mean that doesn't mean because like if your base seed is wrecked and you have a shitty passphrase, if your entropy passphrase is high, how are you? That's not safe. Like you should definitely passphrase entropy. You need a high entropy passphrase.
Agreed. But like if the basic
sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Am I muted now? The space is messing me up. So InstaGibbs just posted that it is trivially stealable if you use a Mark III, potentially a Mark IV. I just linked it to the nest. He found an exploit.
It's still loading for me. Who found it?
InstaGibbs.
Gregory Sanders.
InstaGibbs, I think, is the first one to share it publicly. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think a bunch of us are kind of looking at this thing. I think we're all seeing.
We're all looking at the same thing.
Yeah, I think we're all seeing the same thing, man. That's kind of why I'm leaning towards.
That's right. MVK just left the country, but hopefully.
I mean, we're all seeing the same thing, and of course, we all understand the same thing. But just to be sure, Rob, can you explain what we're seeing?
From what I'm seeing here on InstaGibbs post, it is an issue with entropy, and that's what he means by trivially stealable. So if you use the on-device entropy and did not use a passphrase for those, that's what I'm seeing here looking at InstaGibbs code.
Yep. That's
So one thing I'm curious is the guy who claimed that he was affected by this still here, or did he leave? I'm curious if the device, if he's still here or listening, I'm curious if the device was ever plugged into a computer, because I'm wondering if there's also some. So I'm wondering if there's some supply chain attack aspect into this too.
Well, no, this is straight entropy. So if you look at InstaGibbs code, he was able to trivially basically converge on the same seed phrase from different sources.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, this is not an internet connection thing. This is not a non-sex filtration thing.
I just wanted to come up and say real quick that we've been looking at the same vulnerability that InstaGibbs just confirmed for the last 2 hours. So one of our engineers was able to recreate that as well. So I think it's pretty safe to say that this is probably the reason.
Am I correct to say that? Do you think the attacker has not completed their run?
Very, very likely. Yeah.
Yes, 100%.
And now that it's public, they might not be the only ones either.
100%. Like that's a moral conundrum. Like I have to go through. It's like, do I
reason.
want to exploit this? And I'm not going to because I'm a good person. But still, like this is.
Yeah, it's kind of the reason why
difficult.
everyone's walking on eggshells, because like nobody wants to be the one to like let it out into the wild unless it's already out there in the wild.
It's out.
Oh yeah, no, it's out. Yeah, there seems to be. I mean, for what I'm seeing, it doesn't look like it affects the Mark IV because the Mark IV doesn't go down the same disabling the hardware entropy route as the Mark III does. The Mark III.
It's not the same. It's not the same.
There's Mark IV is slightly better.
No, the Mark IV uses the on-device hardware entropy. This one's like falling back to something else. That seems to be the root problem.
Hey, you guys.
You should look at the reason why the hardware entropy is being used on the Mark IV and what it's being used for and how many bits are being used.
Yeah, I'm still looking into it, but just kind of a like, does this affect the Mark IV thing? I'm leaning towards no.
InstaGibbs, what's up?
Hey, just hopping in. Yeah, I made the decision to publish because it looks like it's an open secret, and that's as soon as I got the results. I had a Coldcard Mark III that I had handed to me years ago, and I just went through the steps that I would normally go through. Obviously, bot enhanced, and I was able to read off the mnemonic to me. So that's pretty much the end of the story.
Do you think the seed, the random number generator seeding from the hardware random number generators on the Mark IV is sufficient to protect those devices?
I only spent time on the Mark III. I don't have a Mark IV, so I wasn't going to report it until I got a physical confirmation because the simulator doesn't actually use the same code path for RNG.
Correct.
And so so it was like static analysis pretty much and proof of concepts. So I wanted to really prove it before I said anything because I didn't want to cause FUD pretty much. I'll keep looking at the Mark IV though.
Okay, InstaGibbs, one last question for you. Like from my just like general looking, was it a one line change that caused, if this truly is true, the problem?
There was a patch. It's a while ago in my own personal context window. I'm good at putting together a report now. It was one commit that did a refactor where the RNG fallback basically broke.
Okay, yeah, I think it was. I think
silently broke.
From what I found, it was a single line. Just me doing my own. It's like
that's very plausible. Just with LLM stuff, I always try to push to proving it to myself. I didn't really slow down for that part.
Yeah, I walked through like each of the lines and followed, and just I could be logically wrong. I'm just looking through.
So it looks like Portland. I know the line you're talking about. It looks like that line leads the Mark III into using some software RNG, and they replace the library that was used in the back end, which defaults to using the like just C libraries standard RNG, and that's the problem. So I don't know if it's that specific line that's causing the issue, or if it's the fallback replacement.
You guys could jump in. I know Sats Data, you were waiting too, and Humble.
I just had a bit of a legal question. Maybe Rob can help try to answer this as a business professional. What does this mean for CoinKite? Like, what kind of liabilities does this open up CoinKite to?
I don't know if any of us are well enough equipped to answer that question.
I don't think anybody wants to touch that stuff.
Earlier, like he's a lawyer, but I'm not a lawyer. What consequence? Yeah, I mean, I don't think there is any legal recourse. There will be in terms of service will be there, and like you cannot, prevent bugs. But yeah, from a marketing standpoint, very bad.
Hey,
if proven true.
If proven true. You guys asked for the guy that had one of the Mark IIIs to come back, and he did, and I need room. Sonny, did you want to share something else? And I then Humble.
I just wanted to say that it was never connected to the internet or anything like that.
Okay.
You don't have to be
Yeah.
connected to the internet.
Yeah, you did.
Like
Yeah.
the
You did
device,
air
like
gapped.
literally new seed if you got a Mark III, in my opinion, given what I know right now.
You're saying I don't have to send it to another wallet, just generate a new seed?
Like
No.
sorry, new seed phrase, new device.
Complicated. Depends. I would not do that on the same device right now if I were you.
No,
I mean,
new
do you know what
device,
firmware
like-
version it's running? Like,
No,
when you start it up,
I don't know, man. I just wouldn't use it right now.
When you start it up, it should tell you the firmware version. By the way, but yeah, I mean, I think the advice we gave earlier is probably still, the best advice. Which is
Yeah,
just
I've never
to
sent
move the
anything
funds.
off of a cold card. I've always only received. So I'm
Yeah.
trying to like figure out how the hell to send this like to my Trezor, which I also haven't opened up in like 5 years. So yeah, I still have over Bitcoin in here, so I'm trying to freaking save my life savings here.
Yeah. Are you using it through Sparrow Wallet?
The
cold card, that is.
No, that was I've been using that through Blue Wallet on an old iPhone.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, interesting. Blue Wallet.
I mean, if it's so, you have your watch only wallet on Blue Wallet, correct?
Correct.
So yeah, then just prepare a transaction, and in order for you to sign the transaction, you would then put the PSBT on the micro SD card, and then plug that into the cold card, and then you go into signing, and then you sign the transaction, and that signed transaction needs to go back to your.
with that workflow. I'm just, how do I get the, like when I'm preparing the transaction, how do I get my like Trezor address to be the receiving party?
So
First set up your Trezor.
Yeah, go ahead.
And create a backup for your Trezor, and then wipe the Trezor, and then recover from that backup, so you're sure that the receiving address that you're going to generate in Trezor is the correct one, and then send that address to your Blue Wallet, and then confirm on the device of the Trezor and on Blue Wallet that is the address that you want to sign to, and then prepare the PSBT, and then you check on the screen of the cold card again if when you're signing you're spending to the correct address on the Trezor.
So I kind of have to generate this Trezor wallet on my Blue Wallet like I did originally with my cold card way back in the day.
Yeah, so you can use a Trezor with a multitude of wallets. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, Trezor, depending on what model it is, don't you have to set up the Trezor with Trezor Suite initially?
Yeah, it's like one of the OG Trezors. It's so old.
I mean, if it's a Trezor Model 1, I mean, it's a software updates, but it doesn't have a secure element, so it might be time to upgrade to a new hardware center.
Yeah.
I mean, for the long-term target for anybody doing any sort of serious cold storage is multi-sig. Even with just a standard 2 of 3 multi-sig without any of the other fancy features that come with it, probably gets you good enough that you should be fine. That should just be the long-term target. But in the short term, I would just focus on getting it off of these things.
So question, why? I just trying to understand why, even if you did a multi-sig with these devices without rolling your own entropy, how is that safe as opposed to
well, a multi-sig, you're not exposing the pub keys and the scripts until you spend, and so it's just a hashed script on chain, and so you don't even know, like, when you receive funds from multi-sig, people looking at it don't even know that it's a multi-sig until you spend from it.
So if you have spent from it, does that add to its vulnerability then with given this bug? Or
that's a good question. Yeah, in theory, they could be looking for combinations, like 2 or 3 combinations, for example. But whether they are I haven't heard of any so far that have any multi-sigs that have been affected, but it's also a pretty small.
Yeah, the thing is that so far, no multi-sig were affected, at least that we know of. But now that the bug is out, and it's a very trivial one, it seems that basically anyone can break the entropy of the MK3. And so by doing so, you can build a list of all these public keys that each of them have. So you can scan the blockchain and see if there is any past transaction using these public keys. If you find a transaction that has this public key with a combination of other public keys that you also have in your database that you just brute forced, you can reconstruct very easily the script and then spend all of the coins using this multi-sig. So this is not protecting you if you started spending from these wallets. So, it's like if you use only MK3s, you are fucked at this time unless you are rolling entropy yourself by dice or by passphrases.
CoinKite just did their security blog post, MK3 Security Advisory. Out of an abundance of caution, CoinKite is warning all users who generated a seed using a MK3 on version 4.0.1, March of 21, or any subsequent version that their funds may be at risk.
So yeah, that's it. Straight from the horse's mouth.
Yeah, that's
okay. Having established it's not FUD, so let's theorize this. If somebody were to be a white hat hacker now and try to save as many Bitcoin from being stolen, would there be a way for the original owner to then later prove?
Because the private key would be compromised.
Just
you would have to
move
use
the
KYC
money.
records. No, you would have to use KYC records to cross-confirm because hackers can prove they own the private key. The whole reason why funds can get lifted is because the private key is now exposed.
But is this the private key or is it the mnemonic?
The mnemonic is like the key ring, right?
They're both. The mnemonic is the key. It's a base entropy for the whole thing.
Yeah, I thought in that scenario you would get the private key, but you could not derive the 12
you're
words
confusing
from
it. You're confusing if it's a quantum attack and someone has a public key and they reverse engineer a private key. You can, in theory, use the BIP39 seed phrase to reverse engineer it. But in this case, what you're getting from the attack, because the entropy is insecure, is the BIP39 seed phrase.
So it's similar to the milk sat thing.
You're just getting the seed phrase. Whatever the person wrote down as their backup, you can now basically pwn with a couple of pieces of information because a lot of the values were actually, because of certain elements, were just zeros. So the range of entropy is incredibly compressed.
I have a question. So, to conduct this search for these seeds, is it computationally expensive or is this something that is trivial?
It's my opinion, it would be more than what you would be able to do on your laptop, but you could absolutely rent compute to do something it's people have done, it's already been displayed. 500 wallets probably have been busted. So
yeah, this is probably going to be very bad. Most of the people are not like you guys listening to the space or reading the advisory from CoinKite and be aware that their funds are at risk. Also, we're talking about pretty old wallets. So yeah, I think it's going to be pretty bad for anyone that just started to cold store in 2021 or whatever. And the ones that are not moving their funds. And also many people are making sure they do not have access to their cold storage against a physical threat. And so these guys are probably freaking out like crazy right now and may just not recover their funds in time. So this is pretty bad, and we're going to see a lot of bad stuff, I think.
I know there's a lot of speculation, but it is interesting timing with not too many days left.
Well, it's not. I think the most important thing is help individuals and kind of no panic, but at the same time, realize the severity of the situation in terms of any, the Mark III specifically.
Really, it's really hard though, man. I totally get the advice of don't panic. I agree with you, but it's not one of those situations of you can take your time over the weekend, couple months, kind of. This is
I agree with that 100%.
This is not that. This is not that. This is right. This is pulling the fire alarm.
Yeah.
This is pulling the fire alarm. You're in a race now with bad actors and large scale compute to find the needle in the haystack, and what they're going to do is hoover up the entire haystack very quickly. And so this is a cancel your evening plans.
This is
Get
what
on
you're
a
doing
plane.
tonight.
This is get on a plane if you have to. If you have your key so far away. If you did not generate your own entropy, if you did not use a passphrase, like that is where we're at the moment.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, honestly, even if you did generate your own entropy, I mean, I wouldn't be so, I wouldn't be so quick to send your coins in while you're like nervous.
That's what I was trying to imply is just like,
and there is a time where you should definitely still, because I guarantee you, your entropy isn't good enough. Like most people are creating passwords, not passphrases. If you roll dice, you should be okay. But I don't see many people.
That's a fair point.
Very, very small amount of users actually go down that route. That's kind of like
not only
our
that,
user paranoid user of optional
Was that
route.
Instigib raising his
That's
hands?
kind of why I
Did you have
kept
thoughts?
fucking repeating myself every single time I said passphrase. Like, please make sure it's high entropy passphrase. Don't make a password. Don't make a password.
For the
Most
cold
people just
card,
use
at
the
least
default.
for the cold card, there's actually an option where you do both. So you let it do RNG and dice rolls. That would have saved a lot of people's butts.
A lot of people.
Yep.
I don't use it for funds. I've used it for dev purposes, but I definitely would have used it that way.
Humble, I know you've been waiting.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was having really bad connectivity. I actually, since I've been up here, I've received a few questions. So just for clarification, it is the cold card. It is the MK3 specifically, and it is a firmware.
Some asterisks, Humble. It might be the MK2s, and we know for sure it's the MK3. Like that one, it's 100%. Might be the MK2s and maybe the MK4s. Not 100. Like that. Don't take that, for the gospel. But yes, we don't know 100% sure. We just know that MK3 is affected. Yes.
Okay, so the CCQ is safe?
So James O'Byrne just said that there is a small chance that also a single-sig Coldcard Q might be affected because, again, it's just a hardware thing and there was some overlap depending whether or not you updated the firmware probably. So just to be sure, migrate.
Yeah, I mean, I'm literally just gonna say what if I was in the position. I'm not using a cold card myself, but if I was in the position where I was using a cold card, right now I would not have my money on a cold card. Unfortunately,
you should assume your money is going to get stolen if you don't move it now. Like that's. But at the same time, like be very cautious not to make mistakes while moving your money.
That's why my I mean, it sucks, but like my practical thing that I'm telling people is that if you're not comfortable doing this and you're like scared, just put it on exchange, man. Put it on exchange and figure it out after this all blows over. It sucks because we want people to custody and stuff, but I'd rather people just not get rugged. I just prioritize that more.
Brian, the problem with the exchange thing is I think there are a lot of people that either don't have access to the exchange or potentially don't want to dox their stacks.
Well, no, hold on. Also, really think through deposit limits and things like that, because some exchanges will just straight bounce funds back to the address that they originated from or things like that if you go over. But if you do have an exchange where you're not going to go over limits, you're cleared like that. I hate to say it, Portland, but I do agree with Brian. Like the most important thing is get your coins somewhere safe without rushing and panicking and like just trying to do things quickly where you can fuck things up.
Hey, I got to jump off, but can I ask a quick question since all the big brains are here real quick? So we know right now that the issue is with cold cards, Mark III, whatever it is, but theoretically, I mean, Trezors and ledgers and other ones where either you can't do random number generation with dice or where you can, but people might not have. I mean, aren't those also things that people should be rethinking how safe they are in light of what's happened here and maybe looking into other options and doing new wallets with random number generation so this doesn't happen again?
Yes, the in my opinion, the ideal, and I said this earlier, the ideal goal for your life savings, big stack, deep cold storage, never going to touch this money, should be multi-sig, because this is not just a cold card specific issue. This is literally just highlighting a vendor issue. When you're relying on one vendor, this is the risk. If the vendor has an attack or a compromise like this,
and
that's what happens.
And,
if
and
you
not,
let's say in theory you did have a Mark III, but you had it in I don't know, even just a basic 2 of 3 multi-sig, that key is compromised. The other 2 keys very likely are not compromised, so you would be safe in this situation. That's literally what this protects you against.
Yeah,
Okay,
makes sense. Yeah, okay, thanks.
But again, don't forget, man. Like it's multi-sig. In this case, right now, a passphrase and rolling dice, like you should be okay.
Oh no! I'm saying for the long term. If we're talking about
long term,
you're saying long term, yeah, 100%. We're talking about like today, like what do you have to do today?
Right now, yeah.
We have to move right now.
I have a question.
Can I just ask one
here.
question so I can step down and make room for people who
Go.
contribute a lot more than me? Okay. Is there one account that people can be following to get up to the minute information? Is Coldcard doing a good job of that right now? Or is there another account that people could be following to try to figure out what's happening as this unfolds?
Follow InstaGibbs.
InstaGibbs right there.
He's on stage.
Well,
right now.
they're working with the community and developers. If they put out, they started researching it and stuff, and they put out the advisory like 20, 15 minutes ago. So,
all right, I got a question. So, let's say I have friends. I said this earlier. This might be bad advice. There's smarter people in the room now. I have friends that only has an MK3. Obviously, he has it backed up. I told him to wipe that MK3, generate a new seed using the generator. Oh shit! Did I get disconnected? My phone's about to stop.
You're there.
My phone has 3%. To generate the seed with the dice and the passphrase, just don't spend from that wallet for now until he gets a new hardware wallet. Is that okay?
In my opinion, it should be. Like, those aren't the problems currently.
As long as he's not spending from that wallet, he should be okay with the dice. Yes.
I'm not gonna. I don't know if there are more problems. That's where I'm at this point. Like, from what I know, that isn't the problem. But like, are there other things as well? So yeah, like.
Yeah, that's the big thing why everybody's kind of walking on eggshells, man. It's like we want to give advice, but like at the same time, we don't know what else is cooking under the hood. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like if there's anything else.
Okay, so quick takeaways. Multi-sig sounds like the way to go, and maybe BitKey is
multi-vendor
like a rose because there are no seeds. Like they've got the basically.
BitKey is a multi-sig, which is why it's probably safe.
So I mean, that basically, I remember how
it's not Greg. It's not Gregory. It's not the keys that are the problem. The seed's not the problem. It's the generation of randomness that's the problem. The entropy itself.
So, but I mean, like as far as because it was getting blasted pretty hard when it came out. The BitKey is, not like Coldcard's the shit, and
but it's not. It doesn't have to do with the seeds though. So it's entropy generation, right? And if anyone's firmware has, bad entropy generation, whether or not they expose a seed phrase to you is kind of irrelevant.
Okay, so then just humor me. So the BitKey and entropy.
Well, I'm
the BitKey generates its own entropy, man. Any device generates its own entropy. It has to make your keys. That's how they get security in the keys.
If the source of the entropy...
seed phrase, the seed phrase is basically just a human readable representation of that randomness. That's all it is. But it's just randomness under the hood. The randomness under the hood is the problem.
Yeah, if the randomness itself is compromised, everything downstream is also compromised as well. Like,
yeah.
Portland, when you say downstream, can you be more specific for everyone?
Like if you take, like, for example, a BIP39 seed phrase, your hardware wallet generates it, okay, and then you generate like a BIP85 sub wallet from that wallet's also pwned too, because that initial secret just becomes the unlock to everything. Like there's, unless you have other alternate sources of entropy added to that, for example, like a passphrase or whatnot, that are stored separately. I mean, like dice rolls in this, I don't want to go into that. So,
okay, so just let me rephrase. So then, are we? Because I had. It's just funny. I had like the new people. I I'd initially years ago been turning new people onto a Coldcard because I thought that was sort of like the gold standard, and then it has been too much, and I've been onboarding people with BitKeys, and I think I'm feeling pretty good about it today.
Hey, if you got a shady,
Like new.
real quick, Greg, if you got a shady profile or it's just like newly created, I'm not going to let you up just because. Sorry.
But I didn't understand that.
It's not for you, Greg. Go ahead.
Oh no, okay. I was just I was because I had my sense of things was that kind of the Coldcard was that was the best cold storage device, and obviously we're getting a bit of a surprise today.
Well, I mean, this isn't like as black and white as like best or not. I mean, there is obviously things like entropy generation and like actually creating a wallet. There is the signing process and making sure you're not doing anything that can leak keys, making a signature the wrong way. There's protecting against somebody who can physically get their hands on the device from extracting the keys without a PIN. Like there's a bunch of different things that different devices do, to vary.
But we're getting kind of today a crash course in multi-sig for sure.
Yeah, that's a very fair assessment of today.
Somebody a little more technical.
Sure.
Someone else was asking this, or I think they were probably getting at this, with just the comparison to BitKey, the entropy generation process there, doesn't it incorporate the fingerprint as you use it for a source of randomness?
Let me throw this out there. Like what happened today is a lot of the entropy sources that people thought they were using were not active or even activated. The code path didn't even engage them at all. And as such, like no device, like whatever they tell you that they're going to use, that hardware random number generator, that avalanche generator, or whatever other technologies they have, those must be correctly implemented in code for those to be useful. So the most important thing is validating that those systems are operating correctly. So like you from here on out, it's like the job of anybody who has an open source hardware wallet to evaluate, like, are we correctly connecting these peripherals up and linking them together to generate randomness in a safe and secure way?
Right. And I guess the point or question I'm getting at is is there any external entropy in the normal key generation process in, say, a BitKey? Or I mean, like, so it seems like the answer for the Mark III at least was no. It was on device. There wasn't a
you could add a passphrase. That was it.
No with an asterisk. Yeah, the default path. If you just chose not to just go down the yes, whatever prompts that it gave you on screen, was no additional source of entropy, but it gave you the option of doing things like dice rolls and passphrases. That's why the reports seem to be saying that people that did that are not being affected, because that additional source of entropy is protecting them.
Does anyone know if the fingerprint process on a BitKey is a source of external entropy in that key generation? And I know, like, that's, I guess people shouldn't necessarily be default worried about every wallet because of one situation, but that's what came to mind, and that's what I think somebody else was asking loosely.
Yeah, InstaGibbs.
Yeah, I think the real thing you'd want to do is something like with the BitKey. They might even do this, is you can use source randomness. So get randomness from the host device, things like that, because I think a fingerprint by itself isn't going to give you much. You want to basically hedge against all these failure modes that you didn't think about. So maybe you don't trust your host machine, but you use the host machine entropy just in case there's some issue with the on-device RNG.
What kind of entropy comes from the host, InstaGibbs, that you could use? Like, are you talking like system timers, performance counters, or true?
No, true, like TRNG, whatever you have on your, So yeah, basically anything the strongest stuff you have, the stuff that Bitcoin Core uses, you can use the same source to seed a kind of a device with sketchier origins.
But like in this case, like that, some of those systems may have been short circuited, essentially, right? Or like, it's
a question. It's a bug, right? Like, you want to engineer against to make it safe against bugs, even the stupidest bugs, right? And so that's where
Correct.
my point is. With entropy, you just add more in, it's fine. It's actually, you'll never do worse. So you should take any source you can. I'd recommend you take a look at the Bitcoin Core source code with RNG. Like, it's pretty verbose, but it's got many sources, cascading sources. So if all but one fail, well, there's a couple that wouldn't be sufficient on their own, but most of them could fail and you'd still be probably okay.
Moms, welcome up. I got to make room for anybody else that doesn't have anything else.
Hey guys, I'm just finding out about this like 5-10 minutes ago, getting home from work. So I'm trying to catch up, but for the non-technical people trying to figure out your language, and for the sake of not panicking, if you use Coldcard, whether it's the 3 or the 4 or the Q, and did kind of the standard entropy, what should we do? And then I wanted to ask again about the BitKey, because I have one of those and I understand that it's multi-sig and I've only used it like testing out, so I don't have very much on there, but still standard kind of setup as far as, is the BitKey itself, when it creates its own key, at risk or not? Because then there's other keys, one in your phone, and like, can like one person, maybe one of the hosts or something, like kind of give a calm overview and maybe like safe next steps until we find out more? Like for instance, is potentially the Mark IV or the Q at risk? Should because I heard someone say any of them. Just the basic of all of these cold storage devices, when people use them to make a basic key and don't have a passphrase, like for somebody who isn't as technically advanced, like basic next steps for safety to do like today. And
I'm happy to chime in and talk about BitKey specifically, since I led development of it. And the first thing I want to highlight is BitKey's not vulnerable. So the attack that's occurring, the block security team and folks involved in BitKey development have been looking at pretty closely. And we'll have more to share about the details soon, so I don't want to front run that, but it doesn't apply to BitKey. A couple questions came up about random number generation on BitKey. And so I just wanted to clarify. So first of all, BitKey is multi-sig, and all of the private key material is generated on 3 different systems. So that's the secure hardware, the mobile app, and the backend. And since the hardware component is sort of the most relevant one to the Coldcard issue that we're talking about here, I'll highlight that uses a random number generator on the secure microcontroller manipulated by BitKey firmware. And a typical construction in this case came up earlier. It's to feed output from that true random number generation to a whitening procedure or a key derivation function. And those do have options to mix in additional entropy, whether it's via dice rolls or from a host machine. We don't take advantage of that today, but the key generation is solid, and that's not a required part of the construction. And someone also asked about who they could follow to learn more about what's going on with this. One of the things that we'll share soon, we've been in touch with a number of leaders in the space and with CoinKite, and we'll have some information to share about kind of the technical underpinnings pretty shortly.
Okay, so for somebody that doesn't previously have a multi-sig setup with different hardware wallets and vendors, would that be the best move right now? Is if you have a BitKey, just kind of move everything over there because basically it's multi-sig? Is that what the advice is to do today?
I mean, I'm probably quite biased. I think BitKey is an awesome destination for it, but I think, someone on the call said it earlier. I think there's a balance between not panicking and moving quickly. And I'm on the moving quickly side for the most part here. Like, I don't want anyone to make mistakes, but I also think it's pretty important that if you might be in the affected set of devices or anywhere close in the past, 5 years, that now is the time to move funds.
Yeah,
And so I definitely, I think people should take action pretty quickly here. And my encouragement would be, scrutiny and hardening of a plan is the most important thing. And so a lot of times when we're doing, critical actions in production and stuff like that at Block, we tend to get, a double check from others, somebody looking over our shoulder. And so I encourage anybody who's moving funds quickly to, if you have that option, if you have anybody you can reach out to and kind of just talk through the plan, make sure you're not making any mistakes. Take a minute to breathe and harden that, but don't wait days because there's an underlying problem here.
Moms, as somebody who doesn't work for Block, so I'm not going to be cagey about it. If you have a BitKey set up, just send your shit over there. Just make sure that you have a copy of the recovery PDF just in case. That's quick, easy, like perfectly safe place to be.
Okay, can somebody maybe post how to make sure you have your recovery or
So it should be, you should have a warning on the BitKey app if it hasn't already been set up. But when you initially set it up, typically it does store that in your iCloud, like in the files. So you'll probably see it in your files folder if you're on an iPhone, or if you're on an Android, it's in whatever cloud enclave it has there.
Yeah, we also have a security hub tab in the app that can walk you through making sure you've got all the right security features enabled. There are definitely some in there that make BitKey as an overall setup far stronger, like our trusted contacts feature. So especially if you're moving over significant sums for the first time, go to that tab, make sure you've got those things enabled.
Okay, so I need to go through the app for my because like I said, I've only used the BitKey a couple of times, so I don't even remember a whole lot. I've used it to buy or to send little things, just so that I was familiar with it, because that's what I was recommending for my sister, who's also not super technical, but I wanted her to be off of exchange. And so here, let's learn how to use the BitKey. So I'm going to go into the app and make sure that I have downloaded the secure whatever, and that's in my phone as a backup.
If you go into the app, that should, in the settings menu during the backups and recoveries and stuff, there should be an emergency recovery PDF kit. That and the device should be all the material needed to recover things if Block disappears and goes poof and everything.
Okay. All right, cool. Thank you guys.
Hey, moms, I just wanted to say, this is, I don't have an opinion about what people should do exactly, but based upon what's been provided, you don't fall in the range, at least that CoinKite has said, because I don't think that you have the device that's been specified. That's not to say that I know that you shouldn't be concerned, just to keep that as part of your calculus.
Right. So that's why I'm not
Dennis,
super panicking, because I have an MK4 and I have a Q. However,
remember though, moms,
I don't know the difference in how those keys are generated to know technically how it's different or safe from an MK3. I don't know that.
Here's the thing, moms. This is just the raw thing. The MK4 seems to be fine, but the reason why people are just giving you mixed advice is because that we don't know. That's the thing. Because this has happened, we don't know if there's anything else that's wrong. That's the problem. So it's very hard to give recommendations when people are just looking at this thing now with a fresh set of eyes and new scrutiny. It could be that it's immune to this thing. We don't know for sure yet. It seems to be, but we don't know. But we also don't know if there's anything else.
And I don't know that I'm not gonna get rid of the cold cards. I think if anything, I would move everything off and then wipe them clean and start over and then figure out how to use a passphrase, because that seems to be key. And you know what I mean?
One thing before we jump too far ahead about what we're eventually going to do with devices that might have had an issue, one thing I want to caution is that I think we have some reason to believe that the current list of affected devices is not yet complete. And I don't want I don't want to speak without like full details. So we'll have something to share soon. But I don't think anyone should leave this space thinking that, you know, just because the current state of the list is what it is, that you're safe.
Yeah, Max, to that point, it's like when an assumption that previously was ironclad, like rolling, you know, any cold card product put you in a very secure category. When that assumption gets tested, everyone is pretty hesitant to then lean on other assumptions that were adjacent to that. Like, oh, if you're fun, you know, if you didn't watch coins move, then you're probably fine. That's probably true, but people rightly are, you know, urging caution because an assumption or a strongly held assumption in many cases has just been challenged, and now there's uncertainty around all that. Has I maybe missed this? But does anyone have a decent sort of middling technical overview of what the vulnerability seems to have been? I understand it was associated with RNG, but is there any more detail than that? Or maybe that's better said in a write up.
Yeah, I think things seem to be kind of fluid right now, and at least every analysis that I've seen is pretty much coming from LLMs, even if it is being like intentionally put down specific directions to look at. So I think beyond like the rough range and what's going on here right now, no one should be stating details as like definitive.
Yeah, for what it's worth, I think our team has more than pure LLM analysis right now, and a couple actually joined and requested to speak. So I think we've got a couple of handles that that I'd love to bring up if we can.
Yeah, I'm trying
I'll go down
for other people to come up. So if you guys want to step down.
Yeah, I'll jump down. Just for everybody who's especially newer, like this last cycle, every now and then when you guys like go over, you know, RNG or LLM, just so that people can keep clear in their mind what they're. I don't want people to panic. You know what I mean? I know it's hard because you guys are so like advanced and everything, but and I know my way around cold storage, but in this like instance, I'm not remembering kind of what each of those little acronyms are and all that sort of stuff. So every now and then I'll step down and keep listening and start to figure out how I'm doing my stuff. But I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you.
See you, moms. What's up, Doug's?
Hi guys. Moms, I just want to let you know if you go in the BitKey app, there's a little security shield. That's going to take you where you want to go, and then you're going to go up to the three dots in the corner, and there's going to be XPub, export, like you're going to see everything very self-explanatory so that you're going to know what you're looking at. It's super user-friendly. That's all I got to say. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Doug's. What's up, Portland? Hey, Feather, you got to drop and then rejoin. Drop the app entirely. I can't bring you up right now.
So from my kind of like reading through and stepping the code, it looks like there was defined for the platform, and there was a specific like, hey, like if this is defined and the intention was for it to be 0, put like a notification out like, hey, like don't use this RNG. But that define actually, because it existed, even though its value was 0, it looked like it skipped that check and thus kind of bypassed or short circuited all of the like hardware random number generators and left you with like a set of kind of lower entropy software pseudo random number generators.
So the set that one would be working against was a much smaller, easier subset potentially.
From if I am correct on just like, hey, just like walk through it again, like Shinobi said, very fluid, but it looks like that defined caused that platform defined caused that cascading failure into basically just kind of skipping that.
This might be a good point if we could bring up JM-block or Hypnoticus from the speaker list to share a little bit more technical detail.
Sure, I have Hypnoticus, but what's the other one?
JM-block.
Okay.
Everyone is here. Holy shit. Oh, man.
Jam-Block, make a request. Obnauticus, I see you up. Nick, you came up. Did you want to share something? Otherwise, I got to make room.
Yes. Thanks. I don't want to shill too much, but I just want to say, so BitKey is a great product, as we were just talking about. If you do not have another hardware wallet and you just have a Coldcard MK3 and you're trying to move to a multi-sig, you can do this with Casa, with a multi-sig with your phone and the MK3 and a Casa key. And we have a 30-day free trial, so you can even like move your funds over, get it safe, and then cancel if you don't want to pay us later. We're trying to figure out some stuff to set things up to help people through this too. So
Normally I would probably remove you right now, but in this situation, I think anything helps. So that sounds good opportunity.
If you only have a cold card, that's all I'm saying is like if you have no other devices.
Yeah, but the problem is with people right now that have MK3s and only MK3s, and if they have a single sig, they're in a race. They don't have time right now. Like, you are in a race. You need to secure those funds as soon as possible.
Well, really quick on that front, like, two things to keep in mind is this seems to be just the entropy issue key generating. And two, like, if you are really stressed for options, like, come up with a secure passphrase, like something that is at least like 5 or 6 like really random mnemonic words, and that on top of it's at least something.
That's what we said earlier. If you only have an MK3, make sure you have a backup to your current seed. Wipe it, create a new seed, preferably with dice and a passphrase, and then wait to get a new hardware device or wait for a new way of setting up your.
Let's not like jam 5 different pieces of advice at people at the same time. Just like on the existing seed that you have right now, like just doing something like a 5 or 6 like random word passphrase is a good amount of added security on top of a weakened seed, and it's enough to breathe for a second and give yourself some time that won't get cracked like overnight, and just like figure out where you go from there.
Yeah, but Sean, doesn't Coldcard, especially the MK3, doesn't they have like a dice rolling option where you could just randomly plug in numbers?
They do. I'd love to chime in here. I don't think that people who haven't moved their funds for a long time, that the right advice is to go roll dice or to involve something that they could forget or screw up in there. I think almost everybody here, I mean, I can't imagine anybody here hasn't made a Bitcoin transaction if they're listening to this space. And like moving to another wallet is a standard Bitcoin transaction. We're talking about single sig wallets. I think this is among the simpler options to just move funds. And it even came up earlier, like that could be to an exchange if you have an account, and like storing on an exchange is definitely safer than storing with truncated keys generated from truncated entropy. And so I think, again, it's panic is bad, but moving funds and not getting robbed is good. And so I think people should pick a really, really simple option here, which is just move the funds somewhere else.
Yeah, for now.
Especially, like, I agree with that, especially with the whole, like, wipe your device and then try to go reinstall
All right, but guys, hold on. If you have, we're talking about cold wallets for now, with people probably that have a lot of money on this. I don't know if I recommend people going and sending right now $1 million to another hot wallet.
Everybody listening right now is probably panicking. They are simply looking for advice, like not trying to be a dick, but now is not the time to be like pontificating and thinking out loud. Like
I'm saying if you have an exchange, that's fine. But a lot of people don't have exchanges. Like some people don't. Like, what if you have you saved a lot of UTXOs, and now you're going to have to worry about getting those UTXOs out of that exchange. Keeping funds cold is still doable. I don't think that's something we should scare people about.
I mean, I agree, and there are options to do that, but I think the main thing is like making those funds cold in a way that is extremely difficult to handle, or could be screwed up again with dice rolls, or you have people forget.
You don't even have to do. I mean, you really can't screw it up with dice rolls. Like,
all right,
I think that's misguided for a broad audience personally, and I think I don't care where the destination is, but a Bitcoin transaction is extremely simple.
They already have cold cards, though. They already have a cold card. These are cold card users.
Time to be arguing and thinking out loud. Okay.
Okay, Shinobi, am I right in thinking that if you have another hardware wallet that is not a cold card, for example, like a Trezor, or another Bitcoin wallet that has a seed phrase that was generated independently, my opinion would be I would try to send it over to that wallet instead of trying to send it to an exchange in that case. The exchange, in my opinion, should be a last resort. If you can't in the next like 10 minutes figure out a way to do it, then yeah, do it. But like, I just, there's a lot of, like, what if I don't want my coins to be seen by an exchange for some reason? But at the same time, like, yeah, they'll get stolen anyways. But
yeah, and this is
try to move to another wallet.
It's understandable that the destination and the choice of that might matter to some folks. But one thing that I think might help a little bit here is if we bring some other folks on to talk about the technical mechanism, I think it might illuminate a little bit why you should be careful continuing where you are, be careful with dice rolls, be careful with passphrases, be careful with complicated setups. Like, it's kind of at the core of this. And so, I think it would be good if we eliminated that a little more.
Yeah, hey, real quick, guys. I'm trying to let Omnauticus chime in here because JM Block's got a shitty as fuck profile, and maybe he or she knows their stuff. But I just want to hear from Omnauticus first because I'm curious what he has before we go down to this.
Yeah, my name is Thomas Gilbright. I also work on the BitKey with Max. And the TLDR, or I just had a public service announcement, which is basically like a lot of people are throwing around specific mitigations for this, and it's still very early on. And like, the arc with incident response and like how we respond to like, security breaches like this. And so one of those mitigations is basically multi-sig. And I just want to highlight that, we're talking about a key generation bug, right? So keys require random numbers, good random numbers in order to be secure. And 3 bad random numbers does not mean that you get one, or multiple bad random numbers or multiple bad keys does not equal one good key. So
Correct.
like, even though you have multi-sig set up on a cold card, it doesn't necessarily mean it is safe, because all the keys that comprise that multi-sig quorum could also be bad. But yeah, I think that, one of the core functionalities of a hardware wallet is to generate keys securely initially, right? And so like, there are a lot of places where this is like table stakes for secure hardware is the ability to do this. And like, there are a lot of places that you can move your keys to that have, basic housekeeping or like good keys that, just for now can store your funds, like an exchange that was mentioned before, just somewhere. But like, definitely right now, keeping your keys in a place, or keeping your coins in a place that has, bad entropy is not the right move. And I would focus on moving your coins pretty quickly rather than loading.
It might be helpful. I apologies if I joined the space late here and may have missed this in the beginning, but I don't know if we've explained the mechanism of the bug at all. But one of the folks who was talking right when I joined was kind of getting at the fact that when you have a random number generator at a hardware level, you still have to do something with that output. And the steps are way more complicated than anybody expects. So you have basically a block somewhere on the hardware, somewhere on the silicon and the chip inside of your cold card, your BitKey, whatever device you're using. And you have to have firmware that extracts the output of the true random number generator. And then common solid cryptographic practice is to feed that into a set of whitening functions or key derivation function, and eventually use the output correctly to generate a key and do all the derivations that everybody here may have heard about before in Bitcoin Land. And it's shockingly easy to make mistakes in the middle. And these things are happening typically very, very low level. So this is like reading bits at a time from a true random number generator. And the better the random number generator, the slower it is. And very often you're reading a single bit out of the output of that and combining it into something that makes up your initial entropy. And it's extraordinarily easy to have that turn out not to be the 128 or 256 bits of entropy that you thought it was. It's really, really easy to have that become truncated in some way. And the mechanisms we've seen that happen in tons of different devices and security breaches throughout history is pretty complicated and extensive. And what happened here is truncation. A much smaller
it's not
space.
truncation. This is a straight up fallback. Like, the fact it was so like transparent to the user, it was because the fact it just fell back to pseudo random number generation based on a few device parameters. Like, it didn't truncate the entropy from any random number source. It didn't even use the hardware. The hardware wasn't even enabled to be used. That, I think I'm 90% sure that's what happened here.
Alp is saying that
there was someone that used dice that this happened to. Is that true? Do we know anything about that?
The reason why I don't believe it's a dice mechanism is because the dice mechanism bypasses all of these mechanics completely. And basically what it does, think of like a notepad file. 1, 2, you keep rolling, and it takes a SHA-256 sum of that. And that code is, I've already verified that before in the past. Like it's deterministic.
So I should.
There's
Sorry, go ahead.
You can go. I'm done.
I was gonna say there are actually 2 layers of vulnerabilities here, and that's what we're going to share more detail about. One of them is truncation. Agree that the other part is fallback. The other thing I should just qualify is I think what we really need to look for is like very clear written technical analysis that the community can scrutinize, and that's actually what we've been working on today. So as soon as we started to see this, we dug in. Like we'll publish something that goes into great technical detail and shows what happened here. And I think based on this space, we can also try to provide some guidance about, what folks might want to do moving forward.
So dice rolls affected or no? Okay.
Hey, quick question. I have a 2 of 2 multi-sig setup. One of them's a Coldcard Q. I think somebody addressed this earlier, but both seed phrases were generated on the device, not using dice. Is that any more safe? With them being, there are also 2 different manufacturers. One's Coldcard Q, the other is not a ColdKite product.
I haven't heard anything that anybody said that has anything to do other than CoinKite's Mark III.
I don't want to get the list wrong, but I know it looks like a throwaway profile because it is, but JM-block is could add some color to that.
All right, I'll bring him up. I need to just drop one other person. Give me just a sec, JM.
Also, hardware aside, like if you have a multi-sig setup like that, like an attacker would have to, like, after cracking those keys, think to combine them into a multi-sig to actually get that address and then scan the chain for that. So that would be like an extra thing they would have to consider, and then an extra search space they would have to go through.
So you'd probably take that over evacing to a.
You are absolutely still vulnerable, especially publicly saying that you have exactly that setup now. But there is a big extra hurdle that an attacker would have to first think of and then grind through to find your addresses.
I'm pretty sure the Mark IV and Mark V, both the difficulty of this attack is increased by 4 billion, roughly 2 to the 32. Mark III is like, it's 0 basically multiplier on it.
Hobbyist, I know you've been waiting, man. What's up?
Just a quick comment. Regarding the dice-only seeds, it should be safe because it doesn't rely on the device's generator, and Coldcard even confirmed this on their Security Advisory blog post. Just a quick couple of comments or suggestions. Even though the dice rolls are safe, it's obviously very easy to mess up because you have to enter like 99 of these. So my suggestion personally would be to just create a wallet with a secure passphrase. And I'd also say, if you're creating a new wallet, always back them up and take note of the fingerprint. With passphrases, be extremely careful because if you enter the passphrase wrong, you will not be notified, and it still is a valid and separate and completely different wallet. So yeah, just always make sure that the fingerprint matches. Portland, I saw that you did a thumbs down regarding the passphrase idea.
You're technically right in terms of like, hey, like the passphrase on top of entropy kind of, it does add additional entropy, so it should be fine. Internally, I do not like the fact that entropy is compromised on that firmware at all. Like, I don't like.
I agree. It's not ideal, but perhaps again, for a newbie, it's better than entering 99 dice rolls. I don't know. It's just neither is perfect, I guess.
The most important thing is if you have a Mark III, move your funds to a new address that was not generated by that entropy on the Mark III. ASAP, pay a high fee if need be. Like, just don't wait. But also stay calm and understand what you're doing every step of the way. No mistakes.
Yeah, I just got notified by someone else. 0.2 got taken from him. MK3, no dice, no passphrase.
Hey, I want to hear from JM. Somebody drop, please. Otherwise, just got to pick.
I'll drop. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Hobbyist. Good to hear you, man. JM, welcome up. Yeah, you're good to go, man.
All right, cool. Yeah, so basically there's two bugs at play. So the first bug was described accurately earlier, which is that there's essentially a pound define that makes it so that the RNG is not properly initialized. This is the thing that affects Mark II and Mark III, but then there's a second vuln, which is that it is not reseeded correctly, or there is reseeding, but the reseed is truncated. So this is the truncation that was referred to previously. And that, I agree with the comment that gives you at most 32 bits of entropy. But I think it kind of depends on the exact details. But the affected devices for that is Mark IV, Q, and Mark V. They all have the same reseed behavior. So I mean, you know, like it's pretty low. Like 32 bits of entropy is quite low. The truncation, yes.
Am I correct that it's on top of the difficulty of grinding out the initial entropy of if the initial entropy requires any grinding for a Mark III, that you would have to multiply that difficulty by the truncation difficulty as well?
I believe the initial entropy bug is like essentially giving you none. But then
so it's a true zero. Oh boy. Okay. Thank you.
I believe so. Yes.
Can
I want to note also that this is like tentative.
So my question to you is, do you know specifically, like the one component of the initial entropy was the UUID of the device? Why would that not be somewhat hard to grind or determine? Because
it is easy. It is easy.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, the UUID of the device is, although it is technically a unique device per STM32, which is the chip being used, the parameters of it are predictable because they are based on the manufacturing of the chip. So,
and also, if you were to know the manufacturer or have an inside line, you would know exactly all the UUIDs that were generated.
Yes, that's correct. So
and
it's
at that
not
point,
really,
Okay, so yeah, they're both pretty pwned.
Yes, I would not consider, personally, at this point, again, this is kind of tentative, I wouldn't consider Mark IV, Q, or 5 to be secure, but it's not as bad as 2 and 3.
But again, if you roll your own entropy, you should be okay, right?
Yes, if you do 99 dice rolls, so you have to do enough dice rolls, right? You can't just dice roll, you have to do enough. Then I believe you're fine.
Okay, so dice and long passphrases, right? Those are the only two things.
Yeah, on this device, I believe.
Vice V, welcome up. Can you speak? 3, 2.
Damn, it almost makes sense for, like, why trust any vendor to generate the keys for you? Like, why wouldn't you, like, at this point, man, like now,
I've been saying it for years, man. I've literally been
trust
saying it.
It's so, you can make it so easy in the UX to just have the hardware come with some dice and walk you through it.
No, you do not want to be trusting dice that come in the same thing.
All right, fine. Get your own dice, whatever. But just trusting, I don't know, man. I think we're at a point where, especially with LLMs, like rolling your own entropy shouldn't be that difficult. Especially if you already have a hardware
the craziest thing here is I remember talking about this in previous spaces, like how important it is to, like, don't trust the seed phrases generated by devices, because you're also, like, trusting that the actual code is wired up correctly to use all these peripherals. Like if you got an external chip to generate random entropy, etc., like all that stuff has to be enabled functional and tested. And I think potentially why this is me speculating why this went so unnoticed for so long is because it was still generating entropy. And it's very difficult to like say like, oh, the source of that is, because it appears to be randomish, right? And yeah, like it just wasn't wired up.
I mean, my opinion is you should be skeptical of the random numbers generated by your hardware, and that's why one of the main reasons why BitKey is open source. You know, you can actually go in and scrutinize exactly how we're doing everything, as you can with other wallets as well.
Push back on that. Like Coldcard's been open source for years too.
I was going to say,
it's
you
like
can see everything on Coldcard. It's wide open.
The question is like this is 5 years old. This code has existed. This path has been executed. It takes somebody to actually do the research.
Yeah, believe me, as a security practitioner, I agree with you. That's also why you have security engineers looking at code all the time. So,
but again, okay, so say the device today generates it securely. What about in 50 years? Is that generated seed still secure in 60 years?
If it's wired up correctly, yeah.
Like that's what, like. There's no reason to trust to even. It shouldn't. The device manufacturers themselves shouldn't want to do that. Like, why have that on your head? Like, force the users to generate their own entropy.
I think it's easy to push responsibility to users and hope for the best as a manufacturer and shift liability away from you. But I tend to think. No, I just, it's very hard for me to believe that the solution is to have people resort to dice rolls. Like when these true random number generators are used correctly and used cryptographically correctly above that, it's strong. And I think the issue is, being open source doesn't immediately equate to every single bug has been found. I mean, obviously we've been seeing that far more than Bitcoin right now. And I think right now the best answer to that is multi-sig. And I'd encourage people to, if that's not something you've been doing up to this point, like it's a good time to look into it.
I think an important thing as well, if you're like maintaining a code base that involves these kind of cryptographic functions of entropy, etc., run LLMs and agents against your code base adversarially. And the reason why is because this bug was absolutely, I'm pretty sure, discovered by an LLM, and the prompts that you have to use to get the result to kind of find the bug, they're not some like incredibly like technical thing where you got to go like, oh yeah, I suspect that this thing is not working properly. Can you go find it out? No, it's like, there's a bug here. Can you solve for it? And then if your LLM doesn't complain that you're doing something bad, then you'll be passed on. And the fact your LLM is complaining you're doing something bad may be a good sign that there's something wrong. But yeah, like people should be using LLMs to evaluate these code bases. And if your products or services depend on these code bases, it may be in your best interest to also do the same thing. Pay an LLM a few dollars, have it run through the code base, and check it out.
I mean, it's just like also you can't do something like push entropy responsibility on users HODL as a default. Like that's a great feature for power users like us. But like, dude, people are fucking stupid as fuck. Like,
yeah, but you can walk them. You could take their hands and you could walk them through it
in front of people. That's like enter 100 dice rolls and you force them to do that. That's their only option. Every single stupid fuck on earth is just going to hit 1 because they don't want to deal with it and they want to like, dude. I work.
But if you explain it to them, these are adults. Like you explain it to them what it is.
No, I used to work with this older woman in my 20s, dude, who was proud to tell me one day that she finally got every password for every site that she was signed up to the same 6-digit number everywhere. Because she was sick of doing password resets with her email. You cannot force normal users through power user flows as the only option. They will, with 100% certainty, fuck it up at massive scale every time.
Yeah, Shinobi, this is also like even non-power users. There's a lot of like 1Password. There's a lot of people that they've become very comfortable with those things. And, obviously the bar is higher to really secure it. I think I get your point. I think it sucks to call them all fucking stupid, but I get your point. They're just, they had confidence in some things they shouldn't. And look, I'm with you,
No,
man.
no, no. And look, I'm with you, man. I'm with you, No, no,
man.
no. I'm not.
We've been saying
Really quick.
pull your own
Here,
seat a long time, and a
I'm
lot
not
of people
calling anyone
do it.
here stupid who was affected by this bug or for like trusting Coldcard to generate seeds. I am just saying in abstract. When you try
No,
to
I get your point. I know, Kevin, you've been waiting, and then Feather.
Yeah, just wanted to say about the dice roll and everything. It's just pushing, the entropy somewhere else. But at the end of the day, the bugs we're talking about today are just because of dumb mistakes in the code that wasn't really reviewed. So you could have a similar mistake into the dice roll code that you're actually also running on the device, because you're not gonna have people like printing, all the word list and then go through the list, etc., etc. Like this is not happening. So this is definitely something. Another thing I wanted to just say about running LLMs. This specific case is that someone was greedy and ran an LLM, found a nice bug, and decided to exploit it. But this is similar to just any security specialist or hacker or whatever that finds a bug and here decided to go for the bad way instead of just disclosing the issue. So LLMs are going to help us with open source a lot, finding all of these bugs. If this one has been used the right way, they would have fixed a huge bug thanks to an LLM. And so we are going to have software that's much better now because, as you can see with this specific bug in Coldcard, like even our industry, which is a very paranoid industry, did not review the code of Coldcard correctly. And now random LLMs can do it. So I'm actually really hopeful about open source and how security is going to improve in the future for Bitcoin products, just because we didn't have enough time and enough eyeballs to look at the stuff. So I'm actually hopeful. It's not just be scared of LLMs.
How would you
I'd
even
love to.
disclose a bug like this? If you found it and you didn't want to exploit it, how would you expose it without risking everyone's funds?
I actually think that's why the attacker took only 500 transactions. Like, yeah, it's really bad, but like.
So I think we'll see a wider impact than that. I think that there's some that are not part of that accounting just yet. And I think, part of the first steps have to be letting the manufacturer know. And I just wanted to highlight that that's what the BitKey team did earlier today. So once we had more technical detail, we've shared that with Coldcard. They've acknowledged it. I think at this point, some of the BitKey team might need to drop. But I just want to highlight, for that technical detail, we'll release that pretty soon from the BitKey account. And if you have questions about it, you can add me, you can add Clay Garrett, you can add Hypnoticus and JM-Block, and we'll try to clarify whatever we can.
Thanks for sharing, Max. Appreciate you guys' input. Hope you're ready for business. Yeah. I know it's not ambulance chasing. I know in good faith, you're trying to let people know the options given this scenario too.
Yeah, we've been at security from a lot of angles through other parts of Block's business.
You guys should do free overnight shipping for a limited time.
We've been at security from a lot of different angles in different parts of Block's business for a long time, and so we want to protect users. We want to do the right thing. We want to move quickly, and hopefully that's exactly what you'll feel like you saw from us after this.
Good stuff. Hey,
I appreciate you guys.
Because of Kevin's comment, I'm curious. I agree, LLM's helping find gaps. I know that CoinKite, I've looked at their resources on different AI tools and stuff like that. I don't know that they're not already doing that. It also makes me curious that given when LLMs came about at the level we know today versus when a Mark III was available, I agree that maybe there's wider impacts that we just don't know yet. Feather and then Lioness, you just got to push your way in. What's up, Neil?
Hey, just gonna say to kind of follow up on the Shinobi Mr. Hodl thing. It does seem pretty crazy to expect people to roll 99, 100, whatever it was, dice. It's like, if anybody else think that this is just going to be like a major blow to Bitcoin adoption, or am I crazy?
I mean, like, guys, I get it. Like, we're all in the moment. Like, people are scared, like, want to know if their funds are exposed. But this is absolutely by no means the first time there has been an entropy bug with key generation in a Bitcoin wallet. I don't know how many times I've seen this happen at this point.
I learned to do the whole dice rolls and passphrases because blockchain.info in 2013 had this problem, and I was one of the people affected by it. So I learned because I got burnt. This is not the first time. Shinobi's right.
Hey, Shinobi, what do you think about Seed Signer?
I think bugs can happen in anything, and just having a stateless device is not a magical solution for problems during key generation.
Linus.
Just a quick question, and sorry I'm late to the party. What are you thinking about BitKey? And I'm sorry if you guys covered it, because I do believe that it's a multi-sig and no seed required. Do you guys use that? Do you recommend it?
I've given it to family members before. That's what my brother uses. It's definitely something that's user friendly and not a lot of things to, confuse people with.
It's what my mother-in-law uses.
Okay. And I mean, I honestly believe that you should still diversify even across different hard wallets. And another one, I think it was recommended to me by some mining operations. So I wanted to get your thoughts on Sparrow wallet as well.
Well, Sparrow's not a hardware wallet.
I know, it's a desktop,
Sparrow,
right?
Sparrow allows you to talk to hardware wallets.
Okay. So why are they so big on that? Do you know? Because it was recommended to me by one of the miners.
It's just one of the ways you communicate with Coldcard or a lot of these hardware wallets.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And just a general market comment, I guess. I think, beyond the technical stuff, I think we're seeing, some ventures working on insurance for the wallets. I think, beyond the technical security, I think people want to get that, safety as well. And I do know a couple of players. But thank you, guys. And you can take me down. I appreciate your input.
Hey, Neil, I saw your request if you want to come back up, man. What's up, Mandrick?
Hey guys, real quick, I just wanted to comment because I know a lot of people are going through some shit right now listening to this and freaking out. I just wanted to comment from somebody who had to deal with this. You guys, I've heard blockchain.info mentioned a couple times. I was the guy who was doing user ops at the time when we had a big issue with this, and it was one of these like late night right around Christmas. I was literally at the office for the Christmas party, and it's like, hey, our wallet's broken and people are losing money. And it felt like it was the worst feeling in the world, basically. And I know exactly, like, we're going through this right now, and I'm literally like the dog, the Vietnam meme dog that's like, here's the fireworks and is seeing the helicopters. Like that's literally me right now. And I'm just like, I'm not even affected by this, and I'm just like on the floor shaking. It's so bad. So like it feels like the end of the world, and maybe for some people it might be pretty close to it, and that really fucking sucks, man. Like I'm sorry, man. That's awful. And yeah, like you really have people in here are like, don't panic, but get your fucking money out of there, and move, like even hearing Brian being like, yeah, move your funds to an exchange, like it's like bizarro world. Like if anybody like who knows these people and is in this just doesn't know what's going on, is just hearing this talk, it's like what is going on? But I guess I'm just kind of rambling, but I'm just trying to say like it's not gonna be the end of the world. Like they said, we've been through this kind of shit before. We'll figure it out. We'll move on. This isn't like, oh, it's it for Bitcoin now. I mean, because let's be real, most people aren't using Coldcard. They're on their exchanges and stuff. But it's still, that's a little bit of a cope, but it's still gonna suck for a lot of people. I just want to throw that out there as somebody who's been through this. I'm really feeling for CoinKite right now for their guys, man. It fucking sucks.
The thing that really sucks too is like the entire reason I use a cold card is all of the security features specifically to prevent physical extraction. Like if somebody can physically get your hands on, or get their hands on your device, and it's like that all still seems rock solid, but this is bad. Like this is
Really bad, dude. Really bad. I don't care about the physical so much as, you know, someone being able to rug my wallet from hundreds of miles away. Like, I feel like that's worse. You can't do anything about that.
Yeah, I mean, it really harks back to the software wallet days before we had hardware wallets, right? Because that was the whole thing with hardware wallets. Was like, oh, now we don't have to worry about this anymore. Well, you know, apparently we do.
Another crazy thing is that you can be sure that some businesses, even potentially like smaller exchanges, might have generated their entropy on like an MK3. And so by telling people, oh, you can put your coins on an exchange, they might actually get rugged by the same problem.
Yeah, that's a good point. That is a really good point. I mean, I don't know what exchange was created back when MK3 first came out, but
well, hopefully most of them have multi-sigs if they did do that.
I don't know. I feel like we're a little past the days of exchange cold storage being get on Zoom.
No, not necessarily.
Yeah,
there's still a lot of
Didn't they say Ocean got affected, or is that just a troll?
No, a single Ocean miner was affected.
Okay.
I mean, FTX was founded in 2019, and I would have put past that Sam Bankman-Fried to, you know, narrowly escape that.
He was using a ledger.
What's up, Neil? How you doing, man?
I got some news from another theft, and someone else messaged me just now. Oh no, the same guy. He just told me what happened. So yeah, the 0.2 got taken. He had 23 addresses in that seed. Most smaller. I guess most of the addresses it was smaller than 0.2. He had a couple bigger ones, but out of all the UTXOs were sitting in 23 addresses, only one got taken for 0.2. They left all the other ones.
And that was off of Mark 3.
That's crazy. So they didn't take the larger ones?
I don't know. Yeah, he says that there. But several larger. Very strange. They only took that one. Got lucky. The whole wallet wasn't swept, and that is the only transaction across all my wallets that has no notion in the label field. They stole 0.2 sats. I just got lucky as fuck.
Are you telling them to move this shit ASAP?
Yeah, he already moved the shit. He already everything's already moved. But like, how? I don't get that. I would think that they would take the highest amount in a wallet. Not why would they take 0.2?
You're not thinking about it how it works technologically under the hood. Like each address is generated down the derivation chain. If your wallet generates an address it keeps track of it, and you generate too many that don't get a payment, most wallets only scan so far, like until they start hitting empty addresses when they give up.
So this is just lazy coding from the attacker.
Yeah.
It's probably some teenage pimple face kid.
It's probably
because if he's brute
stupid
forcing, like he's just scanning as much as he can. So
yeah,
he's not going to scan every index of every address.
Yeah, but when the thing is, when you find a wallet that has any positive balance, I would expect you to go pretty deep. And the fact that they're not is
you stop once you hit an address, or you hit a few empty addresses in a row, because then if you're not generating a bunch that never get used, then that's the end of the.
I'm guessing that. Well, I'm just speculating here, but most people don't skip addresses, so. The fact that he didn't rug everything.
Like if you just open the wallet, like, well, it not so much back in the day, but like nowadays most wallets cache this so it doesn't get reused on accident. Like you hit the request button on accident, there's one. You paste an address somewhere that nobody pays, like there's one. Like you know what I mean? Especially if it's a real.
Yeah, it depends on the wallet, I suppose.
Like if he was really optimizing to like not waste cycles scanning, then it could be as simple as like a single
just one or two
address, and it's like bam, we're done. Like on to the next one.
It could also be that the receive address is on a different derivation path and they didn't check that one.
Yeah, some wallets behave like that, but it's ironic, saved by the gap limit. But yeah, I just heard of a guy who was wrecked for 21 Bitcoin, and I don't know what I would do in that case if that happened to me.
Jesus Christ. Fucking 21 Bitcoin. That's the most I've heard so far.
Neil, I know you've been waiting, man.
Yeah, hey guys. Now I have a friend that he lost like 15 million sats, so about $10,000. 10,000 sats or 10,000 sats. Wait, 15 million were stolen, sorry, and 10 million weren't. On the same seed phrase for this guy, MK3 Coldcard. He didn't have a passphrase, no dice rolls. This really fucking sucks. It's why I've always told people like to have some sort of passphrase at the very least on their device.
I've been preaching that for freaking 13 years.
And so many Bitcoiners have been anti-passphrase, which boggled my mind all the time. But you need to learn about a passphrase. It's super simple. I think it would have helped. Would it have helped like everyone in this situation if they had fairly good passphrases?
Yeah, probably. I mean,
even though just the
it
dice
probably
roll
did help a lot of people, for that matter.
I mean, guys, let's not jump out of this and just start like recommending one size fits all advice. Like
No, he's not. He's just saying that a passphrase would have helped you.
Hodl, I have actually been in the situation of forgetting passphrases to wallets before. And the only reason
because you get fucking stoned all the time.
The only reason I got money back out of it is because a very nice gentleman who farm is an ethical person and didn't fuck me and just steal my money when he cracked my wallet.
I mean, Shinobi, when we say passphrase, we're not saying you not to back it up. Like, there's a seed phrase we tell everyone to back up. You should also back up your passphrase, but the backup should never be near your seed. You should always be in a separate place.
Then just use a multi-sig. If you have two backups, just use a multi-sig. Like,
if you're not afraid of like a wrench attack, I rather the person have it with their seed so it protects at least against this. Right? If they at least it would have protected against something like this. We've always talked about, retirement attacks being a possible vector, supply chain attacks. So at least it would have cut off one thing, even if they kept them together, which isn't optimal if someone physically tries to take them from you, at least keep them together.
Yeah. Point is, single sig with no passphrase, no multi-sig is dangerous. Like that's the bottom line right now. If you have a single sig that doesn't have a passphrase, doesn't have that 25th word, or is it a multi-sig, you should start rethinking about how you're securing your Bitcoin.
This is
shit.
This is really bad for so many reasons. I mean, right now we have all these people pushing derivatives of Bitcoin on why people shouldn't self-custody. This fucking sucks. This really fucking sucks.
I mean, dude, it's like, honestly, yeah, and I say this as somebody who doesn't use multi-sig himself. This is exactly what multi-sig setups are for, to diversify your risk across different vendors, different hardware, for all of these things. How keys are generated, how the signing process is conducted, like whether a device can be compromised and a key extracted from it. Like this kind of shit is exactly why people give the advice to use multi-sig with different hardware from different vendors.
Oh, but is that now the new lower bar? Like, do we only do multi-sig now? Like, I cannot recommend family members, hey, do this, do this. Like, is that the bug? Does the bug stop here? And we need to fork in covenants to have reactive security, like to make this work for people like that.
Listen, it's simple. Like on a Coldcard, you could just use your root private key, a BIP85 at like index 1000 and 2000. So you have a deterministic fucking like multi-sig.
Sir, index 69420.
Well, those are good. You could just use your IQ, your 2-digit IQ at like index 83, and that works too.
How many
Like no,
wallets?
no. To be serious though, like on a single cold card, you generate your private key. Obviously, you have all that, and then you generate BIP85 child wallets at index like 1,000 and 2,000. Easy numbers to remember. You have a deterministic multi-sig. So
Yep.
based on one root private key, because the attacker isn't going to like, you could use whatever indexes you want. It's
Oh,
just
they're gonna
so it's
look now.
the main thing is instead of generating like separate private keys on different devices, there's a way to have a deterministic multi-sig, which is just an additional like layer of
I prefer having
security in this.
a multi-vendor multi-sig from known enemies like Coldcard
Yes,
and
but I'm saying
Foundation.
like yes, but then you're introducing I'm saying like if you really want like a self-contained like deterministic multi-sig, you can use BIP85s, which are like
Essentially,
root private keys.
I've considered this exact same setup before. The whole idea is to essentially have like the multi-sig redundancy to some degree, but still only need to keep the single backup. Like you still have to reconstitute the extra keys. You can have them spread across like separate hardware from separate vendors. But at the end of the day, if you lose shit, you just need your one backup still.
How many wallets were
It's
affected here?
practical.
The only problem with this setup is you have to remember exactly what you did, and human memory isn't the
Yeah, but
safest thing. So
like
that is a big
again,
issue.
you can keep it as simple as you want. That's just the degree of simplicity you're also providing to a hypothetical attacker. Like you could just use BIP 185, 1 and 2. Like there's no reason to
Yes.
you don't have to get fancy or pick like
Yeah, you don't want to
arbitrary.
bake in your own foot gun. I mean, if you wanted to, you could use the
Well,
indexes
okay,
of
so
your
I,
first two
I'm gonna
seed
push back.
phrases
I'm
because
gonna push.
every seed phrase represents a number. Technically, you already have your root seed phrase. You can pick the indexes from the first two
So
words in your
Randy,
seed phrase as your BIP85 indexes.
I think these types of things may be okay today, but moving forward as compute gets more advanced and also as
Of course.
AI
You
gets
can
more
do the
advanced.
exact same thing with passphrases. And
I
so
mean,
those
I think these types of setups where like you're taking your root seed and then you're deriving additional things on top of it. If they can get your root seed, then they might be able to predict in the future the types of things that you're suggesting
Of
right
course,
now.
dude.
no,
So
but
Of
again,
course.
like,
I
real quick,
understand fucking
you can
discrete
do this.
mathematics, brother.
Let's
Yes.
not turn it into an argument. But you can do the same thing with passphrases and just
right.
use
So I think just a vanilla multi-vendor multi-sig is probably the simplest thing here that is good.
Order one.
We're Chinatown right now. Screaming at my
You're still
phone.
driving?
No, I just got done with dinner. Gen X is holding it down.
How many wallets were affected? I mean,
But
is it
anyway,
like a one-day thing? I mean,
that's
multiple.
we don't know at this point. We just
A
have an
lot. It's
idea.
a lot. It's a lot of fucking wallets,
No,
guys.
well,
It's
so it was 500 outputs, right? That constituted about 600 Bitcoin, is what I've heard.
Holy
And
shit!
it's a
There is
round, it's
more
a
too.
round number 5. Okay, so there's more now.
Yeah, I think there's 400 more or something like that.
So it's ongoing. It's an ongoing attack, probably.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing they're doing it in batches, so they're building it up until they get to a certain threshold and then rugging it.
The thing is that it's public now, right? So it's probably going to be more than one
There will be
party.
Now more
doing
people
this
are
shit.
going to start attacking it.
Now,
For
and so like this is going to accelerate big time. So
Yeah, you
get
could
your
also
shit secure.
imagine. You can imagine there's tons of people that are not like watching the news up to date. They might not even know till like a week later.
Well, this is on you guys. You're the Bitcoin guys, right? So
You are.
anyone that you shield Bitcoin to that you also told to get a Coldcard MK3, this is on you. Like, go contact them right away. This is the time to panic. This is the time to go and to get those funds out of that wallet as fast as possible.
And there's no reason for you to not set up a multi-sig right now. So
100.
I mean, multi-sig or non-multi-sig, right now, just get to a safe wallet.
yeah, even if that means sending that out to an exchange, that's okay.
So Coldcard is just these were generate your own. You know, you just hit a button and
These are people that this is MK3, people that generated a seed without using any of the dice. Apparently, you have to roll the dice at least 99 times, and or people that didn't use a passphrase.
To
It's
add
going
to
to be
this,
interesting.
to add to this,
Collaborative,
yeah, sorry.
collaborative custody businesses. Go ahead, Kevin. Oh, wait.
Okay, yeah, just 2 seconds. So yeah, the MK3, we know it's like basically trivially broken. Like you can break it super quickly, and that's why that's the one affected right now. But from what it seems is that MK4, MK5, and Q are also somewhat vulnerable, but it's much harder to break it. So if you have a single sig with an MK4, MK5, or Q, you have time, but you should move it to a multi-sig or passphrase or whatever.
Didn't y'all just roll dice, dude? That's just that's the fun part of the whole
It
deal, dude.
really
Just
is.
fucking
It's the
roll
fun.
dice, dude.
That's why making a hardware wallet is actually like it's fun to do. Like you're like, okay,
People be gambling on
you're
here
not
all the time.
trusting
They can't
software at
fucking
that
roll
point.
dice, dude. It's ridiculous.
100.
Be playing poker every day. Rolling dice is easy.
And it's not like you have to you already have the cold card. It tells you what to do. It like tells you what did you roll a 1? Press 1. Did you roll a 3? Press 3. Like it literally tells you what to do. It's not hard.
Generate them by just pumping in 3 numbers too. You can hit 2, 3, 4, or whatever, and just hit go, and it'll give you 12 words.
Zach, you have our attention.
Enter in your IQ 50 times. 83, 83, 83.
Zach, what's up?
I mean,
Let's hear from Zach. I think he has something to say about library changes.
blaming users.
guys.
I can't blame users for getting a Coldcard, doing the whole air gap thing. So they didn't do the dice rolls or the passphrase. Like going forward, obviously everyone needs to know this, but I would not blame the users.
No, I'm not. But no, this is the bug. This is the bug
This is going forward.
This is
Zach, it's all on you right now. Is this space going to continue being a source of useful information and signal for people, or is it done? Is it cooked? It's all on you.
Good stuff. I just heard about it. I mean, shit.
Hey, I want to, guys. I want to hear from Zach. I know some folks on his team, and curious to hear his thoughts.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
There you go.
Yeah.
Y'all can blame me because I stopped reviewing the Coldcard firmware several years ago before, this bug was introduced. So just blame me, all right?
Sounds like, yeah.
Hey guys. First, what a fucking horrible night. I'm sick to my stomach thinking about all this. Two things I want to bring up from the perspective of Foundation. One is more technical and architectural as an ask for hardware manufacturers. And the other, which I don't think I've heard come up, though I've only been listening to this for like 30 minutes, is the why this happened. Why this change to the Coldcard code base happened in the first place. Just the first one about architectural is that I think all hardware manufacturers need to stop relying as well solely on entropy sources from centralized black box silicon. So I know that's not what happened here. This was more of a miswiring. But one thing we do, which is kind of cool at Foundation, and we took inspiration from a really cool hardware hacker called Bunny with his open source crowdfunded projects, is you can actually put in an entropy source into the hardware that is not black box silicon. It's called an avalanche noise source. Some people call it a waterfall entropy generator. And you can actually put down just standard resistors and capacitors. We call it popcorn on the circuit board. And you can arrange that in a way where it actually generates random numbers without any of these black box entropy sources. Because the other thing I don't know if I've heard folks talking about is like, what happens if some of these common, secure element chips generating random numbers are backdoored? by the government or, wherever else. So I would just encourage any hardware makers to do that, and get a security audit done. I don't think Coldcard ever had a security audit done. It's like the first thing they look at is the entropy generation. And dice rolls I'm polarized on. I don't really want to comment on it, but like the entropy generation is the most important code in a hardware wallet. And the entropy sources and combining multiple sources is just like the most important thing. And so we combine, I think 3 or 4, but one of them being this avalanche noise source that any hardware maker can put down the board. It's like $1 worth of components. You can put it down, you can put it in your next gen device. It's totally worth it. The other thing that I think Kevin was prompting me on, I think I heard him say, is why this happened. And it's a really shitty series of events. And I'm about to just post a post on X about it. But effectively, as you guys know, NVK is not my biggest fan or Foundation's biggest fan. And when we announced the company in July of 2020, when we announced we were building Passport, we said we were building on both Trezor and Coldcard code as a start to the project, to kind of jumpstart the project. And Coldcard's code at the time was fully open source under GPL version 3. And within 2 days of us announcing, NVK publicly said that he regretted choosing GPL. And they obviously undertook a pretty sizable effort to rip out all GPL code from the code base, which was completed in the beginning of 2021. That's why the code changed in early 2021. And they wrote a different library that was no longer, free and open source licensed, called libNGU. That was a custom library. And it removed all the Trezor crypto libraries, all of it. They were built on the open source Trezor crypto libraries, and it replaced some stuff with the entropy. And that's, from what I can tell, and from talking to our CTO Ken, we were looking at this the last couple of hours, kind of, obviously sick to our stomachs about it. But it looks like that was swapped in an effort to purge the code base of all GPL code. So a lot of folks are saying open source, good, bad. I mean, I'm a huge open source proponent, and I just think that like the GPL code should have never been ripped out. It should have all been, kept as is. And it's just a really, really shitty set of circumstances that that brought us to this point.
Zach, can you just really clarify GPL for people real quick?
Yeah, I'm happy to. Open source is a technical term. We like to say free and open source software, like FOSS, FOSS, and there's a accepted list of licenses, like MIT is a common one. Another one is called GPL, and what GPL is a copy left license, as it's called.
Wait, but hold on.
Yeah.
Didn't they move to LibSkep 256 K1?
Let's calm down. Like, because Zach is like
Are you kidding me?
Calm down, because he is correct. Like, it does look in the assessment right now like that code migration is where this bug was introduced. But I was going to cut in that, like, it was not just like they cut away to like their own custom library. Like, they cut away to directly integrate libsec P256K1. But you are correct that this whole massive migration and pulling out all that pre-existing code does look to be when this was introduced.
And this was not intentional, to be clear. Like, this is not intentional, right? This is when it happened, and it's a really, really shitty situation. But yeah,
I need to make room, and I want to hear from Vlad too. Feather, you got a question? Feather, you there? Your hand's up.
Hey, sorry about that. I honestly forgot what I was going to ask. Thank you.
Cool, man. I'm going to drop you, bring you back if you got something.
I'll come down too, so more people can come up.
But I just really want to be clear though, like that pull of all that code was not entirely just to rip out everything. It was to migrate away to libsec. Just that being like the gold standard cryptographic library in the space. It's just really shitty that move is like where this was introduced.
Go for it, Vlad. What's up?
Hi guys. First of all, it's a very shitty night. Like I saw the news. I'm happy that I'm not a cold card user. I just have two things to say. First of all, I checked my Bitcoin Core wallet and it's fine. And this should be food for thought for a lot of Nazis. Secondly, I just want to say that Bitcoin really needs vaults. Like seriously. If this is not the right time to start the conversation about having better security with vaults, I don't know what is, because a lot
Yeah,
of Bitcoin was lost.
I did not care so much about CTV until today. I think today it made me change my mind.
Another thing also, I think it's worth mentioning for those that are either affected or are like commenting on X, to be careful with social engineering scammers. Like people are gonna take advantage of this to try to scam you, asking you to move funds or something like that. So be careful out there.
Absolutely. Everyone's going to get emails tomorrow asking them, from Coldcard saying, oh, you should move your funds to this address. So yeah, don't do that.
I mean, an easy way to, like, if you're using a service, just go to their own website, find their official X account, and then see what the actual domain is and find their contact from their own website. And of course, if you're receiving an email, make sure that you're receiving an email from the official domain.
I found this video a long time ago, and it taught me how to do a dice roll. And I don't know, I put it in the nest. If anybody doesn't know anything about it, it's a good video at least to get your feet wet.
There are also those seed pills that you can either buy online, or you can also print that with a 3D machine. I think there's a GitHub repo where you can basically print those, get the files there and print those.
I mean, man, it's like this shit's gonna happen more and more, man. Like this is what burning in AI is gonna be like. Where are all the bugs, all the little details, all the shit that we didn't notice before, because it's just gonna keep getting cheaper and cheaper to throw a sandbrain at it. And if there's an incentive and something you can get out of throwing money at it, people are gonna do that.
The worst part of it is that we're gonna have more people buying into the ETFs and relying on third parties. That's the worst part of the whole thing.
You're probably right.
I mean, dude, that's like, okay, like this shit is like, this needs to fucking like stop. Like this is some big dramatic apocalyptic unprecedented event. Dude, like this shit happens all the time. People fuck up, people introduce bugs into wallets, people lose money. Like this is not new. This is not going to be the reason that people were always going to buy ETFs and use custodial things in droves, because people who are older and set in their ways don't like learning new things. And the younger people will learn new things and pick new things up, and it'll churn itself over time. Like that's how this was always going to go. This is not the doom of Bitcoin self-custody. Like that's histrionic fucking nonsense.
Yeah, I mean, you might be right, but anecdotally, I've heard multiple people that store like Bitcoin on Trezor Coldcard saying, why don't I just buy an ETF? I thought I was doing it the right way. And these aren't boomers. These are people in their 20s and 30s. I think this is bad.
People will freak out and do that, man. And then you know what?
Yeah, no, that's what I told them. I said, look,
burned some other way, and a bunch of them will be like, "Oh, you know what? Shit, I should have kept Bitcoin in self-custody." It's like people are going to do what they're going to do. You can't force people to use Bitcoin any one way or another. Like they're going to do what they're going to do.
The problem is people's assumptions were made on how technology was 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago, and it's moving really fast. And people thought they could just throw their hardware wallet, in the drawer and never have to worry. But now they need to keep up with things more, or buy an ETF.
And give it a couple years, give it like 3 or 4 years, and see where things are at the other side of this. Like after LLMs and AI really settle in and burn out a lot of these long-standing bugs, and also help us fix a lot of them, and see where general security in a digital sense stands. Like it's like this isn't just, oh my god, the world's ended. It's all over. Like there's going to be a dynamic thing. It's not just going to stay fucked up and everything's getting hacked all the time forever. Like the same shit doing that are the same tools we're going to use to patch and fix a bunch of this shit.
Hey,
yeah, but
hang on, Ryan,
okay, can you hear me
Ryan,
now? Your bias is showing really hard, Shinobi. I get what you're saying, man, but here's the problem. There's 2 problems. I was listening earlier when Zach was talking about the whole GPL license, and okay, so 2 things. One, the reason why the GPL license was important is not just because they're doing their own thing and like they open sourced it, whatever. It's the fact that, I mean, we're literally seeing it play out in real time because there is no incentive for anybody else to use these libraries that they've developed to integrate it with their own products. Nobody was actually reading this fucking code until today. Nobody was using this thing. Nobody was actually doing anything with it. That's the whole reason why open source exists. Not just so that you can view the code, but because if other people are encouraged to integrate with the code, you have more teams working with it and more eyes actually looking at it. If there's no incentive to do that, nobody's actually going to read it. The other thing is that, yes, you're right. These kind of things do happen, and it's not going to be the death of self-custody. But the fact is that for many, 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 many years, the vast majority of this thing's life, Coldcard has been recommended as the gold standard for hardware security. And so, like, this is a huge, major trust blow in not just Coldcard, but the entire idea of that you can go to sleep at night and rest easy knowing that your shit's on a hardware wallet. I wish it wasn't the case, but that's literally reality, man.
Yeah, but it is also like marketing, because I mean, you couldn't say that it's like the best standard there, because you shouldn't like rely on. Go ahead.
Of course, there's a little bit. Of course, people are going to take advantage of it to try to like push their own thing and their own narratives. But it's just the truth. Like we told people for many years that this was the gold standard. It's never been hacked. It's never had any problems.
I'm going to respond to you now.
Go ahead.
This narrative that they changed the code base because they were butthurt over license is bullshit. I have known Rodolfo for almost 10 years. They were planning for almost a year ahead of that to integrate libsecp.
That's not the problem. That's not the problem, bro.
To integrate that. So we're going to just stop like inserting this weird motive for why this code change happened in the first place.
That's not the problem. You're not addressing what I said.
This idea that one wallet had a problem and self-custody is dead is ridiculous. This has happened multiple times. I cannot even count the number of wallets in this space that have had this exact kind of entropy bug before. This shit happens.
Bitcoin JS had an entropy bug.
Bitcoin's going to keep working. It's going to fucking keep working. Tomorrow, Bitcoin will still be there working. Like this doesn't change.
But more people are just going to go and have their coins with Larry Fink and Brian Armstrong. That's it.
Yeah.
Also, you didn't address my point whatsoever when you brought up the whole code change thing. Like, I'm not saying them changing to libsec 256K was the problem. I'm saying that them changing the licensing from a GPL or whatever it was before license to this weird license where they have the right to basically sue you if you use their code to make money. that discourages people from actually using the code. And that's the whole reason why nobody actually read the fucking code, because nobody had a reason to take their stuff and integrate it into their own libraries. And so every single person said, why would I waste my time reading this shit when I can't use it? I'll just go fucking use something else.
That's just a complete assertion on your part. And we both literally personally know someone, Portland, who we both know on a regular basis has just gone, you know what? And just dove through the Coldcard code base. Like, that is just a complete assumption on your part. Oh, the license.
It's not an assumption, bro. It's literally, come on, man. You're a Bitcoin person. You know that how incentives work. Why would anybody waste their time reading this fucking shit and reviewing it when they can't use the fucking code? Why would they give a shit to do it? Besides just, oh, it would be funny to break it, or it will be like cool to figure out if there's a bug.
Reasons that Portland, a person we both personally know and both personally know has done this multiple times, did, because he's autistic as shit.
So the security.
Brain, sorry, I just don't want the space to dump on everybody. Wicked, I got a rug warning if you could check it.
Yep.
So the security strategy was just, we're gonna have a bunch of retarded autists that want to break things for memes to hopefully browse our code, instead of having teams of developers want to use our code to their products and collaborate with us. That was the plan.
Immediately saying I'm showing my bias, and then just proceeded to make a bunch of ideological arguments.
Oh no, I'm completely biased. I'm not even gonna hide it.
Guys, this is not the time for this. Yeah. This is not the time for it. Right now, people are like bugging out.
A lot of people are kind of panicked.
I'm getting more DMs right now,
and they want questions. There's a lot of requests. If you guys could step down if you don't have anything, I fucking watch this like a hawk. But there's a lot of people waiting. Chef, you've been up here. What do you got?
You know, the Coldcard can create paper wallets too, so the paper wallet generator might be a issue as well, but whatever.
Anything, Randy. Anything that used the RNG generator on the Mark III is the problem, and maybe the Mark II.
So there's been a lot of people that have joined who maybe just a quick recap again, just to give them some context before we continue.
It's safe to say if you actually use dice rolls, you're probably okay. Is that safe to say?
Yeah, apparently it was 99. If you rolled dice 99 times, then you should be okay. At least 99 times.
Yeah, also, Kevin, I don't know if you kept looking at this thing, but I mean, I'm leaning more towards like MK4s are safe, man. There's like some sort of branch in the code that reseeds the entropy specifically for the Mark IV. So like they call the broken code at the beginning to generate the initial entropy, and on the Mark III and the Mark II, it doesn't reseed that entropy. It uses the broken entropy and just like that's it. But on the later generation cards, it seems like it reseeds the entropy with the hardware entropy on the chip. So those should be fine.
Yeah, I'm not sure because like from what I saw, it take only 32 bits from the secure element as well. So I'm just wondering what the fuck is going on there. But yeah, I'm like, I don't know for sure MK4 or more are like broken, but I'm like not sure it's safe either at this stage.
All right, scenario. Yeah. I have a spare Mark IV, and I want to go ahead and generate a new wallet, rolling dice for the entropy. Firmware is old. I think this was new, right when kind of the Mark IV came out. Should I upgrade the firmware beforehand, or does that have any relevance in any of this?
It should not matter if you're using the dice. That should be a different code path. But it couldn't hurt to update your device.
Yeah, and you should also like add a passphrase. Yeah, just in case too.
You can see the version number when you boot the thing up.
But also like
yeah, but I don't think it was ever caught though. I think even the latest firmware release still has the problem.
Right.
I think it was introduced in 4.0, and I think it's still there even in the latest release. So
Yeah, but he said it's an old
we have
card, which
somebody
probably
trying
didn't
to get up
upgrade the
here.
firmware, so it's
Yeah.
probably before the bug was introduced.
Hey, I'm
We
gonna
have
dump random
Hamilton
people.
trying to get up here, and he is one of the people who actually analyzed this a bit earlier, so he should be up here.
Yeah, it's in the current code base right now to default back to the pseudo random number generator in the hardware. The Mark IV, though, does one thing correct. That's the 5 in the queue included, is it will take 32 bits of random entropy from the hardware number generator correctly. And then it uses that to essentially seed the pseudo random number generator. So the values that are used to kind of like crack these things, like cheat codes in a game, there's now 4 billion additional combinations added to that. And there's another component I'm not going to like say I know for certain because I'm still researching. There has been statements that for some reason that the Coldcard Mark IV, 5, and Q use the true hardware random number generator. I have not replicated that.
They do. They do from what I'm seeing.
For the entire pseudo, so it bypasses the entire pseudo random number generator?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't bypass it. It calls it initially, and then it reseeds it again afterward.
With the 32 bits or the
yes, with the 32 bits from the secure element.
But the actual that you only add that as like a salt to the original RNG. You don't use that true
yeah, that's what I'm not sure about.
That's what I'm talking about. Okay.
All right, I got a message from NVK. All hands are on deck. Many competitors are also interested because this is a surprise to everyone. Big technical update soon. That's all I got.
Tell him to clarify if Mark IVs are safe or not.
So
just I want to just 1 second, guys. I want to exist in the world of what's currently known as an issue, and I want to take this 1 or 2 steps further for everyone. 1, you are only as safe as your passphrase. So if you had a very insecure passphrase and you're impacted by these things, that's an important thing to keep in mind. Yes. Second, if you had a multi-sig quorum and that multi-sig quorum only consisted of Coldcard with the MK3, it will take a trivial amount of trivial in the grand scheme of life and time for eventually to start going through and finding all the permutations of 1 of 2, 2 of 3, 3 of 5, etc. with these. I will say that having a single wallet from a different source would make it more difficult for a third party to just looking at the bare addresses see things, but it is not the complete story, because I think if you are wargaming this out, the way to think about this wargaming out is you're going to have a situation where people are going to see that you use funds, you send funds to a change address. If someone has your seed phrase, it means they have your public keys. If they have your public keys, they can see if your address ever spent anywhere on the Bitcoin blockchain ever. So you can send funds, be in a bad spot, have some change address sitting somewhere in a multi-sig. And what this could mean, ultimately, if you're fully threat modeling this out, you could have situations where someone could try RBF and sniping your transaction. You could almost take the entire lens of the problem we talk about with quantum computers, where if someone knew your private key, they could like short range attack and steal your funds. These are things to be aware of. I'm spending a lot of time right now doing more investigations looking into all of this. This doesn't impact anything that at Anchorwatch, like we are fine, but I'm trying to, for the sake of the industry, dig into this deeper and understand what's going on.
Yeah, I had fun.
Does anybody know the method that InstaGibbs used in his demonstration? It looks like he passed an XPub over. Did he grind out the actual entropy from those known values, or was he able to extract it from some other means, like the chain code that's deterministically also generated from that entropy?
I do not.
I'm very interested to know the answer to that.
Yeah, I think the silence says it all. Nobody fucking knows.
I get it. I'm just asking, like, if because that would be very interesting if, like, the XPub itself was the mechanism to leak the information needed to grind out the missing values.
I I mean, it looks like I'm assuming he probably just brute forced the UID. That's what I'm thinking.
Is it a coincidence that like it's somehow matching the dates that the Kimi K3 was released, like as an open weight
No,
model?
I bet that definitely has something to do with it.
Because you guys said he took the thief took only from 500 addresses, right, or 500 Bitcoin total, right? Like it looked like a very
500 UTXOs.
I think it's
500 UTXOs.
Yeah.
Yeah,
said
so
there
it
was
sounds
400
like
more.
some guy just like.
They were probably
Honestly, I think some guy probably just ran an LLM against this code base, and he was the first one for the code, like Kimi or some shit, to flag him like, hey man, this is a problem. And because Kimi is a Chinese model, it doesn't have the stupid cybersecurity guardrails, and he's like, he's like, how can I exploit this? Like, what can I do? And I just gave him like some shitty proof of concept script that he ran.
The craziest thing about this entire like vulnerability from a code perspective is I've done all sorts of verification simulators, etc. And like, okay, like the dice roll thing works correct. I never actually verified the actual like hardware random number generators were actually wired up correctly. And even when I saw this like code, I was like, I had to like quadruple check myself. Like, is this? Yeah, like it was like incredible.
Portland. I just realized Slipstream just became a security feature. If you have anything that could possibly be compromised.
Yep.
No, I'm not kidding though. But like literally using Mara Slipstream is now a security feature to be able to get direct inclusion in a block and not broadcasting it on chain.
Hey, just a reminder, I know some people that have some pressing questions, and I don't want to leave them hanging too long. Psycho, I know you came up. If you guys don't have something, this isn't about feelings. This is about who's the most technically proficient. So, Wicked, there's some people here who are more technically savvy than me. I don't mind dropping as co-host just so you can maximize like the brains.
Yeah, I'll drop in a second here. I'm sorry, I don't want to slow you guys down because I hear you cooking. But just the State of the Union for the non-technical out there is that it is the M3 and M2, but the M4 seems to be not exposed at this moment.
We don't know.
We don't know.
I think
but it's confirmed M2 and M3.
Based on what one of the block engineers said earlier, if you want to be maximally cautious, it does affect the Mark 4, 5, and Q, but it looks like the entropy loss is nowhere near as bad as the Mark 2 or 3. Like that, you are not in danger of like coins disappearing overnight. But if you want to be extremely cautious, you should still like migrate to a passphrase, figure out a new seed like generated with
or roll your own dice.
Okay. So definitely Mark 2, Mark 3, some questions, but M4 will.
Yeah, man. Honestly, man, out of an abundance of caution, I would just get off of Coldcard products for now. Period.
Plus you
and it's like an ongoing investigation, so it's like early investigation. So I wouldn't take the risk.
But then early investigation is that you didn't use a passphrase or a weak passphrase. You did not use a multi-sig or same.
Yeah, but
also
if you have a multi-sig, you're fine unless the multi-sig comprised of all Coldcard devices, in which case you're probably more fine than the guy with a single sig. But you're not great.
Not all Coldcard devices, up to the threshold worth of Coldcard devices.
The majority. Yes, correct. If you had the difference, though, Portland, is that if you used only cold cards, an attacker can proactively go and find your address and move your funds. Whereas if it is just the threshold, like the 2 out of a 2 of 3 or 3 out of 3 or 5, you would be vulnerable when you broadcast, which goes back to using Slipstream as a security service. If you think all of your devices are part of the vulnerable set, and you had all the things of no passphrase and did not bring your own entropy.
That was going to be my question. I thought I had an MK3. I just realized I have an MK4. I don't have access to the device right now, unfortunately. So
yeah, well, this is Oh, you have MK4, you said? If you have
So
MK4, then you
can I
should be
point out
okay.
with like?
Well, there's bittersweet news, Isaiah. It's you're better
Really-
you're better off than the guys that are on MK3, but
Hold
your
on,
entropy
but-
might not be as strong.
Can
That's
I
about
just
it.
answer this?
But to be clear, really quick, if you generated your secret on MK3 and ported it over to an
No,
MK4,
Still
you were
bricked.
still vulnerable.
It's still bad.
It's
So
no, I didn't do that.
Generated
It was created on an MK4.
the answer that I guess everybody should be looking for like the MK4 was the hardware random number generation beyond that initial like the seeding of the pseudo random number generator, was that actually using the hardware or not? I can't answer that concisely yet. I'm pretty sure it's not, but I've heard reports of both sides. Once
I'll try
that is
looking
answered,
into it.
you will know what is correct. If it did not use that hardware for the entropy, you still have an incredibly easy to brute force seed phrase. If it does,
it's definitely using the hardware. The thing is, I don't know if it's using the hardware to do the entire thing, or is it just using it like a salt? Yeah, I'm not sure.
And then the second thing that I think also gets brought up with this is there were supposed to be multiple entropy sources used on the cold card, but no, I'm just saying, but like it's now okay. So you had like, it was supposed to like, you had the key get encrypted and then shared between you had the two secure elements, and it was supposed to provide like a very robust system. But now we're seeing potentially like that model might not work as well.
Well,
because one of the chips is wired up improperly, as you saw. So even on the MK4 that has the two chips, the original chip, the STM32, is not wired up properly, and so it's just defaulting back to just using like the pseudo random number generator that just uses like a timestamp from like the real time clock and like a fucking UID, and that's it.
Well, real quick, the guy who posted the first thing I saw about this, it was about like 12 hours ago. It was on Reddit, and he said that he generated his seed phrase in 2021 cold card, and then imported that into a 2025 cold card MK.
And his funds were swept.
It was probably a Mark III generated seed that he imported into a newer cold card, I'm guessing.
Do we know when the last funds that were swept has it been a while, or is this a routine thing happening right now?
They haven't moved. I've been sitting with my node, sitting on top of it, watching it.
Block also identified a second cluster of transactions that seem to fit a lot of the same fingerprint patterns and everything. So there could potentially be like multiple clusters that we don't know about.
Oh yeah, no. Now that this is out in the wild, like it's been formally reported, it's like it's not even a question of whether it's going to be done. It is 100% going to be exploited.
Yeah, so it's a race against time right now.
Yeah, we need to. Somebody put something in the nest about like high entropy pass rating.
All right. If you have a wallet that has had some funds removed and not all of them, and you have not moved those funds, move everything right now. Like go make at least like a 6-word passphrase from random mnemonic words, add that onto your existing seed, and move all of your funds to that passphrase wallet immediately. Like make the passphrase, generate that new wallet, exit and go back again, and make sure that you're getting the same set of keys, and then move everything. Because the only reason that you still have funds left is the first attacker is lazy. The next ones will not be lazy. They will grab everything.
Not to mention the game theory of how this all is going down right now. Every single darknet black hat hacker is on top of this. Like someone just picked up $50 million this morning. It is if they're
free money.
This is your window right now. Like this is like if you're a part of this universe, you need to. If you're not sure, you need to get off this Twitter space and get the fucking answer right now. Like that's actually your first thing you need to do. If you have an MK3, that's the first thing you need to do is find out if that's you. The next thing, if you're not, is still to try and think about how your key was generated. As we're talking about here, we're trying to understand the scope of the other device classes. If you did not bring your own entropy, if you did not use a passphrase, if you used only a single sig, these are all the kind of like the trifecta of things that would have to happen at the moment for knowing you to be on the short list of impact. But security is always a spectrum with this stuff, and you want to quickly leapfrog yourself forward.
Yeah, if you don't have, if your MK3 is not next to you, like it's far away from you, this is the time for you to stop doing what you're doing and go get that MK3.
He has
like,
an MK4.
But also,
But
if
yeah.
you, even if you're using like the, if you have the MQ3, and then if you have the passphrase, you could assume that the passphrase could be brute force in the future.
Do you think they're going to start
That
grinding?
will happen in time.
Yeah, I don't think they're going
Eventually
to
they
start
will.
grinding. I don't think they're going
Yeah,
to start grinding
all you're doing
passphrases.
is buying yourself some
They'll
more
start
time, which is
grinding
great, but
passphrases in a
yep.
couple of weeks, I bet.
What do you say, Wicked?
The entire security is then relied on the passphrase.
I'm guessing they're going to start grinding passphrases within weeks.
Yeah, exactly. And
Also, as a note, like, don't use a common passphrase if you try to do something like this, as that already may be on a list or a rainbow table to like, hey, like, okay, we're going to grind through these sets first because these are the ones that have the highest chance of a hit.
Yes, that's why I specifically say, like, go to the like mnemonic dictionary, like Google BIP39 dictionary, and pick 6 random words from that list. Like, do not fancy.
I can literally tell you from just anecdotal evidence, man, people that I managed to convince to actually set up a passphrase, 99% of them just treated it like a password. They just set their own thing. They just pick the fucking
And the other note about
password.
passphrases is you got to keep track of any spaces or any other characters as well that you insert.
I think you probably just want to sweep it to a new hot wallet if you're really like scrambling, like just put get a blue
honestly what I would recommend,
wallet,
man.
hot wallet, or a nunchuck wallet, hot wallet.
Get it to a 6-word passphrase on top of it.
Well, anyways,
just get it off the fucking Coldcard generated seed. That's it. It doesn't matter where it goes. That's for you to decide. Just get it the fuck off of the Coldcard generated seed. Doesn't matter where it goes.
Okay, and if you're scared, you can always like send the funds to the exchange in the meantime.
Can you take a moment to shut the fuck up and realize that just shouting do anything is not fucking useful or helpful to people who are probably in a state of panic? Can we just shut the fuck up and self-reflect for a second on that, please? Thank you.
Yeah, dude, I get it, but there is literally a time to urge like caution. I'm not saying like be hasty and not know what you're doing, but it's just an undeniable fact. Telling people, yeah, man, you could sleep on this is just false. You cannot sleep on this. If you're exposed to this, like it's not a question of if it's going to happen. They are 100% going to take your money if it's on an MK3 generated seed or something. 100%. It's just a question of when it happens.
All right, so hey, let's get some.
How long? Instead of giving people clear, specific things they can do is not fucking helpful.
Well, you could send your funds to the exchange in the meantime while you try to figure it out.
Yeah, 100%. That's what I've been recommending.
I mean, I don't want to chill. I work at Casa. We've been getting some inquiries from people that are trying to move funds, and we're helping people there. So if you want to like book a call and have our advisory team to help you, I mean, we can hold your hand, but we're not gonna hold your keys. And there are other services like that too, like on-chain. Liana Wallet from Kevin that is here. So there are a lot of great services out there. So if you're like not technical enough and if you're scared of moving funds, because a lot of people after they put funds in cold storage, they're scared as fuck of moving that. So sometimes they want help. So make sure that you have like the right people.
Talib, I know you've
And of course, be totally like.
Gooey, I want to give Talib a chance. Go ahead.
Hi guys. Yeah, sorry to see what's going on and happening. You hear me, right?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. Okay. So I just wanted to say about like in case if someone had a question over whether the attacker has the knowledge of whatever they can capture and whatever they stopped. So probably so the way this happens is there's a 32-byte entropy space which you can scan with the GPU in less than a day, and then once you basically scan this, you get a seed. But this is not the end of the game, because from the seed, which is called the master seed, you can generate a lot of addresses. But for many people, they, at least from what I see, it's just using default path, basically, which means if there's also no passphrase, then probably the attacker or the new attackers in less than a day can pretty quickly generate and see that there's actually funds available that they can sweep. So that's why it's highly advised, if you have something that doesn't have a passphrase, or if you're not an advanced user that's using different derivation paths, or if you didn't do any dice, 100% someone knows that you have some money and it will eventually get swept. If you did some of these, probably for the time being, things are safe. But that's the actual reason why you should move, because in someone's computer or SSD, they know that to some address you have some money. The reason the attacker maybe didn't move all the funds is because either they're lazy or they were using some other service that got bugged out or stopped and they basically gave up. But yeah, in the eventually, even white hats probably in a week or 2 weeks will cover how many default addresses that could be generated are spent, how many of them didn't, and probably we will see some statistics over this, the scope of the full attack, and how much is recovered and how much is not. But yeah, that's essentially the reason, if I could explain better. Yeah, that was it from my end. Thank you, guys, and stay safe.
Thanks, Sleep. Hey, some of you guys requesting, the request goes stale, and we can't let you up, so I might cancel your request and then request again.
Got a question. Does this require xpubs to be known by the attacker, or the sweeper?
No.
No,
Because if they have your private key, they can find out your xpub.
You just derive the paths that are common.
Yeah, it's like you just get the 32-byte seed, and then you just try native SegWit, which is M84000, and then nested SegWit, 49000, and then some legacy address. Yeah, just try some common tricks, and if it hits, if it does not, move to the next key. So you don't need any pop keys or whatever. You just YOLO private keys, basically. I mean, in a simplified way, you just YOLO seeds, basically.
Okay.
And in fact, while trying to do some validation, like I got a template which I didn't pursue further, but I'm pretty sure if someone has some Chinese LLMs, they can do it real quick as well. So it's a race against time, basically.
All right, thanks.
Hey, I've got a question. If you are trying to get your funds off the Coldcard right now, and you're in this kind of attack group, is there a risk that if you broadcast a transaction and the fee is too low, that the attacker could do a replace by fee?
If he knows your seed.
Yes.
If he knows your seed, yes.
It's possible. Seeing as how they're leaving coins on the table, I think it's fairly unlikely, but I wouldn't risk it. I would make the fee high enough to get into the next block. I mean, it's like 2-3 sats per view byte, right? Just
guys, let's answer the important question.
Crank her up.
The act of like submitting that transaction is not revealing anything to the attacker, or all of a sudden.
No, but an in-flight attack could happen if they crack the key while it's being moved.
Yeah, but what about all the other UTXOs that aren't being moved? They'll just take those.
Well, I'm saying you're probably going to sweep all UTXOs at once, most likely.
Can I make a joke?
And so
if all
UTXOs are being swept, and the attacker in that same moment gets the private key or decides to rug all the ones he had, just gotten up to that point. I don't know how sophisticated their script is, but if I were designing it, I would RBF anything that was in flight.
Yeah, but they probably don't have enough time to code up all that fancy logic. I mean, at the end,
but I'm just saying, Don't
Yeah, yeah,
lowball the
like
fee. Don't let it sit in the mempool.
I think
You know, if it doesn't have
theoretically
to.
it's possible, but I think that this is such like a broad attack that
But Brian,
at least for now it's so early that the attackers are just
Brian,
creating
remember.
like generalized scripts.
Remember. So this is the first wave of people doing this attack, and now people are going to get much more sophisticated moving forward.
Oh yeah,
now that
yeah.
it's on everyone's radar.
not only that, the attacker wasn't sophisticated to begin
No.
with. They did not understand the deeper nuances of how Bitcoin works. There's a bunch of on-chain evidence. You can look at it very clear that this person did not understand the deep nuances of Bitcoin wallet architecture, given how the theft and the heist went off, which means when the next wave comes, they're going to have all this stuff figured out. And what you're probably going to see first is the remaining coins that are sitting there hanging out are going to get picked up, and then it's going to kind of expand out from there.
I think without occupying too much, the basic answer to the question is when you do the transaction, like from an outsider view, they don't see the private key or whatever. But if the attacker indexed all possible addresses and if they see that something is in the mempool, if they thought about it even, they can basically bump it on the mempool saying like, yo, this was mine. But other than that, like there's no risk.
So you might, I mean, it's already been said, and not to shill it, but you can use Slipstream and pay 3x the fees. Right now it's very cheap. Or
Yes,
just, you
exactly.
know, watch it
Slipstream
while
is
Tell them how
invite
to
only
use
now.
it. Tell them.
Are we all getting sponsored by Slipstream?
Portland, you
No.
should
I
let
just said
everybody
stay
know.
out of
Okay.
ban. Okay, but or just, you know, watch it while it's waiting in the mempool and just be ready to RBF it back if you start an RBF war.
Portland, you should let everybody know how to use Slipstream right now. This is
No,
a good
Slipstream, like
opportunity.
I will make some comms to Mara about opening it up to the general public, but right now it's invite only. So you have to basically like email them
Right,
and be like,
right.
hey, I would like to
Yeah,
be
that's got to
approved.
get open. You need to email Mara.
No, I
Like
can
this,
I can take care of that.
this is a public good right now.
They'll make a lot of money.
So if,
Well,
if you're
But
North
like,
Korea,
am I correct that like if the attacker has got your seed phrase, like right,
No,
and
then
they're scanning
forget
through the
about it.
different
but
addresses that you own?
so currently the attacker is batching them, right? It seems like they're
Yeah,
waiting.
But I'm just saying there's more attackers now.
True. Yeah.
Right? Like this is trivial.
Yes,
like to know.
a more sophisticated attacker should
Yeah,
be
it's out there.
rugging
That's it.
as
Everyone's
soon
an
as
attacker.
they,
We're all attackers.
So closing this out,
as soon
like
as they find it, they should rug it.
like my question is like, why would they hold on to their bounties at all? Like, wouldn't they just derive the address and just broadcast to the public mempool as fast as possible? And your only hope is just literally to RBF,
Yeah.
like hiding it in Mara's mempool for 8 hours. Actually, I think, am I right? That's
No, that's
like,
you're
what am I missing?
actually you're absolutely right. It's better just to fucking blast it with a super high.
The only
fee.
thing is like, if you truly believe nobody's else is going to get your money during those 8 hours, that might give you a little advantage not to tip anybody off. But if they're just scanning for addresses, they're going to see it in their Electra server right away.
Yeah, you're right.
So wait, Segwit. Right now, it's only Segwit that's getting attacked.
Segwit? No, there's
legacy
Segwit
as
in
well.
Yeah,
legacy
why would it matter? They have the seed phrase. They can generate all paths. Like my joke was literally going to be.
Yeah, it's
and the reason why there's no
Portland
Taproot
really wants to
addresses.
tell his joke.
I want to tell my joke. Can I tell my joke? Okay, my terrible way of hiding or keeping my old seed phrase that is compromised would be I would create some like incredibly hard to find a hard to guess derivation path, like 4 billion, like just literally just go down just super deep. But that you shouldn't do that. But technically that would make the scans incredibly hard to find.
69
I
420.
don't even know if that's a joke, Portland. That's what we did last year.
No, you'll lose your money if you do it, but technically I think it would work because the common scan paths are.
Why would you lose your money?
You know the path. Why would you lose your money?
The derivation essentially just becomes a passphrase at that point.
Yes, correct. Yeah. No, the reason why is because like if you make any mistakes in recording it, the prime like hardened when it stops to unhardened, you can't re-guess it. So
right, but it's similar to getting one letter wrong on your passphrase. I mean, it's no different.
Okay, that's all. That was my joke. Take it for what it's worth.
But it's not a joke because I think that's actually not a bad idea, considering if you know what you're doing, like, and you feel comfortable with it.
If you know what you're doing, I just
everyone.
Be cautious.
It's just, right, but I mean, I actually think the custom derivation path is a great idea if you're really technical and you know what you're doing. But that's why I don't find it funny, Portland. Because I think
but bro, come on, it's between generating some random extremely long derivation path versus just moving your fucking coins to another like properly generated seed.
So the thing that drives me crazy is I don't know if I should be this opinionated on it, but I'm looking at CoinKite's official guidance on this, and the guidance is use Coldcard to migrate to. And I'm telling all my friends, get your funds off of Coldcard. I'm looking at CoinKite's official guidance, which is use CoinCard or cold cards, but just, you know, not compromised ones or whatever. Anyways, I'm pretty. I just had a couple phone calls with like people who have no idea what's going on. And I just told them to they have like no idea like actually anything about Bitcoin. And I just we just decided Coinbase
some more caution, remove it.
The route right now as a stopgap.
Yeah, 100%, man.
Just from like what I'm stepping through, like as I'm walking through the code for the Mark IV, it's like the exact same thing. It's falling back to the pseudo RNG for the wallet generation, but you get a 32-bit like seed of that pseudo RNG by the true RNG, but that's only adding 4 billion more combinations to it. I'm not convinced.
What does pseudo RNG mean, Portland? I don't know the specifics here.
It's software generated RNG. So basically, like, for example, a true random hardware number generator, like what the Coldcard was supposed to use, essentially takes like electrons or whatever from the universe, and like they have this oscillator, and the difference between the oscillator as these waves are going through gets turned into basically like truly random noise from the universe. It's quite amazing. But that wasn't enabled. Like nothing was running through it.
What do you mean it wasn't enabled?
It was disabled. So you have to like
the source of the exploit is that it was not invoking the intended code to
I would like to finish real quick.
So correct. It didn't, it went and just fell back to the library.
Pseudo RNG or PRNG would be like, for example, I have some random algorithm in software. It's deterministic, but I'm going to feed it some things inside of it. So I'm going to give it like my mouse position when the computer starts up, in the clock, or how many clock cycles, and people try to add this randomness to it. But if you can get those initial seeds for the PRNG, you're going to get the final output guaranteed.
Real quick, Portland.
Yeah.
So TLDR here is Coldcards, or at least this specific types of firmware, had good ideas on how to produce randomness, but it was actually never like tested.
It was never in that. Like anybody who thought that it was generating random numbers through these like random number generators, it never happened.
What was happening was just falling back to the pseudo random one, which is more brute forceable.
Yeah, well, the pseudo random number generator only included the UUID of the chip, 3 different clocks, which were basically all 0 because the Coldcard doesn't have a clock, and like a sys-tick performance counter, which is like 18 bits or something. So
and how unique is the UUID for the chip? I mean,
it's based on the chip's UUID comes off of an algorithm from its location on the wafer when it comes out of the factory. So essentially, like
it's deterministic.
It's basically 0.
Oh, fuck me. Fuck me.
Wait. How is it basically 0? I thought it was just some unique ID that was assigned by the manufacturer.
Once you know how it's generated, which in this case they do, and it was able to be generated by others.
Right,
like,
but once you know the schema, it's like it's not random. It's just a schema. It's
like So that's initially why I was telling you, Portland. I suspected that there was like some element of a supply chain attack here, because I don't know, somebody who knows that algorithm, like, just, I don't know.
Yeah, but
I can only speculate.
Can you open up the chip and look at the UUID?
What's up?
Like, visibly, can you see the UUID if you open up
the
case?
No, you have to go. You have to like use the debugger tool.
So to be clear, if someone doesn't know the UUID, they can brute force it, but it would just take a lot longer.
Barely.
It would just take longer, yeah.
But once you debug,
how many,
I guess 10 or 12 of these.
How large of a number is the UUID?
It's giant. You're not going to brute force guess a UUID.
Well, Portland just said you could.
No, he's saying that if you know the schema, you can know it.
If you know the schema, you can. The actual value is.
Well, wait a second. Then that changes this dynamic, because we were just saying that like a bunch of people are going to start rugging these things, but not everybody knows the schema of the UUID.
Right. You apparently have to debug a bunch of these things to figure out what the patterns are.
Right. So means this.
Yeah, but that's the thing. We don't know if this is a supply chain thing. I mean, we have a concrete example of some guy like mass stealing coins. That's what I think. I think that it's a supply chain element.
Yeah.
Well, these things should be on sale right now if you want to order a bunch of them wicked.
a bunch
That's
of
the other thing. They
cold
can order.
cards.
Yeah,
That's the other
thing.
Should be fairly cheap right now if you want to order
Yeah,
some. Then
maybe I bet
They could have a fire
NVK
sale.
will send a bunch to me for free. I bet.
Hey,
No, hey, here's how bad this is. Okay, bit layout pattern of the UID. Literally, they tell you bit layout pattern UID 31 to 0. The XY coordinates on the silicon wafer stored in binary coded decimal format. UUID 39 to 32 bits. Wafer number stored in as 8-bit unsigned integer.
Is this public info, Portland?
Yeah, are you because you have to assume the hackers are listening to the room right now, and you're giving them the keys.
Yes, it's public info. Like literally, this is public info. I googled device UUID STM32 pattern. Like this is in their data sheets. It's referenced in their data sheets. I'm looking at the data sheet right
You
now.
can see it from the manufacturer's data sheets. Yeah.
Well,
Correct.
I mean, to be fair, the hackers listening to this space right now would have just been telling their AIs to look this shit up in the first place. So
yeah, I don't think they know English.
None of this stuff. I mean, this stuff would have been a
it's a
lot
bunch of
harder to
fudgies,
pull
dude.
off, a few years ago. But now it's
You know what?
any
Here's how you
fucker
do it.
can
Oh,
just say go figure it out, and then they figure it out.
Portland, the question now that you have to ask yourself: should you rug the people before the hackers rug them?
We were talking about that, but
Well,
there's no way
so-
to prove,
there's no way to
prove that they own.
Ethical rugging.
There's no way to prove that they owned it before, though.
Right.
Anybody can say that they had the private, anybody can do it and say they had the private keys prior.
Here's how you would find out the patterns of the UIDs. You would actually buy a couple chips from STM and just decode them.
Yeah, but Portland.
They'd have to be of that same series though from before, right? I mean, from years ago.
Portland, listen.
Well, unless they changed the way they did it.
Listen to me.
Yeah.
You charge a 0% fee on recovery, but an optional tip.
Yeah, I've helped people recover for free and gotten the tip. It's a good business to be in.
So are we just gonna KYC everybody? Are we just gonna open the bank of Portland?
Save their Bitcoin.
Portland.
I'm not going to help
It's not very
This
scalable.
is important. Portland, on the checkout, make sure the minimum amount of tip that they can just quickly click is 15%, and then they have to click 3 options to go to no tip.
Hey, sorry guys.
Are you sure,
Michael? I don't mean to cut you off, but Wicked, I just want to do quick housekeeping. Big brains, stay on the stage. I'm trying to keep a few slots for other people to cycle through. Feather's been asking. I want to get the other people up. They might have something pressing.
I guess.
Hey, was that my cue? Sorry.
Yeah, go
go
for
ahead,
it.
Feather.
Awesome.
Yep.
Just wanted to see, and it's been mentioned a couple times, the whole 99 dice roll. Smooth brain question, but what's the deal with rolling 99 times as opposed to rolling,
More
So
entropy.
it's all about entropy. It's all
A
about
six-sided
entropy.
dice is like 2.3 bits of entropy.
Yeah,
A six-sided dice is 2.3 bits of entropy.
It's 6 raised to the power of however many times you roll it, and you want that to be equal to 2 raised to the power of 256 for a 24-word C phrase, which happens to be around 99 rolls. So you just want those two numbers, which represent the entropy, to be relatively equal. And some devices will force you to roll 99 or 100. I think Seed Signer forces you to do 100. Coldcard, some people don't like the fact that it doesn't force you to do it, but yeah, you are able to kind of, do a few.
You can do more. You could do, I think, as many as you want. You could do way over 200.
You can do way more, but the more you do, I mean, it doesn't increase. I mean, it's converting it into a 256-bit.
Some people like to cheat and roll dice and just randomly pick numbers. So if you do that, don't do that. But if you say you roll 50 rolls and then you want to just make up 50 numbers, then at that point, just do a lot. Like just do 400. Like just keep going.
Honestly, you guys, it literally takes you 4 to 5 minutes to roll 99 dice.
So
it's really it does not take you that long. It sounds like a lot,
I do want to close a point from the previous conversation that was being had about the STM32 chips and the placement values. What matters is the total output space of the PRNG is 2 to the 32. So that's what matters. The entire output of the universe of possible Cs is 2 to the 32. That's being generated from that
cutting
function.
it off at 32 bits.
So
it's cutting it off. Yeah.
It is a predefined subspace of the full universe of what you should be expecting for entropy generation. And 2 to the 32, while a big number, is trivial for graphics cards
Almost
to
like a
manage.
Or you can buy maybe
you know?
5 dice, I think is better.
2 to the 30. I mean, so that's
Hey,
4 billion.
Just wanted to check
So
in. I'm
for
currently rolling dice. I am over 100 rolls. I'm gonna do some extra. We're in it. It's happening.
I'll flip some
In my case, I
coins.
just buy about 10 dice and I roll 10 times. Is
We roll the
100.
dice here.
So Portland, I'm cooking right now, but I have my LLM also cooking, looking into this 32-bit secure element thing, and right now it's telling me that you're right. It's not using the full 320 bits of entropy generated by the secure element. It's only using 32 bits of it. So it's using the 32 bits that are problematic from the UID plus the RTC plus the sys timer, and then it's also using, on the MK4 specifically, it's also using the 32 bits from the secure element. So it's not as bad, but it's also not as good as it should be.
Yeah, I just want to thank everybody for not mentioning.
That's what it's telling me. Don't
like
take that
3
as
hours.
like the gospel. I'm gonna keep looking into it, but that's what it's like initially telling me.
Randy, don't. This is not the space to bring up that number. No, I'm just kidding. Brian, I thought you were going to say that you had your LLM roll the dice.
No, I have my LLM cooking while I'm cooking.
It might be an interesting experiment to have an LLM roll. I mean, I do not suggest you do this, but I'd be curious to see how long that Bitcoin stays unrugged if you let your LLM roll your dice for you.
Yeah, it's also good practice to have a loaded gun next to you while you're rolling.
What are we talking about?
No,
What are we
no,
talking about,
sorry.
guys? Like, people are here right now because they're panicking. They're trying to. Let's not give them ideas on how to nuke their money.
No, don't nuke your
and have
money.
their LLM roll.
Don't do it.
Don't have your LLM generate.
I have a quick
keys,
question
no.
of, I know Portland found the bug and all, but
I
in
did
all
not find the bug.
seriousness,
I verified.
sorry, I don't know.
Portland,
I
this
thought it
is
was a
my
line of
joke
code.
that
I thought it was a line of code.
It
But
is a line.
are the versions prior to 401 when mentioned by Coldcard, are those okay?
The impacted range, is this in their security disclosure? I have to actually look at that.
Yes, they have min version 4.0.0.
That is correct. That was the first version. Anything in the 3s
I have
was not.
Did you verify in the 3s,
Yeah,
Portland?
I have
I did
the,
not
I have the
verify.
commit hash where it changed.
Right. So in the 3s, I mean, it's better than the 4s in this case. Just that was my question, really.
The 3s should not have this specific bug.
Cool. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate all you.
They may have
Firmware
other bugs though.
Firmware version, not Coldcard product number.
Correct. Yeah, firmware. Again, thanks, guys.
Hey, fellas, I just want to say that this is why the nerds we're all taking your girlfriends. I do have a chart that I am managing all the requests. So thanks for waiting, you guys.
You're the man, Gen X.
Hey guys, so we're saying that like our Coldcard, if you're rolling your own dice, are you guys, because you guys talk about rolling dice, are you saying it's fine if you have like a, let's say you have a queue?
Yes. If you roll your own dice,
correct.
Yeah. So that's like unaffected by this. Is it still too early to be like, yeah, you're cool with your other CoinKite device? Are we still just like, let's lay low for a couple days with that?
This is very specific to the Coldcard, the libraries the Coldcard were using, how they were interacting with hardware and managing the result back from it. This is not like general everything with CoinKite is fucked up. It is like this hardware, this device.
The Mark III currently is like guaranteed home.
Maybe we don't know.
Mark 2 and 3, right?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna say what I'm seeing here, Mandrick. I mean, Mark 3, Mark 2, like I would confidently say 100%. I would not put my money on that shit. I'm still, I mean, everybody's still kind of looking into it. I'm looking into it myself. The MK4 and everything else seems okay-er, but not great.
Brian, you said you sold your Bitcoin like a year ago anyway.
General like if you generated your keys with a cold card without using dice or added entropy, you should be planning to move your coins. If it's a Mark II or III, you should be doing that immediately. Go look up the BIP39 word seed list, pick 6 random words, like roll some dice or some shit to pick the word. Don't make a pattern out of it. Add that on your seed and move all your coins to that like passphrase. If you are not on a Mark II or III, you probably should be like still getting ready to generate a new seed, move your coins, but you don't have the same like panic, like do it now. But you should still be doing it in the next like day. Like you should be like set aside some time, take some time and calm down and don't be rushing yourself and get it done. But this is entirely if you did not add your own entropy. That's the key issue here.
Hey, Shinobi, we have Lloyd.
I love that bug. That's my favorite bug. Enjoy the extended mute on behalf of Twitter.
Tal.
All right. Lloyd, I'm gonna pull up this tweet here. Has an analysis on the MK4 in the orders of magnitude he believes of. I'm just pulling up his tweet. Here we go.
I'm guessing 2 to the 32.
Here, I'm going to pin it to the top of the room right now. And this is... All right, it should be there now. MK4s are vulnerable, but are a million times harder to steal from. MK3s can be stolen from with a decent laptop. MK5, 4, 5s, and Qs would need much more compute. Attacker has 2 to the 20 UID range that all cold cards can fall in, then checks 16 press variants and user behavior for generating the seed.
So Rob, just for context, from what CoinKite has stated so far versus what you just said, how to, like, is there any disclaimer there on validity of that?
What Lloyd is saying right there?
Yeah.
It's what I've been in parallel trying to cross verify right now and looking to investigate more.
Got it. I just want to help distinguish between what they've officially said and what, not that they're not legitimate, but what we hear from, you know, what they've stated versus other things that we know. That's all.
Yeah.
Tal, what's up, man? We got to cycle through.
Hey, yeah, just want to confirm. MK3 generated my seeds from rolling dice 99 times. I'm safe, right?
You're good.
Okay.
Should be good.
One more question. MK4 generated like randomly, but not dice rolls, but has a passphrase. Is that good? A good passphrase.
A good passphrase, you should be good then. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Better, but I would personally still look into moving it. Just not, panicky.
You are good for now. You should still be moving your funds.
Yeah, I mean,
Rob, so looking at this chart,
gold...
this ended up exactly kind of where I thought. Like, I was thinking somewhere between like 65 and 80 bits of security. 70, if this is correct, 72.3 bits approximately for the 4, 5, and Q. Like, that is in like data center level of GPUs worth of compute to break a single, like in a reasonable amount of time, like a day. Like, so that is, I don't consider that like, you could rent that technically. I don't know. I don't like that.
That's
That's the next
long-term concern. That is, your seed is compromised. You cannot just kick back and count on that in the long term. Like, you could be sitting on $10 million a few years from now.
Exactly.
And you know what? Hey, a bunch of people are sitting on $10 million. I'm going to rent those GPUs. Like, if like, you should be moving your funds right now.
You know what? There's a second problem that comes up with this. Second problem. That is the total space of entropy that exists. If you have multiple cold cards spread across that, am I thinking about that correct? Like, if I had like for example, let me think about it. Sorry.
It's still you're still randomly guessing and brute forcing.
You're correct.
So it's just random chance that you're going to get one or not. Yeah, I mean, I think the gold standard here, which we're all converging on eventually, is you want to make sure your seeds, if you're using a 24-word seed phrase, have the full 250 uh, 256 bits of entropy. So either do the dice rolls yourself, do the coin flips, or make sure you're using a device which in its default state is getting you that complete amount of entropy. I mean, I think the dice rolls tends to be, if your device allows it,
Yeah.
I like that the best.
I'm going to assume if what Lloyd is saying is true, that Coldcard pretty quickly is going to be following along with firmware. I'm sure they are all hands on deck right now trying to investigate this stuff. And the good news in the context of what Lloyd is talking about, you're right, it is a massively larger universe of this stuff where it's not something trivial that someone's gonna be able to spin off right away. And I think over the next 24 hours, we're going to get continual updates and get more confirmation. But this does go to the general point for everyone, even if new firmware is being generated, like there's going to be a software update, anything that was generated on the old firmware needs to be rotated out. I think the quickest, most straightforward way to get this resolved is if you, let's say you hypothetically, all you have is a cold card, you're sitting there with your cold card, like, what the hell am I going to do? Adding a passphrase, like Shinobi said, picking 6 of the BIP39 seed phrases and adding those on there is like an emergency breaking case of glass kind of situation.
Yeah, I'll sweep it to
But
an
you always
open
want to
dime.
be, yeah, open dimes I think are secure, but I would not sweep to an open dime.
Wait, doesn't CoinKite make open
Has
dimes?
anyone reviewed the open dime code?
The open dime code predates the MK3. It's the same firmware to my understanding. I'd have to go double check, but I think it's the same thing.
Just
So
trying
is
to offer
everybody
some,
worried?
relief here, some comic relief here. That's all. It's a little pressing.
So most people with any hardware wallet's just going to hit generate my seed phrase and think they're good, So
Yeah.
how is this
99%
the only
of
wallet
people.
that we've had a problem with so far that we know of?
No, this has happened before in the past.
Right, but I mean, like
was stated.
today, like now.
Yeah, for now. Yeah, right now.
I think this is probably one of the larger ones, man.
In terms of dollar value, for sure. In terms of Bitcoin, raw, number of Bitcoins, probably not.
Once you do,
No, I meant in terms of dollar value. Yeah.
The first time I did my first dice roll was the best night of sleep I ever had for everybody here.
Yeah, it feels good. I mean, for anyone in the audience who hasn't done the dice roll entropy, like, it's nice knowing that you just rolled 100 dice in an order that nobody else in the entire universe has ever witnessed.
And then
that's
do it
protecting
again.
your Bitcoin.
And then roll it again, then roll 100 again, write down the number, and then see how far off it was from your first one, and then you really sleep good.
Hey, Sumo, you want to go? I know you've been waiting, and we're doing triage.
Yes, thank you. I had a question, but before that, I wanted to better understand the good news that Rob shared. Was that specific to MK4 and 5, or did it also apply to MK3 around the search space being broader?
For the pinned tweet, what I was just talking about, that's MK4, 5 in the queue.
Okay, so we still think that for 3, it is trivial, as in, you can search the whole space within 24 hours.
Yeah, for 2 and 3, it looks like the search space is of the order of 4 billion possible combinations, right?
I mean, 2 and 3, you have to move your shit immediately.
Wait, so Rob, I mean,
everything else, you gotta move it.
To me, it seemed
soon.
it would seem that the attack. I mean, did the attacker search all 4 billion? Because that doesn't seem like very many combinations to search.
I don't think so.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, man, this is what happened. It's some guy with some Chinese LLM. He just randomly ran it against the CoinKite firmware. It pointed this bug out, and he had it coded up some like proof of concept that just made like a very dumb attack. It wasn't even probably like an attack. It was probably just like, yeah, man, here's a proof of concept of like this is an actual bug, and he just exploited it.
Yeah. And by the way, did all of that 600 Bitcoin get rugged to the same address? Is it just one sweep address, Rob, that you're monitoring?
Yeah, I can go kick the node again. There's some speculations. There's a wider circle of what's happening right now, that there's more than just this one cluster of addresses that everyone's looking at.
Oh yeah, now there's more for sure.
No, but like around the same time, like they were just missed in the first loop. So
A question.
okay.
I actually got a question here. When like these documents, like for example, bits approximately 40, 72, etc. Do all of the devices share the same like space of bits that can be used, or is it just like basic? Yeah, that's like basically all I'm asking is like, is it the same thing as equivalent of basically you have a 40-bit number and or
is the search space the
device?
same for all devices? Is I think the question, right?
Yeah, basically, like if I have, let's say there are two devices that exist in a 40-bit approximate security space. Do my odds double of hitting a collision compared to a single device in that 40-bit space, or are they both independent of each other within that space?
Can you repeat the question?
Basically, like it's described as like a 40-bit space in the Mark III, right? Okay, so a 40-bit number, I don't know what that represents, but my question is, do they all share the exact same possible values of that set in that space as such that like if you're trying to break multiple devices, you're essentially cutting that space or that time needed by that number?
Oh, do you mean that because it's such a small number, there's a bigger possibility of collision?
For example, like if I have a space of 100 and there are 5 things in that space of 100, it's 1 in 20 for a hit, or is it 1 in 100 for each device? That's my only question. Sorry for not understanding that.
It's 1 in 100 for each device because they can all like you can get it. You know, like the universe could align and they could all be occupying the exact same
It would
space.
just be random.
Okay, cool. That's I just want to verify.
And by the way, so it's 40.3 bits. I was saying 4 billions, but that was with 32 bits. It's actually like closer to 1.3 trillion possibilities. So presumably that takes a bit longer.
That's for the MK. That's for the MK3. 1 point something trillion.
Yeah, 1.3 trillion.
Yeah, that's like peanuts for a GPU to grind through.
Yeah, but it's also, I mean, it's
The
grinding
realistic
through
unit-
it and then also checking addresses to certain.
I mean, to be clear, someone just pulled off $50 million, so people could speculatively
That's true.
throw a lot of money on this stuff.
That's
and
true.
you're wildcatting the Bitcoin blockchain.
It compounds. Yeah, like
So,
the more
so
you
my
get,
question,
the more you can throw.
But you
was
could use
about,
you could use the GPUs to steal money to buy bigger GPUs to steal more money.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying.
Coldcard game.
Sumo.
Yeah, so my question was about, what we've observed with the attack. I know we are attributing the behavior to somebody who doesn't understand Bitcoin and just used an LLM to exploit the attack, but it seems odd that, so it's explainable that some UTXOs were swept and the others weren't, by the fact that we generate unique addresses, but does anyone know if it's all the UTXOs that were swept or on the first address? Because if it swept, let's say, the 21st address and left the first 20, I don't know how you would get that programmatically accidentally.
Well, I don't think we have any confirmation of which address numbers were rugged, but we do know that there are some wallets where not all of them were, and I'm assuming this is just an assumption that it's the later ones that were left, but we need to confirm that.
There's some pretty clear. I'm letting people do their investigations right now, but I think there's enough out there for people to start piecing things together. And it's an active cyber investigation, and it's not germane to people's immediate safety on this call right now, so it's not even worth going into more detail. But there is forensic information that is very available if you're investigating this stuff to be able to piece some things together. But yeah, this is definitely someone who is not a deeply sophisticated Bitcoin developer. From all initial indications, what you can see here. I think the general rule though for the pin tweet though is that nothing's going to happen probably tonight, but you should be making plans to make upgrades if you were on this stuff. Passphrases are the most straightforward user experience way to, if you only have the one device with you. That's the cleanest way to start this, or rolling your own dice. Either rolling your own dice.
Rob, so I'm confused. When you said nothing is going to happen tonight, when at least I'm reading this, it feels like MK3 is imminent.
Oh,
With-
MK3 is already MK3's.
With-
If an MK3 and the funds haven't moved, you need to move that ASAP. What I'm talking about is this pinned tweet with the
Later
many more
models.
bits of entropy in the later models.
And to answer my question,
And
yeah, it's
I can't
independent.
guarantee it. I just think realistically, if you're threat modeling this, if my family or loved ones told me, I would tell them to move it right now. But I'm trying. I know people are not at their physical devices, like they are traveling. Like this is a very sudden emergency thing. So I'm just trying to temper the difference between if you're using an MK3 and you're using a later model. There's different levels of urgency, just objectively looking at the cryptography itself.
There's also different levels of urgency depending on how much you're trying to sweep or how much you're securing, right? If you've got $10 million on a Mark IV with a default generated seed, you might have a
Get
little
on a
bit
plane.
more. Yeah, you might want to get
rent
on
a
plane
private jet. You're actually chartering a private jet.
Yeah.
You're doing a $50,000 private jet one way to get to it.
That's
I think
probably worth it.
The couple things. Hey guys, how's it going? I think you guys have already all talked everything through. I think I just joined, but I think the key things are to the excellent tweets that Rob has put out and others on this call. I think Wicked as well. If you have your funds on an MK3, I think, tell me if you guys disagree, you got to transfer your funds immediately in a safe way. Don't panic and fuck it up. But my view is even if you're transferring it to an exchange that you trust,
Watch.
Yeah, great. Just do something because you are vulnerable. Again, unless, my view is even if you did a dice roll, yes, you are,
Apparently completely it completely sidesteps it, right? If you did a dice roll or you got passphrase, you
I think
in theory,
I think we should qualify the passphrase piece because yes, the default for most people is just MK3 default seed words, but many of them may have thrown in a 1-word, 2-word passphrase. So if someone can contextualize that as what's the risk factor there?
Exactly.
Because many people might be chilling out saying, "Oh, you told me passphrase, I'm good. I'm
exactly. That's the key thing.
I have a question, but how do they know? Okay, so say they find a seed, an empty seed, nothing there. How do they even know to check for a passphrase?
They don't.
They don't. But here's the thing.
They'll rainbow table it.
Exactly. So the point is, it's and the reality is, even if you used dice rolls, many people fuck up generating entropy with dice rolls. So it's like if you generated, as I understand it, if you generated standard seed phrase on an MK3, you are if not fucked, you need to fix that ASAP. If you did dice rolls, you're there's less risk.
Somebody asked about the passphrase piece, and I think Rob answered it with rainbow table. But I think it would be helpful if someone can elaborate on that sequence of events, right?
Okay, guys. If you follow the instructions on the device and actually roll the number of dice, the number of times you are told, and enter them properly, that's it. You're good.
Absolutely, but I think a lot of people still actually don't do that right. So my point is, you are absolutely right that if you did it correctly and you did it right, then you should be fine. But I think the danger is in the same way that somebody was just mentioning, I wouldn't want people to walk away thinking oh, I put a passphrase, so I'm great. It's if you have a 4-character passphrase that's a standard English word, that may not have been liquidated yet, but somebody's going to rainbow table that shit and probably liquidate it in the near future. So
say more about that rainbow table piece, right? What does that mean, and how does that work?
So basically, a rainbow table is a list of words or common passwords that are used, and essentially they will try. Remember, they have to try a certain number of combinations anyways. So instead of just trying all the basic combinations without passphrases, they'll try combination 1. And then they'll try that combination 1 with all the passphrases in their list that are very common. They might try password, hello, seed phrase, whatever, and they'll run through that. If they don't find anything, they go to number 2. Remember, computers can do this stuff incredibly fast. And you can also, you can rent through AWS and other providers GPUs that do it even faster. So the idea of iterating through an 8-digit password is on the order of seconds per iteration. So you do add more time to that process with the passphrase, but over enough time, it absolutely can be broken.
Right. So just to use an example, the most common scenario would be people have chosen a word or two, right? Of English characters, no letters. So what we are saying is the entire search space, if you have a 5, 6, 7 letter English word, on top of, the whole search space for MK3 already, we're still talking it all being solved for within the next day or two, or what do we think is the
I
number there?
can't speculate on that. It's
Yeah, we
just
can't
like,
speculate. It's
Hey Phil, I just
yeah.
want to
there's a
make
big
sure you're not
incentive,
freaking
right? Like,
everybody out. Wait up 1 second, because I literally just did the dice rolls on a cold card. There's like no way to fuck it up. So don't if you
The only
did
way
it,
you fuck it up
you
is if you
is
don't
if you
roll
early.
enough.
enough.
If you don't
Yeah.
roll enough dice
right,
roll, that's
right.
the
Yeah.
only
Now
way.
if you do over 100, which is really easy to do, you're not fucking it up, so you're safe.
That's
So
Can,
right.
can,
nobody
I want
nobody
to
should
point
be
out
freaking
something.
out by the Phil, just how he said it. I can see how people would freak out and be like, "Oh, I'd fuck. Maybe I fucked
Yeah,
it up when I did my
the
dice roll."
hardware wallets hold your hand while you're rolling the dice. You can't
So
really mess it up.
about the like effective security number, it is per like seed or phrase, right, generated, and that is equivalent to 72 bits. So that is actually it still would take quite a bit of time to just break one.
Hey, Portland.
So what, like
That's
20
good.
characters, 40 characters, 50 characters?
Portland.
Yes. I mean,
Can we pause this for a second? There's been people that have come up, and we're not stage sitting. I'm not saying you guys are, but I'm trying to get in people that are contributing or need help.
I'd love to hear what Tidwell wants to say. He just jumped up.
I've been,
Natani,
been
you're
up here
next.
for
Sorry,
up here for a while, but
Michael.
I'll let someone else talk first.
Michael, let me just have Natani because I don't know this person. I just want to give him a chance real quick.
Hey guys, appreciate you giving me a chance to ask this. So I have a quick question about lightning nodes. I know it's multi-sig, 2 of 2. Maybe this is just a stupid question, but I'm just like, tweaking a little bit. What are you guys' thoughts about it?
Completely unaffected, unrelated, like has nothing to do with this issue. You're totally good.
100%
You're totally good. You're totally
unaffected.
safe.
I appreciate it.
Can we get Praveen up? He is a developer who I think has something to share. He pinged me to come up on stage.
Yeah, I've been trying to like approve people to speak, and it's just like not letting them up.
You can't be a co-host on Android.
Praveen,
That's why I didn't do it.
Praveen, you're up.
Okay.
Are you on
Hey,
Android?
guys.
I'm a
Hey, guys.
psychopathic control freak.
Hey,
I
Praveen.
have a Kanban board.
Gen X, please, or Praveen, go real quick.
I got it.
Yeah, hold on. I don't know what I missed, but I just wanted to say I was able to recreate the hack, and I found 2 private keys that were in the 500 Bitcoin stolen, with 34 Bitcoin. So yeah, I know how it happened, and that cracking it took 5 minutes and less than $5 a GPU rented.
Jesus Christ.
And I was only checking 0 index. So if I ran a larger, like $5, guys. So if like there's probably people running thousands of fucking dollars right now. So move your fucking Bitcoin like right fucking now. I don't care if it has a passphrase. I don't care. Yeah, if you used anything less than 50 rolls on a dice, and anything less than like 7 words, BIP, 39 words passphrase, move your fucking Bitcoin. That's what I want
So
to say.
Praveen, just because of what you said, I just want to clarify for people, you're still talking within the scope of the hardware versions that CoinKite is
Mark 3 and 2.
No. From what I can tell, it's everything. Everything after 4.0.0 is affected. I could be wrong, but I'm at least 80% sure.
There's nuance.
MK3 pass. Okay, from what I can tell, like I know MK4 is probably much harder to crack, but yeah.
So let me clarify real quick. Why did you say anything less than 50 dice rolls?
50 dice rolls is equivalent to a 128 bit.
Right, but I mean, I don't know. That's kind of
that's kind of
less
like
relevant to this
I think that
conversation.
128
how is
security is like
an important thing to separate here.
That's like 12 words. How's that irrelevant? I'm just
Oh,
saying
no,
to be
I'm
safe.
I'm just saying because we're talking about key and we're talking about a search space that's of the order of like 40 bits and 50 dice rolls is of the order of
120.
Many more, right? Yeah,
I
128.
think
So
the important thing here is like the method when you click do dice rolls on a cold card uses the dice rolls as entropy with a guarantee. That is a different space than the
Yes, I think you're right. If you used any dice rolls, I think you're right about that. Yeah.
Well,
But
there's
I'm just saying. I was just talking like
hold on.
when
You got
people
it.
ask, I'm
What the
talking
hell?
about.
All right, for dummies. Explain to what you guys just said.
Everybody else who is not Praveen or Portland, shut up and let them talk to each other.
Yeah, so I think you're right about that. I haven't verified this, so that's why I didn't. So when I'm giving people advice, I'm giving like worst case scenario, like 50 dice rolls or 7 words, right? But I think you're right. I did see something that if you put any dice rolls, you might not be affected because it's a different path. I haven't confirmed. I don't know.
Your dice
someone
rolls
else has.
add a salt essentially, so it adds to your
Yes.
the entropy initially. Like if you used like the seed phrase that CoinKite gives you, you can essentially just treat it like it's completely busted on the Mark III and Mark II, and by adding in a passphrase, that's kind of like the same as the dice rolls. It just adds this extra entropy, but eventually that could technically be broken. But the actual dice rolls option, complete using all dice rolls, that is a completely separate code path that does something different. And the security of that is a totally different, in my opinion, topic.
I would, the dice rolls is if you do the, and honestly, if you're doing dice rolls, just do the full 100 for the full 256-bit entropy.
Yeah.
Dice rolls beyond that don't do anything because you compress beyond the space of the keys that could possibly exist in the elliptic curve. You could do it for fun, but it doesn't hurt you, right? I just wanted to be clear that that's why the number 100 sounds arbitrary, but it's not. It's each dice roll is 2.5 whatever bits of entropy, which gets you to the 256 when you do 100 of them. The passphrase, to be clear, as I've been laying it out tonight, is like I need something right now that makes me feel reasonably safe. It is not a long-term solution. You need a proper rolling of re-entropy here.
So
the only thing I'm not sure about is okay, so there's 2 things with the dice rolls, right? You can add entropy, but you can also bring just the dice rolls. I saw something, I didn't get to confirm this, but is it true that if you added like even a few dice rolls, that it was actually using the true number, random number RNG instead of the pseudo?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay, so I was right then. Like anything less than 50, you shouldn't really be confident in. Because 50 is like 12-word seed. You should be confident in. I'm not saying like you need to move it right now, but anything less than 50, like you should move it soon. Don't rush.
Yeah.
I mean, like my opinion is if you use the actual dice roll generator, right? Like the full, like the one where you have to roll, there's no option for a seed phrase to be generated anywhere else in the process. Using a dice or 2 less I think that is
that's fine. A dice or 2 less
than the method of adding it to your like entropy salt. I feel like the entropy salt is similar to a passphrase. Given enough time, like it can be cracked.
Yeah, but before 2022, Coldcard let you do weak dice rolls. So there's people that got hacked from like 15. So
they would do like 6 dice rolls and lose their money.
Do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or something.
No, thank you, Praveen. Very good.
Yeah, thanks, Praveen.
Sorry, Michael. Can you go, please?
Hey, can I ask something, Praveen, real quick?
Yeah.
Do it.
Are you searching all the common derivation paths in your search space?
What do you mean?
Like bit 48, 44, 84 derivation paths? Like, or are you just trying to
right now I'm just doing 84. I only started it now because before the only search I was doing was to confirm that this is how the 500 got stolen. And now I'm actually doing, and it's harder now because AI is like, don't fucking, hey, you can stake private keys with this. So it's harder.
Has anyone added the FBI yet? I'm kidding. Okay, next person, please.
Quick question about the dice roll. When you guys are talking about dice rolls, how many dice per roll are we talking about? I believe that the way that Coldcard recommends it lately, it's like you have like 6 or 10 dice. So it's not like one die is one roll, right?
Well, if you're doing 100 dice rolls. I think you doing it on a single die is probably fine. Honestly, I mean,
If
people
anybody
overthink
wants to
it,
do the
but
math for the dice rolls, it's just 6 to the power of how many times you've done it, right?
yeah,
So, so you can compare that with 2 to the power of 128. That's a 12-word seed, and then 2 to the power of 256 is a 24-word seed. So
yeah.
if you do, yeah, so that'll get that. If you go on Google and type in 6 to the power of 10, 15, whatever, 50, 99, you'll get a good idea of like where you sit on that spectrum.
Right. I just wanted us to clarify how you guys were discussing that. When you guys are saying dice roll, you're talking about like at least a few dice, right? Like 5 or something.
It doesn't matter. It's just a total number of
Yeah.
dice you roll. It doesn't matter if you do it one at
You
a time,
can
10 at a time, 100 at a
you
time.
can use a single die, roll it, one at a time, punch it in. You can use a bunch of die, and then roll them all, punch in the ones that fall. I mean, it doesn't really matter, right? As long as you're just doing around 100 for a 24-word seed phrase.
May I ask a question that's on a related topic?
Sure.
So, how significant? I'm not sure what the right word is, but basically, what I'm trying to understand is this an issue or an error that is unlikely or unusual versus what I'm really getting at is like, how do we know that these types of vulnerabilities are not also in other hardware manufacturers' systems? And because I would expect that people are already trying to run the same types of analyses on other hardware devices as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I'll just say one other thing. I think that it puts device manufacturers in a really interesting position and a terrible position, because there's no way for them, if they are aware of these issues, to contact their customers and tell them to like regenerate their seed phrases effectively. Yeah, there's just no, like, I don't know how you do that outreach if those vulnerabilities exist or if you discover those vulnerabilities. I don't know. I was just thinking about that. I'm curious what other people think.
So first of all, I think a lot of these vulnerabilities are being discovered through LLMs. So essentially,
of course,
yeah. So
absolutely.
Like that said, there's now kind of like a little bit of a conundrum that devices like Ledger that don't give away their source actually might be a little bit more secure relatively, because of the fact that these kind of like, oh, hey, you could skip all the true random number generators. That would never have been seen. So people might not have looked into that. But in terms of like anybody else as an open source code base for their hardware wallets, my opinion, they absolutely need to be spending the money on tokens with the frontier models to be doing these kind of reviews and doing them with each release. Because an example of this would be that I know some people that did Coldcard source code reviews with previous models, like Opus, for example. That didn't come up that was a skip on that. So,
yeah. The models make it hard to do this kind of work anyway. And
give me
like,
K3, like that will literally.
I was running 5.6
Not
solid on this
Chinese
for a
models,
while until
bro.
I'd find it. But I think I'm going to disagree with you on the closed source stuff. Like it won't be the first one to get hacked, but like it's not hard to reverse engineer it, right? And then you can run it, and then
It's also harder for people to audit it and use these same models to fix things.
Yeah. I just wish some of these Bitcoin companies got into Project Glasswing and all that shit before these came out.
I think mainly what I'm saying is like the when you have a closed source device, you're really just looking at like the outputs of it, right? So to determine that something's broken, you would have to notice like a pattern of the outputs or something you could abuse, or potentially even like using reset glitches on the chips, etc., through like side channel attacks. But an open source piece of hardware with an open source firmware, you have access to not just the outputs, but also what makes the outputs become into existence, right? So you got the cookbook, you got the recipe and the final meal with that, versus you just get the meal. You don't know how it's made. So you're right. Definitely, like, you can't audit it, and there's all sorts of other problems. But in terms of something like this, might have taken a little bit longer to discover.
So Praveen, we had talked previously about needing the UIDs. Portland, can you clarify that? And then
I think somebody in the audience mentioned something very important about the UUID.
What'd they say?
The actual
I forget.
UUID is not the most important part. It is the fact that the space used in the entropy of the UUID was only 32 bits. So instead of
Yeah.
like trying to figure out your UUID,
I see.
you just brute force through the 4 billion combinations. And if you did have access to the UUIDs or you had an idea of the pattern, maybe you could reduce that subset of entropy further. But yeah, that's the real problem is it truncates that UUID down so much.
So then
Yeah, it
what's
was
the
only
what's
2 to the 32, and that's basically
Really quick, guys. Portland Rob or somebody, my client is bugging, so I can't share it in the nest. But Block's preliminary report is out. If somebody can share,
I saw that.
I
was going
got
through
it. I got it.
I can pin it to the nest. 1 second.
Real quick,
So,
what's the difference between the 32-bit UUID entropy and then what's being quoted here with the 40.3 for Mark IIIs? Like, why is
there's
it
other
quoted
variables you
larger?
need to grind as well. There's like system.
that it's like an input. It's the one of
Yeah.
the inputs.
It's
into
one of the inputs. Okay, got it. Thank you.
so I have a follow-up
wait.
question
Okay,
on
so
that.
I think it's public now, but basically what happened was, the C code would call into the like firmware and thought it was calling a true number generator, but it wasn't. It was calling a pseudo number generator.
Well, that's because
where
of the fact that there was an if and def statement. So in C++, you can create these things called defines.
Yeah.
And that original, so it went if and def, and that's like, I forget the exact name, but it's like true random number generator exists or something like that.
Yeah.
And what happened was they defined in the code earlier, true random number generator exists equals 0, as if like trying to set it to false. But because that existed, even though the value was false, when it came time to check if that statement was in the code, it went, yes, this is there with a value of 0, but it doesn't evaluate that it's 0 or 1 or whatever value. It's only going, does this variable exist? And from there, it skips the check that says, I think it was a statement like, real quick. Yeah, it says if that check had gone through properly, it would have said, get a hardware true random number generator PLZ. But because the define was in there earlier, it skipped right over the top of that.
So what you're saying is Rust would have solved this problem?
No, this is a logical error. This is not a
No,
memory.
but
It's
because of the crazy macros that C fucking does.
Portland, there was a symbol missing from this. By the way, it's really hilarious that they call the library libngu, number go up. Yeah, that's literally the name of the library. So libngu doesn't export a symbol that the MicroPython code calls. And so it just calls the underlying C implementation, and that's the problem.
Yep. Yeah. But the fact that check, if that line of code had been, that define never existed in code, they didn't actually define it, they would have crashed on compilation.
Yes, they would have.
So just to confirm, this means that 100% of the Cs that were generated on these versions of the firmware followed this code path and therefore are affected.
For Mark II and Mark III devices, yes.
Okay, so it's not an edge case where the hardware fails and okay.
Fellas, I don't want to interrupt when we get deep on these because I know it's important with the brains. But just a reminder for people, I'm trying to keep the big brains on stage and a couple spots to cycle people. Michael had something, we were waiting for him, and then Joyo, and then drop after that, Joyo.
I'm going to drop. Thanks, guys. This is great.
By the time I want to say something, I feel like it's sort of irrelevant. Did you want me to skip down so someone else can jump up?
No, I want to hear what you had to say, man.
I mean, no need to like go back 10 minutes, 5 minutes. I mean, I'd rather just talk in the real time with y'all. I mean, I'm good.
All right, Joyo, what do you got?
Yeah, I never used my Coldcard because I was looking into it. And the dice rolls, I didn't get into that yet, but I know what it is. Are you saying that if I do the 100, that other than that it's not safer to then add a passphrase to that, or 100 dice rolls is enough entropy?
100 dice rolls through the dice roll generator function where it's all dice rolls is enough entropy.
Okay, but you would still get, say, some security in using a passphrase in that if somebody found the 100 dice rolls turns into a 24 word, and if somebody found your 24 words and you still had a passphrase, you get that component of the security if you don't have your passphrase
Correct.
written down.
Correct. Yeah. So the
So there's
passphrase is
still
you, but
benefit of using a passphrase if you don't fuck up forgetting it.
Yeah.
I'd say so. Yep.
Okay, and then in the past, this might be a bad term to use, but because I've learned a lot in this space, but I heard that 12 and 24 words were not much different. Am I hearing that it's 128 versus 256? And you're saying it is very different? Because I heard in the past
It's not.
12 and 24, like it's not double.
So the 12 and 24 words come from a base set of entropy that you hash 512 times as part of BIP39. So like, I just like using more words because why not? 12 words is sufficient amount of entropy. Yeah, Portland, go for it.
I was going
But
to
if
say
I
that
have 12 words that are safe, like say they were generated on a hardware device that in theory doesn't have a bug that is using correct randomness, 12 or 24 doesn't, using 24 doesn't make you that much safer other than it's 12 words they don't have to pick.
I would like to answer this. The answer to that is, given the fact that each time you want to guess like a seed phrase, it takes a certain amount of computation to do. It's non-trivial. So when you use a 12-word seed phrase, you get 2 to the 128th combinations. And in the current computational capacity of all of humanity, that would still take tens of thousands of years to break a single seed phrase. So if you were to move to 24 words, you actually get like the heat death of the universe level security in terms of today's compute. But in relative terms, like neither of those are a concern to me because neither of those events are likely to happen in my lifetime. So that's, I think, what it really means is you technically get exponentially more security with a 24-bit, but it's not really useful because we can't even, humanity can't even compute the first 128 bits worth of guesses.
Okay. So when people have said that in the past and they've simplified it, they've kind of said that if you're fucked with, like 12, you're already not being, if we can do 12 easy, maybe those future computers can do 24
if we can do 12,
easy.
if we can do 12 easy, it's probably not because we're brute forcing it. It's probably because the cryptography has broken.
Right. And then
in which case
24 is
24
not
is
going
fucked
to.
too.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. So there's still SecOps in still using a passphrase in that you could.
I think passphrases are beneficial for physical security measures.
Right.
Like
Physical
if someone
security.
were to
You could
find
have a
your
low amount in a non-passphrase. People see that, they think they got everything. Move on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Rob,
Thank
what
you.
were you going to say earlier?
I mean, by the way, those what Rob was saying, I don't know if it was clear. I mean, the 12 words and the 24 words, and there is no like just 12 and 24. The spec, you can do like 18 words, 15 words, whatever it might be. I mean, granted, a lot of hardware wallets probably won't support the random amounts of words that you can also do as part of BIP 32 or 39, but it still goes down to that 512-bit entropy ultimately, and having a passphrase or whatever, like weird derivation path. I mean, if you're paranoid about these things, you still get that 512-bit thing at the end of the day. It's just the input getting there. You want to make sure is random, but there's little things you can do to make that super random that would never be guessable pretty much.
The 512 is just an HMAC, correct, of the initial 256. So you're just doing SHA on the initial 256 bits of entropy.
I'm saying that whether you use 12 or 24, you still get the same amount of entropy in the expriv is what I'm getting at. Or it's the same amount of it's the same sort of expriv.
You get the same number of output bits, but the entropy space you're searching in is lower.
Yeah, the input to create the
To
expert.
create that is lower.
Yeah, but I'm saying
Guys,
that.
sorry, Michael, go
I'm
ahead.
going to say something. Go for it.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
I guess what I'm wondering, by the way, Portland, Rob, Brian, Jesus Christ, I would love to work with y'all. The fact that we're doing the post-mortem for another company and doing like this, Praveen, man, you guys fucking rock. I would love to man, I wish we had like a startup working together, all wearing like green hats with anchors on them or something, doing like postmortems for other companies. Doing,
I'm already working for him.
No, but I gotta say, really makes me wonder. This Portland, you're making it sound like, and I knew the Ledger had their shit kind of closed out, and that was like one of their like interesting selling points when they were talking about the differences between them and Ledger Trezor back in the day, and how people gave them a hard time. What I'm wondering is, this Coldcard firmware stuff has been open source since the get-go, is what you're making it sound like. I haven't really looked into it.
Pretty much, yeah, like for all intents and purposes.
I guess what I'm wondering is, for having a hardware wallet, you got to use, and my suspicion is they did use an external audit firm, external consultants, external sort of like verified green checklist. Did CoinKite employ an external sort of security auditing firm to go through this? Because I would imagine they did. And then my question following up to that is, if they did and they missed this,
it doesn't matter, in my opinion. LLMs will do a better job than quite a few auditors.
Brother, Portland, that is not even close to the question I'm asking.
Sorry,
whether it matters or not. What I'm asking is, if they did or didn't do it, makes me wonder. Someone else sort of alluded to this. Well, where else does this exist in other projects? Someone asked that question a bit ago, and I'm wondering, well, shit, if this was open source and wasn't taught for such a long time.
Exactly. That's what I was getting at.
Thinking, was it you, Phil?
Yes.
By the way, nice to see you. It's been a while since we've chatted.
I know. Good to see your face.
But what I'm wondering is, if CoinKite, which I would imagine used in some sort of auditing sort of thing, like on their most critical, security of their firmware, did something, and it was open source and gone this long and missed until whatever, someone used an LLM to audit the code base or whatever. What I'm wondering is, do we need to be thinking about Trezor next, or do we need to be thinking
100%.
about?
That's what I was getting at. That's what I was getting at. I think we are in
kind of paranoid about all hardware.
You should be. We are in a new era. That's kind of what I was getting at. We are in a new era of LLM-driven discovery, and I think, this is just my opinion, this could be just the beginning of these types of issues.
Absolutely.
And so I think that this is just one incident that we are going to. It's going to be more and more common, because as frontier models get more and more powerful, it becomes easier and easier to find these exploits that have been hidden for years and no human has ever noticed them, and previous LLM models have not noticed them, and to suddenly start throwing thousands, tens of thousands of dollars in tokens at figuring out these vulnerabilities. And so I think a key thing is discussing, how does one protect against these types of situations, given that we can assume that these frontier models will get better and better, and that they will be used. They are economically. People are economically incentivized to try to find vulnerabilities, and they will discover them faster than they can be patched. And I think multi-sig, multi-vendor multi-sig is a solution. But I'm curious what everybody else thinks.
Just asking.
Actually, to
just
that point,
asking.
real quick, can I ask something? Is there any risk to services like Unchained who have open sourced their multi-sig wallets?
I would assume very little, because they're still doing the signing on the other side. It depends on where they generated their keys from, right? If they used a Mark III to generate their keys, that could be a little bit of a problem, but I don't know that for a fact. Mike, I wanted to bring up something about your thing about like auditors. The reason why I said it doesn't really matter is I've dealt with auditors in the past that come in like these, I forget which, there's a couple of different companies that will do it for like crypto businesses, right? The power of LLMs compared to the reports that we would get back then, is like at Mara, LLMs caught stuff that these guys were missing. And so that's why I'm like, audits are great, but yeah,
right, but we're
the
talking
LLMs
about a critical. The only reason I bring this up is we're talking about a critical piece of literally the most important part, which is random generating.
correct.
So the fact that you missed the most critical part, not like some weird tertiary, nuanced thing. This is like actually the most important thing is making sure the random is random. And it's like if you didn't get that right, what else? What I'm trying to say is like,
there is physical security. So sorry, just looking into my research on Coldcard, Ledger, Trezor, like Trezor's new Safe 7, they have a closed source security element and they have an open source security element. So on the device, for physical security. But what I'm hearing, because I was just saying, how does Coldcard recover from this, in my head earlier, and do I immediately stop using? What I'm hearing, though, is in generating a seed on any of my devices, doing dice rolls, using a non-internet device like a Coldcard Q, getting the 24 words, even if you wanted to use for physical security aspects, multiple hardware devices, still generating the seed on something that takes dice rolls is the safest option. Is that correct?
I lost you.
So even if I wanted to do a 2 or 3 multi-sig and use Trezor, Ledger, and then say Coldcard, because I don't know who's going to have a hack, that's on the physical security is if somebody gets my actual device. But actually generating the 24 words is still safer to do it on a device that's not connected to the internet, that takes dice rolls, and not relying on a random number generator on another device.
Yeah, I mean, if you're making a 2 of 3 multi-sig with every seed generated from dice rolls, that's probably going to be the best bet you're going to have, right?
Right. Okay. Thank you. I'll drop down now, but thank you.
The thing is, though, I don't think necessarily there should be a huge difference between dice rolls and using a hardware random number generator. This case is
yeah.
Well,
I mean,
if it's my point.
No,
is
there's one good thing about dice rolls is you can verify it.
Correct.
This is something I used to tell people, like if you're really worried, do 100 and then do it somewhere else and then see if you get the same seed and then make a new seed.
But
it's
more
called
so
Ian,
like
iancoleman.io/BIP39 is where you can check it online.
The thing I'm
so
trying to point
I would
out,
check it a few times online to make sure it's the same, and then do a real one where obviously you don't check it.
If the true random number generator operates exactly as it's supposed to, 256 bits of true random number generation should theoretically be the same as dice rolls. The implementation seems to always be the Achilles heel of these things. And not wiring it up and just bypassing it, that's only one way that they can fail. There's also status bits on these number generators as well that need to be checked as like if they're ready and warmed up, quote unquote, right? And so that's really where the problems come. And in this case, CoinKite, same exact thing. Like they just didn't even wire it up.
So if you had enough time, you should be dice rolling to generate seeds.
What's up, Rob?
I'm just getting more things across my desk right now. I would appreciate if the person who forwarded that to me could make their self on stage or explain this to me in full. But for the MK4 and MK5, there may be a smaller search space. But there may be a difference between the seeding and reseeding of devices. I'm investigating right now. You guys keep going. I'll investigate this.
Rob, this is going to turn into one of those things where the random number was like had a bug, and then we end up finding, because everyone's fucking nitpicking the code base, we find like 5 other bugs that were like just unrelated.
Yes, I think that's a distinct possibility. And I think people are going to start.
Everyone's got their fucking eyes on this, Phil. You know what I mean? It's like
exactly.
Fucking looking.
And it's not the human eyes. Everyone is turning their most powerful frontier models.
Coldcard will actually be the most...
So hold on a second, guys. The engineering blog that Block put out it's saying here that you could be down to 41 bits of entropy for the MK4, Q, and MK5 with no reseed. So there could be some of them out there that actually have less entropy.
Is that because of a firmware or why? Why is that happening?
It's annotated, and it says specifically conditional source path, ordinary production, secure element failure appears to halt rather than continue.
Mm-hmm.
Phil,
this is from the blog post that Max Guys put out that I have
correct?
pinned.
That implies
Say that again. Say that again.
Fails.
Yeah, that seems like a
in the event there's a failure, it does not reseed.
Okay, so different.
Can you explain exactly what that means, Rob?
The entropy space could be even smaller.
But you have to have gotten really unlucky in that. Like with the MK3,
random number generator failed.
Yeah, with the MK3, it's every single time you made it. This is like if something failed and then you did it, you could be fucked.
So here's my, I'll just state it clearly. Here is my thesis. I think that what Tidwell just said is correct. I think that people are pointing everything that they have at the Coldcard firmware right now for the various models. And as we just heard, there may be additional potential vulnerabilities with other models. But I think this is also going to happen with other hardware wallets in the space. And so I think that being clear, there's a lot of people in this room. I think maybe if someone that can speak more eloquently to it can restate kind of briefly what the situation is and what people should be doing right now to protect themselves if necessary. And then also I would love to just hear people's thoughts on like, what do we do going forward from here? Is the solution that we all should be using, doing dice rolls, verifying them, and then setting up multi-sigs that are multi-vendor? Is that what people are expecting? Is the
I mean, dude, this is
before...
really, really quick, Rob. Like, there is no, like, here is the thing. Like, there is no, here is the one holy answer.
Absolutely.
One thing we're doing to this. There are a bunch of ways you can deal with this. Like the fucking Foundation device, the newest one, uses an actual hardware noise generator.
Is it wired up correctly?
Using dice and creating your own entropy is another way. Like, there isn't going to be just the answer here.
So
isn't another problem.
P, to answer your question. Sorry,
I just had a question. So we're looking at the seed generation. If it's a not with Coldcard, but like, couldn't nonce reuse be a problem if like the nonces were
Oh no, that would have been immediately obvious on chain. Like you
that's true. That would have been.
You would see the R values.
Yeah.
They were all. I scanned all of the signatures that were present on chain from these sweeps. They were all unique R and S values. There wasn't low entropy. Like there wasn't some sort of a nonce leak there. Just Pete, to answer your question, my gold standard before I started Anchorwatch, I always believed in was multi-vendor, multi-sig. That's what I always did. You'd have a ledger, you have a Coldcard, you have another device. Michael Flaxman has a great guide called the 10x Bitcoin Security Guide that I would always refer people to before I started Anchorwatch. This is all about risk distribution at the end of the day. No matter how good any one thing is, to concentrate your risk in one thing is to put all of your eggs in one basket. And what we're seeing is that this is, as an exercise of risk distribution, that's what we're talking about from risk mitigation here, by not putting all of your eggs in one basket.
Well articulated. Makes sense.
I do want to say that the future, Phil, is after all the smoke clears here, Coldcard will be the most secure open source hardware thing possible because of all the energy and eyes being put on it right now. So ironically, it will lose reputation, but I genuinely do believe at the end of this, it will be the most secure, ironically.
Yeah, but the trust element's completely broken down, though.
Yeah. Also, ironically, if I had to move something, I might move it to a Coldcard, but do 100 dice rolls right now because at least there's less trust in a random number generator there than like trusting that Trezor hasn't been hacked. So I don't know.
Hey guys, I want to jump in quickly on the entropy generation. Something that I have done for a long time and that I recommend to other people is to not rely on one single device to help you with entropy generation. You can do your own manual picking of the first 11 or 23 words and then use a device to calculate the checksum to get the 12th or 24th word. And you can then validate that across multiple devices so you know that seed phrase is valid, has a valid checksum, and is going to work moving forward. I'm relatively impartial in terms of specific devices. I am preferential to devices that offer these kinds of tools because I think that they're really valuable. Ultimately, Bitcoiners are all about don't trust, verify. Something like this is really critical.
I don't know if that's the best advice because if you give that widely, then like there's just so many ways you could fuck it up. If you wanted good general advice, I'm with Rob. I'm with Rob. Multi-vendor, multi-sig. That's probably the best general advice you can give.
Oh, Rindell, hello. Please, yes, please jump
Yeah,
in.
hey, just want to steer the space back to the actual incident that's like unfolding and not like, you know, let's think from first principles about key generation here. So a couple things in the block report that's in the nest that Rob posted. Everybody should go and read the report, especially if you're interested in this stuff. But the thing I want to call your attention to is in later versions of the cold card, there's a reseeding process, and that actually uses the hardware random number generator. The not all of the bits that come out of that reseeding process are all high quality cryptographically sound random numbers. So the total search space that seeds end up being generated in through that reseeding process is much lower than it should be. Now, there's a lot of evidence that the current wallet draining that's happening is just kind of like a pass through the very vulnerable seeds. And there's some evidence that it might just be like a very lazy attacker based on how the UTXOs are being picked. But there's going to be more attackers going after these seeds in the future. So if you're running one of like the Mark IIIs with a vulnerable version, and you just have like a single sig with no passphrase on it, and you didn't generate it using 100 dice rolls, then you should move your money like immediately. If you are running a single sig again with no passphrase and that you didn't generate with 100 dice rolls with a later version of Coldcard, then I'd say that the bar to get at your money is higher. It's not something that somebody's going to just like quickly grind out over the weekend, but it's still much less secure than it should be. So you should make plans to move. You don't need to like drop everything and go do it right this minute, but you should make plans to move because the search space is much, much, much smaller than it should be. So that's it. If you're multi-vendor, multi-sig, you're probably okay. Even if you just have like a cold card and then some other stuff in there, the dice rolling uses a completely different code path. And then if you're using a passphrase on top of a seed generated on a cold card, then your security comes down to the passphrase. So if you have more than like, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 words in your passphrase, like you should be good. But if your passphrase is like one word on top of cold card generated entropy, then you should make plans to move.
Rindale, how confident are you in the estimate of 70 effective bits of security for the Mark IV currently, assuming the TRNG doesn't fail on start?
So it's a range, and part of the problem here, and like I've got notes, I've been like trading notes with the block engineers, and then there's I don't want to out anybody, but like there's other engineers that are in kind of a group chat, and we're sharing notes around, and kind of all of us arrived at about the same numbers. So I feel like, and they're similar numbers to what Lloyd Fournier shared. So there's some assumptions in that 70-ish or 73-ish bits. Some of the assumptions are around things like timers, and not all of those bits are going to be high quality random numbers. Timers are monotomically incrementing. Whether or not the attacker knows the timers or can guess, some number of bits in it is going to affect things. So there's kind of a range between 2 to the 32 and like 2 to the 74-ish.
if you could
very quickly, I saw Nick from UTXO Club had his hand raised for a while, and he works with Lloyd a lot. So I wasn't sure if he specifically had things to contribute to this.
Hey, how's it going? Yeah, thanks for having me on. To be honest, I haven't actually spoken to Lloyd this morning in our time since he's got those numbers out. So I don't have anything to add to those, sadly. The thing I was going to add to was those two things. One of them was the passphrase. Like if you hadn't affected MK3 Coldcard, but you did have, a somewhat reasonable passphrase, even if it's like a reasonably short one, I would think that at least at this stage, the attackers would not be generating these low entropy addresses and then also generating like magnitudes of passphrases on top of that. It would just not be worth the computational expense. But, eventually they might start doing that. So, I wouldn't rely on that for the long term.
Rindale,
Yeah. Oh, sorry, really quick. Just
You're good.
On that point, Nick, totally agree. Like the way I'm kind of compartmentalizing or bucketing things in my head is like bucket one is you need to drop what you're doing and like go move your money right now. Bucket two is like, it's not a hair on fire emergency, but you should probably plan on moving. And then bucket three is like, this doesn't affect you. And I think if you have like a low entropy passphrase on top of an affected cold card, then you're probably in that second bucket, right? Like, I think, what's very clearly happening is the original attacker is walking through the search space, and then, I don't want to say anything that's like not public yet, but like they're deriving and checking addresses in like a particular way that's leaving some wallets not fully swept. But people will be back, and there's going to be like more attackers. What I think we're going to see is there's going to be a long tail of, in the future, computers get faster, computers get cheaper, and also like people just have things to do. And so they're going to start kind of moving out on that tail of like, hey, let's try, 3-word passphrases on top of this already known set, et cetera. So I think if you are using like single-sig of later Coldcard, or if you have a low entropy passphrase, then you should like be thinking about moving, and you should be making plans to move.
I think two important things is like, first, if you generated your seed before the end of 2020, you're fine. Like the vulnerable firmware was not released, like it's a non-issue, you're okay. And another thing is, after you sort your shit out, like whether you're immediately vulnerable or whether you're just dealing with a weakened seed and you move in the next few days, is start thinking anybody who is using a cold card who might have generated their seed in a time period of a vulnerability, who doesn't pay attention to things, who is not terminally online. Like, after you sort your own shit out, start thinking about all those people, reaching out, like contact them, help walk them through what they can do. But like, yeah, this is going to be messy because a lot of people aren't terminally online like us, and like they're not going to know right now any of this is happening.
Rindell, I have a thought. If the UUID was based on the wafer position, and you're now brute forcing these different private keys, you then eventually end up knowing like a set of UUID wafer positions. And if there's any common pattern inside of that for positions, maybe they're all even numbers or something like that, you can reduce that search space potentially. Is that reasonable to think?
Yeah, and like I'm not. It's not clear to me. I think the wafer position thing might be a constant, because like these things are mass produced.
Well, the wafer position is the XY coordinate, but that's my point. Is like this information that normally I'd have to go buy chips or find chips of the same.
Yeah, like you should assume that somebody will discover it at this point.
Yes, somebody will discover that.
Yeah,
pattern.
like
correct.
This is not a cryptographically secure secret at this point. Like this is obfuscated. So
Yep.
like you should just treat it as being known when you're thinking about like, do I need to move my money or not?
Yeah, and what happens there is like whatever computational power they can save by finding the pattern in that portion that is the hardest to grind, that UUID wafer position, they can then basically use that to break passphrases or more derivation path checks at that point.
So, practical advice: if you are on a affected Coldcard and you have a single-sig wallet that doesn't have passphrase, or you didn't generate with dice rolls, move now. If you have a low entropy passphrase, or you're on a later version of Coldcard but with a single-sig wallet with no passphrase and no dice rolls, plan on moving. And when I say now, I mean like right the fuck now.
I have a question about the Coldcard. Haven't used one. So are you able to bring your own seed? Like, are you able to bring your own kind of stuff, or do you have to like pretty much use the interface to like pretty much generate everything you
can bring
use
your
on
own
the
seed.
Coldcard? So
create your own.
All right. If it allows you to bring, roll your own, bring your own, like, okay.
Yeah, it does. Roll your own. I think this is a big lesson. Like, I've always been a dice roll maxi, and like I'd say I don't know how many percent, but like probably 2% of everybody in here has a dice roll wallet. You know what I mean? Nobody creates their own seed, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, like multi-vendor, multi-sig is like a good way to go. Multi-device, but with different entropy sources, is like a good way to go. Earlier, like people were talking about BitKey. Disclosure, I guess. Like I worked on BitKey, but like they don't pay me, so I like I'm not shilling it for my own gain or anything. But like that's a wallet where each key has a separate source of entropy. So like that design mitigates this kind of thing. There's lots of ways of doing it. I think right now, if you are an affected user, the thing that's important is that you don't get paralyzed by trying to cook up like the most perfect thing. Like step one is you need to get your money out of harm's way if you are affected by this. So like don't worry about like needing to spend the next 100 hours like setting up the perfect thing. Like move to something that you can move to, and then like figure out the perfect thing later.
Doesn't Best Buy sell ledgers or BitKeys as well?
Yep.
They sell
do.
both.
Yeah.
I have been on multiple phone calls today recommending that to people.
They're closed
as a
now here,
great class. Yeah.
Would it be safer?
Can we hang on, Detroit? Can we let Arbin go? He's been waiting. I got to make room, and I've had people drop and rejoin, so I can bring him
Kick me if you need to.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, since there's a good group up here, if anyone knows of any projects or teams that are working with these frontier labs or with these, with Anthropic. We see these consortiums of like cybersecurity with the big companies, but are there any Bitcoin companies that are, or Bitcoin researchers?
Not directly.
Can we?
A couple people have gotten some limited things here and there. Maybe they'll actually pay attention now. I know there's been a lot of efforts across the board for different people to try and get access. Maybe $100 million theft will be enough for them to take a look at this now.
Well, I mean, we take the personal route. I know Sam's personally invested in Meanwhile, and not that far away from anyone really in degrees of knowing. But like for Claude, or I don't know, I feel like there should definitely be a push. Like fuck the $15 million contribution to whatever this BIP 110 thing. Like where is the team that's scouring this company by company by company? Like what the hell are we doing here? Why is this happening now? And why are we sitting here going, what Chinese team out here with a better GPU cluster is fucking everyone here?
To be clear, I'm spending plenty of time poking through these models, and you can get a little thing here and there with Codex, but Kimmy K3 is the one that actually does the deep analysis on this because it doesn't yell at you. So like it is an absolute travesty that the American protectorate of frontier lab models, you have white hats that have one arm time to high back, and you have black hats who have all of the controls to be able to do whatever they want. It is absolutely shameful. The idea that this was ever going to be a good public policy idea, and how do you actually keep people safe?
I can second that. I've already hit plenty of bottlenecks trying to do security related stuff at my company, and just to be reported to OpenAI under suspicion. So it's really, really fucking annoying, to be quite honest with you.
Okay, I gotta go, but I hope you guys. you guys put some effort. We hope you put some effort into that as a collective, and it would be great to like, you know, I know some people. I don't know if someone add me a group chat or something, but we should definitely fix that.
Hey, just wanted to add something small. If your passphrase is like 3 words, it's pretty useless. Bit 39. I would put that in the move right now bucket because I'm sure there's people running that now. Back of the napkin map, like basically a 3-word thing you could crack in less than $2. You're looking at least like 5 words for you to like breathe and take your time before you move your shit.
I gotta cut you off. What the hell are you talking about right now with someone having, are you talking about like actually producing like instead of using like a 12-word seed, only using 3 words? Like what are you actually talking
No,
about?
no, I'm saying if you have a MK3 seed plus a 3-word passphrase, the passphrase itself would only take about $2 in GPU time to crack.
Because it's not used towards the total entropy of the priv.
Correct. So you would add that $2 plus whatever it takes to crack the MK3.
That's really frustrating that the passphrase isn't used holistically over the priv.
Well, it's just you would go, yeah, it is, but like the way you
It goes
crack
into an
it,
HMAC.
It is.
Like it
It
goes
is,
into an
but
HMAC over your.
And if it
they know
does,
the
I would
seed in
assume that's
Philly,
like
so.
pretty high hanging fruit for this sort of attack right now.
well, the way you crack it is basically you try. It's just brute force, right? So this is just simple math on like how long it takes. Like this is with my basically you can do 1 million, roughly 1.5 million checks on a 4090 GPU, like RTX 4090.
Right,
So that's where
but what I'm saying is still stands that it's high hanging fruit versus all the potential 0 index funds out there that can still be scoured. You're wasting a lot of time
there's
for high hanging fruit.
well,
right now.
you're gonna do those ones first. So there's 1.3 trillion
yeah, but
combinations.
What's the time
I
for
wouldn't
looking
count
at
on
all
that
the
though, because
low-hanging
if I wanted to
I don't
steal
know.
shit, right? If I wanted to
Real
steal
quick,
shit, I wouldn't
Praveen,
go for the
Praveen,
low hanging fruit.
This is a
I
question
would
for you.
go for this.
How long is it to look at all the low hanging fruit? Because I assume that's still gonna like. What's the estimate
Days.
of looking at
I mean,
all the
who
low hanging
knows
fruit?
how many? I would
After today,
assume that
I think it's going to be hours. Like I think it
hours
might.
a
Yeah,
day.
it's
It's
hours.
like
By
the
tomorrow, it might
amount.
be completely swept.
So we're done with
Yeah.
the low hanging fruit pretty much.
Hey,
Now.
really quick.
No, if I was an attacker, I would put millions of dollars.
We're gonna let Rindell go because I think we've kind of milked this point enough. Yes,
Oh,
Rindell.
sorry. No, somebody responded in the comments asking who should move their Bitcoin. I just want to like get this out because like I want to make sure that people who are affected like hear it. If you used a Coldcard Mark III to generate a single sig wallet and you didn't generate it by like rolling dice 100 times and you don't have a like high quality passphrase on it, if you generated your wallet with a Coldcard Mark III, you should go and move your money like right now. Like you should get off the space and go do it right now. If you have a passphrase, but to Praveen's point, if it's like not really long and high quality, or if it's a later model of Coldcard, but hey Lloyd, what's up, buddy? Or if it's like a longer or a later Coldcard release, then you should probably plan to move because the later Coldcards do not have the full search space that they should, and numbers are kind of changing hour by hour, but it's I think it's much lower than we thought it was because of how the reseeding operation works. So if you used a Coldcard Mark III and you have just like a normal sort of vanilla single sig, go move your money right now. If you have like a lower quality passphrase, or if you used a later Coldcard, you should probably think about moving it, but you're not going to be in this like first wave of brute forcing.
One question: shouldn't we also warn people, even if it's multi-sig, but like 3 MK3s, to move it soon-ish?
Yes, we did that earlier. It's not just 3, 5. If your entire quorum,
it's a signing quorum. So if your signing quorum is all Mark IIIs, then like you're not going to be in this first wave, but like you should plan to move. Yeah. Sorry.
How would they? Maybe this is a smooth brain question for me, but wouldn't they somehow need to get the descriptor, or like what do we?
They need
They would be able to
they need
reverse
all
engineer the descriptor.
three.
Is the
They need
descriptor
all
that
three.
deterministic for them to easily figure it out, Rob?
If you have all three, you can rebuild it.
If you there's going to be many rainbow table equivalents built all across this entropy set between low entropy passphrase. Sorry, Ryan, I'll go for it.
It's also just like if you have any address reuse, then like they'll be able to just grab the pub keys out of it.
Keys, yeah.
They will see if you've ever spent from a wallet. Just to be clear, if you've ever spent Bitcoin from a wallet that was generated with this, an attacker can go walk the blockchain and say, "Oh, there's the public key. I have the private key to this public key, which means I can follow this wallet around and see if I can get funds."
Yeah.
They're not going to know any information about you individually, but they're going to see all the cryptographic data on chain.
Also, if you go to spend as well, you may already have in your table.
Well, wait a second though. You don't get the descriptor just from a spend.
You get the pub keys from spend.
It's not the descriptor.
You can't reverse engineer.
The thing that you need on chain are pub keys.
Pub
right?
keys
Like,
with
you
pub
don't-
keys with reused addresses. But if you don't have reused addresses, they can't reverse
or
engineer.
in the future.
No, this is
Like in the future, if somebody has a lookup table for vulnerable pub keys mapped to their private keys, if I see Rob spend from his 2 of 3, and while it's in the mempool, I can see the 3 public keys. And if I have 2 of the private keys, I could RBF his transaction.
Okay, I mean that's a slightly different attack. But what I'm saying is, if you have, let's say you have a multi-sig, you have funds in 2 separate addresses belonging to that multi-sig, you spend from one, and so you've revealed the public keys for that one. They can't reverse engineer like what they would need to rug the other one.
Yeah, but like the point is that you should like plan on moving these funds if a signing quorum are vulnerable.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. I mean, because of an in-flight attack vector.
Another
in that
component
case.
is if a member of your quorum that you have has a CoinKite Mark III, like in a way that one is compromised. But,
yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Can I ask a smooth brain question? What do people think of physical, private key generation systems like there's a set that comes in like a giant, like they look like medicine, they look like pills, and you just like spill them out on the floor.
Yeah.
There's also, good.
Well, I mean, it's more or less as long as you're actually shaking it up and picking out them randomly, then I guess it could work out fine. I guess it's probably an easier way to think about it for someone who doesn't want to think about how the dice map to a seed phrase.
I'm just wondering how can people use dice if they don't have a cold card? What are the systems available, or something like dice
But
seed?
even with those ones, you still need the checksum at the end. So you need a system that generates or can tell you what a valid checksum is, right?
Got it.
So you record the last 24 words said by your 2-year-old.
I mean, you can literally each word
and it's gone.
The set of ones and zeros. You can just flip.
You can do
over and over again the correct number of bits.
Did a couple of
on
times.
ones or zeros, and then just splice it up and see what words it maps to.
Shinobi, that is probably the most pure way, is flipping a coin 256 times.
It is.
Get 256
I'll
bits.
I'll put my tutorial of how to do that up in the nest right now.
Hey guys, Evan here. So this was hitting on what I wanted to talk about. Are there any other hardware wallets that allow you to add entropy externally from like a dice roll system, similar to Coldcard? It feels like basically everything else is requiring you to, generate your seed from, external system.
Crux. So I think the Crux wallet lets you do that. For dice rolls, I think Seed Signer does too. Foundation devices. So that's Foundation devices, Crux, Seed Signer. I don't know what else though, offhand.
Yeah, I mean, just putting on my tinfoil hat, being really worried, makes me think about, what other PRNGs might be compromised or not wired up correctly.
Well, I mean, this kind of comes back to like what I was saying earlier. Like, there's two ways you can approach this. Either you, like, as a power user, fully take the responsibility yourself to securely generate entropy, or the engineers need to actually think, like, what is the most bulletproof, like, source of randomness I can get.
Lloyd, did you speak yet? I was sure because you come up on stage. Did you have anything you wanted to share? Can't hear you if your mic's
I
gone.
can't hear him either.
Okay. BTC David, do you have your hand raised?
Yeah, thanks, Rob. Humble pleb here. So I think, appreciate all the info and Ryan for kind of breaking it down into simple terms. I guess my question, and it's been touched upon a little bit, but what is it really like a matter of when and not if this vulnerability goes to other hardware wallets? And if, let's under that assumption, is it really,
Coldcard-only.
the correct...
David, this
that may not be a right
This is
assumption.
100% Coldcard-only.
No.
This is 100% Coldcard-only.
This is Coldcard-only. This is...
Like, it's no longer uncertain. Like, the code traces, like we pinned to the top of the room. If you go one post back on the nest, there's a deep dive from the Square engineering team. No one else was using this library, to my understanding. So,
even
like,
other
it is contained.
CoinKite products are fine. Like the Sats cards, the tap signers, the open dimes, like those are all fine.
Well, the other side of this, though, like this specific
I
bug
guess
was
I
for
understand
Coldcard.
that.
Sorry, go ahead, David.
I guess, yeah. I mean, I understand that right now the vulnerability is concentrated to cold cards, but I guess putting on the tinfoil paranoid Bitcoiner hat, right? Like, I imagine there's a potential vulnerability for other wallets, right? So is based on what I'm hearing, right? Is it if you don't have a passphrase or if you don't have a multi-sig setup, is it sort of like good practice given the latest information available?
David, it's always possible that a device or a piece of software has a bug, but this specific bug is just the cold cards. It affects specific models with specific firmware versions to different degrees. It affects nothing else. Like passphrases are additive.
Yeah,
like,
gotcha.
If you have a setup and you have a passphrase, that will make it more secure. Like the more secure that passphrase is. If you have a multi-sig with different devices, that is always going to make it more secure. Like that is additive. Those things cannot make something less secure. They can only improve the security.
I think David's right, though. Like, in a way,
gotcha.
These other hardware wallets will be reviewed. I don't expect any of them to have problems in the same way that Coldcard did, but I can assume that they're all going to be getting review for bugs and potentially being patched, and there may be disclosures. I don't.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, sorry, I've got to drop in a second, but just David's question. I think there's probably other people who have the question behind the question. So just really quick, if folks haven't been on the space for the last like 3 hours or however long it's been, the nature of this bug is, or the nature of this issue is it's a literal software bug. So like there's a bug that was in certain versions of the Coldcard firmware where what happens is when you go to create a new wallet on any hardware wallet, including Coldcard, right? What's supposed to happen is it uses a special random number generator that's like a physical piece of hardware on the circuit board to generate your seed phrase. And it's supposed to generate a seed phrase that's from a search space of either 128 bits or 256 bits. And it's supposed to be like very, very, very random so that nobody can ever guess what your seed phrase is. This issue, the root cause of this issue is there was a bug in the software where on affected versions, instead of the cold card using that physical random number generator, instead it fell back to using a software pseudo random number generator that only generated seeds from a search space of about 4 billion. So that means that if you generated a seed on one of these affected cold cards, then your seed was one out of about 4 billion. Computers are very fast. So modern computers can just go through and generate like all of those seed phrases and then just go and check them and see which ones have coins and spend them. So if you have like a very good passphrase, then that adds entropy. So now your seed is outside of, or your effective seed is outside of that space of 4 billion. It extends the number. If you are in like a multi-sig with things that aren't with like multiple vendors or multiple versions, then you extend that space. If you generated your seed phrase by doing dice rolls, like the 100 dice rolls that Coldcard tells you to do, then it actually bypasses that code entirely. So the nature of this thing that's happening today is a software bug that caused Coldcard to pick from a much smaller bag of random numbers than it was supposed to. So this isn't like there's a whole meta discussion about, hey, in the age of LLMs, how do we audit code and like what do we do to secure our Bitcoin? That's like a meta discussion. But for people who are trying to understand, like, is my money safe today? That is the root cause of the issue today.
Hey, is it okay if I add some context to the number 4 billion? So with today's GPUs, like a 4090, like a 5090, you can run about 5 million. You can run about 1.5 million checks a second with a 4090. That's only 45 minutes on a single GPU, and one of those costs 69 cents an hour to rent. So if you're looking at rentals, it takes less than $1 to break 4 billion.
I got a question sort of related to this topic. When it comes to the Q and the Mark IV, can you describe the difference in terms of like the bit space we're talking about? I've heard your recommendations, like it's not a fly home and fix it kind of situation, but I just want to understand the difference in the math between the issue as it affects the Mark IV and the Q.
So and like up in the space, there's a thing from Block. It's like an engineering write-up. Like you should read that for all the details because I'm gonna have to like skip over all of them. But the TLDR is the way that later cold cards work is they do this random number generation that again is supposed to use like the piece of hardware but can fall back to the software random number generation, and then it runs that through like a reseeding process that uses a separate random number generator that seems to have been working. The problem is that reseeding operation doesn't give you the full like 256 bits of kind of random search space. It looks like, and people are doing a bunch of work to try to like nail down the exact number because this stuff is complicated, but there's some assumptions that you have to make about some of the parameters that go into that reseeding process. So for example, one of the input parameters for this reseeding process is like a timer, and okay, the timer is some number of bits, but timers are not like real random number generators, right? Like they always go up one at a time and you can like make assumptions about like how many
long?
leading zeros there are, right? So it's like not a high quality random number. And so on like a Mark IV, a Q, or Mark V, the numbers that I've seen and that my kind of analysis vibes with, like plus or minus, a bit or two, is that the range is between 2 to the 32 and 2 to the 74-ish. Some people have said 76, some people are saying 73, but it's like in that range. And I think that there's like a question about how much you can scoot that number down towards the and then even if
How do you
it's
get
kind
2
of
to the 32? Oh.
well, and then even if even if it's higher.
Did I lose him?
Ryan, I lost you, Ryan.
But
Thank you for the answer. That's good.
So I mean, if you take those numbers in the table at face value, right? 40 bits versus 72, it's the difference between about a trillion and a billion trillion. That's a pretty significant difference.
I mean, the difference is essentially like somebody doing it on their laptop versus needing a data center versus with GPUs, right, to compute.
Right.
But the fact is, kind of thinking about it, if there's that much value to be had to breaking one of these, like that could make sense.
Yeah.
I
There's
still have
probably
a
more value in the earlier ones. Although
well, yeah,
that's
because your
something-
margin for profit's higher, right? Like
Well,
the
but
guy that
also
first discovered it.
they're earlier, you know.
I mean, like somebody that discovered it basically got however many millions of dollars in coins to do code review.
Yeah.
Hey, I still have a question about. I know you're saying that. I mean, we're talking about layers on the tree, and we're talking about upper layers of fruit here, low hanging fruit, according to y'all and Praveen and stuff. Pretty much going to be wiped out now, or in the next few hours, or by tomorrow, or something. But the thing that I did not understand was the ease that y'all are making it sound like, or the. I mean, I know it's higher hanging fruit, but like the multi-sig ease of what swiping these funds doesn't really, I don't really understand how that's as easy as y'all are making it sound.
So here's the thing: you get the entire universe of all private key of all seed phrases, right? You spend the time, you grind the cycles, you get those done. Cool. Now you have a table of not only all of the seeds, but all of the default standard generation XPubs, right? Cool. Now what you can do is you can take a public key or a list of public keys, like the first 10 public keys from all of those XPubs, and you can start scanning the entire blockchain and see if you have any hits ever. And then you get one single hit. You can say, oh, it's a 2 of 3. Oh, do I have 2 to the 2 of
Got
3?
it.
And then all of a sudden, like you now have the entire table, and then
Fair to
you,
say,
like,
Rob, fair to say that if it hasn't been used before, that this doesn't apply.
No, this is actually where it's not true, because this is the universe. Like, if we're all going to walk through the thought experiment for a second, this is what it looks like if a quantum computer arrived early. Like, this is a narrow subset specifically of certain devices got their entire private keys pwned, and it changes the game theory of how you have to interact with your funds. That's what we're like. That's what this
Well,
is.
to be fair,
Also, remember how I said? Can I
But
just add something to that? Remember how I said it would take one GPU 45 minutes to find one of these keys? So if it could run 3, it could find 3 of these keys, and then you need to do some more work to get the public key. But like you're just adding on like more compute.
Right, but then I mean, going back, I would imagine randomly combining, looking for 2 of 3s, 3 of 5s that you don't understand even exist would be very complicated and like very like a large space of entropy.
But I mean, Michael, that's the
I got the idea.
It's the order of attack and like how much time you have to react. Like if you have a single,
you would also probably only combine ones that have balances.
like the larger entropy pool for later model devices, like you have some time. Like if you have a multi-sig, you have more time. But the fact of the matter is, if your coins are sitting there, they're still at risk. And as more attackers start doing this and chipping through things, they're going to start going after the harder to get things because that's all that will be left.
I think that misses the point I'm trying to make. So I first was pretty clear to say low hanging fruit is gone by tomorrow or whatever. And what I was trying to identify is how low of it, like I'm trying to understand, because when we originally were talking about this, I guess what I'm really wondering is this something where we also feel like this is like a tomorrow, this week kind of thing? Like, because I just feel like to order orders of magnitude
in a compromised
Sorry?
seed, you should have your funds like moved by the end of the week. Like if you are on a Mark 2 or 3, that you should be doing that right now. If you're on another device, like that should be done by the end of the week, just to have it done with. And
okay, so I guess am I distracting then maybe from the goal? Because maybe this is a distraction then. Because what I'm asking, like, not what people should do right now. I think that's clear, Shinobi. I want to make sure I back you up and agree with you on this. I'm asking more. I'm trying to learn here, but maybe that's not the time to do it. So maybe we just pass it to people who have questions.
Well, what's unclear to you, Michael?
So, like, another thing that I still didn't understand is, like, how do you reverse engineer the descriptor? That was also very
Well, it's not so much you're reverse engineering the descriptor. You're combining all of them to make
and dude,
descriptors.
it's canonically ordered. Multi-sig is canonically ordered. When you have your set of keys and your policy, the ordering is canonical.
So I think we should leave this is, Michael, I think at a later time we could do a whole whiteboard session on exactly how this works, but
I'll run a
take our
space
word
tomorrow
for it.
and we can continue the conversation.
We can talk about it, but in the context of the breaking news of this all, I think it's better if we just focus on the immediate things. But
sure, I thought there was a lull.
The thing to be aware of.
I thought there was a lull where I could ask this question. I mean, I just don't know how many. I don't know how many times we can.
There might be another lull in another hour or two. We'll see how long I keep it going.
We need to reach the people that were affected. That guy that had more than 200 UTXOs, he still has 0.18 in there.
Well, the best we can do is talk about it. I don't think the beautiful thing about Bitcoin as a pseudonymous system is no one knows the phone number to the guy that has that address. And so this is the downside of that, but I think it's better, all things considered. Time Chain, do you have a question?
Yeah. Hey, thanks for letting me up. I have a question. I have two questions. The one question, and this has been answered, but I just want to reiterate, is that if someone used dice to roll their own seed and loaded it onto a cold card, it is safe, and that is on all cold card devices, correct?
Yes.
If you derived your entropy off of the cold card by rolling dice, yes, you're safe.
Okay. And then my second question is, for people who didn't do that and who maybe are freaking out right now and are wanting to roll their own seed, the best method that I have found is a method that D++ created. There's a tutorial from Simplest Bitcoin book. It's pinned in the nest, and this is a lot easier than rolling a dice 100 times. It simplifies that process. And so I'm wondering if anybody you guys who are really smart and technical would take a minute to look at that now or later and just drop a comment on that post, whether you think that's a good method, because it's a much easier method for people who are not as technical, who maybe are listening to this. So it might be a valuable resource for them to roll their seeds.
If they have those die, then yes. I mean, if they're Dungeons and Dragons nerds, then
with a
for
D12,
sure, yeah. You roll those dice instead.
You can't fool me. I know everyone in this space has a full set of D&D dice.
Hey, I mean, if you got them in the drawer, might as well pull them out. It'll save you a few rolls.
Is there? That's a very valid point. You can order the dice online, but as far as immediately, do you guys have a resource that you would recommend, the go-to how to roll your own seed resource that could be pinned in the nest here?
Sessions.
So I pinned a tutorial that I made a while back showing how to roll dice on a few different devices and then cross-check it with the Ian Coleman site, which I think is a good exercise. Although in this case, it doesn't take very long to check to make sure it's legit and then make a real one and move them. But yeah, I mean, you can follow along on that tutorial if you still have questions. I think there's tons of content out there, though, if you just search on YouTube, to be honest.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I'll hop down and let someone else up.
Hey, Time Chain. If anybody's curious about the method Time Chain was talking about, D++ is in the nest, first item. I got to make some room. Tao, what's up, bro?
Really quickly, you guys mentioned passphrase a lot, but I haven't heard you guys say what would be a good passphrase, like how many characters at a minimum, and what sort of characters to use. Can you guys at least speak to that?
Of course, battery staple.
What?
It's like I've been facetious.
My recommendation is use the BIP 39 words. It's a preset list that you could already look at, rather than getting lost in capitalizations and special characters and stuff.
Mhm.
And picking at least 6 of the BIP 39 words at random is a good starting place for sufficient entropy.
But Rob, that's like dictionary words, and isn't that not secure?
No, that's the specific
No.
list, BIP 39 list.
Yeah, this is an illusion of passwords. You're better off having. There's over 2,000 BIP 39 words. 6 choose 2039 or 2042, whatever it is. You have plenty of options there. So it's sufficiently deep entropy. I'm actually pulling it up right now. You're in. Oh yeah, that's a really big number.
Yeah, it's a big number.
1, 2, 3.
I
It's a
have-
very, very big number.
It's a million trillion. I think.
Rob, you just gotta.
No.
I
So-
have I have a
trillion.
little chat GPT thing for the
70
back of the
million
napkin math on that. So like basically in 7, if you're around 7 words, it's not going to be crackable. And if you wanted to do the math to compare it to like a seed words, so seed words, it would be like having a 7-word seed word basically.
So you're saying for the passphrase, just pick an additional 6 words, 7 words? Is that what you said?
6 or 7 should suffice.
Now,
yeah.
how is someone going to enter something like that into like a cold card because it's so tiny?
So,
it's like
well,
a lot of characters.
You take the extra 3 minutes it takes you to enter it, and I mean, honestly, I think it doesn't take that long. It may feel like it's taking a long time because like it feels like you're taking a long time when you're clicking buttons, but when you actually time it, it's probably a few minutes extra. So just take the time, And
The benefit
I mean,
to
this
that-
this is for your cold storage, right? This isn't for your hot wallet you're moving every day or whatever. This is for your life savings. So you want to do these things correctly and take your time with it.
Okay, the benefit to that though, you can remember the words fairly easily, even though you still need to write it down. Yes.
Correct. Yeah, 6 to 7 words. Even if it's random, I'd say are fairly easy to remember if you kind of put your mind to it. But you also want to back it up somewhere.
Okay, thanks guys.
As
I'm
well.
gonna step down. Thanks.
Utah. Solar investing. Thanks for waiting. It's been a while.
Yeah, no problem. I appreciate you having me up. I feel like maybe this was discussed, maybe not. I'm getting lost in a lot of these conversations, if I'm being honest. But my question was in relation to the dice rolls. I mean, there's 2 methods on the cold card to do the dice rolls. Option 1, is just doing the dice rolls by itself, 99 or more times. Then option 2 is, having the cold card generate the 24 words through the random number generator, and then clicking option 4 to adding the dice rolls and then rolling the dice, 99 or more times. I guess my question is option 2, is that okay? I didn't really get a clear answer on that.
Can you repeat that question? Sorry.
Did that not come through?
No, I'm multitasking.
Yeah,
If you can imagine, I am
multitasking right now.
monitoring many situations and helping a lot of people make sure their money is safe. So, what? Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, my question is, as it relates to the dice rolls, there's 2 options to do that on the cold card. Option 1 is you just roll the dice 99 times, and you could do it that way. Or then the second option would be to have cold card generate the 24 words through the random number generator, and then click option 4 to add the dice rolls, and then do that 99 or more times. I'm just making sure option 2 is safe if you're on a MK4 or Q.
If you're on MK4 Q, the current consensus is you don't have to immediately move your funds, but you need to be making plans to move your funds very shortly.
So even if you do the dice roll?
Yeah. If you dice rolled from the start, you're saying that you rolled like 100 dice on your own?
What I'm saying is I had the cold card generate the 24 words,
and then added dice rolls.
added dice. I clicked the option 4 on the cold card to add dice rolls, and and then I'm using that seed phrase that it gave me by adding dice rolls. So I want to make sure that that's just as sufficient and my funds are safe if I went with that option.
It should be. I haven't looked at that specific line of the firmware. Is Portland still here? Has anyone looked at that specifically? The additional entropy, is that genuinely adding that dice roll entropy? My question would be, how many dice rolls did you add to the seed phrase entropy?
Over 100. It was like 105 or 110. I mean,
If the firmware is working correctly, that effectively gives you the same amount of entropy as if you had rolled the dice yourself, like from the start. I just haven't looked at that specific line of the firmware though to confirm. I'm sure in the next 12 hours or so there'll be some clarity on that.
okay, cool. Yeah, that would be. I mean, but assuming we do get clarity on that, the funds are safe and no need to. Would you still recommend moving funds off the cold card?
If the firmware is fine, then you have the decent entropy. Then this bug is not does not impact you at all.
Yeah, like I have a seed I generated on a cold card prior to the bug. I'm fine. Like I'm not moving anything. I'm okay.
Yeah, I think the general consensus now is if you use the dice roll function, and again, I mean, we don't have specific clarity on whether the combination of the two is good, but it seems like the dice rolls in general are, sufficient amount of entropy.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Yo, Asteroid, I know you've been waiting. Hang on, Kingo. Welcome up. I got to bring up a couple other people. So can we get Asteroid, then Vikingo, then Detroit? Because I got a cycle.
I'm going to hop down, guys. I really appreciate all your time and your giant brains.
See you, Phil.
Hi, how's it going, everybody? Yeah, I'm just wondering. Does anyone think there might be a risk to any of us who chose the kind of automatic randomized passphrase on any wallet, and if we should probably plan on getting a new set?
What do you mean by automatic random passphrase?
I set up my treasure or my multi-sig so long ago, but I don't remember doing anything. I just used the auto-generated one.
So the cold card does not provide arbitrary passphrases, and this issue is only impacting the cold card.
Okay, so it's not like a specific algorithm.
No, it's specific to the cold card.
Okay.
I would like to answer the question about the dice rolls in addition to the 24 words, 24 word seed phrase. The 24 word seed phrase is pwned because it is that PRNG, right? The 256 bits. The passphrase is concatenated onto the end for each dice roll you add. So an example here would be if you added a single dice roll, you're probably pretty vulnerable, right? Because you have that limited scope of entropy, and people are going to try to. They know this is a thing, and this will be ground with GPUs. Okay, great. 2 dice rolls probably still pwned. Once you get enough bits from these dice rolls, you probably can avoid that. I just don't know the number of bits you can get total out of it. So, yeah, that's my answer. It's like,
yeah, I mean,
if you did enough dice rolls, you're fine. I don't have the answer to the number of dice rolls, but that does augment that in the same way passphrase augments it.
Yeah, I'd be curious. See here, once you get to like,
well, how much entropy does a dice roll add? Is it like 2 point something bits? 2.5?
It's the square root of 6, which is like 2.3, 2.4 or something. Yeah. Or it's the log. You take the log of the sides of the die.
I'm just trying to think of like how many bits equal enough security on top of the.
Oh, I get what you're saying, but let's just move to the questions. We have a couple questions here. I don't want to turn into. They can go. Do you want to go with your question? I want to try and.
Yeah,
there'll be plenty of time for us to autistically spiral out over the nuances of this. I'm trying to help people right now. Yeah. If I can go for it.
All right,
more things to talk about.
Quick question. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound great.
Okay, all right, cool. I don't see the little microphone. All right, cool. So listen, it's just about a specific cold card, the MK3 running 4.1.3. That, yeah, I'm fucking wrecked. I have 200 dice rolls on that one. but that one doesn't have a passphrase, so I'm fucked.
No. You're
No.
Actually, I don't think you are in that case.
good.
No,
you sound like you're good,
Dice
dude.
rolls are good.
I'm fucking freaking out though.
You need to move your
so
funds. Wait.
another quick
I
question.
would still move it.
Yeah, I'm gonna move it, but I have a BitKey. So, but I'm curious if anyone knows about it, because the thing is, I have it
I'm
here.
familiar with it.
Oh, great. So look, here's the question. I set it up on my phone, and then I'm looking at it, and I'm like, where are the UTXOs? Can I separate UTXOs like coin control with it? Can I do that?
Yes. I'm pulling up. So I have I work in this industry in custody stuff, so I have like everyone's hardware wallet. So I'm pulling up the app right now. I've used the BitKey before. I
They've
recommended
been updating the app
it for.
periodically, so it's
Yeah, so I'm looking at the advanced settings right now in the BitKey. UTXO
you can
consolidation
sweep. Yeah,
is
well,
an
you can basically
option.
sweep everything into a brand new UTXO, but you can't do coin control yet. That's something they
Yeah.
Yeah,
have
that
not
really
added.
sucks.
Yeah, it sucks balls.
Because
Yeah.
this specific one has a bunch of bets on it and KYC stuff on it too, so it's just pretty bad.
I would
Well, wait a
I would
second.
still be moving your
This is
funds.
one with two. You said you did a dice roll to make this one.
Yeah, 200 times.
I mean,
Oh,
yeah,
you're fine.
fine.
Originally?
Yeah,
Like,
Did you use direct dice
You're
rolls with
fine.
no seed phrase generated along with it at
That's
all?
correct.
It was just 200 dice rolls into it.
From
Correct.
scratch.
Great.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
from
completely
scratch.
fine.
Yeah, you're
That,
good.
It's from
yeah,
scratch.
that is completely okay.
Yeah.
100%.
But it doesn't.
You're-
But this
you-
one doesn't have a passphrase.
It doesn't matter.
No, you're
That's
totally
fine.
fine.
The
That's
dice,
fine.
okay.
the
You're
dice
totally
rolls
okay.
are
Let's
good. Yeah.
let's just reset this for the room just so people understand as people are coming and going. The issue that's been identified with the firmware is that upon the creation, you boot up a cold card for the first time and you go and generate a seed phrase, and the cold card gives you a seed phrase. It was not exploring the full 2 to the 256 possible bits of entropy. It was like roughly 2 to the 32, which is something that a graphics card is able to kind of grind out in a day. And that's what we're seeing right now has been hit amongst people. If you rolled your own dice and brought your own entropy, you did not invoke any of this code that has the problem, which means you are not impacted.
Not to be pedantic, but less than an hour, not a day.
I'm still scared.
No,
You're
you're
good,
good.
man.
You're good,
Just
bro.
move
You're good,
to a
bro.
new hardware wallet. Like
Blue
seriously.
wallet.
Well,
Like, just-
Anybody who
there's no need for.
Okay.
There's
See,
no
the
need
thing
for
is that
panic.
the only thing I have is the BitKey, right? So it's like, and I want coin control. I need coin control.
Yeah.
But you're,
You're
fine.
good, though.
But you're fine. You
Vikingo,
rolled dice. You're
I
fine.
rolled the dice. I'm not moving mine. You're not moving yours, bro. We're going down together if we go down at all.
What kind of card?
No,
I'm just kidding.
that's a
I'm
different
kidding.
that's a different bug at that point. Then that's something
No,
entirely
we're
different
both
than what
good
we're
though.
seeing
We're
right
both
here.
good.
Yeah, cool.
I
Awesome.
have
Thank you.
validated that.
Broad,
Oh, I was going to say that.
what'd you validate?
The dice roll function. So it's like in their Python scripts, and like I
Yep.
by hand, like I basically had a set of inputs. Like I mocked the dice rolls, and the output was the exact same entropy I expected to have bit by bit. That's a difference versus like
yeah.
I cross-checked it on multiple
Broadsword,
devices.
do you want to go?
Yeah, thank you. Hey guys, super quick question. Earlier you were talking about how because of the power of LLMs getting better, obviously hackers are getting better, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know if anyone can actually answer this question, but I want to get your opinion. What do you guys think about old school Electrum wallets from like 2019 that obviously were not dice rolled, that the entropy came from the software itself?
I mean,
out of scope.
It's hard to say out of scope of what we're talking about right now. Like
this bug is Coldcard-only.
Yeah, we can't. I have not scanned the total universe of all software that's existed, custodying keys to be able to give you advice.
But you can assume others will at this point.
You can assume everyone is at this point. So multi-vendor, multi-sig, where you don't have all of your eggs in one basket. This entire thing is an exercise in risk distribution. You do not want to have all your eggs in one basket. So whether you are bringing your own entropy to the cold card, you're saying, hey, cold card, I'm going to bring my own entropy. I just want you to keep the thing safe once I give it to you. That did not impact you in this problem. If you used a ledger, in this case, it did not impact you. If you used a cold card and a ledger and a multi-sig with, another hardware wallet on top of that, you'd have a 2 of 3 that did not impact. Like there's a gradation of risk here in management. So as for like what my Electrum from 2019 could have done, I haven't taken a look at it. You're welcome to give Kimmy K3 a spin at the code base at the version that you generated that software on and see if it finds anything.
Yeah, I figured this is out of the scope and a little bit off topic, but thank you. I had to ask anyways.
Sure thing.
Good shit, Broadsword. I just wanted to, I know the Canadian, the Nemo trader. Can you speak?
Yeah, I sure can.
Thanks for waiting.
You guys can, yeah, you can hear me all right?
Yeah, you're good to go.
Just want to first off give everybody a shout out that's been on the stage. You guys have done just an absolute fantastic job. I've been listening for over 3 hours. I was driving, checking my wallets, a big Coldcard guy, and you guys have really given some great advice. I thought it would be prudent to come up on stage and just share a couple things that I'm just going to say for people who maybe haven't been around for a while, and I'd like you to push back if this isn't a good way to look at it. But first off is if you're using an MK3 with Coldcard, you know it's just a matter of time until your funds are drained. At a bare minimum, in my opinion, going to a hot wallet is onto your phone is probably a better, quicker move than trying to quickly go to an exchange or something else like that. The reason I mention that, and I'd like some pushback on that, I get why you might want to go to an exchange, but the reason I mention that is that there's also the privacy aspect that so many of us has fought for so hard to protect ourselves from the cyber financial net that's, pulling all around us. And then take the time, the second stage, and I'm seeing you, Rob, give me the thumbs down, and I get why I think you are. But then take the second stage, which would be to wipe your cold card completely. Do the freaking dice roll, everybody. Like, I don't care. Tomorrow, all my stuff is going back to dice roll because I know there has been some that I haven't. But tomorrow, I'm clearing my day. I'm dice rolling every single fucking thing I can because 2035 is going to thank me for this. Like 2035 right now, guys, is looking at you, everybody listening and saying, roll the dice. Like, screw this. Like, will it work? Will it not work? If I have some whatever, just roll the dice. Okay. Take the 2, 3, 4 hours because you're protecting millions of dollars. And more importantly, you're protecting your sovereignty. So tomorrow I'm rolling the dice on all my stuff. I'm going to then turn around and take a look at, can I now, if I was an MK3 user, and I'm not, but I have friends that are business people that I've been on the phone, listening to you guys, I've been messaging them, you've got to do this now. So if I was an MK3 user, then I would wipe my cold card. I could do all this in an hour. I would wipe my cold card. I would take the funds off that hot wallet and I would move it back after I had done my dice roll. I had tested, I had 100% control of that wallet. And now I would be reasonably secure again with a cold wallet. And I could do all of that without KYCing myself, still keeping my sovereignty and still using that existing cold wallet. So I'd love some pushback. Would just like to know what you guys think of that. I've got a lot of friends and business people that have been messaging me and they're just freaked right out. So thanks again.
The only thing I disagree with is using a hot wallet on a phone in the interim. Like you can wipe your original seed, you can generate a new one and then wipe that and put the original back and send a test transaction and then make sure it got to the second one and then send the rest of it. Like you can skip the whole hot wallet on the phone.
The main concern, though, Shinobi, is that we don't know how quickly these attacks are going to be executed. And so if you're running an MK3 and you still have your funds and they haven't been targeted yet, I mean, it might be a matter of minutes before they are. We don't know. And so
that's why I think you get it into a hot wallet as soon as if you have an MK3, you get it somewhere immediately, right?
But where are you sending it to?
I mean, probably a blue wallet or a nunchuck is in my opinion.
Yeah,
you could generate Could you generate a seed phrase on a mobile wallet if you're in this bad of straits and then import it in? No, because your entropy still can be sleuthed. I don't know. That's fucked. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so to be honest, guys, I mean, I think it's obviously you don't want to like keep your funds on a hot wallet for a long time, but I have not heard of blue wallet or nunchuck being hacked and people losing funds because seeds have been compromised.
It's not about the wallet being hacked.
It's the software around the wallet.
It's everything.
Okay, sure, but even then, right? Like, I think for an interim solution, it's better to do that than leaving the funds on the MK3, which may be compromised any minute, right? I mean, this is like literally like any minute now, right?
Well, it's like I've been repeating the whole time, Wicked. Like, if you are in a oh shit situation, go pick 6, 7 random words, make a new passphrase on the seed and send the funds there. And then you can calm down, you can relax. There is a way higher grinding cost, and you can take your time to do the next step properly.
Sure. Yeah.
Do we have Evan
You
here?
can also just
Has a
dice roll.
question?
Well, I mean, that's
Yeah,
the ultimate plan, but that takes
Yeah,
more
yeah.
well,
planning.
dice roll, like people need
Dice
to
roll even
learn
for
that
12.
though. That's not like somebody who has a Mark III or whatever and are tripping out right now. It's just gonna learn and do and nail.
Well, I mean, like, am I correct in stating that if you have a Mark III that's compromised, you absolutely could just roll 100 dice rolls and
No,
get a new
like
seed phrase
that's
from
the
that Mark
thing.
III?
Like, my
But if you
point
don't know
there
how
is
to roll
when you
dice,
go to the passphrase on that same seed, when you are adding security and adding time. And then you can go back and generate a new seed properly with dice. You cannot be rushing because you're panicked about your coins being so exposed. And you
One of
can
the benefits,
like that's the key thing here is like the key generation is the only problem here. Like if you have a secure
Correct.
seed or get a secure seed on the device is otherwise still fine.
one of the benefits of the passphrase route is that it is very easy to switch back and forth between it with a passphrase and it without. And so if you're trying to generate the passphrase, import the wallet into Sparrow, then remove the passphrase, sign for the funds to move over. I mean, that whole process can be done fairly quickly as well. So I agree. Actually, Shinobi is probably a better option,
for those
maybe.
people who don't have a Mark III that need to like learn how to dice roll, Blue Wallet, if you go in advanced options, you can practice and kind of get the hang of it. Because the first time I ever dice roll, it took me a minute to kind of understand, or just, there's people aren't just gonna know how to do that. Should we have hard enough time getting people to just take their shit off exchanges, let alone learn how to fucking dice roll, panicking about their fucking money.
I do have to agree that dice rolls is someone for me who's been in Bitcoin for over a decade. I understand the math behind them. I am deeply comfortable with it. I think from an entry level, multi-vendor, multi-sig is a really clean way just to get someone onboarded. Like that is the really clean way. You buy a ledger, you buy a Coldcard, you buy a third device of your choosing, whatever one you'd like to use. You could use foundation devices, you could use a seed signer, you could use a Bitbox. There are many, many other ones. And the point is you're not putting all of your life savings and trust into one specific stack. And that is the very clean, approachable thing. It is emotionally easier to intuit. Oh, I have 2 of 3. As long as I have these 2 of 3, I'm fine. With a little bit of coaching and guidance, it's something that is insanely more approachable. I greatly empathize with the autistic spiraling on rolling dice. It's just not a scalable solution for everyone.
I'm just going to come back on that, and then I'll happily leave the stage and give somebody else a chance to be up. I just want to say, Rob, there's also the multi-sig path side of things that if you lose that, you're kind of screwed, right? So I'm just speaking to people who are like, some of my friends that I've gotten into Bitcoin, 5-10 years ago, and now I'm like, oh, hey, there's Coldcard, you guys, your next big step. Those people are all freaking out because they bought into the sovereignty and the freedom of Bitcoin and what it gives for us, right? True freedom money. But now they're feeling compromised. They don't have time to sit down and figure out this. What they have to do is something with those funds to move those coins, to put into something secure. Most likely, I think they should, I tell everybody you should have at least 3 or 4 wallets, right? Different wallets. You have your location wallet that's sovereign. You guys know that, but now your risk is reduced. And at a minimum, if they could just do that, and again, maybe Blue Wallet or Numchuck or somebody is just get it to that wallet now, so it's away from your MK3. Now go through take the time to get educated how to dice roll, which again is not complicated. Build your new seed phrase, your entropy. You could use your existing. Sounds like everybody's on favor for using your existing Coldcard, whatever that is, if it's MK3 or 4Q. But now you've protected everything. Add a very decent 25th, multi-word, random generated phrase, and you're probably in a much better spot with about an hour worth of work to protect your millions of dollars and, more importantly, your sovereignty. That'd be my quick take, guys. I'll just, again, happy to push back on anybody on that. But if you're listening here and you're freaked out and you don't know what you're doing and all this talk is going over your head, but you know you have to be here because you're part of the space, there's probably some bare minimum things you can do that will just radically increase the probability of you not getting hacked here. I'll leave it at that. And on the way out the door, and then I'll step down. I also wanted to just give Praveen Pereira a shout out and Portland a shout out. You guys both contributed some really unique insights, and thanks a lot for that.
Thank you.
Thanks. Go Portland.
I think Rob actually had his hand up first. Rob Wallace. You got
Yo.
two Robs on stage now.
Good evening, everyone here. It's kind of a shitty evening, but thank you to Wicked, Rob Hamilton, Portland. You guys putting in the good work. Appreciate it. I mean, should we not be pissed right now? I mean, why was the entropy less than it should be? I mean, you bring us back to the beginning here. Like, what the fuck happened here? Like, why?
Somebody literally just made a one-line code mistake. The entire thing was one line of code that got included. And because I think, like, if I look at it from the perspective of a developer, because there was a fallback mechanism for the RNG to fall back onto, it didn't have the traditional like error. If there was no fallback, I would see that my device isn't working. But because of the fallback was to software entropy, it then became very tricky it's really hard to tell, like, is it software or is it hardware entropy? What matters, right? And so that's kind of like, I think what happened is like, okay, line of code got in, it kept generating more seed phrases, looks good. And then you just kind of set it, forget it. And nobody else like really reevaluated that code path or looked into it until LLMs came around and somebody asked the question, hey, is Coldcard's entropy secure? And probably came back with no. And somebody just decided to take advantage of that. So yeah, it was a single line of code.
Yeah, Portland, you laughed at this earlier, but it can definitely be blamed on C partially too because of their god awful like macro bullshit. Because it's so hard to follow. It's so hard to follow. If you look at that fucking code, yeah, like if you didn't know like how that shit, like I can see how that mistake was made because of fucking C.
That if in depth means if it is defined or not the value of that expression. But
think about how many people fucking miss that line, and this is exactly why C is AIDS.
Hey guys, listen. Only a bad worksman blames his tools. Okay.
Well, regardless, like, what happened is essentially
I'm stupid. That's why I use Rust.
A massive code base change happened to migrate away from prior dependencies on a library that Trezor maintained to integrate libsec 256K1 directly, like the gold standard crypto library. And in that migration, like there was this one line fuck up that just completely fucked the entropy.
That's inexcusable. That's fucking excusable. Like, no, like people trust their whole entire fucking lives on this.
Well, Rob, I also missed it during my evaluations when I looked at it. I didn't look at the specific RNG generation for seed phrases like that on the MK3. But another note, like why that one line was so impactful is because of not the check that it disabled by adding it. It was the code that also followed up behind it, which was if you didn't have this enabled to a value of 0, it would fall back to the software. If it mandated the software RNG, it literally took away the true random number generator in the device from you. So I don't know, like I can see why it happened, but like in hindsight, like I'm not a C++ programmer, but yeah.
Hey fellas, real quick. Feelings aside. Yeah, one sec, Evan. We're keeping space for the biggest brains and a couple spots to rotate people through. Go for it, Evan.
Yeah. So I think a common story that we're going to hear across the board is that a lot of people's story is that they onboarded to Coldcard via their entry level kind of wallet experience. So a Trezor One, a Ledger, something like that. Single sig, maybe a passphrase, probably a weak one. Obviously, those people hopefully still have those wallets, hanging around in their, you know, in their closet somewhere, rather than sending it to a hot wallet. Like where on the advisory scale would you say just one, sending your funds from your cold card that you graduated to, quote unquote graduated to, just sending it back to that ledger or Trezor, which are presumably on a completely different seed, hopefully with the passphrase you can improve that, or even simpler, just, I know it's like blasphemy amongst the self-sovereignty ethos of Bitcoin, but a lot of those people probably came from a Strike, a
No,
Coinbase
I mean,
originally.
Evan, just
Most of their funds are doxed anyway.
Evan,
just send it back to fucking Coinbase or
Evan,
River.
full stop. If you have another hardware wallet that is secure, send the coins there. Like if you have a Trezor or a Ledger or something, just send them there. And then you can take your time and regenerate a safe seed on the cold card if you want. But like if you have another safe wallet, just send them there.
I'm not in that, like the affected group, but I'm assuming my story is similar to a lot of other people's, where like it comes through there's this graduated process, and a lot of times you're like one step removed from something that seemed a little more simplistic. But you know, now hindsight's 2020. Like even just sending it to the exchange, assuming that you have been doing a significant amount of your buys on an already KYC exchange.
The one thing
like,
exchanges,
it's better than losing everything, right?
Be very wary of exchanges with deposit limits and withdrawal limits and getting things trapped there. Like a lot of exchanges, like if you try to deposit over your deposit limit, they will just bounce it back to the address that it came from. So like keep limits like that in mind.
Yeah, I mean, as far as receive limits though, aren't like River and Coinbase, I mean, maybe when we're talking into like millions of dollars in funds.
No, and Coinbase, dude, Coinbase's
limitations.
default limits are like a couple $1,000s. No. Like I have dealt with it.
No shit.
They will just go, nope, sorry, this deposit is over the limit, and they will just punt it back where it came from.
No, let me check real quick because I think that's incorrect.
I've never heard of a deposit limit. That's
there are deposit limits,
like a withdrawal limit. Withdrawal limit, definitely.
Mine's pretty high on Kraken.
Limit for sure, but
it's probably account dependent. But if you have a long-standing account there, it will be higher. Coinbase has deposit limits.
$5,000.
Sorry.
But it's like, so you know, keep that in mind.
The end game here is buy yourself
all you
time.
do. But like, just keep that in mind. If you
just look it up before you do.
Buy a little bit of coin here and there and withdraw, like your limits probably aren't that
Coinbase has no maximum limit of the amount of Bitcoin you can deposit into your account from an external wallet. So Coinbase is fine.
It's Bitcoin. If they give you a layer 1 address, there's no amount that can stop you from sending as much as you want to.
But Shinobi's point is that they'll bounce it back.
Behavior, they will just automatically bounce it to the origin address.
Yeah, and that could cause
exchanges do that.
I have had that happen with Cash App before.
Yeah, well, Cash App
definitely. I've never experienced
Cash App
100%
has deposit limits.
Hey, no, that's a way you can help the miners get more revenue. You just send them transactions and then you have them pay the fee on the way back.
Cash App's deposit limit is $10,000.
You see, Rob.
Mara's listening.
Rob, you're
but like if you're talking like cold storage amounts though, like that can be a can be a problem very easily. And then the same thing going out, they might let you deposit it, but what are your withdrawal limits?
I'm guessing
you might get that trapped in there.
If I had to guess, so Coinbase doesn't have a deposit limit. I'm guessing Strike doesn't have a deposit limit. Let's see.
But you had to get it out.
Strike is unlimited, and then River is also, if I had to guess, River's unlimited. So the only one that has a deposit limit is Cash App, really.
But withdrawal limits too, Wicked. You can deposit it, but what's the withdrawal limit per week, per month?
So Coinbase is like a couple $100,000.
You can worry about the withdrawal limit when you have your funds secured.
Dude, in an exchange,
Strike is no limit, by the way.
Dude, don't fucking say you can worry about shit like that when it's secured, dude. Like people could be dumping millions of dollars into accounts with like max limits of like $50K or like $100K.
Yeah, don't worry about
So
if you actually can get all of your funds onto the exchange that you're trying to send them to.
Getting them off
you
though.
you don't want to
Obviously,
be
it's
captured
not a
by
blanket
you don't want to be
statement.
captured by withdrawal limits though. So I
No.
have friends on Cash App who it's
100%.
going to take over a year to get their Bitcoin out, or what
Right.
it was before the withdrawal limits
100%.
went up,
Totally
right?
agree.
So you don't want to be in that situation. But that being said,
Yeah.
I think
Hey, I see.
Coinbase has fairly high limits. I think Strike has unlimited limits. If you have an account there, River has pretty high limits. So there's options. Just look it up
But
before
if
Can
you
we
dive in.
assuming you did onboard to Coldcard via that entry level, like the Ledger or the Trezor One, whatever, you would advise to just simply send the funds back to that entry level quote unquote hardware wallet
Yes.
versus sending it to an exchange, correct?
Yes,
That's what I would
1000%.
do. Yeah.
Can we move to Lloyd, because Lloyd's I would say a
That's all for me.
skilled.
Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you
Yeah, we
now,
got
Lloyd.
you.
Oh, you
Thank you.
can.
Yes.
Fantastic. Okay,
Amazing. Lloyd, lay it on us.
Yeah. I've been. I mean, obviously, it's so terrible. I'm sorry this really happened. I can't believe it. We always look at malicious stuff with hardware wallets, right? I'm always thinking about how you would design a malicious hardware wallet. This is like an accidental malicious hardware wallet that is probably worse than every malicious hardware wallet attack will ever happen. I've been looking at like the times and getting a clear idea on how long this would have taken to do. And I think the times that have been thrown out for the Mark III are pretty good. This basically like takes you a day or so if you just rent a few GPUs. But then for the Mark IV, it's a bit trickier. And even if you make like super pessimistic assumptions about the security, it's still going to take like hundreds of years with a few GPUs. So maybe you need to hire, hundreds of GPUs or something to get it done in a year. Like maybe like 1,000 I have here.
A data center?
To get it done in, like a data center.
Like there's a lot of money on the line. Like that seems plausible.
Yeah, so you would need like 1,000 GPUs. What I'm thinking is like, what's the timeline to actually act? You would need like 1,000 4090s to do it in 1.6 years. And that's like with a lot of pessimistic assumptions. So like that's the attacker knows like the UID of the chips, like maybe they are CoinKite or they have the data breach from CoinKite or something, and they know like the numbers of each of the chips of the STM32s. And in that case, and then the timer works like more predictably or works predictably, like the clock timer they put in and the user's like pin, steps is, the number of times they click the hardware wallet is relatively predictable. Then you get to like, with 1,000 4090s, like 1.6 years. Which is going to cost a lot of money. So, but yeah, it's possible. It's economic already to attack Mark IVs, but probably not just yet, I would say. But yeah, that's kind of what you're looking at. I think if you have a Mark IV, you're probably safe for like a little while. You probably don't need to fly back from wherever you are to go and move your Bitcoins, I'd say. But with a Mark III, you're like, no matter what, unless you've got all the dice rolls and everything, you should move them, because they're gonna, like, this first attacker has not got all of it. There are probably more attackers who think that they can be more thorough, who are renting out GPUs right now to go and look more thoroughly.
And I think there's some ways they can get a lot smarter about the way they're grinding out that UUID first 32 bits as well.
Yeah. So that's definitely more money to come. Maybe not even the bulk of it yet, as long as depending on people move. It'd be interesting to see, like, once we get an honest attacker who does the attack, to kind of like index all the funds that were actually taken, and because there'll be different groups doing it probably.
But how would you do it as an honest person?
I mean, it's just computation. So you
would look at the collateral, like who got stolen from, and you just mark it.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I mean, yeah,
you're looking at
spent addresses.
I see. You're not saying preventative.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if you guys want to roll with some preventative thing and try and take all the money and then work with NVK to find out who all the people bought them and try to return it. That would be.
That's a great idea. Let's get together and. Be the
Let's do it.
white hats
All right.
of X saving the bitcoins.
And give them a little heart attack, but then
The question I have about that, I know we're sort of talking fictitiously here, but I do wonder what would the potential repercussion if you're doing that just kind of as a event, like if you're just doing that solo, what would happen if someone like the FBI got involved or something? Would they be upset? Like what does that actually look like if you want to actually do that?
You get an interview from Luke. Sorry.
You're like a white hat vigilante, like you're not part of any sort of org, you're just
just don't tell nobody.
I'll do it from your home computer.
I think it's tricky.
To get it back, you'd have to work with.
Well, MVK doesn't keep records. So.
He doesn't keep records. Deletes them after 30 days.
That's the tricky thing. Maybe there's some way to reproduce it. Like
you'd have to bring
probably. What if you? Oh yeah, the physical cold card
or the bag.
You tab the. Maybe the bag, and maybe is it linked to? Is that the bag number that gets hashed? It's probably not, right? Something.
You bring your physical cold card. Something from. You would have.
You'd have to plug it into the debugger at the conference called not Taproot, because this is the last one. We're not going to have enough time to set this up. But whatever Rob Hamilton sets up with Portland after this big Bitcoin conference, they'll have a debug station for their cold card to refund you.
NVK could sign firmware that lets you exfil this data really easily. And then, like, theoretically, this honest person could verify, like, here's the screenshot, here's the cold card ID I have. This is the money that was taken, actually. So the physical device actually is involved in the addresses on chain when you discover the money. Not that I'm saying this would actually happen.
You can't prove the seed phrase originated from that cold card, though, because you could scan for a high-value seed phrase and say that one's mine.
How would you know? Because it would need to be hashed from your chip's ID, right? So you would have to have the physical cold card, and it has your chip ID goes in the hash. So you're the only one with that ID.
Oh, for the PRNG, you're correct. Okay, yeah, no, you're right. I apologize for that. No, very good.
That's what I was saying, Portland. You bring the device in person and plug it into the debugger in person to get your refund from the cold card refund station.
Okay, so that would make sense. Yeah, that would work because of the fact that you would test the counters, essentially run through those, and you would have your fixed chip ID that would okay.
Yeah, and so like maybe if the feds catch this guy, you could in the liquidation process, maybe you could get it back. Keep your cold card around as much as you want to hammer it into a
yeah. Do not hammer your cold card, people. I mean, sorry to laugh, but yeah, no, definitely.
I mean, honestly, like, it's not unrealistic this guy gets himself busted. Like, this is so obviously an AI swap job, but everyone picking after things.
It could also just be a guy in the other side of the world. So.
It'll be some 17-year-old Canadian kid.
Maybe. So if you really do have... If you're in a position right now to where you got a Mark III or whatever, and you're tripping out, what would be the move if you don't know what the hell you're doing? You know what I mean? Would it be a hot wallet?
6-word passphrase.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people don't know how to even do that, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, people know how to send shit to one address to another address. They don't even know how to.
Shinobi, are you advocating for the 6-word passphrase primarily on the fact that you essentially don't want the user to generate a brand new seed phrase? You're kind of like, hey, just extend your current seed phrase.
No,
it's also the easiest UX-wise.
It is the quickest, fastest thing to do to get
easiest is sending it through the exchange, but you guys are hoping.
Okay,
exchange is a bad idea. To get it off is the problem.
Portland, that is the interim step so that you can calm down and your coins are not completely exposed. And you can go through the process of generating a new seed while you are not panicking.
Well, Dr. Detroit, here's the problem. When it boils down to I'm gonna fucking lose my money because of some random hardware bug, Or I'm gonna fucking lose my money because Brian Armstrong doesn't want to give it to me. At least when Brian Armstrong has it, you know, you could fucking take him to court or something.
Or you could just,
earlier
you know,
about
send it somewhere
productive
else. That's
things
not a
for the
fucking
people
I can't
listening.
hear any of you, and I got people waiting.
I just need to. I had my hand up. I came back up to say something specific about exchanges, and then I'll weigh in on the hot wallet thing. You guys have already heard me on that, but you have to remember the moment you send it to exchange, you haven't just KYC'd your wallet. You've KYC'd every freaking historical transaction you have ever done and anything else you have ever listened to. All right. So every wallet you've interacted with, everything you've done, this data is going to be massive in the future. And I don't think people get that.
Where did you buy your coins, sir?
With
Did you buy them all on Silk Road?
Not everything.
But this is an event where if you're using a Mark III, you're going to lose your money.
Something you answer.
Never answer that question. See, he knows
But
what,
like,
he knows what he's
yeah,
doing.
My point is you very likely got them off of somewhere that already has you doxed.
Hey, stop being a fed.
My point is Razzle Khan is probably the one behind this, Shinobi.
I just don't want people to lose their money, bro.
Yeah, my point is that anybody that is sending cold, if you've gone through the trouble of setting up a cold card or cold card Q or cold card X, whatever, MK, whatever cold wallet you're doing, you have a very specific reason for that. Most likely that's sovereignty. So first, like, you know, not your keys, not your coins, but also the fact that price is the least interesting aspect of Bitcoin. We're in Bitcoin because of the sovereignty. So if you go and send that Bitcoin to an exchange, you're opening yourself up to that exchange. We all know they report to the government where the coins came from, that it's listed to you now. And now if you opened yourself up to every single potential transaction in the future, and that is just common across the board. That's known. It's in Canada, it's in the United States. It doesn't matter where you are. So all I'm saying is if you have to, I agree with the person who said, if you can't do anything, get it to exchange. I get that. But in my opinion, I personally would go to a hot wallet first before I'd go to an exchange if it meant protecting my sovereignty. Then I would take an hour or two or whatever it was to chat GBT and listen to this podcast again and learn how to get my cold wallet set up correctly with dice rolling, etc. Then I would move my, coins back onto my, multiple cold wallets. Protect your future, guys. Protect your future.
That's good. That's good info, Nanemo. But I just wanted to say that I know that there's a demographic out there that they're in that situation. They know they need to act, and they, some people can't take the risk of learning how to do this properly, and just the confidence that they have in themselves. And some of them are going to just have to give up that because time is of the essence for some of them.
There's also a good amount of people who probably bought all of their Bitcoin through an exchange, and so sending it back is not nearly as big of a deal. But for some, I mean, it's circumstantial.
I would be willing to bet the vast majority of people did.
Okay, that's we're assuming, of course, takes you to set up an exchange account. You're better off to have done a hot wallet in this situation.
Hey, I totally agree. But you've seen look at your average driver out there, not the sharpest knives in the drawer. But your point's good.
Yes, respect, man. And again, I just had to come up to point that out because I think the vast majority of people out there underestimate the transparency of blockchain.
Yeah, man, we all know you can see everything on the blockchain. The problem is it's prioritization. That's literally it. Like when you have to choose between prioritizing whether Brian Armstrong knows that you fucking bought fucking beer with your Bitcoin or having some random dude in India steal your Bitcoin, it's a pretty fucking easy compromise to make.
We'll leave that as an exercise
Agreed.
to the audience that everyone can make their own risk trade-off decision based on their risk profile of where they got their Bitcoin from, if they're wanted by the nation state or something. Like there's many things, but I want to try and keep this nudged in the direction of keeping people's Bitcoin and money safe.
Rob,
like yes, Portland, go.
I actually have a pretty interesting thought about, like, this is kind of the KYC Bitcoin. If you send to an exchange, if you accrued that as income at some point, that might present an issue in terms of like taxation, reporting, etc. Like if you suddenly attack,
Yes.
I'm just throwing it out there that like if you're in the
You know what's
US,
worse than that? A capital gain of losing all of it. A capital loss.
no, I
You just
agree
lose all your
100%.
Bitcoin,
But like,
right?
By
So
the
like,
way, there might be
just
some
throwing it out
tax
there.
implications.
The light at the end of the
Lose
tunnel. There is a big tax
Bitcoin.
write-off.
By the way, guys,
yeah.
if you
All right.
if
So
you
let's
if your Bitcoin gets stolen, sometimes depending on where you live, it's taxed.
all right.
They don't
Yo-Yo,
consider
do you have a
they
question?
Yeah,
consider
Yeah, I
stealing
wanted
as
to
expenses.
say, and I think it's making
Yo-Yo.
Rob's point.
Hello.
I'm on X while I'm on the space. People are posting that they saw their sats and then 30 minutes later they're gone. So this is actively underway and people are still being drained. So while we're talking about theory, make sure you're notifying people.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Because
That's what I'm
and I'm just making the point that I'm watching people where they an hour ago said, "Oh, I'm safe," and then 20 minutes ago said, "Oh, I just got drained." So
Wicked, you should probably
right
change the
Yeah.
spaces title to maybe.
I think we're doing fine. We have plenty of people. We don't need to make it like crazy.
I've notified all my inner
Build
circles. Like
Bitcoin.
I'm
Get your
actually
coins onto the exchanges.
I'm actually kind of proud that I didn't go with like the in retarded title and just kept it.
all right.
Hey, I've
Wicked,
got
it's your space, so you can call it. Okay.
I've got
there's also like a second order effect.
Portland, I am super sorry. I have a Kanban board here for everybody requesting to speak, and I have a difficulty adjustment based on how many people are waiting. Can we cycle some people out, please?
Vanderlei, I just let Vanderlei on stage. Do you
Hi
have
guys.
Hello.
We're not bored anymore. Everyone is wanting to speak. I'll be quite quick. Sorry if this was asked before. I read the blog report on the predictable RNG bug. I just want to ask if I got this right. So versions of firmware before March 2021 do not have this issue, right?
Firmware generated before March of 2021. Yes, correct. And the CoinKite
Because
Security Advisory has the versions on their security advisory.
The number is
for the exact
4.0.0 or higher.
Okay, because I had people ask me, hey, I have this wallet generated on a Coldcard. I checked the first UTXO, and it's older than the states. So they should be safe because the firmware didn't exist back then.
Okay.
Vandelay, before you
Thank you, guys.
Please say hello to Vilton for me. Tell him we miss him. Good to hear you.
I will do that. I will do that.
Yeah,
guys. Man. Thank you all. Good luck.
I would give advice, Vandal. I am just of the type where I know you just said like it would be impossible for you to have the firmware that would be susceptible. This would be, you know how we're like treating the situations where it's like, hey, this isn't emergent, but do it this week kind of thing. Like when people were talking about the 4 and 5 in queue or whatever, I would treat it similarly. You want to make sure you're on a device that's supported and, make it like not necessarily like urgent priority, but something like to do, in my opinion.
Right, even with a strong passphrase, just in case. Gotcha.
I just like the idea of knowing that what I'm using is well supported, but I don't know. I guess I don't know if anyone else has opinions on that. I mean, just the fact that the latest firmware for a piece of hardware that you're using is insecure makes me uneasy, is what I'm trying to get at, where a lot of times old firmwares are taken down. There might be other bugs, and then now you can't patch it because, you don't, there's nothing to go to. I'm just saying, like, you don't want to be in a spot where you're relying on old firmware that old.
Right. I was looking at the date because some of these guys, they're kind of panicking. And we know in this field, sometimes when we panic and do moves very in a hurry, it ends up being way worse. So we're looking at March 2021.
I just know that, like, for instance, depending on the UX, UI, like I can't speak to Coldcard specifically, but sometimes they'll like want you to like upgrade before you do something. Like, for instance, like just the I don't know. Just putting that out there. Like it's like a thing to do eventually, sort of idea.
The other thing I'm thinking about right now is like after this happens and attackers know of this, like the social engineering through emails, etc. Like I could fully expect there to be attacks of like, hey, like were you on a Mark IV potentially or whatever? Like you'd have to know, but you could broadly, yeah.
Yeah, I mean everyone.
I think there's a whole
layer. Everyone is running AI against every firmware wallet that exists right now to find.
Well, they are now. There's a lot of money in it.
Exactly. So now it's like, yeah, it's kind of fucked.
Not just our industry, man. It's all software right now. We're in a very precarious time where a lot of vulnerabilities are being discovered across a lot of software. This isn't a Bitcoin exclusive thing. It's just, it's just so happens that there's more money to be made exploiting Bitcoin.
It's a lot easier
bugs.
to do it with Bitcoin now.
You can't reverse it. Once the money's gone, you're out. Every other system, there's a way you can call somebody, show photo ID, and they'll reverse the charge.
I'm curious to know, like, is this going to be seen as the period of like open source kind of failed us, or the period of, hey, we're hardening and we're not going the obfuscation route, but this is like the time of hardening that we're finding all these things that have been lingering and faith is still there with open source stuff? I'm curious.
Everything is going to get burned out, man. Like, I remember when Bitcoin was regularly described as the world's biggest bug bounty. Like, that's an inherent, like, Bitcoin has to burn these types of like screw ups and vulnerabilities out of the tech stack in general, or Bitcoin just doesn't work as a fundamental concept.
Did I miss anything? I was playing hockey. Any more funds to get moved or no?
Yeah, hold on 1 second. 1 second, guys. Richard, can you speak real quick? I know you've been waiting a long time, and I'm curious who you are.
Sure. Could you guys maybe give some quick advice to summarize exactly what the people has to do to transfer funds from Coldcard, let's say, to Ledger or Trezor? That's one question. The other question is there any device that gives enough entropy automatically right now in the market? Like, let's say 100 dice rolls right now. Or people should use another dice roll device. The other thing is the other person, Rob, I think suggests to have like a not to put the eggs in one basket. So I guess to have like a Coldcard, Trezor, and Ledger. I mean, those are kind of the three top that you guys think like is safe. And what else? And how this question is for Rob. How do you back up your 24 words? You print on metal, or you memorize 24 words, or both? I mean, how do you guys?
I would never recommend memory, because all it takes is one head injury and you will forget it. Let alone just living life, you may forget about it. Like, it just happens. Memory is not reliable. Everyone has different opinions on this. I know of multiple people who memorize things. I would never recommend it personally. That's your own risk profile. Metal is great. And having backups, and what you always want to avoid are called central points of failure. Like, that's ultimately the name of the game of whatever you do. You can do that through a multi-sig, you can do it through passphrase. There's lots of ways of going about it.
So what do you like, a print on metal? Because
you should always back it up. Even the passphrase, you should always back up the passphrase.
You always should back up. This is there's a saying my buddy from the military used to tell me, that 2 is 1 and 1 is none. If you only have one copy of something, you don't have it. 2 is 1, 1 is none. Another one is slow is smooth and smooth is fast. So right now, as you're doing what you need to do, you don't want to be, I understand it is a high stress fire alarm pulling situation. You do not want to be in a position where you are doing things you don't fully understand and possibly causing more damage. So you want to find someone that you could trust, maybe, to talk about these things if you're not confident. Talk to ChatGPT as a starting off place, and obviously don't enter your seed word or give them to anyone or anything, right? But this is a time to be alert and aware in trying to make the right decision for yourself.
Okay, cool. Okay, thank you.
He
Okay,
also
update.
he also asked a question about which hardware wallets would we recommend right now, and I would still say that Trezor and Ledger don't have any reason for us to doubt right now, but interested to hear if anyone else thinks differently.
Multi-vendor, multi-sig. That's literally it. You can't rely on any one vendor. That's literally the takeaway from tonight. That is the lesson tonight. You cannot rely on one vendor. Period. Full stop.
Hey Rob, does the multi-vendor idea how has that actually indexed and played into any sort of like policy that you have worked with or for insurance, or is that just like a recommendation?
Well, I am trying to be respectful of the emergency nature of all of this, so I'm not standing up here shilling Anchor Watch and all the insured custody things. What I will say is before I started Anchor Watch, my recommendation for everyone and what I personally practiced was multi-vendor, multi-sig. That was my standard of what I practiced for myself and for my family before I built Anchor Watch.
That's what I do too. Just for as a am I backing up what I actually say thing.
Yeah.
That's what I do personally.
I got multi-sig and I got passphrases, but every seed was generated through dice. I don't allow software to generate my seeds.
Yeah.
But what about like a cosigner like Block or Green, Blockstream Green or Unchained? Is that easier to move to right now, or what?
It can be. It can be, right? This is all based off your own risk profile and comfort too, right? It is a tough thing to speak in general, without trying to feel like I'm shilling either my company or trying to.
Rob, you're like the only one in the space, dude. Chill, and it's a good shit.
Yeah, this is
It does solve a problem.
Take the time to like talk about it, brother.
So, I mean, all right, I'm going to keep this to 30 seconds, and anyone is welcome to DM me or email me at rob@anchorwatch.com if they want to learn more, or Twitter DMs are open, though. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Anchorwatch. We do insured Bitcoin custody. We allow you as the customer to be able to hold keys while we also hold keys. The other model that we just recently came out with is multi-institution custody, where we allow you to be able to control your funds at your direction at a 2 of 3 vault. There are keys held across multiple jurisdictions between ourselves at Anchorwatch, BitGo, and Coin Corner, all with different kind of approaches and methods for how everything's being done. So we have good risk distribution. I'll put a nip in the bud there if you're interested. Shoot me a DM or shoot me a note or an email, and I'm happy to talk about that more. For the Spectrum, yeah.
I have a question. So, like, how do you tell customers to generate? Do you tell them to use Coldcard? Like, does all the other multi-sig vendors, do they use Coldcards? Because if they did, I mean, don't they have a problem too?
Yeah, so it depends on the security model, right? So Anchorwatch keys are not impacted by this. So even if you literally made your seed phrase abandon, not an issue. We do have customers with Coldcard. We only have the MK4 and later. I've been investigating like the search space around these things just to understand this, but that is not an immediate issue with us, given the nature of how we leverage the mini script and the co-signing features and functionality. To kind of expand on that for other vendors, everyone has their own different approaches. I haven't spoken to anyone to understand how everyone else is handling this through different things. The important thing, just to kind of remind, as I mentioned earlier, we are in the early stages of this. I actually have a bot right now that is scanning across my Bitcoin node right now over the past like 50 blocks because people are saying that funds are being moved. So I'm trying to pick it down to understand the exact pieces of funds are still moving. We're hitting right now, everything has been a single sig up to this point. There have been no Taproot addresses because this firmware is kind of scoped in the pre-Taproot era for the most part. I have not seen a Taproot address move yet. There have been, the other address types have had movement. And anyone who used the default Coldcard entropy is impacted. If you rolled a dice and you rolled sufficient dice, you were not impacted. If you generated a seed phrase and then added dice rolls on top of that, you are not impacted. If you have a
Depends on the number.
That's true. It does. That's why I said sufficiently.
Okay,
And I was leaving it. I was at least 50, if not 100. For everyone else, I think they have different approaches. You could use the Blockstream Green wallet. You could use, I know, Casa and Unchained are around. You'd be able to work with them as well. There's a lot of different people for different places of what people are interested in, right? I'm not, Mr. Huddle, I'm not sure if you had a more pointed question.
Sorry. Go ahead. Keep going.
No, I said, what was your question?
What if somebody they rolled the dice, I don't know, say 25 times, but then they also added a passphrase on top of that? Are they okay?
It depends on like how many bits of entropy you add. That's what it comes down to. Like you can have one dice roll and an extremely long passphrase, you're good to go. You can have a bunch of dice rolls and a one-letter passphrase.
It helps. Right,
Your goal is literally just like each dice roll adds 2.5 bits of entropy, and every character for the password adds 8 bits. The notes about this, like why the passphrase is a little bit more interesting, is because if you don't truly generate a random passphrase of characters, you end up using words, and words are an easier search space through rainbow tables. So you need to add a bunch more characters, but it doesn't. I don't know. It's all a mess. Sorry.
All right. So I need to. Okay. So if I need to move to multi-sig this weekend, I need 3 different hardware devices. Then I need to back up these 24 words. I need to move them wherever, and I also have to back up the descriptors. Like, what's the play here? What is the move to actually move to multi-sig?
You can safely do a single sig if you derive your own entropy. If you because there are supply chains and considerations. Like there are some hardware wallets you could buy. Like most of these you have to get shipped to yourself, right? If you can get the BitKey wallet is available at Best Buy. The Ledger is available at Best Buy. If you're like, I need to do something this weekend, it's Thursday night, so like you're not going to get any shipping of anything arriving sooner. You could start with a single sig, even if you have a cold card right now, and it's part of like the suspected like incident, an issue with people. You would be able to re-roll a new seed phrase or add a passphrase to be able to get that fixed.
Could you DoorDash yourself a hardware wallet from Best Buy?
But
Sorry.
I should move my
Not
coins
right
to an
now. Not
exchange
open.
like now, while I'm waiting to do that, or what? What is the?
I mean, if you have a Mark III where the seed phrase for those coins was generated on the device without any dice intervention, like you should try moving them to another hardware wallet first. And then after that, I'm not going to recommend anything anymore because nobody seems to agree. Exchanges on the bottom though.
Yeah, I mean, Stu, like if your coins are already KYC'd, I mean, like this is my own personal, like this is I do not work with them. I'm not affiliated with them. I'm not paid by them in any way. I've held Bitcoin at River at times when I bought it. I've held it for a while I was like, moving around and didn't have time to be able to set up cold storage. I implicitly have deep trust, just as far as it could go as someone who does not work there and have any insight with the team at River. If you're looking for an exchange to deposit funds, you could use a solution like Casa, where if you only have one hardware wallet, you could use your one hardware wallet plus your phone key plus a Casa key, right? You could use Unchained Capital, where they have a key and you can bring 2 of your own keys. I think they also do multi-institution custody over there. Like you could roll a key on your computer plus your hardware wallet, and then you would have at least some different entropy, right? Like this is something that there are many different ways you can go about trying to secure coins, and it's about your own risk profile too. If your coins have never seen an exchange and you want to keep them private, you need to know who your counterparties are that you're working with.
But say like Best Buy is closed right now. If your funds are like at risk, and you should at least make the different, or at least add another passphrase to your current seed right now, like a really high, just so you have something for tonight. Because I mean, I would not risk.
Mr. Huddle, this is what I would do.
Before we go to bed tonight.
If I had my life savings in an MK3 tonight, I'm going to be very concise and say exactly what I would do, and I will slowly walk around for those at home. One, if I had an MK3 that had my life savings on it and the funds had not moved yet, what I would do is I would verify and make sure I have the seed phrase backup. Once I have that, I would then wipe the cold card, generate a new seed phrase, rolling dice, I understand it's not great or sexy, but this is an emergency situation. You need to do something right now. And I would then get the new wallet, get a new deposit address, test it, make sure it works, and then I would restore my old wallet, send all the funds to the new wallet, and call it a night. And like,
well,
I know it's tedious and time consuming, but like if I said, I am just honestly sharing me as someone who's been in Bitcoin for over a decade. If my life savings were in this situation, one, I would not be on this Twitter space right now, and two, I would be doing exactly what I just said. And
there's
the
a
best
step
thing I could
before
do is
that.
be congruent.
But if you have
Hold on.
you have your 24 words or 12 words distributed or whatever already, but they're compromised, can you not just you can create a new thing in the Coldcard wallet with the passphrase that's like
with a passphrase.
really
Yes,
like,
with the passphrase. Do not use the default. Rob, there's one more step to that I think I would add right at the beginning. Check your version of the firmware that you generated the seed on. If it's not version 4 and it's 3 whatever, you're fine. Like literally just don't add any additional risk and take your time moving it. But yeah, if you have a 4, your whole plan is exactly correct.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say, like, you know, we're all getting all worried about what hardware wallet to do what with, and it all, you know, does boil down to the 12 words or 24 words. You know what I mean? It's not like, you know, we always forget, like, everybody needs a certain device to make it happen, and you know what I mean? That I think we're putting too much power in just this glitch in one model and one firmware. You know what I mean? It's those words that matter. I mean, fuck.
No, Dr. Detroit, you're not getting it, man.
The words are broken on this device. Like the words it gives
the
you
words
are completely
broken. Yes, the words are just because you have the word that this is the problem is that we've tried to make it so simple.
The way you get your words is what I'm saying, man. It doesn't matter what device you got that thing on. It doesn't matter. The batteries aren't going to last. It's going to die. The thing's going to break in 100 years. You know, it's how you got those fucking words. Yeah. You know,
Rob,
you know what I'm saying. It's you know what I mean.
There's going to be a lot of dice rolling tonight. We go out the streets and just hear people rolling their dice in their houses.
I just did one just for spirit. I did one just for spirit.
Rob, what's your opinion of just downloading a Bitcoin Core, you know, wallet like unsynced node just to generate an address from a reliable software? Is that something that you're opposed to?
A Bitcoin Core with a Bitcoin Core node?
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to sync to generate the address. You can do that without a sync node just to make sure, like, if you are scrambling. So my idea is different. So you can poke holes in this, and I don't mind if you do, but I would have a laptop that's like pretty much air gapped, like download the core client, whatever, generate, you know, you can have a QR code on it, generate it, whatever. But the idea is like, you can generate an address immediately without syncing the blockchain, but you know the software is, you know, you can verify the build, you can verify it however you want against the, you know, signers, and you know you have a really, really reliable piece of software that's seen, you know, the test of time since Bitcoin pretty much, and generate that address immediately as like a stopgap between you and another version of making sure you set up another hardware wallet correctly. I think if I'm in a scramble, I do that. But
just make sure when you do that, your node is offline. Like, you don't want a hot wallet with, like, you know, all your.
So my opinion is, like, if I'm scrambling, and maybe y'all disagree with this, I would send to it.
I agree.
If it's online, that's not good. But even if it is online, I'd feel more comfortable with that versus a Mark III or whatever.
Yeah, but most people are already KYC'd for their coins. So is it such a bad thing to deposit back to like Coinbase?
No.
Or are you saying that they can't? Maybe they won't be able to get it back out.
The problem is when you send funds all at once to an exchange, you might have a hard time getting all those funds back. Like, so the limit, every exchange has limits. They have limits, and they might not allow you to withdraw all that in one shot. Like, you got to think.
Yeah, well, you know, if I had to pick a problem between, like I said, losing my coins tonight or you know, having to withdraw a little bit over a couple of months, that's it.
How is an exchange better than, say, Blue Wallet?
Well, I mean, it's not on your phone. One, like, I don't know if you're like some guy that's downloading like OnlyFans content on your phone. That's probably
but you have access, right? But dude, you have. I mean, listen. Everyone has a different risk model. But if it was me, I wouldn't just go and send every UTXO I own back to an exchange.
But Mr. Huddle, you're but you're saying it both ways, right? If you're depositing so much that you wouldn't be able to withdraw it in a reasonable amount of time, then would you really trust a phone wallet to hold that much, over the course of a few hours or the night? I mean, I don't know. I guess everyone's risk tolerance is different.
The thing is there's two things going on here, man. There's one, prioritization. Like at this point, there is no like going to sleep easy. Like there's prioritization. Yeah, and two, there's trade-offs. Like that's it. You have to decide what your trade, because if you're in the position where my life savings are in the Coldcard, and then the model just flipped overnight and you're suddenly not secure, then you have to figure out how to make yourself secure first, and that involves some trade-offs. That's it.
Does Treasure allow you to do dice rolls? Does anyone know?
I believe so, but I don't remember. It's been so long since I set it up.
Rolls right now. Let's be honest.
I don't think so, if I remember correctly, but I could be wrong.
The old ones don't. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah,
I don't know.
the old ones definitely don't.
I mean, you could just get an old phone, download a wallet, and then transfer your
That's what I was pretty much saying about just like a spare laptop that is like air gapped with just like a really stable piece of software on it. I mean,
yeah, I think old laptops right now are probably the safest. Like a really, really old laptop before Bitcoin.
Fellas,
Well, Green Wallet still has two-factor, some weird two-factor thing. Maybe that's good. Green Wallet on an old phone.
I know you want to keep going on this one, but we want to hear from Stoic and Hardware Store so I can bring up the other people.
Hi. So actually Tidwell took my question. But I guess another question is, are there like standalone tools for dice rolls?
Yeah, so there's the Ian Coleman. I just messaged it to somebody. It's iancoleman.io/BIP39. That's a website where you can enter in dice rolls, and it will generate the seed phrase. Now, I wouldn't recommend doing that for like your primary seed phrase, but it's good for double checking the ones that are generated on your device to make sure that it's making the expected seed, right? So it's a good way.
You could do that offline. You could do that offline too.
You're right, and you can also do it offline. So if you load that site and then turn your internet off, or you could probably even just have the HTML file and just run it purely offline in a browser.
Can I?
Anyways, what you want to say something, Portland?
I just had a thought. Ledger Don John or whatever went through and tried so hard to crack the Coldcard secure element. There was one line of code you could have used. It's crazy, absolutely crazy.
Yeah. So anyway,
I just want to cycle back, guys.
The nest, by the way.
So Mr. Hodl was asking about dice rolls on the new Trezors. I got a SAPE 7 I set up about a month or two ago. I didn't see any functionality for dice rolls on it.
Crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, listen, I understand if I understand like not forcing the users to do.
Yeah. So Rob was saying earlier, it's Crux, Seed Signer, and Foundation.
Those are the ones I know of. I don't know.
Foundation doesn't have dice rolls, I don't think.
Vector also allows you to do dice rolls as well.
Bro, the Foundation firmware isn't it very similar to the Coldcard firmware for like generation stuff?
But they took out.
They didn't want to say anything.
They don't believe in it.
Wasn't there another vulnerability with dice rolls?
Hey, somebody's got an open mic.
I think it's Brian. Yeah, I think it's Brian. I have headphones on.
My bad. Is that better?
A lot better.
Okay, yeah, I was just saying, yeah, Rob, I was thinking about that too, because I believe Foundation started off as a fork of Coldcard or something. However, I think they may not be affected by this
whole thing.
Yeah.
Yo, Brian, you gotta put
your mic is totally bad.
Hey, I have a cure. Brian, if you drop and come back, it'll fix it.
Hey guys, I just want to say Oh no, I'm muted. I am muted.
We hear you.
No, we hear you.
Oh, okay, sorry. No, I just wanted to say I'm in El Salvador. We got the Bitcoin hardware store, and I'm going to be open for much longer. So anyone hearing this, if you're in around El Salvador or Central America and you want to get your shit figured out ASAP, I'm working right now. I got people at the store with me, just trying to, we carry a whole bunch of stuff, and we've been telling people since the day we opened, we've been selling dice and telling people to generate their own seeds using dice rolls, best practices in Bitcoin. And so I'm really sorry to hear about all this happening. It's a shitty situation. I'd love to be sleeping, but it's not the right time to be doing that. So I just wanted to put that out there, and good luck to everybody. It's a tough time, and it's cool to see that there's a space open right now at 10:35 Central Standard Time, and everyone's here trying to help. So it's really awesome to see and be a part of this.
Definitely an understated thing, being able to purchase hardware wallets in person instead of having them shipped to your house. Huge perk there.
Or buying it at Best Buy. That's another good one.
Yeah, what I'm doing right now actually is we're just using, if you have a Coldcard queue, you can bring it in, and we have everything you need to build your own seed signer. We have some chips to download and flash your own Crux devices. We have Spectre, so you can actually cross-reference your dice rolls as well, just to make sure, if again, someone mentioned the Ian Coleman method, doing it offline. We're doing that here at the store. So yeah, we're going to be open. Shoot me a DM, get a hold of me if you're in that scenario where you're worried. We're going to be here. We're open all weekend. We're going to be open extended hours. Don't hesitate to just come by if we're here in El Zonte. So yeah, I just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you.
Ron.
Yeah, Stu, do you have a question? Oh yeah, Mr. Hall, what's up?
You said you're following the last 50 blocks. You heard that there's more UTXOs on the move?
I'm scanning right now because people are saying things are still moving, and so I'm trying to see. I do see a high sat for VByte TXID. I'm pulling it up right now. Thanks for reminding me.
What's the fee right now? What's the fee rate right now?
Well, this transaction paid 100 sats per VByte, and it moved 30 Bitcoin. 19 of those had not been moved for over 3 years.
Oh fuck!
That's done.
Is my mic better, by the way?
And well, this has an end. Oh, this is a different. Okay, this could be someone doing a consolidation out of an emergency sense.
Yeah, but 100 sats of VByte when it's 3 sats of VByte to fucking move.
Gotta get
I hope so, man. But I literally just had some guy in like a thread that I'm in just post a screenshot that 3 Bitcoin were stolen, man.
Guys, no. I'm gonna link the TXID. Hold on a second. No, this is an RBF.
There's a race. There's a race right now. Oh my god.
This is really bad.
God.
This is okay. God. So someone broadcasted at 64 sats per VByte, and then it got RBF to 100 sats per VByte.
Oh my god.
This is the comment of the mempool being a dark forest. The moment you broadcast things, you're going to reveal information about this stuff. Hold on, I'm replying to this tweet so I can pin it. This is kind of breaking. I'm investigating it now, but
they would have to. How the fuck do they know they have the seed to the transaction that's in the mempool?
Because you can see the public keys once they broadcast.
So
you'll be able to see.
There's also the situation that they RBF themselves because they panic. So I just want to make sure
that's possible. No, that's totally possible. The end lock times for these transactions are entirely different than the original attacker. So that means either it's a new attacker or it's the recovery like large person wallet. You know what I mean?
Because there's been plenty of times I've RBF myself, and not saying this is a situation like that. I'm just saying that there's a possibility.
If the end lock time is substantially different, though, that's a sign that it's totally different wallets.
It is a totally different wallet because all of the other ones had an end lock time of 0. These actually have block height end lock times now, which means they use different wallet software. So it's not the same attacker. It's either a different attacker or it is someone safely trying to move their funds out of there. This person, I have another transaction. Someone paid 16 sats per VByte and moved 35 Bitcoin in a massive consolidation sweep. BC1Q addresses, yeah. A bunch of dust ones. This easily could be an emergency sweep right now. People are out there emergency sweeping.
Given the difficulty to kind of like build the tools necessary to start sweeping or detecting these wallets, I could see like time locks changing based on the attacker and whichever library they chose to use potentially.
Totally,
right?
totally. Like, all of the initial attacks are done with an end lock time 0. So
yeah,
but that's just using like a Bitcoin core. They were using
I'm assuming that's one attacker
RPC.
though, right? Like very likely.
The initial it was probably all at once. That initial one, yeah, absolutely.
But now it's like in the public, and people are like literally using K3 to probably build the same tools, like use Rust Bitcoin to. I don't know. You can't know at this point. It's all speculation.
All of the R values look good, which is something I was looking at before. I mean, there's hundreds of Bitcoin, like there's thousands of Bitcoin moving around right now that could be different things across different transactions. So
what's the fee rate? What's the next block fee rate right now to get in the next block?
Next block's 4.
I mean, so still relatively low. I thought it'd be higher by now.
Free
well, you'd have to drive the fees up for a whole block. You'd have to buy that much block space. I don't think the attackers are coming in at this hot. I don't even think there's enough cold cards.
I'm not even thinking about the attackers. I'm thinking, there's probably not enough cold cards. I'm just thinking about the people fucking moving funds all at once.
Well, I mean, if an attacker found a wallet with funds, like what incentive does he have to pay a low fee rate? He'll just keep RBFing. It's not even his money, so like he doesn't care.
So like if there are multiple attackers, the fee rate will start climbing up because they're all going to start fucking RBFing the shit to death.
The thing is, the fee rate's not going to it's not going to though, because they're not going to fill up full blocks with this. This isn't like inscriptions, right?
Right.
Like this is not going to fill up blocks. You're still going to have low fee rates, but you're going to see these transactions that get broadcasted. And just to explain the full game theory here for those at home is that if I broadcast a transaction, it has to be seen by the entire network. It's what's called the mempool. And that's where transactions hang out, wait to get confirmed. If I am an attacker and I have information of the keys that are available and I see, wait a second, I have this list of keys, but someone went to try and pop my key that I was going to try and steal, I can re-sign the transaction to pay a higher fee and redirect the destination output of where those funds are supposed to go. And so I'm not sure if this is actually someone like Tidwell did say that someone could have panic RBF'd. Like that's entirely possible here. But like this is what's going to happen over the coming days, weeks, is that this stuff's going to start creeping in more and more. And then you go to spend, if you have let's say you have a 2 or 3 multi-sig and 2 of the 3 are part of the subset, people will be able to RBF to bump the transactions. And so you're going to have to want to use Slipstream to be safe. And if you're a Bitcoin business, let me know if you need that.
But wait a second. Portland was saying that Slipstream doesn't make much sense because you're now limiting yourself to 5% of the hash rate and presumably not going to get.
But it doesn't matter. Nope. So if you're a 2 of 3 multi-sig, if you are a 2 of 3
if you're a multi-sig, yeah, correct.
Oh, if you're a multi-sig, okay.
If you're a multi-sig, if the broadcasting of your transaction basically reveals your entire redemption script that has a subset of information the attacker doesn't have. What does that mean? If you used any sort of key data that existed outside of this domain space of compromised seed phrases, what you would want to do is broadcast privately to get it confirmed. Because if you do not, and let's say I had 2 cold cards that were compromised plus the ledger, I would broadcast the transaction. An attacker could look at the blockchain and say, oh, I understand what those pub keys are. Let me re-sign that and now bump it over to a new address.
You would have to store the pub keys though to do that comparison, right? You couldn't just on the fly.
They'd have to be running it on the fly on every
guys. There's dozens of Bitcoin moving around right now. The opportunity marginal cost to do this. Let's not like what I'm explaining right now is if my life savings were in this situation, I would only broadcast through Slipstream. Just like my threshold of explaining this here.
What?
Like this is what
in a multi-sig, not in a single sig. Right?
No, if I was using a multi-sig, yes, this has
to be multi-sig. Okay, thank you.
Multi-sig. I'm strictly talking about multi-sig.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, multi-sig with with presumably compromised keys.
This is why I was trying to ask before y'all were dogpiling on me about how high of a branch the multi-sig idea is on. If multi-sig is sufficiently like you're feeling at this point, Rob, that it's not worth broadcasting and it's worth well first off, is Slipstream even open right now or does it have to be reopened?
No,
this is also
if somebody needs, I can give them a key tonight. Like it's no problem.
Okay, so this is Rob, your opinion right now is if you're using 3 Mark IIIs or whatever we decided. The idea is wait out and send your signed transaction to Portland.
No, you can just submit it through Slipstream.
Or
I've been.
I would assume that right
I've been
now
fact
they
checked. This
aren't
was a child pays
conducting.
repair. It's a new UI for mempool. It looked like an RBF. It's actually a child pays repair.
Can I point out by using any Slipstream keys like Mara, which I don't have access to the database anymore, but they will obviously know of the transaction that in their mempool. So I don't think that'll matter. I'm just noting it.
I would just say that I don't think they're going after multi-sigs right now. Now that can change at any moment. But if you did have a multi-sig made with MK3s, I think it would be safe to move it right now, like to a safer setup on, on mainnet. And you are very likely not going to get RBF'd at this point in time. But if you wait, and and then these attackers get more, whatever the word I'm looking for is, I'm starting to get late over here, sophisticated, then they might actually start to, check those things and RBF you. So time is of the essence for you as well, I suppose, if that's your setup.
Hey, can we let McShane go so I can make some room for people?
Yo, what's up, guys? Sorry, I wasn't working the first few times I jumped up. I wanted to play out some scenarios, kind of exactly how you guys were for people in the audience that maybe they're sitting at home and they have I don't know, like an open dime or an MK4 or a ledger or just like something sitting around. What would the steps be? Like, should they send it to a Sats card or an open dime? Is that a bad move? Should they send it to a BitKey? And yeah, I'm just curious people's different opinions. I know there's trade-offs to all those things. But
So at this time of night, it depends on what your threat model is, right? Because you're not going to be able to go pick up a BitKey tonight, right? I'm assuming that if this has happened, it's like an emergency thing. You don't have these things laying around.
no, like if you had one of them laying, you know what I mean? Like if you're home and the only other option you have is a BitKey, like it's a good move, right?
Yeah, another hardware wallet with a seed that was generated separately is a great place to move your funds. Absolutely.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think BitKey is great. Yeah, there's many options to go about it for sure.
Just to reiterate, right? Because we have to keep on reiterating things. At this moment in time, there aren't any other hardware wallets or software wallets, for that matter, that have been
FYI,
compromised in this
guys,
way.
I think we might have an initial patch coming soon.
Yeah.
There's no hardware wallet out there right now that I can think of that's worse than the Mark III right now in terms of then firmware 4.0.
Treasure 1, the original Treasure.
Dude, if I can speak for myself,
did those generate, Mr. Huddle? Did those generate bad entropy, or were they just easy to recover the bitcoins from?
Dude, like this is bad, but I'm still sitting here thinking like I don't quite like or trust any other thing out there that isn't a multi-vendor setup.
Yeah.
Agreed, but like at the same time, if you got to get your funds off and you have like a Trezor laying around, I don't see how that could be worse right now than the entropy that's broken on your Mark III if you use that specific firmware.
No, I mean, listen, like you don't have to migrate to the perfect setup tonight. You just need to get off
exactly
terrible, very vulnerable setup tonight. You can go and you could set up, a Sparrow wallet tonight, 12 words even, and a passphrase on it. And you're going to be better than being on a Mark III tonight. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
So now that we could take a commercial break to shill covenants. Sorry, just kidding.
How does a BitKey generate entropy? I know they've got a multi-sig. There's like some AWS involved, but is that a generally secure setup, or is it going to be in this attack space in the future?
It's vendor locked in, but it's secure.
I mean, McShane, this attack space will exist for the rest of time. Like this is like the one thing that you need to do right when you're like generating and handling keys.
Okay, so let me just ask the obvious question real quick before I forget. So no other thing used this libngU, right? Because that's where the problem is. Nothing else that we know of used this library, right?
Well, you can use the library correctly. It's just it didn't.
No, the library itself doesn't export the symbol that it needed.
Sorry, like what I'm asking, like the bit keys don't allow you to generate your own entropy, though, do they?
They generate entropy. No, you can't generate your own entropy, but the entropy is generated from like your fingerprint.
Your fucking
and
fingerprint.
other
Yeah,
shit.
it's your fingerprint. Your fingerprint, your phone, and then the device.
Okay, cool. Sorry to deviate. I was just curious.
No, it's all good.
Cool.
Michael?
Who wants to drop so I can make room?
I'm dropping. I'll be right back. I'm going to the basement.
I can drop. You can drop me.
Guys, just don't let perfect be the enemy of good tonight. You know, just get to a better setup than a terrible setup.
Dude, I will repeat again. Like, go look up the BIP39 word list, pick 6 words, like add that passphrase on top of the seed you have now, and move your funds there. Like, that is enough security to breathe, relax. Like, your coins are not getting snatched tomorrow, and then you can calm down and generate a new seed while you are not panicking and in a frenzy.
Random one. If you don't have dice, does anyone want to explain how to do the coin flip entropy generation?
Just flip a coin 256 times.
Yeah.
Wow.
I put a tutorial up in the nest.
Oh, thank you.
That. Yeah. Takes a bit longer, but sure you can figure it out.
Hey Jimmy, how you doing?
Good, guys. I appreciate it all. I'm one of them that's probably been affected or going to be affected if I didn't move, but I went ahead and got moved tonight. I'm curious, though, what other hardware wallets can you create your own entropy for? I did that for my Coldcard, by the way. I have 2 of them, and I just went to one for now. But I want to know, one, what other hardware wallets can I do my entropy on? And is there a way to do multi-sig with a Coldcard if you already have a Coldcard established?
Yeah, you can do a multi-sig with a Coldcard, and like
so the one I just cleared off, I can turn it into a multi-sig if I wanted to go that route.
Yeah, and
So
like
Jimmy,
just to be clear here, like you can like it is still safe to use as a single sig if you like regenerate new keys with dice. Like if you roll the dice 100 times and follow the instructions for adding entropy with dice and use those keys, the Coldcard is still perfectly safe to use as a single sig. It's just
the one I'm using, I did a 200 roll, so yeah, I figured I'd find on that one.
If you did a 200 roll, then you are completely safe. You don't have.
Yeah, it was I learned after I bought the first one I should roll my own dice, so I did. And guys, it's real easy. I got 100 dice and just roll them twice, and it's not that hard to do.
Right, and then Jimmy, for your second question, or rather the first one, you were asking for wallets that support like dice rolling, adding your own entropy without having to bring the whole seed to the table. I think we've only identified 2 tonight, Crux and Seed Signer. They're both all open source wallets. You got to outsource the hardware and put it together. Although some vendors sell them pre-assembled, but they're pretty niche projects and niche options.
I put one of those together in Costa Rica. Unfortunately, I was nice enough to give it away, and I should have kept it. But I love them. I'm going to build a Seed Signer. I like those. They're slick.
To be fair, the other one is Keystone, although I would not recommend them.
Keystone. There we go. Good call.
Their devices are a little bit buggy, but they do have rolls. But actually, just another caveat, which is something I figured out. And if you watch that tutorial, they use forget it's like they use a different derivation going from the dice rolls to the seed phrase. So you actually won't get the same seed phrase out of the keystone that you get out of the cold card. But on Ian Coleman, you can do the different derivations and it'll reproduce. So there was a bit of confusion when I first did that test. Anyways.
Hey guys, Nick from FrostSnap here again. I thought while we're on the topic of dice rolling again, can you guys hear me? Yes. I thought I would throw out, an alternative sort of potential view that we have to replace dice rolling. And this for a number of reasons. Dice rolling are very clunky. It's terrible to say to someone who's just getting into Bitcoin self-custody that they have to go roll dice 100 times and explain why they have to do that. We are taking the approach of multi-device entropy contribution. So there are randomness protocols such as distributed key generations or verifiable entropy protocols that allow multiple devices to verifiably contribute entropy. And so what this looks like is you have your hardware device and you connect it to your phone or your laptop. And during key generation and also during signing, your device your phone or laptop will actually contribute entropy to that secret. And so you're never allowing a device to generate its own randomness. And we see these protocols as the way forward for Bitcoin self-custody, that in an actual nice user experience, providing phenomenal security guarantees without a clunky UX.
Mike, why are you not speaking? Instead
I
of
wasn't listening. What was the question? I'm too busy.
Your hand was up.
I thought I just got rugged from the space. It went quiet for a minute, right?
I had a question for Rob like a long time ago, and I forgot what it was. We're talking about something that I had like a really burning question I wanted to ask him. But I have another question that just came up in my mind, which is how do we feel like insurance rates are gonna change over this, and if anything, or is this sort of a flick in the pan to the onions of the Londons?
Well, it shouldn't cause any losses at Anchorwatch. Anchorwatch is not impacted by this, but this is very. I'm waiting for it to develop. There's a lot going on right now, and I'm also juggling I'm now in like the dozens of helping people triage their custody, so I'm kind of multitasking at the moment. So I don't have a wittier response.
My understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought a lot of these insurance products don't cover loss through cyber attacks. Correct?
They cover loss through cyber attacks, yeah.
I thought they only cover loss through physical attacks.
No, they don't cover loss if you're in a boat and you lose your fucking cold card on a boat. It falls off.
Prove one way or the other with the cyber attack.
Sorry, just to clarify, when I say I'm helping people, like random people are reaching out to me and DMing me stuff. What was the I'm juggling.
Sorry,
I just saw I had 15 missed DMs of I'm going through helping people triage each person's custody situation.
Rob,
I'm trying to be helpful to everyone.
The question was, would this have been covered under Anchorwatch if someone lost their funds here?
Yeah, I believe so. Like we don't have the final scope of everything, but I'm assuming, yeah, this would not only that, but the funds could not be lost through this vector.
Yeah.
Even if you unilaterally we never used the MK3. Let's just say the MK4 over a long enough time horizon. Even if there was an issue there, AnchorWatch is a required co-signer for the length of the insurance policy, which would allow us to be able to make sure we can return your funds to you, even if your keys were like phoned.
Hey, Texas, and some people requesting ICU. We're just stuck, and for some reason, this space we're not actually allowed the max with 2 co-hosts. It's bugged, so I'm trying to bring you guys up. There's just a lot of people ahead of you.
Yeah, it's
Lono,
starting to
can
get
you
buggy
drop?
for me. I'm gonna see if I can pull the quick one. I mean, it might rug the space, but I think things
Oh,
are
no.
things are starting to get pretty buggy on my end. So bear with me here. Give me a minute, and I'm gonna.
I've noticed when you run
jump off the
spaces for a
plane
very
and
long time, they start getting buggy.
yeah. Okay, here we go.
I try and take stuff out of the nest too. I think just to minimize how many sessions.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's smart. Let's just clear the nest.
All right. Yeah.
I saw something from the foundation folks. Maybe it's already been discussed that there's 2 reasons why they went down this code path change. One was to use libsec. That's more like what Core is using, some like a crypto library, and then another one was it was a licensing thing where they went MIT plus common clause license. This is coming from Zach Herbert, who has a big write-up that I'm just now looking at.
This, I think, is a completely unfair characterization, and it's just feuding. Like, I personally know that the work to rip out that entire Trezor library had been planned for over a year at that point, and it was a long-term goal of theirs to move everything over to libsec.
Okay. All right, not worth discussing then. We can pass that.
I mean, it's just like an after the fact thing, but like it's irrelevant as to what happens. But yeah, I think
he was trying to
part of the problem.
Line change to the rationale behind the exact line change and the exact
commit. Yeah, but, the bug was introduced during that code migration, but like his whole projection of motive and everything behind that is just like him throwing shit and trying to dunk, which I think is completely inappropriate during something like this.
Now I'm interested, how often do firmware updates happen for Coldcard, and have they released a new patch yet today, or
it should be coming. It's being tested right now.
I can imagine it will come very soon.
No, I can tell you for a fact it's being tested right now.
Yeah, but even if it comes out, like the damage is already done. It's kind of the problem.
Yeah, but then it gives people potentially a path where they can just upgrade to the latest firmware, which might be more seamless for people.
That's easier than going through like dice rolling and manual entropy.
I gotta be honest, guys. I've been Bitcoining for a bit. I haven't fucking rolled one dice for fucking safety.
Me neither.
But I've fucking used that fucking Rust library to just YOLO some fucking private keys. I'll tell you that.
Brother, I know. Oh, man.
ChatGPT has some of these fucking Rust private keys too. I still haven't been rugged.
Sam Altman.
Yeah, Sam Altman hasn't rugged me yet on some of these.
It's probably more expensive for Sam Altman to think about how to rug your sats than it is just to like sell more tokens.
Michael, you must be excited, man. Tapcoff is gonna be a banger this year. The last one, it's gonna be a fucking banger.
We're probably gonna have like I want Praveen.
Okay, so Michael, you do realize you have the opportunity to make the greatest poker chips that have ever graced the southern United States. Right?
I have to order them in the next like week or two. So if you have ideas for the art, let me know.
You could do capture the Bitcoin, but instead you use a Mark III.
All right, guys. Hey, did y'all see that mechanic?
Dude, I could use a fucking old Mark III using old 4.0.1 firmware, and then
I have a question. Okay. I found 78 words that have Bitcoin in it. What the fuck do I do?
78 words or
78 wallets, set of words.
Like they haven't been rugged yet?
I would sweep it.
You take them and you use them to buy an RTX A9000, 6000.
You have two choices: do nothing,
I think most of these
take the responsibility. Like, dude, it's you do nothing, or you take on the responsibility of trying.
Oh fuck! This one has
out,
0.1
like
Bitcoin.
how to tell.
If you don't take them, someone else will.
It's you or somebody else. That's all you got to determine,
bro. I would sweep and then work with NVK, man.
Tough, dude.
The problem is, how does somebody fucking Praveen? You're stealing my coins. If you steal them, I want them back.
Also, you might.
I don't know what the fuck to do.
Show them.
Should I just post all these addresses? Be like, move your fucking coins?
No,
because somebody else will notice.
What? Because then somebody else will. Somebody else will literally just attack the addresses.
I'm completely serious. Like, it's you or somebody else at this point.
Praveen, I mean, I feel like if you don't take these coins, someone else will. But then that's why I asked the
Rug
question.
the coins right now. You have to rug them.
You do you, but like,
crazy, bro.
You gotta rug those coins.
Fuck, these guys are idiots. They didn't even take
great power comes great responsibility, Praveen.
Wait, are these wallets that were previously hit, Praveen, but they just didn't fully empty the wallets?
I have no idea. I'm literally checking these one by one.
I want you to send me the vibe coded thing that you were using to scrape these wallets.
I had it public on GitHub before, but I took it down.
That was smart.
I was working on it for something completely different. I realized I could change it to do this.
Hey, I think Texas might have something pressing. He might have a question.
Yeah, just doing some stuff.
It's more pressing than figuring out what to do with the 78 wallets, Jen?
Well, he's either going to take them or he's not. So that's is what it is. But
no, but hey, hang on, Texas.
I don't
need fucking. Hang on. I don't need fucking comments about like how I'm managing the room. I'm dealing with a bunch of shit you guys can't see, so I don't need anybody's fucking feedback.
Yeah, Gen X is holding it down, everybody.
No, he's chilling.
Who's giving you shit, Gen X?
I just have a question.
Am I allowed to ask, are any of these wallets heavy hitters in terms of size, or are they all just like pretty small?
I'm literally just running something to check it programmatically, but I'm spot checking. One of them had 0.1. Another one had like $200, but it's hard to say.
There are some people in our meetup group that lost a significant amount.
What a conundrum.
600.
I just had a question about Mark IVs. I know we've been
7,000. Fuck.
But Mechanic had that post like 45 minutes ago saying that a Mark IV was drained.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I am not taking anything that comes out of that clown's mouth seriously. Even in a situation like this.
Unless you post it with evidence.
70 bits of entropy. We looked
do
at the
the
code,
math.
we see 70 bits of entropy.
Yeah.
Like,
what Mechanic say?
Praveen is finding, hold on, just to be clear, Praveen is still finding Bitcoin on 32-bit entropy wallets.
Yeah.
The idea that we just got to 70 bits of entropy.
Okay, you know what I'm realizing? All these wallets have less than 0.15. So these are just the leftovers. These guys, like I think I'm running the exact same script as they did, but they only took ones that had at least.
I mean, dude, or you could just be finding like randos with like not much coin, or people with substantial amounts of money have already started hustling.
Well, Praveen also knows what a gap address is, so he probably is able to look at the more data.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I'm working on that right now.
Then also I had a question.
Brother, please tell us the payload though. You don't got to tell us what you took. I just want to know how much you found.
I'm not sure yet. I'm checking.
I know. That's what I want to know. Like, I'm very interested. Like, did you
just make your little script, like just log however much it finds and just like
I think
like
Praveen,
sum
what
it
you
up.
need to do,
live
you
stream?
need to take that script. No. You just need to inscribe it on the blockchain.
But no, I
Inscribe the
mean, like,
script. I agree.
Praveen, I'm
Inscribe the script on the
serious, dude.
blockchain.
I'm serious, dude. Just like really think through how much of a headache trying to return anything is going to be, and how there's no indisputable proof that you can get as far as like
Yeah.
who's the
Yeah.
actual.
Honestly, the
owner.
easiest thing would probably be not to fucking take it.
No. Refund them at TabConf. We'll have a booth.
Technically, like I forgot the guy's name who came in earlier, but they could prove that, like, hey, like I had the chip that had this UUID.
Yeah, there's no other way than physically showing up.
Yeah, like turning in your cold
and I'm
card to
saying, like,
Praveen.
I would not want to fucking take my
It's gonna be like a fucking social security number.
I should just ask. I'll ask MBK.
That. Yeah.
Does anyone have is NVK taking DMs right now?
A quick question. I like. Should I also be doing this? Like, it's a moral conundrum.
Yes.
Like, I'm sitting here on this space,
Yes.
like hanging out, but like, could I be making more sats? Like, I'm not going to do it. But,
I tried to figure out how to do it, and fucking DPT wouldn't do it.
I absolutely know how to do it.
Make
Like,
more sats, Portland. You'd be doing it to try to help people not lose their sats, right?
I'm sorry, but if you could actually sleep at night, like
that's why I'm not
money
doing
from
it.
people
but,
like that,
still.
you're not the kind of people I want to be around.
If it's not you, it's somebody else. If it's not you, it's gonna be some Indian kid.
It
dude.
can be somebody else then. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, I agree.
It's one thing if you find a $20 bill on the side of the road. It's another thing if you steal people's Bitcoin who've been using.
But what about
products that
if you
you've been
find a
recommending.
$1,000 bill on the floor and everyone else knows where that $1,000 bill is?
Well, it's basically, I explained it in terms of Magic the Gathering in a post. I figure most people understand that more. No, but, you know, in terms of a deck, you wanted a random deck shuffled every time, and they were shuffling the top 8 cards, and someone figured out the order, gesture capped your fucking axes, Tinker, mind slaved you, and took all your Bitcoin. That's exactly what's happening. But right now it's incident response. So if you know people that it could affect, like we have our whole meetup groups. There's people who have lost 6-7 years of savings. So it's incident response right now. The who, what, why, when comes after. I think if you think about this like an open source project and a hardware that went wrong, not Bitcoin's fault. That's clear. But, you know, maybe conversations on passphrases and entropy is needed more, and multi-sig setups. So you have verification between competitors and other stuff to limit trust. Those could be better conversations we could probably have.
Yeah. Jeremy, you're on stage. Did you have something you want to share?
Yeah, I had a question. I saw that thread that Zach posted from Foundation, and it just made me wonder about the process of that switch over to the new library that they went through. Like, is that something where maybe they were like trying to bootstrap it from something, and that was flawed, and now potentially there's other things that bootstrap from that are out there in the wild that are flawed, or is that all just fresh code that they wrote and it was just bad code? And then the darkest question being, could somebody else have been like bootstrapped their software from this, and they're also out there with bad stuff?
I don't have the answers or details to any of that right now.
So
I'm still kind of like in the triage.
I think legally they're not. You're not supposed to bootstrap off of anything that they built at this point, or since they switched over because of the license that they were using.
Got it. And you think their original software was all that this bug was just completely all original code?
I don't know. Portland, did you look at the commit and see
11
what it looked like?
What do you mean? This commit was a part of a complete library integration that caused this issue. It wasn't like a single line change one day.
Was it?
Yeah,
and
asking,
like, who contribute? Like, was it written from scratch, or was it sort of ported in when they decided to migrate this piece?
I don't know what you mean by migrate. Like like what they imported the whole library, and this was a part.
They wrote it from scratch to replace the Trezor library that was there originally, because the Trezor library was GPL licensed.
What they used to use Trezor, they ripped that out to integrate libsec, and Trezor handled a lot more than the crypto shit, so they had to rewrite like all the shit and then connect it to libsec, and yeah, they pretty much swapped out the entire engine under the hood, so to speak.
Hey, as a quick follow-up to Praveen, does anyone actually have NVK's ear right now in this chaos? Because I think it would be beneficial if we could.
I'm messaging him, but
what Praveen's situation is.
Can you guys hear me? Yeah, I found it. There's 11 Bitcoin in there.
Yeah, Praveen.
11? Yeah, that's
I
a lot.
think.
Did you say 11 Bitcoin?
Holding that,
Yeah,
I would
crazy.
fucking tell NVK like immediately.
Yeah.
That's why I'm. That's
Dude,
why I'm wondering.
That's not,
NVK's
dude. Like
yeah.
NVK cannot touch that. Like that's.
He's not. NVK has no authority to be able to say what to do with those.
That would be such an insanely.
That's the problem.
No, like,
it's
dude,
not his money either.
That is such an insanely like absurd legal exposure for him to like even comment on that.
Okay. Well, the thing I was wondering is if Praveen took custody of it, then would he be able to work with NVK to cross-reference who, you know?
No, because he doesn't keep
There's
records.
no way
He doesn't keep records.
to do it.
Somebody would
deletes his
have to
customer
go
records.
to Praveen and present the physical device with the UUID that like fed the entropy and like prove that and regenerate the key in front of Praveen to like prove that these were mine.
All right, I'm going to keep 1 million sats in a vulnerable, I guess, wallet.
That's retarded.
Just like a honeypot.
You could burn the Bitcoin.
No. I'm not. It's not that vulnerable. So, like, I did use on this one partial seed. I think I rolled maybe 50, 60 times, and the passphrase. I guess it's not that long, but there's a passphrase. I just want to see how long until this gets rugged. If this gets rugged, you don't think so?
You said you partially used dice.
Partially used dice and a kind of weak passphrase.
Who knows?
I don't know. I'm just gonna. This is just for, I guess, educational purpose. I just want to see because it's in 1 million sats is enough.
Okay, question. Praveen, like in the case of like this, like, do you take it or do you leave it? What about just burning them?
That's even crazier.
No.
Okay, no, I'm just asking. Okay.
At least if the person who takes it gets caught, then there could be some. The person who takes them.
We should rotate this back to helping people. We're doing a lot of.
This is true.
Thank you so much, Rob. What a great.
This is helping people. If we hypothetically, if we.
We can talk about these things maybe.
Dom.
I'll head out. It was a fake question anyway. I just want to chill with Evan and Stu, and they already left the stage. So, like, I'll just leave.
I have
or
a very
whatever.
specific and short question. I've heard it said that Miniscript and Taproot addresses are safe from this, but it seems like, or in that they're not affected.
They're safe for now. Once
just listen.
They're not safe at all.
Question. Listen to the whole question.
He said.
The question is that, like, as they're not affected by this, but my question is that they could have just as easily been affected by this if the particular library had been in use for that type of wallet. And I just wanted to confirm that was correct. Like, it's by the grace of the wrong library for this particular address type.
So just to fully answer that question, this is not a wallet or a script type bug like Miniscript or Taproot. This is a issue of the generation of the raw keys themselves. The keys can be used in a single sig and be compromised. The keys can be used in a multi-sig and be compromised. Like, there is no specific thing as to the script construction. This is about the original keys as they were generated. The reason why you did not see Taproot addresses in the initial sweeping of things is because this firmware was specific to pre-Taproot firmware on the Coldcard. So that maybe is what you're getting at.
Yeah,
Is
no,
that
that's exactly what I'm getting at. I was misunderstanding it. So it is just a point in time, and
it's a point in
related.
time thing.
Yeah,
There's
okay.
nothing Bitcoin script related. And I already scanned all those public keys just to see if the same derivation path was using Taproot. There's no coins there. So just as a check, I looked.
Okay, that's great. Thanks. Makes sense.
Yeah. Dom, do you have a question? There's Dom. Hello, Dom.
You there, Dom?
Oh yeah, I'm here, dude. I got some rapid fire ones from the fire guys if you guys are willing to entertain some.
Go for it.
Okay, so we know the MK3 single sig without the dice is a problem. And it sounds like the MK4 or even the Coldcard Q slightly better, but not great. Still want to migrate off that ASAP. For a lot of folks that kind of like are unable to get home, what is the timeline thread on that? Let's just say let's look at, like, I know you can't pinpoint it, but if you're sitting on an MK4 or a Q with just a single sig, not with the rolling of the dice, are you talking hours? And then if some folks have a simple passphrase but also did not roll the dice, do they have, I mean, I know it's just a matter of time applied trying to crack that, but like what's the time frame from your guys' point of view?
Hard to say. I mean, it really depends on how much
70 bits of entropy, how much money they're willing to spend. Right.
It's possible with the supercomputer, probably within hours or days, right? But are they willing to
a typical data centers on the hour, like from just like Jippity, right? Like it's roughly about a day per 70 bits.
At what cost would you estimate, Portland?
Oh, I'd have to go back to that one. I know. I don't know what those things go for.
Millions of dollars? Like how much in ballpark?
No idea.
Tens of millions.
So is it?
Anyways, sorry, Dom.
No,
hopefully days. Like hopefully days, but the sooner you move it, the better.
For sure. I'm guessing you guys, like, as this gets out more, I mean, do you anticipate bigger players pointing energy at this, knowing that it exists?
It'll probably accelerate. Yeah.
Big time, fast. It's like you don't even have to be that good. It's
how low of a barrier
with LLMs.
Yeah. Literally,
with LLMs,
anyone can go do this now.
Anyone.
We literally have somebody in the space who was able to discover 11 Bitcoin, like right now.
Did it right now. And anyways,
Don, my only advice is just don't do things hastily. Plan to move the coins, but be very meticulous in the moves that you make.
If you're on MK3 right now, like, and it's a single sig, I mean, do whatever you can to move those UTXOs as soon as possible.
Tonight.
Like right away. Don't wait.
Yes,
100%.
Yeah,
you should not even be on the Twitter space.
Yeah, you should
it's
be
just going to accelerate, man. It's just going to keep getting faster and more exploited until all the coins in those addresses are swept.
Yeah, for sure. I was looking at some of the other ones, and everyone knows what they have to do. It's just you get some folks that are kind of stuck at work for an extended amount of time.
Well, no, I mean, like, depending on how much money you have in your cold storage, I mean, for some people, it might be worth just running out of work.
Yeah,
it's that to that point. Like, I never like to panic, but like in this point, if you're on an MK3 single sig, no passphrase, no dice, panic fast, get home, do whatever you got to do, but you got to move those coins.
So his question was more pointed towards someone with an MK4 or a Q, and I think if that's the case, you're obviously risking it by finishing your shift, but it's definitely less
lower, way
lower than a Mark III. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's just way lower hanging fruit. We're talking, quite a bit of difference in entropy. You're better off just trying to get more wallets at, a lower amount of entropy than to go for the bigger fish.
I mean, if you have an MK4 and you're willing roll the dice and create a passphrase, you should be okay, right?
Yeah, like I mean, the
Anybody who rolled
MK4
the
is
dice are fine, even with the MK.
Or even an MK3
Yeah.
in that situation. I
But
mean,
that's
if
not
you're
the
rolling
question.
dice, yeah, if you have dice, if you have an MK3 and you have dice, just do that. Do that now. Don't wait.
I'm just throwing out. Shinobi literally told me earlier that you shouldn't use dice. You should use a 6-word seed phrase.
Shinobi was also telling me that, he was telling him he had friends from third-party services that were here. He had to be nice to them. But I mean, listen, I'm not against third-party services.
I just gotta say, man, I feel like the whole prioritizing rolling dice and shit is just like it's incorrect.
Listen,
like
it's not about correct or incorrect. It's about saving your money right now. Like you need
yeah,
to
man,
move on.
to save your that's what I'm saying. To save your money, you're not gonna sit there fucking rolling dice. You're gonna fucking get whatever the hell wallet and move your money right now, immediately. Not sit there rolling dice for half an hour.
I mean, yeah. If your phone's not compromised, I hate putting a lot of money on a hot wallet.
I get it, man. I get it, but like it's all about prioritization. That's what it's about. It's not about getting the perfect setup and moving into the perfect setup. It's about
No, I'm not talking about perfect setup. I'm talking about any setup that's safe right now. Like if you have
and you have to figure out like well, I mean, it's for everybody. That's a different answer. But like it's a lot faster to just spin up a blue wallet on a phone that you know isn't fucked.
Yeah,
move your money there.
I agree
with that. Or send
Dude,
it to fucking Coinbase or some shit.
Go ahead,
Portland. That's all.
No,
that's all
I
I'm
just
saying, man.
I there's no excellent answer to this, and I don't like phone wallets for any large amount of Bitcoin ever. It's just not, not my gig,
agree,
man.
100%.
Like, and I'm just saying, like, from like I know that people said exchange earlier, but I definitely would rather, in my case, like let's say I was in this, I would just roll the dice and take that few minutes to do that and get a new seed phrase and move my non KYC stuff there. I don't want to send it to an exchange.
Portland, if I had 11 Bitcoin, I would probably immediately send it to a hot wallet and then immediately move it back to us. I'd take the whatever 10 minutes to roll a dice one and then send it back. But I mean, it seems like people are getting rugged literally by the minute.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, it's accelerating.
It's
getting faster.
ASAP into a wallet that I can generate in seconds, which is a hot wallet. And then
that's how this shit goes.
And then I'd move it back, within the same night, right? I wouldn't fall asleep with it there, but
no, there's no sleeping tonight. If you have, but like if you already
you're guaranteed 10 minutes anyways, right? Because you're gonna get into an RBF war. Like it,
not saying not guaranteed.
Yeah, okay, whatever.
I mean, the more blocks you wait, the more chances you have of your private key being found.
Anyways,
you'd rather your private key be found when it's when it's already been swept versus when you're rolling dice.
Our guy that found 11 Bitcoin, he's out of here already.
Yeah, he's picking up those 11 Bitcoins. He's gonna go open up the Bank of Praveen.
They'll off into the
sunset. We don't have these Chinese models here, right?
What was that?
We don't have these Chinese models here, right? We're banned from them.
Kimmy K3. No, Kimmy K3. That's what I was looking at all this stuff.
None of us have those
Xfrog, are you connecting or are you on? Xfrog. It says he's connecting for me.
Quen can do it too. I was having Quen do some of it, so yeah, they can do it. It's not just the LLMs though. The LLMs, I mean, I feel like it's an LLM that discovered it, but it's just the fact that once it gets out there in the wild, it's the combination of it's been discovered plus the LLMs can implement something for any random retard.
Kimmy K3 just came open weights on Monday. Mav, do you have a question?
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So basically, I've been trying to access my Wasabi program on the computer, which is where like I use that to connect to the Coldcard and like then I can move things over. For some reason, Tor isn't connecting to it, and like the peers and the whole back end or whatever, none of that's connecting. So I'm trying to figure out if there's like a different application I should be using. I was trying to mess with Sparrow, but I'm not sure if I need to like make an update.
I would ask ChatGPT to look at the Sparrow connections with Wasabi with the derivation paths. That's the difference, I believe. So that would be what I would try to do to get a quick fix for you to get that hopped over.
Right, because I don't have the derivation paths written down for when I set it up originally.
There should be an export option on the Coldcard for Sparrow, and it'll spit out a file or a QR code that you can use that to import into Sparrow?
You might need
Is it like a JSON
you
file
might
or is
need a
it not?
custom derivation path though. And if that's the case, then you might need to go to something like Blue Wallet that scans across a bunch of different derivation paths when you import a
Yeah,
seed.
Blue Wallet is the best of that I found.
Yeah.
I found it's pretty good at scanning
They
everything.
Well, Matt, how did you set the wallet up? Like, did you generate the seed on the cold card before you did any pairing with Wasabi?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, then there should be an option to export a JSON file for Sparrow or or similar.
So
and I would
I see
proceed
the
like
JSON
that.
file. I see the JSON file on the computer, and I tried to pull it in through Sparrow, but then it's asking me to pick to import. It's asking me to pick the the PSHK, like the different like Taproot or the other single segment and all that, and none of them are working as like none of them are coming in as imported correctly.
Yeah, so it's probably a custom derivation path, which I don't think Sparrow supports. So you're probably just going to have to try to find a different software wallet.
I'll try Blue.
Yeah, I think
I'll try
Blue
Blue
Wallets I've had a good experience with for doing that.
But any idea why Wasabi's not working?
How custom is the
Offhand, no.
derivation path, Mav?
What's that?
How custom are we talking with this derivation?
We don't know.
Isn't it like a Wasabi reference? Yeah. It's a Wasabi one.
It's a Wasabi one.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with what Wasabi does. How custom?
Wasabi uses different derivation paths. They're non-standard things that are not like tied to a BIP. Mav, my advice would be explain the high-level situation, ChatGPT, or look at like just to get the derivation paths to be able to connect and do that. Dom, do you have a question?
Thanks, guys.
Yes, someone else had another question. So obviously, if you're on a MK4 Q or 5, you have some more time. Some folks I talked to put a simple passphrase on there, not a complex one, thinking like, all right, I'm bulletproof if I have 24 seed phrase with a simple passphrase. That's overkill. Are they also looking at a limited time, given that it's just a simple passphrase with, because I know you guys were talking about earlier that, if they can break the 24, they can just carry that over and start, brute forcing simple passphrases.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. I think attackers would probably start adding single dictionary words on top of it as a 25th word, and then adding complexity as they go. But we don't know how quickly they're going to get around to it, as we're still seeing, Mark III wallets without passphrase being burned right now. So hard to say exactly when, but yeah, that'll eventually happen. They will eventually get burned. Absolutely.
It's fair to say, I would assume probably sooner rather than later. I mean, it just kind of looks like it's accelerating. I mean, it's free money for the taking for anybody that has the LLMs and the GPUs to start grinding.
And the lack of a moral compass, right?
There's a lot of people with that, Portland.
I know.
You know that.
I had a question. So a cold card queue, if you used it to generate a key and you didn't roll dice, that is unsafe, correct?
You should move it.
Yeah,
yes. Not as urgent as the MK3, but you should move it. Yes.
Yeah, I just
Sooner
spun
rather than
up
later.
a queue for my mining, so I need to fucking move that shit.
I guess this is a good time for me to state. Sorry for anybody I recommended a cold card to.
Me too.
I think literally everybody has.
Dude,
I remember people asking me about it, and I told people it was the gold standard. Just buy one and sleep easy at night. Fucking A, man.
Seed signer, huh?
There's a little bit of irony.
Dude,
to that
I was.
I don't even know, man.
Like I was saying earlier, man. Like this is a massive fuck up. But like,
I really can't imagine.
I still look around and I don't see anything that I'm immediately comfortable with using besides this. So I'm kind of like,
and I think that's the takeaway of the night, guys. It's like, okay, do what you have to do to get out of peril right now. You don't have to have the perfect setup, but thinking long term, everyone should be thinking about multi-vendor, multi-sig. Any single entity can make a fuck up of this scale All it takes is one line of code.
Yep.
Why put that much trust in one institution?
Yeah, that's it. That's literally the takeaway. The takeaway from tonight is multi-vendor, multi-sig is the only real setup. It's the only real solution.
This bug was in
everything else is a toy.
This bug was in a
So
very,
if you only have cold cards, you should probably send it to an exchange and then wait for your other hardware device to show up. Then
dog. It's kind of whatever works best for you, man. It's just kind of you got to get it off the cold card.
the dice roll functionality on the cold card is fine.
Then go for it.
I have a question. If you don't need, I mean, like if you're gonna roll dice and you're gonna roll 3 seeds, well, what does it matter if it's different vendors or not? If you're rolling the dice yourself, if
you can verify the entropy, then that's the ultimate thing. If you could verifiably bring in your own entropy.
Yeah. So there's plenty of things. There's plenty of ways you can verify it. It's just I don't think you should just trust any of these things because like all software can be compromised. All hardware wallets can be compromised.
But it's not, Mr. Huddle. It's not just the entropy. I mean, the entropy is just one vector. It could be something else on the hardware itself.
That's true.
Like, you don't know.
I keep thinking about it like this bug specifically. Like if it was any easier to exploit, we probably would have just like, for example, the pseudo random number generator just generated a single value every time. It would have been discovered much earlier and the damage would have been much less. But because the output of the pseudo random number generator appeared to be good enough, nobody caught it. So it's in this like really nasty position. I don't know. I'm trying to think of like worse things that could happen and I'm not coming up.
Wait, can you guys help clear up a misconception I might be having? If I have one of these devices that's compromised, right, and I have it generate 24-word seed, right? Yes. I go wipe it, and I generate it again. Am I going to get the same 24 words?
No, not like
no, because the timer should have incremented.
Yeah, the timer's going to change.
The timer.
But the range of keys that's going to deliver to you is incredibly small. That's why these things are getting busted left and right. But it does produce different keys. That's why like it's so difficult to kind of like detect this kind of thing in practicality, right? Like because I can't see like if the cold card had generated the same pseudo random number every time, I would have gone, oh wait, that seed phrase is the same number. Like it would have been
you either catch it in code review or you have to plumb the whole entropy space and essentially start finding the collisions. Like that's it.
You'd have to test the code paths, Portland. Not all the code paths were tested, obviously.
No, I agree. I'm just saying though, and maybe being based on MicroPython and such, and like the level of complexity that's introduced there, probably played a small role in this.
Oh, I see what you did there. Small role for MicroPython. Ba-doom.
It was ironically bypassing MicroPython that was the root cause. I mean, there's a comment in the thing that literally says we disable this because we implement our own. And it's like, that came back to bite them in the ass.
Hey, in the interest of maybe some people that need more immediate help, we got to cycle through.
I'll go down. Thanks, man.
See you, Bad Dog.
I'll give you a space on the board. Good job moderating, everyone. Thanks.
I'll drop 2. Thanks, y'all.
See you, Dom. Tell the boys it'll be good.
Yeah, I'll try. I see a lot of users in the future, but I'll give it a go.
I hear you. I think it's like I get Portland's point too. You know, many of us have recommended Coldcard as like the de facto, but there's also something about many of us were also saying and roll your seed, and that was not compromised in this case.
Yep, that's my gun whole thing. I know NVK likes to say like, you know, the cold card was there to secure your coins. Like it's hard to extract the seed out, but I was never really worried about it as much because I rolled my own dice and I had like my pretty high entropy passphrase. So I was just never like, you know, somebody saw my seed. It wasn't the end of the world to me because I could have easily moved. I had time to move those funds. But I told everyone, every single person that I came across, roll the dice. And if you're not going to use a multi-sig, have a high entropy passphrase. Back up the seed, back up the passphrase. Don't keep them together. That was it. That was my motto for like the last decade. But unfortunately, I don't think many of them roll dice. They all have passphrases, which kind of like saved them today, but none of them roll dice, I don't think. I think maybe one rolled the dice. And like back, like before, like MK1, they didn't have the dice roll. I don't think MK2 had the dice roll either. But by MK3, he had that dice roll inside. Like he made it pretty easy to roll the dice. I don't know why more people didn't do it.
Because most people just use the default UX, man. People.
Fedris, can you hear us? Are you good?
Wait, why are we having problems with people requesting? Because I only see 9.
Dude, it's been a shit show the whole time. That's why I'm trying to like leave
Dude,
spots
I
to
don't
bring
even
people up.
see anybody requesting at this point.
What's up, DL?
Or no, wait, I'm not even co-host anymore.
I think the space is like bugging out and not letting as many people up or something.
Guys, I've got a question. I've got an unchained 2 of 3 multi-sig, and both of my keys were cold cards. I think one was an MK4 and one was an MK3, or is an MK4 and MK3. I've never spent from the vault, so the like that's never been broadcasted. But I'm just wondering, like, how freaked out I should be in this immediate moment. What, like, kind of my best path would be.
I would reach out directly to Unchained.
Yeah, I've done that. I've done that. Yeah.
I'm sure they'll be a hold of you soon. Get back to you. My advice, this is not specific to Unchained, but to anyone in general who has a multi-sig where you may have a plurality of the threshold, right? So 2 of 3, right? So 2 of the 3 devices, in theory, could be part of this like compromised subset of entropy.
Right.
I would do an out-of-band broadcast with Slipstream to get it confirmed and rolled to a new device. And just to explain to everyone why I would say do that versus like use Sparrow or your phone or whatever to be able to broadcast transactions. The reason why, and I'll share that just for here, is that if 2 of your 3 keys are part of this compromised set of entropy and you go to broadcast a transaction, an attacker who has all of the seed phrases that are in the universe of what could be done from this compromised entropy could see your transaction hit the blockchain, and before it gets confirmed, they could replace by fee and bump the thing and redirect it to a new address. So by doing it in Slipstream, this is important because I've had people reach out to me about this. You cannot use the mempool accelerator. The mempool accelerator is something that is only available in public. Like that's just how the product works, right? You accelerate transactions that are visible. If you go to mempool.space and you see the transaction, it means it's in the public mempool and everyone can see it. So you need to do something that is out of band to prevent someone from being able to replace by fee attack you.
Got it. Rob, do you think I need to, I mean, like I've reached out to Unchained, that I'm sure they'll get back to me in the morning, but is this something I can like do tomorrow? I've never spent from that vault, so the wallet config files aren't, public. I'm just like trying to figure out what I can even do. I don't think there's anything I can do.
I can't speak to anything specifically about Unchained specifically. I have high confidence by tomorrow morning they are going to have an answer for you guys.
Okay. And you like, obviously nothing's for sure, but like, you don't like, even if the attackers have the plurality 2 of 3 keys from the cold cards that I made them from, like, since the wallet config files aren't public or were never broadcast, I should be okay right now.
You should be fine. Since you've never done a broadcast, an attacker wouldn't even know.
Right. Okay.
There's also an interesting point here too that I'm just thinking out loud of. That's exactly.
You also have a Mark IV, correct? The Mark IV.
Yeah, one of them's a Mark IV, one of them's a Mark III.
The Mark IV is a much slower break.
Yes, the Mark IV is a slower break. So out of an abundance of caution, I would still use it. But there is no confirmed case I've heard of an MK4 being popped yet. Just someone saying I heard from someone. So I wouldn't.
Okay.
But again, abundance of caution, I would wait for
this. Is super helpful. So I think I think it's better to sit on my hands and sleep tonight as opposed to try to do something or try to, I'll
your
reach out to
position,
Unchained in the morning
1000%.
and swap out the.
Hey, can
Okay.
I jump in here? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, what's up,
Thank
Flaming?
you, Rod. Appreciate it.
Hello, Flamin' Hot.
Yeah, so I don't know if it was covered, but Max Geis from Block said that the MK4, the Q, and the MK5, there's a mistake in the boot where it actually truncates the entropy to 32 bits.
Yes. Well, are you talking about the? Sorry, go Portland, go.
The entropy is used as like a seeding mechanism for the pseudo random number generator. The Mark 4, 5, and Q are all still using that crappy pseudo random number generation, but it has the saving grace of that it adds in this like random 32-bit number, aka it takes 4 billion times the work compared to the Mark 3, which doesn't take much work at all right now. That's kind of the difference. Is like it's still really busted, but it's not as busted. It's just much more difficult.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wasn't sure if that had been covered. Thanks.
Yep.
Hey, Mark, are you up here? I know you've been waiting a while, man.
Yeah, appreciate you guys. Thank you for all the information. I was able to generate a passphrase, moved all the coins from the MK3s into the passphrase successfully. My concern is the unchained multi-sig, which sounds like you just addressed it with 2 devices that are MK3s 4.1s. Could you elaborate a little bit on the methodology that you just described in the abundance of caution of how to move these funds?
Can you repeat your circumstance? Oh, is multitasking.
Yeah, so it's a multi-sig on Unchained. Both devices are Coldcards, MK3s, 4.1s, and you just described the process of how we should be moving some of these funds on the multi-sig.
I would reach out to Unchained directly. I am quite sure they will be reaching back out to you to talk about it, just to explain your situation. And I'm sure they're working on it right now. There is a way that you'll be able to safely broadcast. And to be explicitly clear, the attack I'm laying out, we have not seen anyone do this attack. I am just wargaming this out as if it were my own money and understanding what I do about Bitcoin. There are serious security concerns. And so you need to be in a very elevated state of concern in general. So I'd reach out to Unchained. Don't do anything too hastily, and work with them on it.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Flaming Hodl, welcome up. I know you had some good feedback. Was there something else you wanted to add in on before we go to Tao? And DL, if you're done, can you drop?
No, I'm good. That's all I had. That's all I had.
Man, I do not envy Casa and Unchained and all these guys right now.
It's rough.
Mark, are you good to go, or can we go to Tao?
Especially tomorrow, man. The amount of emails and calls and shit.
Dude, I can't even imagine the retros that are going to go down at some of these.
They're going to make a Netflix show after this.
Yeah, bring your sleeping bag to the retrospective.
Oh, that's what that's what Tim Welsh should make. He should make CoinKite branded sleeping bags.
All right, Tao, what's up, man?
Hey, thanks for the space, guys. This is freaking amazing. You guys are helping a lot of people. But due to all this discussion, I think I'm being even overly paranoid. And I want to describe to you guys my scenario and whether you think I am overly paranoid and don't have to worry about it or not. So, MK3, dice roll, passphrase, but I would say it's regular, right? Not super secure passphrase. It's a regular passphrase. Now, before I created this wallet, what I did was to first confirm for myself that, hey, Coldcard does what they say they do because, don't trust verify. So what I did was I, did the dice rolls and wrote it down, all 99 digits, and I plugged it in to the Coldcard, and it gave me 24 words. I proceeded to do the same thing by copying the dice roll Python script that's on their website that says, hey, this is the same script in the Coldcard. So I copied that into a separate computer, like a Linux OS, completely separate, plugged in the same 99 digits, and it also generated the exact same 24 words. So in a sense, that convinced me that, hey, they are doing what they're saying, but here's where the paranoia comes in.
Okay.
Here's where the paranoia comes in, is that they might do it for the first time you input the dice roll. See, because my wallet was not from that one, right? I proceeded to, after trusting that, hey, they do this, I went ahead and generated the wallet doing the dice roll again, but I never verified the second time around of the dice roll on a separate computer. So should I be still a little paranoid about this or no?
I think you're... Listen, I think what you've described was the thorough way of generating a key and a seed and generating. I know you didn't do it a second time because you don't know. There's been nothing to seen in any of the firmware of any of the code that it lies to you on the second time. So I think for the moment you're fine. And the fact you have an MK3 and you're still sitting on funds and you have a passphrase on top of that, I think you're fine.
And isn't it better to not have the seed phrase on a hot laptop?
Oh,
anyway?
1,000%. Yeah.
So you're actually better off than you probably thought you were.
Okay.
Cal?
So. Yeah, go ahead.
Currently for the Mark III, the path where you use just dice rolls is not compromised. That is totally fine. There's no problem with that one.
Yeah, because and it depends, right? How much you have, et cetera, right? The more you get, the more concerned. So the second time around is what Rob answered, right? Because that's what I was really concerned. Like, hey, because look, Mike Alfred called out NVK, and then this makes me feel like, well, was he really trustworthy or not? And if he's not, what is the second time you generate dice rolls that was some randomly generated, keywords, So that's what I'm saying.
No, I mean, if then we would have found that in the firmware.
Hey, Evan, your mic is boosted super loud.
Thanks for that, guys. Thanks for that reassurance.
Yep, you're good.
I feel a lot better. Thank you, guys.
You got it, buddy. Happy we have a good story here.
Hey, can you hear me? Hey, can you hear me now?
Yes.
I can hear you now. Yes.
Oh, sweet. Awesome. Hey, thanks for doing this, guys. Just a question about the firmware dates. So I have an MK3, and I created the seed in like 2020, like November of 2020. And I think that was prior to the 4.0 firmware. Is that right?
Guys, sorry to interrupt. Important announcement. Firmware updates are live on the page they're usually on. Post coming soon. Sorry to interrupt.
I'm gonna
real quick. We should verify. We should put it out there that upgrading the firmware is not going to clear you of the vulnerabilities. If your seeds are generated on the vulnerable firmware, purely upgrading does not save you. Okay.
No, it will not.
Regenerate the seed. You need to get a
guys.
seed.
It's got a clear disclaimer that like regeneration is necessary on the docs page. Like, you cannot get the firmware without seeing the warning that you must regenerate your seed.
We got confirmation the Sats card and the Open Dime are unrelated, right? I mean, the Open Dime pre-exists this firmware stuff.
It's completely different code paths, completely different chips architecture, like completely different generation mechanisms. Like the Open Dime, old, completely predated, uses the old Trezor code, if I remember correctly, and then the Sats signer, or the Sats card and the Tap signer, both have the closed SE, and it's half chip provided, half at initialization values, and they use block height or block header hashes when the cards get produced.
All right, well, that's good news. So MK5, MK4, you get the patch, and you wipe Well, you still have make sure you do not wipe the seed before you back up that seed. That's the most important thing, is that you still have that seed so you can move funds to a new wallet. I have a feeling we're going to have a lot of people that are going to wipe their wallets and not have the correct backup, and then they're going to have a different problem.
So my question was, prior to the 4.0 firmware, if you're on MK3, are those safe, like 3.2.2? I saw a
Yes,
tweet that said
they are.
yes. Okay, so I have
Yes.
nothing to worry about then.
If that's the version of the firmware you generated the secret on, it's not in the impacted set where the bug issue is.
Okay. And is there any way to, like, I honestly can't remember if I dice rolled or not. I think I did, but I didn't. Is there any way to know, like, verify the
No.
entropy?
Nope.
There's
No.
just no way to.
No. Nope.
Yeah.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. Cannot be done.
All right.
You won't forget a dice roll. If you did a dice
Hey,
roll,
Mr.
it's
I'm actually in that position with one of my wallets right now. Like I'm trying. I do
Well,
so
yeah, I
many
have
dice
multiple
rolls. I'm
wallets.
trying to.
I don't remember how many. I don't know if I remember. Yeah, so this wallet that I'm leaving funds in, I for sure rolled dice. I for sure know I didn't roll 100 times.
Exactly. I don't remember that
how many
either.
times I
Yeah.
rolled.
Dude, I didn't know what was going on with my funds for hours while we still had no
Oh my
idea
God,
what
I
caused
forgot.
shit because my node crashed and the
He
database
refused.
corrupted.
He refused to look it up on any other node. I'm like, I couldn't believe. Yeah, Shinobi's crazy.
Is
Guys,
it?
I'm loving all the discourse around this stuff and like the public disclosures and stuff. Can we just like not tell Peter Schiff? Just this one.
I don't even think Peter Schiff would understand what a seed phrase entropy compromise is.
You're gonna think Bitcoin got hacked.
Maybe
he's
Peter
gonna think
Schiff's
Bitcoin
coins
got hacked.
themselves are going to get hacked. Maybe he was a Mark III user.
Maybe. Also, is it too early to say that maybe JW Weatherman was onto something with the CD-ROMs?
Yeah.
Oh God, I don't.
Just
start
chill
with that
out.
name.
Like that's like
Richard, jump in, man. Just jump
don't
in,
break
man.
that name.
All
Up,
right, hey,
please.
more rapid fire. Richard, welcome back. And then how
Hey,
about
man.
Caro?
We got to bring some humor
Thank
to
you.
the situation.
Thanks a lot. I have a question. Could you elaborate more and explain more about using multi-device? I try to understand multi-device. You mentioned multi-sync. I'm not sure you refer to multi-synchronization, like a multi-device, and multi-keys. I guess you mentioned in order to
Happy to
use
explain.
a special type of streaming. Could you elaborate more about that? Thank you.
Yes. So multi-vendor, like multiple companies, right? Multi-signature. So a 2 of 3, a 3 of 5. Multi-vendor, meaning different people who are selling it, like a ledger, a Coldcard, a foundation devices, a Blockstream Jade, a seed signer, a Crux wallet, a Keystone, right? Like just getting multiple different people who make hardware wallets so you're never reliant on one singular stack.
Okay, that means like you put the eggs in different baskets, basically.
That's exactly right.
Okay, and the next one about the streaming part. When you talk about the streaming part, that way you can stream somewhere. I forgot the name. Stream to
Slipstream.
Stream to. I think you mentioned Crux. I'm not sure if that was Crux or another
Crux is
name.
a
I
hardware
forgot.
wallet. Crux is a hardware wallet.
Okay, no, it's different then. Like you're able to stream somewhere that is not to the internet, but it's able to stream somewhere in order to sign in or something like that to with the key or something. I'm not sure. But when you mentioned the multi-sync, you mentioned also the streaming somewhere. So I'm not sure what you refer to. Like, is a special streaming to do the connection with the systems or something like that?
No, I don't think so.
No, right? Okay, that's okay. Thanks so much. Anyway.
Shinobi, real quick. Like I'm looking at this hotfix, these patch notes. Did they not release a version for the Mark III Coldcard with this?
Yeah, I think Mark III.
They specifically said they aren't and use a passphrase as a stopgap if you don't have secure hardware.
So they don't. Wait. So they don't plan on fixing the Mark III at all? What are
Can
they?
it be
They're
fixed?
just gonna declare it deprecated and just
I mean,
say don't use it.
it's been end of life, but
I don't know, man. That just doesn't.
What, like,
I don't know.
that's really interesting. I don't know, like, is there a reason why they can't just take the branch and just for this specific situation, like get people moving? I'm not CoinKite. That's wild.
All right. Yes, we have a question. Bez and James.
Yeah, hi. So I had I just seen all this like earlier today, and so my initial reaction, I was kind of a firm believer of just using single sig, just because multi-sig, um, has a little bit more complexity in terms of how it might lock some people out. Um, but I did know how to use multi-sig, and kind of my quick fix. I just want your guys' opinions on this. So I made a 202 multi-sig, and I generated a seed that's just software on Sparrow, and I used the same seed phrase from my hardware wallet, which is a Jade, and so yeah, one's a hardware and another is a hot wallet phrase. Um, what do you guys think?
So just to confirm, the Jade you connected to the computer, you didn't put its seeds onto
No,
Sparrow, right?
no. It's
Cold and a hot and a 2 of 2. That's what you're saying.
yeah, and I have the output descriptor backed up and everything.
Yeah, I mean, I think like it's fine for a temporary wallet. It has risks associated with it, right? You'd have kind of uh, a higher degree of failure mode since it's a 2 of 2. But if it's only temporary and you don't think you're going to lose any of the components, then you should be fine.
Wait, so it's a 2 of 2 with one of the devices being an MK3.
But honestly, you could have just used your Jade alone because your Jade's not compromised.
No, I know. I just figured like I didn't want to have to really go too far with having to memorize another separate seed phrase. I just figured I could add one if I'm gonna. I didn't think it was that much riskier to add just a second backed up seed phrase on top of it and just keep what I already remembered.
Is this because you're afraid Jade might be hacked next or something?
Yeah. I mean, I'm being a little bit superstitious. I know that I just figured it would be better to be safe than sorry. Just get off of single sig if that was like an attack vector. But yeah, I mean, is it?
I think right now, I mean, at least today, the attack vector isn't all single sigs, so you don't have to be worried if you're using a single sig with other devices. It's a very specific attack that's being taken advantage of right now. So I wouldn't do anything rash,
Okay.
and not well thought out. And I think 2 of 2s are typically, they tend to be a little bit more dangerous because you don't have that wiggle room if you lose a key. So I would think it through a little bit more and maybe consider a 2 of 3. You're in no rush, by the way. So I wouldn't, I would think you need to move quickly with your Jade.
Okay. And then the whole thing about the entropy, I mean, does anybody know whether Sparrow, if like the entropy is like similar or the same to block streams, like when they generate key phrases or seed phrases?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
It's crazy. Fucking Grubbles, man. I can't believe he even had a Coldcard because he was all about the Jade.
Grumbles lost his money?
Oh my god, dude. Go look at his tweets.
No,
It's so
man.
Sad. It's so sad. It's so fucking
It's
bad.
a very sad story.
And like he's one of the guys that I would not think would have just like I would think Grubbles would roll his own dice. Like I didn't think he would but it's crazy, man. It's crazy. Fucking crazy.
Dude, I just keep looking
man,
like in my situation, like I'm
bad, man.
No, this is a problem. He said the thief should return the funds to his address. That address is compromised now. You can't send funds
somebody
back
else
there.
will just steal it.
He's not getting any funds back from that guy.
Wait, why?
That guy doesn't
Is it
even know
another
the
address
double
generated by the fucking MK3?
I'm assuming. Oh no, it was not sent. Never mind. It's a clean address. Never mind. It's a clean address. I thought he said send it back. Okay.
Oh,
It's a clean address. We're good. We're good. We're good.
Hey, can we go
fuck.
peasant?
Man.
Yeah, this is rough, man. I don't like where we go from here. Like,
sorry,
I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud, man. Like, where do we go from here? This is bad, man. This is like the wallet that everybody was like it's like I was saying, like this isn't like some random
sleep safe
niche
at night.
wallet. Yeah.
What's up,
I have
Praveen?
an
By the way,
update.
I was
I have an
thinking
update
if
on
you
my
go
sweeping.
ahead.
Okay.
What's your
Praveen?
sweeping update?
I saw some of the funds being taken, so I decided to take them. I'm up to 30 Bitcoin now. I'm probably gonna need a lawyer, the cops or something. I
Yeah.
don't want to keep this
Hey,
fucking shit.
Honestly,
Praveen,
get a lawyer
stop.
and stop talking.
Yeah,
Yes.
Praveen,
Stop
shut the
talking.
fuck
Get a
off.
Just shut
lawyer.
up.
Get
Yeah,
off the
you
go talk
shouldn't
space.
to
you,
a
you shouldn't
lawyer,
be on the
Don't
bro.
take
space
more
right now.
coins.
Talk to a
Like
lawyer and stop talking.
Praveen,
All right, can somebody?
quiet.
I just
Track and log everything. Do not come on this spaces. Do not talk about this publicly. Just be quiet. Track everything.
get a
Log
lawyer.
everything.
Yeah.
Get a lawyer.
Praveen, I'm
Shut
gonna
up.
work on getting you a lawyer right now.
Bitcoin lawyer.
Hey, Garo and Matthew and LA 2012.
You're gonna help him out with that, Rob? You're a good man, man.
All right. Well, I'm gonna give him a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer myself, but I can refer him to a lawyer.
Yeah, that's what I meant. You're gonna help him find a lawyer. You're a good man.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go, man.
Okay. I'm devastated by the news, as I suppose everyone else. I have an edge case. It's a bit special, and I wanted to check it out with you guys. I have an MK4, all right, and I added the dice rolls because it was easy to do. But I thought it was overkill, so I didn't really roll dice. I just made the dice rolls up.
Oh,
I tried to do
common
it
mistake.
randomly. Right, but I think I did 100 of them, but I totally made them up. I tried to mix it up as well as I could.
You should still be fine. You'll be fine. I mean, like you should definitely create a secure, another wallet, but you'll make it today. I don't think
Yeah. Like, plan on moving it. Don't do it hastily. You've got some wiggle room, but don't stay on that long
Don't
term.
install a Neuralink anytime soon.
But I have to stay put for at least. It's at least 3 weeks until I can move, but it is what it is. I can't do anything.
My friend who did roll the dice did the same thing you did, but he told me he did it like 250 times. He made up numbers. So I was like, okay, well, if you did it 250 times and you just really did it, he said he closed his eyes and then he just did just randomly like.
Yeah, I did something like that. Trying to be random, but I totally made it up. So.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
You'll be all right.
I think you'll be fine. Yeah.
Thank you.
Make a new
LA
one, move it once you get a
2012 and
chance.
Matthew. Rapid fire shit or get off the pot. What do you got?
Yeah, so guys. Go ahead, man. Oh, appreciate it, brother. I'll just be quick. So curious if I have a small allocation on an MK3, but I rolled 101 times.
You're fine.
I'm fine.
It's for people that didn't roll dice.
Yeah, the dice rolling is what protected you.
Oh, really?
Just to reiterate
So
to everyone.
I shouldn't be like tweaking it all. Like, I mean, obviously I should make a plan long term to move it off, but I don't need to be like.
We're good.
Sprinting home.
Yeah, don't do anything hasty.
Matter of fact,
you're solid with that 100 rolls.
Honestly,
101 even.
You honestly
101, 200.
Move it.
After 100, it doesn't do anything.
The short of it is the root problem is the entropy on the device itself. By dice rolling, you bypass that.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you did a dice roll on the MK3, you have nothing. Like, you don't have to move funds. You're fine. If you did a real dice roll and you're not using the entropy from MK3, you're fine.
What if you didn't verify the entropy of the dice roll post dice roll?
Well, I
You
mean,
don't. No, it's fine.
Likely
It's
to be
Yeah,
okay.
I
yeah, I
checked
think
But
that.
that that's
You know what I mean,
I
though?
overstated.
checked
You know what I
mine.
mean by that?
there's a small risk that the firmware could have been compromised, but there's
that code
no
path looks
reason
fine.
to believe that
Yeah,
Everyone is
happened. Yeah.
looking at this
I agree
code
with
right now.
Boyle.
Literally, everybody's looking at this thing right now. Like, if there was
Everybody's
anything else,
agents are looking at this code right now.
okay, everybody's looking at whatever their agents are saying. That
Exactly.
the agents are looking at the code.
I'll tell you what. When Wicked first opened this space, and Kevin came in here like, I don't know, maybe 15, 20 minutes after, and because at that point we didn't know what was happening, and he was talking about how, you know, your C could get the passphrase didn't matter, it might not matter, and the rolling of the dice might not matter if they're extracting your seed by you like transacting from that seed. At that point, I was a little fucking like, I got really
I
nervous.
mean, that's why I told people, like, at first, like, this morning, like, calm down, like, see if you're affected, and then, like, don't rush to do shit while we don't know what's happening.
Yeah, well, we learned all together on the space from the beginning, and Kevin was here also learning while this is all going on.
Tidwell said it earlier, and honestly, he's probably going to be right. But, like, ironically, Coldcard's probably going to be one of the most secure things there is after this.
Yeah, after all
with
this,
everybody tearing it apart after this shit.
What's up, Noah?
Hey guys, I just wanted to jump up for a minute and say Wicked, great space. And Gen X, great space. Thank all the speakers. Really, when you look around the Bitcoin revolution that we have going and you want to know who are the leaders of the Bitcoin revolution, you should look to the speaker panel that's in this space that are trying to help everyone get through this. So, fantastic space, guys. Great job. That's all I wanted to say. Thanks to all the speakers for letting everyone know what to do in times of crisis. Well done.
Good shit, Nova. There's a bunch of people listening to that I know have contributed a lot in the past. Lion, I know you've been waiting.
Yeah. So hello everyone. I'm a cryptographer and a software engineer from Lebanon. I'm the creator of MetroVault, a last resort mechanism to turn a Android device into a signer. Now, I just want to answer some of the questions and also mention some important things. Now, when we talk about entropy, it doesn't really matter if it's a device, a table, a building. What matters is the external sources that provided the entropy. Meaning, let's say we take an example, a Coldcard, which is a completely enclosed closed system, no battery, no CPU, it's a very bare bones device. Now, the main question is how does the Coldcard gather its entropy? Now, for example, on Sparrow or any other properly made software device, like I don't know, any signer that's built properly, you have a system called the secure random system, which basically taps into the kernel's random number generator. Now, in case of Android, for example, which is built on top of the Linux kernel, you can simply check the entropy sources that the system is gathering. Now, for example, you have the CPU scheduler, the screen brightness, the phone's sensor, the battery status. Even in this case, when we talk about battery, now batteries have a, what's the proper way of saying this? Quantum effects. You can see voltage spikes, voltage drops. Now, these are almost totally random. It's not like you can reproduce these things, but when it comes to small devices like a Coldcard with a very tiny secure element or single very tiny CPU, if you want to call it that, we have to look at the algorithm. How is it generating that randomness? Is it reproducible? Is it a fixed algorithm that you can reproduce and get the same seed back?
Lion?
Now, this is where, yeah.
Lion, in this case, like the hardware random number generator was just skipped. Like all the hardware was just skipped over. Like you're correct. On all of that, but I'm just saying, like this was a much.
Even if, yeah, I agree. But even if you use the random number generator of a Coldcard, how is it gathering the entropy? What is the source of the entropy? A single function or a single tiny algorithm is not source of an entropy. For example, if you roll a dice.
Hey, Lion, I'm sorry to interrupt you, man. I just got to double check. Wicked, are you there? I got a rug warning. Wicked.
We're
Yep,
gonna
I'm here.
rug.
Sorry,
Oh, never
couldn't
mind.
couldn't get to the mic.
All right,
What's up?
go ahead.
You got a rug warning? He said.
Yeah, I got a connection thing.
Okay. Okay. Maybe I'll move to a better spot in the house.
Lion, go ahead, man.
Can I continue?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was saying that, for example, if you take a cold card, we have to look at the algorithm. What is the source of the entropy? When we talk about random number generators, they sound vague, and for the average people, they sound secure. You know, oh, it's a random number generator. It generated a number randomly, which cannot be the case all the time. We have to look the sources of the entropy. I don't know if it's open source. I don't know if Coldcard has published how they gather entropy. This is where dice rolls come in. Every single dice roll that you do provides you with almost around 2.6 bits of entropy. So if you do it 50 times or 100 times, that's enough entropy to bypass the cold card's entropy generation, because entropy is additive. So let's say if your cold card only even generated 2 bits of entropy, if you yourself via the dice roll generated around 200 bits of entropy, that's a total of 202 bits of entropy, which is considered cryptographically secure enough. For example, any device that's built on top of the Linux kernel can access the secure random function, which is basically an API call. So it's on a cryptographic level, it's considered like the closest thing we have to a almost random number generation. At the end of the day, the most random way that you can get a number is doing it via what we call the universe effect, where a dice roll, I don't know, small quantum fluctuations, small electricity voltage spikes or drops, those things are truly random. We cannot get anything more random than this sort of stuff. So yeah, the main question is, how does a cold card, or for this question, any type of hardware wallet that is a very, very tiny small device, generate enough entropy, even using their own random number generator? That's the main question that we have to ask and look for, of course.
I don't trust any of them. I roll my dice for everything.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That rolling the dice is basically how you tap into the universe, get the random things. Now, of course, the dice that you're using matters a lot. They have to be properly made, well-tuned, well-weighted dice. So every time that you roll them, you truly get a random number, 1 to 6. Each one almost provides you with 2.6 bits of entropy. So if you do it enough times, then you're good to go. Now, to answer some of the questions about passphrases, it depends on the passphrase you actually wrote. For example, if your passphrase is hello world, that's trash, because maybe it provides you with I don't know, a dozen bits of entropy. But for example, if your passphrase is yo, hello, what's up, how are you guys doing, my name is blah 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 and I'm doing blah blah blah, that's pretty long. That provides you with almost around maybe 40-50 bits of entropy. You have to do the calculations, of course.
Lion, I'm tracking like 80% of what you're saying, and I don't want to take away from, I think, all the value that you're talking about. But can you like shorten it so we can, because we got to get to a bunch of other people.
He's telling everybody to roll his dice.
Yes, of course. I'm also prepared
Yes,
to answer
rolling
any
dice.
questions related to cryptography and randomness. That's all I'm saying. And I want you guys to be secure when it comes to stuff like this. Trust your own entropy, provide your own entropy. Do not rely on a small chip that we don't even know how it gathers its entropy, and say, oh, this is the cold card, it's world's best, or blah, blah, and the jade or whatever. We have to truly look at source of entropy. That's all it matters. Bitcoin is built on top of entropy, which is what secures Bitcoin. Digital ECDSA, I don't know, the hashing algorithms, they're all built on top of randomness, entropy. We have to trust the source of entropy.
Yeah,
That's it, guys. Thank you.
Hey, I appreciate you waiting so long. You clearly wanted to share that, and I'm glad you waited. Thanks. Can we hit up?
Oh, welcome, guys. Thank you.
Can we hit up Matthew or LA 2012, and then drop once you're done?
Yeah, just quickly, it's crazy, man. Like all this stuff is going on. I mean, I remember FTX and everything blowing up. I just appreciate a lot of you guys. I'm out here with the high school dropout, just accumulating some Bitcoin, and yeah, MK3. I'm able to I was able to move a lot of my stuff. I'm actually finishing up that right now. So appreciate you guys always just being there and being part of the community. And this is what Bitcoin is about. So yeah, left work early, started moving all my stuff, and fortunately, I think I might have rolled dice, but just to kind of, I had an MK4 laying around that I never used, so I just went ahead and started doing, everything else. More dices and more
You
passphrase
you
on
rolled
it.
dices on the MK4, right?
Yeah. After listening to all you guys, I was like, let me do 250 just in case.
Yeah.
I know you guys said up to 100 is cool, but
Yeah, no,
just
no. The
let.
more entropy, the better. You can never have enough entropy. That's fine. It's better to have
Yeah.
more than less.
LA 2012.
Don't use Monopoly dice either.
Yeah.
You keep rolling the stick.
LA 2012. I want you to think about what kind of frame your great grandchildren want your photo to be on. Good shit. Hey Ken, I know you're down there. If you want to come up, re-request. I saw you, but I think you dropped first.
LA, you said you moved most of your stuff. Did any of it get jacked or?
No, fortunately, I guess I got lucky. I'm
It was
looking.
hold on. It was a single sig. It was a single sig.
Yeah, single sig. I think when I did it, I did like 4 or 5 dices. Didn't think that much of it. But I guess that was enough for it to just hold for me to get home and start moving everything.
Nice. Yeah.
But I
So even
appreciate
4 or
that.
5 dice is enough, probably.
They haven't started looking
No,
into
but
the
it probably
dices
bought
yet,
him
but
some
they
time.
probably
It's
will
enough to get him
eventually.
through today. I'm pretty sure because it does.
It bought him some time because they're just going through like the standard.
The lowest hanging fruit, the ones that don't have passphrases
yeah.
or dice on them, those are going to be the first hit. Then they're going to go through the dice later on.
Then they're going to start expanding once that starts drying up.
Yeah, I'm just glad we're not talking about BIP 110 and just doing other stuff.
I would actually rather be talking about BIP 110 right now because nobody gives us money.
I would love to talk about BIP 110. I wish that was the thing to talk about.
That's true, honestly.
Yeah, you will notice that let's not make it about that. Let's focus on the important stuff.
Well, I mean, if we brought that up on a positive note, I do see people finally seeing some value in the ideas of covenants. So, like, I hope the conversation moves in that direction after this.
Hey, Marcus, do you want to go before we hear from Ken real quick?
Yeah, MK3, and I had at least 100 rolls, passphrase, everything like that. So my question, I'm still a little insecure about the Coldcard MK3. I just want to move to my Coldcard queue, create a new seed and everything. My question is, I don't understand the value of I think it's somebody like Ian BIP39 IO website or something like that.
Ian Coleman?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah,
It was
you
mentioned
the one that I
earlier
shared.
in the space.
Sorry,
Is that just like a list of the 39 seed words?
No,
It's some sort of
a
tool.
You shouldn't be using that tool
It's a web
typically
app
with the
tool.
seed phrase.
No, okay, wait, time out 1 second. It's a web app tool to check whether your dice rolls are resulting in the same 24 words. Now, you won't use that tool on your actual dice rolls that turn into your seed phrase. You'd use it initially to see if it's just generating the same ones, and then you make a fresh new one that you don't compare once you're confident that the dice roll function is working properly. That's it, right? It's just another way that you can check it without having to review the code. You can just check to see if it's actually doing what it's supposed to by comparing it to the seed generated on the site with the same dice rolls. Does that make sense?
No, not really. I mean, I'm using the rolls.
Sorry.
I'm using those rolls and then I'm inputting them into the Coldcard queue. And
are you
like you
saying
said, yeah, this is just a fun exercise. I'm not actually going to ever put my real seed into the website, but I'm using those rolls to generate the seed on the Coldcard queue, and then the queue is giving me those words, and I'm putting those words in, and I don't understand the value of that.
Oh, the value? No, I'm saying the value is just to check whether the queue generates the same words as the words on the site. That's it.
Well, I'm
So
inputting the
it's
words
just a way
into the
to,
site. Oh, you're saying so? You're saying
mean,
I should
you
be
put the
entering
dice.
the dice rolls?
Correct. I mean, but again, it's just a mechanism to check. So this is kind of out of the scope of conversation, maybe. But
Well, that
yeah,
was talked about earlier.
if you want to check it, then sure, you then do that, right? But if you're trying to make a seed out of the dice rolls and you just want to do it kind of quickly, you can just do it on your cold card now.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm tired. Sorry. I'm crashing out.
So the tool wouldn't have helped anybody from the MK3s if it wouldn't have shown some. No. Okay.
No. As a matter of fact, if you use the dice rolls on any of the cold card devices, then you wouldn't have been affected by this attack.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks for waiting, Marcus. Ken, what's happening? It's been a while.
Hey guys, how you doing? Thanks for having me up. Yeah, I just wanted to talk briefly about what Lion was talking about as far as entropy. He's correct, of course, like physical entropy is, of course, what we're looking for. Pseudo-random number generators are not what we want to be using for generating our Bitcoin entropy. But what he missed is that these secure elements and a lot of the MCUs we use, they do have true random number generators built into them, and they are based on physical properties. It's things like thermal noise, oscillator jitter. There's a thing that we built into Passport called the avalanche noise source, which is another physical way of getting random data from, we think of computers as these, perfect zeros and ones and everything, but like under all of that is the electronics, and the electronics are absolutely not, perfect zeros and ones. They're like all over the place. And you basically use if you measure those in an analog way, you can use that to generate real true entropy. And so, in Passport, we have 3 sources of entropy that we combine together to generate your Bitcoin seed.
I think after today, I'm more worried about how things are wired up and enabled and activated and not bypassed than like.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly right, because, if I spent some time looking at the code.
I'm sure everybody else is too.
On the Passport and on the cold card side. And yeah, like there's nothing wrong at all with their entropy. It's all there. I'm sure it works really well. These components are all tested to, make sure they meet the NIST standards for entropy. But, if you generate randomness and then don't use it, that's a bit of a problem.
Yeah. In the case of Coldcard, though, like literally the entire thing fell back to software. Like no matter all the hardware
on the Mark III. Yeah. And then I just wanted to also briefly mention like the entropy, or not the entry, but the randomness, the so-called UID, and the timestamps. Those are really deterministic. The first 32 bits of the UID that they're pulling in are the XY location of a chip on the wafer. So like, how many chips are there across and down on a wafer? What, like, depend on the chip size, maybe 100.
Oh, wait.
So
have you confirmed then the actual values are just like integers that don't use up that entire?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Oh, that's much worse than I thought. Okay.
Yeah, it is. It's much worse. And so this is where we're talking about like 70 bits of entropy on Mark IV. I don't think it's actually that much.
You're cooked.
I spent some time before I heard Praveen had already done it. I was sort of working on my own test to see if I could generate these. And part of the optimization I was going to do was avoid going through that entire 32-bit space, because I think it's pretty predictable. And the reseed that happens on boot for the 32 bits that we actually do get, it's factoring in this TR and SSC. I forget the exact names, but these values are going to be pretty predictable as well. The first one is probably within the first couple of seconds, so it's going to be like 0, 1, or 2. and then the other value is a 0 to 255 value. So there's very little entropy here. And I think that's why it's so easy to, Praveen said he was able to do this in like 5 minutes, right? And that's why I think.
It's kind of like the thing I'm like personally like trying to still model is like not like the coins are going to get taken if they don't get moved. Like it like how do you like? Do you know what I'm saying? Like there's a lot of like ethical questions, and that I know that one guy was also faced with like the same thing like a long time ago when the brain wallets were first broken, right? Like he's like, wow, I discovered like 12,000 Bitcoin that were just unlocked. Like how do I notify these people? This is even kind of this is harder because it's now officially like in the wild. It's very public, and LLMs accelerated that whole process of like people can just build tooling to do these kind of jobs.
Specifically,
they don't even know what they're doing anymore.
It's specifically
But you know what, Rob, I agree with you, but I also think like if you were very clever about the way you prompted like Claude, it probably could do something similar. You would just break it up into smaller chunks of work.
OpenAI maybe, but not Claude. Claude.
I'm not building Claude, these things. I'm not going to try.
I said like, hey, I'm looking at the Coldcard. I was like, you are now down to Opus. You do not get to use
no.
So,
Rob.
I have.
I mean, Rob, if you just said something innocuous, like look for like strange like header like mismatches or like orderings, like you know what I mean.
Rob, my point.
So I spent like 2 hours analyzing it with Cyber today, and it was fine with that. But as soon as I asked it to generate an algorithm to exploit it, it was like, yeah, I'm not going to do that.
But did you separate the two prompts though? Because like my thought would be they
were separate prompts, but they were in the same chat.
Okay, that's why
I tried with GPT. So what I did was it got me like halfway there. It got me to like the right track what was going on. Like it pointed me to the buggy code, but then as soon as it realized that I was also trying to generate something to exploit it, it prevented me from going. And so
I
what
think
I
Portland's
did,
right though. Like if I've done this before, where it will actually generate the code for you to like pull down the Bitcoin or pull down the Bitcoin UTXOs and like look through them and try and find a match. So you could write that one in one.
Yes, 100%. I'm pretty sure
it was willing to write the other algorithm for me, but it wasn't willing to connect it up to the UTXO set. So as long as I'm willing to do the second part, I think we could get there pretty good.
Am I understanding this correctly that the MK4 is really not that much more secure
it
at
is
all?
quite a bit more secure because it gets at least a 32-bit
random seed.
Okay, right.
Entropy bump.
True random number generator.
Yeah.
Whereas
but still, I mean, it's supposed to be 128, right? Not 32. So at least.
Do we have Lloyd? Did you have something related to this? I know you're as a experienced cryptographer and engineer working on this stuff. I thought you may have some thoughts.
Yeah, I'm doing real world benchmarks just.
Yes.
You guys hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm doing real world benchmarks just now to trying to like get optimized GPU code to see how fast you can do addresses actually. And I'm starting to get, I don't have the numbers just yet, but I'm starting to get a bit worried. Actually, the Mark IV is not really as difficult as I thought. So the thing is that there's this ID, which I thought might be hard to predict.
It's not.
I think that the IDs, so it's not hard to predict because if you have a Coldcard Mark IV, you can figure out what it is and they're in a batch, right? So you can know who the people are before and after you.
Well, just
to understand really quick, the MK4s are in the same class as the Qs and the MK5s as it relates to the overhead.
Yes.
Lloyd? I was just for the room, verbalizing for the room, just verbalizing for the room.
Yeah, absolutely. They're all in the same boat, or the Mark IV to Mark V and the Q. And this ID is probably easy to predict. And so there really is only the 32 bits.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And if you start chipping away at, you get rid of the ID. I think the timer, so someone's talking about the timer before. The way I understand the timer is actually it's actually a very strange timer that's actually ticks of the CPU, but it's actually modulo like 15,000 or something.
Yes.
So it's like I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like it's like 12 bits of entropy. Maybe I set it pessimistically to 10 because maybe the timer, like it happens at the same millisecond every time. So I don't think it depends on a user action. It's like as it starts up or something. So it's if you just get more and more pessimistic on it, I'm starting to think that if you can get 1,000 GPUs in the cloud, which you can, I don't know how, I haven't never hit that yet, but if you could get 1,000 like for 4090s for this, I don't know how many 4090s, it's probably a significant proportion. It's like maybe less than 1% of all of them that exist, and they're pretty in demand right now. But you could start cracking them.
Am I right to think of this way? Like,
sort of assume,
sorry. If like, for example, the worst case is true where these UUID first 32 bits of the position wafer are actually a very, very limited set. And you reduce that down. You reduce that set. And then thus, like, our original belief was that it was kind of difficult to grind through these. It's not, even though you have the very high difficulty multiplier on the 4, you're basically multiplied against your initial difficulty you thought it was to crack 3. Sorry, I may have explained that poorly. Basically, I'm saying one element got way easier, and then it got the UUID got easier on the Mark to guess for everything, but the Mark IV also added the difficulty multiplier. So, like, okay, we thought it was going to be harder to initially crack. It was actually easier, but then the 4 has a harder multiplier on it than the 3.
Yeah, there's sort of a left and a right side.
Real entropy.
There's like a left and a right side, basically, and the Mark IV doesn't. So Mark III doesn't have one of the sides.
Yeah, it's just a one value for the one side, but like it was also way easier to crack than we initially thought.
Yes, I think that's how I'm seeing it.
Yeah, I think that's right. And so then when you scale it out, I'm looking at numbers. I don't know if they're real yet, but I'm looking at numbers like, if you, let's say you have Mark IV and you know, like, the chip ID of the next guy, right, in the batch, and you know that guy didn't use dice or whatever, and you were willing to spend like $1,000 or something, or like maybe more, like in the tens of thousands, like you getting like an hour or something to get the money. So it actually becomes economical. Is what I think. I think it is actually economical to attack the Mark IVs right now.
Question:
you would make money.
The UUID comes off the semiconductor, like the actual chip. Those chips are sold in.
That's what I understand.
The chips are sold in reels. Are you like guaranteed they come from the same wafer in that reel? Are they binned differently? Because remember, like, they come off the wafer and then they all get sorted by like how good they are, right? So I don't know if I'm quite sold on that, like they're all right next to each other. Like, because you find one, you can guess its neighbors.
The thing is, though, because the search space is so small,
correct,
it doesn't matter.
Okay.
You just search them all anyway, so.
But it's somewhere in the middle. I don't know what it is, but it's probably, so I think you could probably figure it out, especially if you have some Mark IVs. And then once you start cracking them, you'll figure it out very quickly, right?
Yes, I agree.
How they're arranged. And so I think that actually I would not wait till tomorrow or whatever to move my Mark IV stuff. I would probably just be trying to move it as soon as possible. Maybe if you got to probably, if 24 hours, probably, if I don't be too pessimistic, but is not great. I don't know how, like, maybe there's like a lot of KYC restrictions on getting 1,000 of these GPUs because of like how AI is so sensitive and stuff. And so maybe people be more hesitant to go and start attacking the Mark IV just because of the KYC sort of thing around it, and people are not set up to just like buy a bunch of GPUs anonymously to do this. But that's the main thing stopping them, I think, is just it's more expensive. So you're looking at someone who has a much higher buy-in, and it's like there's a KYC thing. But I think the Mark IV is still really vulnerable. I'd be super scared if I had a Mark IV.
This is only for people that didn't. Yeah, MK4, but people that didn't use dice. This is that allows.
Yeah, Lloyd, I have a hypothetical for you. Hold on. I have someone messaging me right now. They are, let's say, 7 hours from being able to get home, 8 hours able to get home and go to their MK4, no passphrase, no dice. Are they running home right now? Or do you think 8 hours is enough of a window, 12 hours is enough of a window?
Like,
Yeah.
let's say
So I
it's
think
enough, but you
like
want to move it as soon as you get home.
yeah, it's like a bit like it's like divide by the number of there's the number of I think there's a chance that in the next 8 hours there's a non-zero chance that someone with a Mark IV gets stolen. But the chance it's your friend is low, right? But there's a small chance that someone in the next 8 hours, but I think it's very small. And then your friend is only one of the Mark IV users, then it's even smaller than that. So it's like like less than 0.0001% kind of thing chance. I would be ballparking now. But then like put that out to a week, then you're talking like proper single digits of percentage, I'd say.
Okay, yeah.
We've hinted at this, right? But like, there's a good chance that there are thousands of people around the world, trying to make this hack right now.
Yes.
And that number is just going to go up. Look at how many people are just in this chat. How many people know about it and have LLM access and, Chinese models.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is that it's out there. And since it's out there, more and more people are going to just exploit it.
So Lloyd, from what you said, I get the probability and the numbers, but as of now, Mark IV or higher still hasn't been compromised that we know of.
No, because I mean, yeah, you would not expect, because this guy who did the Mark III one is retired now. I think he just locked on this thing and he put together a hack. I don't think this. I'm interested to know, like, you guys see them happening in the mempool and RBFing each other, or that's
That we have one confirmed example of that in the past hour. Someone RBF'd away funds that the thief was trying to do.
Okay, well, that's interesting, because I would expect the first guy would have just all computed it ahead,
the whole space.
Right? Like he wouldn't.
Nope.
Like yeah, like.
Yeah, Lloyd, there's multiple characteristics. He only swept funds that were over 0.15 Bitcoin per UTXO. He did not mind gap addresses. Like, there's a lot of forensic things. This person did not understand how Bitcoin worked, like at a deeper level, to like properly do this if they were trying to do it.
You think they just run like
an LLM
Bitcoin stealer.exe and just it started
yeah.
stealing it like going down the list as it found it.
Yeah.
I mean, like, even just like wallets that weren't completely empty, that had to be something ridiculous, like a single empty address, like stop scanning. You know what I mean? Where it's like anyone
No
even
concept of a
remotely
gap.
competent would know, like, go check like 20 more addresses or something.
Hey guys, I know this is like when we're gonna probably stay on for a little bit, but can we let Derek and Vanilla go real quick since they've been waiting?
Yeah, no, just a really quick question. Do you think it's I mean, until I figure out what I'm going to do in terms of like resetting, seed phrases and deciding what cold storage I want to use, like offloading some stacks onto like Sats cards and stuff. That's pretty safe, right?
Sats cards and tap signers are fine. Obviously, with a Sats card, remember you can't back that up.
Yeah,
so
I know. Just put them in a safe or something, but
And so, don't. I would not leave like cold storage amounts on a Sats card for more than like literally a day or two to get things sorted removed. And remember, if you generate a new seed with Dice or with this recent firmware update, if you have a 4, 5, or a Q, like that seed is fine. Like it's fine to use the cold card otherwise. Like it's just a seed that was generated by the compromised firmware. That's the problem.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Okay. Anyways, as an aside, it's kind of cool to see some old Clubhouse people in the audience. So hi, Brad. Hi, Shelly. It's been a minute. Anyways, hey, have a good night, you guys. Appreciate it.
See you, Derek. What's up, Vanilla?
Hey guys, quick question. Multi-vendor, multi-sig, one of them's the MK4, no passphrase, no dice roll. What do you guys think?
If that's not a signing threshold, if it needs other devices, you are fine. the only case I can see any kind of remote risk there would be an attacker compromising that if you had like a Casa or Unchained thing and trying to get them to sign pretending to be you. But I imagine right now every service like that is putting everything under a microscope.
Nah, it's just me having all 3 keys.
You're
but
fine then. Like you're
Only
fine.
only one of them is a cold card, the Mark IV.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would just treat it as it's what is a 2 of 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would just treat it as a 1 of 2 now at this point. Like one of those 3 keys is gone.
Yeah, and so would you just create a new one, a whole new
but
multi-sig?
there's no
port
rush
new
though.
firmware.
Okay.
Like, yeah, like you want to rotate that key eventually and swap it out in the multi-sig, but there's like no urgent rush. Your funds aren't at risk or anything.
No, but your setup demonstrably proved why we do this, why you do the multi-vendor multi-sig. It literally protected you against this. That's the whole point.
Yeah, sounds like it. And would this patch be effective? This patch that they've put out?
Yeah,
it's effective for solving this one issue.
Yeah, if you download this patch, then any new seed generated on that device should be fine.
And will that affect the new multi-sig, or does that need a
You
whole new?
you would need to actually generate the new multi-sig with that key instead of the old one.
Yeah, you need a new multi-sig quorum with the new key.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so it's a whole new setup essentially. Okay.
Yeah, but
cool.
but
Thank
like
you,
I
guys.
said though, no rush. Like your funds are safe.
Yeah, you're good, man. You're totally fine. It's just one of the keys, unfortunately, is compromised. That's it.
Yep. Yeah. Cool. Thank you, guys. I'll drop down for other people.
Can I quickly reply to Ken, please? I just want to say that Ken said that the generation of entropy or randomness on their devices and some of the hardwares are cryptographically secure. Well, I agree. You know, that's how it's supposed to be. But the thing is, we have to somehow give awareness or present to people that just taking your coins off the exchanges or self-custodying them, it's not the only solution. You have to trust the device that you are using. So every single hardware wallet out there should have their entropy generation system completely open source so that the user can verify it. And if they don't agree, they don't like it, they don't want to use it, just simply roll your own dice. That should be the standard for us to approach to people, not
So
just blindly.
There's breaking. We have a tweet from the Coldcard account that is the first post was the advisory. The second post is now the technical details of what went wrong. So this tweet's like a minute old. So I just wanted to pin it to the room to give everyone a chance to look at it. It's pinned to the top of the nest.
Yeah, but then again, the main goal for us as Bitcoiners should be that trust your own entropy, roll your own dice. Do not blindly trust the hardware because they have a name on the market and they claim to do stuff the way they claim it to do. Just if it's open source, read the code, understand the code. If you don't trust it, roll your own dice. Peace of mind, guys. That's what matters. You have to trust your own device.
Yeah, so we're obviously fully open source, and actually,
and that's how it's supposed to be done. Yeah.
Yeah, and just recently, completely unrelated to this, I happened to be looking into the entropy stuff on Passport Prime, and I actually wrote a little applet that will, it generates like millions of random numbers, and then you can, extract that onto a card, like an SD card, and then, run any kind of statistical analysis you want on it. So I'll probably end up like publishing that app once
That's
we get the
amazing,
app store out. So, yeah.
Hey, Lloyd, question about the Mark. Actually, do we have an answer to the total like range of these wafer position values? Like how many different values there can be at the right now?
I mean, it's going to depend on the size of the chip, how many they fit on a wafer, I imagine. But I'd be surprised if it's more than 100 in each direction.
You know what? I have an STM32 F723 next to me. I can actually plug it in and check for myself what these look like.
what the
Yeah,
values
like
are.
I think you can actually the AI was telling me you can actually see it like in the USB like device if you plug it in. If it's one of the STM32s that has a USB chip on it. I don't know if the Coldcard one has that on it though.
Typically the ID of the chip can be extracted through software or like a JTAG interface. I'm literally gonna plug in another ST.
They'll have the JTAG locked down though, so you won't be able to do it again from that most likely.
Oh no, this is my own chip. I have a
no. I'm sorry, he's talking about like cold cards
okay.
and other stuff. But yeah, if you have your own, you can certainly connect to it. Yeah.
Hey, I want to bring up some folks that I don't know, I haven't seen. I just want to give them an opportunity to speak so we know they're real. Let's go with Pepe. Pepe, can you hear us?
Yeah, guys. Sorry. Been waiting a while. So I got an MK4 and I just mostly successfully moved all my Bitcoin off of it. I didn't have dice rolls on it. I moved it to a hot wallet. My question is, I'm looking for another hardware wallet, and was wondering if the big brains could explain how the BitKey works. The BitKey, I can do a very quick abbreviated version of it. It is by the team at Block, that you may know from Cash App. It is a 2 of 3 multi-signature. There are 3 total keys. One of them is managed by Block in their servers, which acts as a policy engine because it cosigns transactions when needed. There's 1 key that is kept on your mobile app of your phone, and then there is 1 hardware wallet. And you use the mobile app with the BitKey to be able to do all the full interactions. Okay. Got it. Any 2 of those 3, either the phone and the server, or the phone and the app, or the app and the server. You usually can set it up so that the app and the server, since it's on your phone, maybe it has a lower spending limit, right? Whereas you need the hardware wallet to do more. Yeah, I think it's... Sorry, I'm running a bit later at night for me. I'm kind of doing overtime
we're all a little
for Bitcoin.
delirious right now.
I'm doing overtime for Bitcoin right now. So like I'm not on my sharpest pitch.
Pepe, one thing to understand is your Mark IV isn't garbage, right? I mean, you can load the new firmware and then continue to use it. I know you might have lost trust in it, but you know, you
Yeah,
don't
like
have to
all of these
throw it out.
devices are still perfectly fine to use if you get a like securely generated seed. Like it is
Got it.
just the
Yeah.
generating of seeds that was like insecure and buggy.
Yeah, but trust has been lost, man. You're right, but that's just
I know, but I'm just trying. Like a lot of people are almost certainly in the situation of that is the only device they have, and they're looking at dumb shit like exchanges or put it on a phone. Like factually, if you generate a secure seed, like that device is still okay to sign, okay to exist. Like it's just the seed that was generated insecurely. That is the only issue here right now that puts anyone's funds at risk.
Yeah, I heard earlier somebody was saying, ironically, the cold card after this is probably going to be one of the more secure devices out there.
Yeah, that
makes
was
sense.
Tidwell earlier.
Yeah. BTC Mentor. Bitcoin Mentor, I know that hair.
What up, friends? Quick question for you guys. I'm just writing an email, getting out the latest updates to as many people as I possibly can. Do we have any reason to think that if you updated the firmware and then used it to generate a temporary seed, that temporary seed would not be resolved? It would not have the necessary amounts of entropy? My concern is instructing people to wipe the seed. I'm worried about the loss of them not having the original seed phrase.
Well, they should never wipe the seed until the whole transfer is done. Then they can light it on fire or whatever.
But if we've only got the one, so I'm thinking we've got the one cold card who's sitting on an MK4, no passphrase. Right, back it up, make sure you've got it. But if I want to be super safe, let them, rather than wipe and generate a new seed and have the paper written down, use the temporary seed function to generate a new one, move to that, make sure we're all good. Then
I think you could just add a passphrase. Can't you
yeah,
add a passphrase on top?
if you're paranoid about wiping the seed off the device, the simplest thing to do is go to the BIP39 word list, pick 6 random words to use as a passphrase, and send all the funds to the passphrase wallet.
What I'm trying to think of is, this is for we're thinking a group of people that aren't on Spaces with us, don't have X accounts, that are on Coldcard, 12 or 24 words, no passphrase, no dice rolls. And I'm trying to minimize the risk of losing the original while migrating to the new one. The best I can think of is to do the temporary seed function after the firmware update, so they have both on hand. I could leave instructions for saving it to seed vault as well. But my worry is that I don't have time or the know-how to go through and verify that with the update, the temporary seed function would be good. I suspect it would be, but I'm just wondering if any of you guys have any insight on that at all. Does that make sense?
Does the Coldcard generate the temporary seed the same way as it does for the main seed? They are generated the same way, I think.
That I'm not sure.
I presume so, but I don't know, hence I'm throwing it to the panel.
Portland, do you know the answer to that? How Coldcard generates the temporary seeds?
Same function.
It's the same function.
All temporary seeds are compromised. My main focus right now is get the UUIDs off of this STM chip and see how bad it really is, because that's going to tell me what if 4s are fucked or not.
Portland, if the firmware is updated, would you presume then that any temporary seeds generated after that would be functional, would be fine?
After the update, yes.
The latest firmware released tonight. Man, I'm just my confidence is shaken. That's all. I'm not ready to go hey, everybody's good.
It's hard to recommend anything right now,
dude. Yeah, I'm not going to recommend any products. It's LLMs just got to attack these things.
You can. That's true. So BTC man, you can check the seed phrase in the seed functions danger zone in the Coldcard. So it's if your customers or clients or people talking to you
currently what I'm writing up is
they wrote down those seeds correctly, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Double check, make sure you've got them, wipe it, new firmware update, and go. I was just thinking would temporary be a better way to go? But perhaps not.
I think just doing it that way is probably the cleanest, and then they get the fresh screen to put in a brand new seed phrase, and at that point, if they still continue to use the default randomly generated seed, it's fixed, so it's no longer an issue. Now, what they'll have to do though is then they'll probably have to enter in their original one as a temporary,
to then move it over.
Yeah.
Yeah, agreed. I just wasn't sure if it was worth saving it beforehand.
That's the best course of action.
Yeah,
and makes it a lot more just efficient as well. The temporary seed function is pretty dope, by the way.
I love it. I use it all the time. Again, I'm just my only worry is that without knowing more about how it's being generated, that it's somehow dependent on the seed that's actually it somehow uses the seed that's already there, and then it's low entropy itself. Is my worry.
I mean, looking at the block report, this affected everything. This affected the ephemeral encryption keys, when you use Coldcard to just clone the keys and everything to a different device. This affected the keys for the quantum teleport. This just affected everything, the generated keys.
Okay. Double check it, write it down, wipe it, firmware, new one.
Yep.
Thanks, guys.
Hey, Blazer, I know your hand's up, but base UTXO, I know you were first. Are you ready?
Hey, morning, gents. Um, my setup I've got is multi-vendor device, but when I generated the seed, the cold card, I did 100 dice rolls. Can you guys advise if I've mitigated the issue then? Because the dice rolls have added 256 bits of entropy
Yeah,
versus
you're
the
good.
32.
If you did the 100 dice rolls, then you're not affected by this.
Thanks so much, Wicked. Appreciate it, man. I'll drop down so that other people can ask questions too.
Super based. What's up, Blazer?
Hey, everybody. I appreciate you letting me hop on here. I apologize if this question was already addressed, but I have the MK4. I'm actually in an interesting predicament on vacation. I brought all of my stuff with me. I just forgot my micro SD adapter, and I'm trying to make the transaction off of the MK4, and I have to wait until 5 hours, 6 hours to make that transition, that
Use
transaction.
virtual disk. There's that. There's the NFC. If you have a phone on you, Nunchuk works. Like you can do that.
Okay.
Also, it's worth noting with the MK4, the risk is less immediate, although you still
Wicked, I
probably
am
want to take it
not.
seriously.
After what Lloyd said, I am not.
Yeah,
not feeling
should,
good
No,
at
I mean
all.
what Lloyd said is that it's going to cost tens of thousands of dollars. You're probably going to have to KYC, and they're still not done rugging the
I
lowest
mean,
hanging
Wicked.
fruit.
thing is, like,
This
you know,
is the dominant Bitcoin maxi wallet. Like at least in the West, like definitively.
I think take it seriously for
This
sure.
is like people will be looking at their old shitcoin mining rigs, going, "Oh fuck!" Like, you know what I mean?
I can mine Maxi's addresses.
All right.
I guess my question before I
you
hop
can
off
also
here.
you can go buy an adapter at like a
Right, and to
corner
piggyback
store
off that,
as well.
I'll hop down in a second. But do you think that
Dude,
if I have the
the wafer ID is fucked. It's fucked. Yeah, my wafer ID for my chip here 004E003D. It's completely fucked. That means that like the value is like 4E as a value, 3D. It's basically the first 8 bits on both of these numbers are zeros. Like that gives the attacker like you basically
a lot of
oh shit.
Yes, like you're basically using like
you only have like 16 bits
instead of 32. So you have 65,535 as a range versus.
So Portland, you're saying that those are constants that are basically
they're basically constants. There's no difficulty to that at all. Like if somebody
was that a 4 or a 5, or it doesn't matter. 4.
No, that was a chip of
that was an STM32F723. I guarantee you it's probably the same scheme across all these.
We need to we can look into this.
Just increment, decrement.
And anyone who has a Coldcard Mark IV can actually just plug one in for us, because the thing explained to me that in version.py they actually pass through this ID into the USB device description that gets passed to
your
computer. So if you like do a USB probe,
I don't have a 4 that I want to plug in.
I had a 4. I just bricked it though because I was loading custom firmware for the patch.
Dude, I'm fairly certain I'm right on this.
Rob, you have the most secure Coldcard MK4 in the market right now.
The 5 will have the same problem. All these
the 5,
yes,
so I can
plug your 5 in and then ask.
I have a demo 5 right here.
Ask Claude to extract your using USB.
Sir, I know. Okay. Sir, I know how to use the Coldcard CLI. Okay, I don't need Claude.
Well, no,
I know what I'm doing here.
Well, no, the UUID is not going to come from the cold card. You're going to need to get it from the chip.
I'm not sure if the CLI says it, but it definitely shows up in the USB, like this device description.
LSU. So it's part of your device descriptor, LSUSB. I can check this right now.
LSUSB.
Just tell the AI to look at version.py where it set. This is where it actually passes through these bytes to the actual USB device. So it's called the serial number function, and it's in there, and it takes the machine.unique ID, which is the 12-byte STM32 ID, and it just passes that through as the serial number for the USB D string descriptor.
One moment, please.
And so if you had two of them, it'd be really good. Like two bought together, so we know like if the. But don't tell us the IDs unless someone.
I do have two that were bought together right here.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Sure.
So
Okay, I'll pop the second one. Yeah, I won't say any details. I'm not going to do.
Don't say the number unless you want me to try and take it. Unless if it has money on it, you know.
Is the USB serial string? Well, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Is the USB serial string the number they put on the bag?
I don't know.
No,
it could be the number. On the bag
it's not the bag number.
I don't know. That's the only. If you still have the bags, you could check against the.
Well, I have the bag. I busted open fresh MK4s and 5s today to do testing to replicate things and run patches. I have them both sitting right now.
I can actually just plug my JTAG tool directly into my Mark V as well, like the actual tool, and get the chip ID from it.
Cool. Let's see some chip IDs, guys.
Okay. Looks like it's not the bag number.
No, it's not going to be the bag number.
It's not the bag.
No way.
It's not the bag number.
No,
it's not the bag number. No. 1 second.
So what, Portland? You just want to see if the first 16 bits are also all zeroed out, and it's just basically incrementing and decrementing.
Portland. Let's also not say the numbers out loud. Portland. There's a bunch of people here.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
It may be fun for you to announce it, but it may not.
No, I just like I think that if my thesis is correct by my observation, by the hardware, like Coldcard Mark IV is in a very bad spot. I agree with you, Rob.
But they don't necessarily know that.
Yeah.
Blazer, did we get your question answered?
You did. I guess just the last part of that question would be, do you think I have, like maybe 8 hours to get that adapter and get it completed, or should I be scrambling really hardcore right now to get this figured out?
Based on what Portland just said, I'd be scrambling.
All right.
I'm plugging my 5 in directly to the JTAG.
Literally the NFC and Nunchuck wallet. Like you don't need an adapter. Like you can just use the NFC for everything.
Yeah, it's a little finicky, but if you move it around behind your phone, should catch it.
Okay.
Lloyd, it's the STM32. Lloyd is what we're looking for here on MK5.
Lloyd, I'm down with the listener.
Okay. It was the serial number for the USB serial for it?
Is anybody talking, or did I rug?
No one's talking at the moment.
I don't know how you extract the UUID from the serial number.
Oh, it's Claude.
It should just be on the chip, no? How did you get it? With the USB?
No, you can't do it with LSUSB. Like I'm using the JTAG tool to directly extract it. It's part of the contents of memory, the read-only memory of the chip. So you got to read those addresses out. I'm not convinced you can get it from the USB directly.
Oh, you just like probe the chip?
Yeah, I have the connector. It's called a Tag Connect connector. I use it for my Bitcoin mining keyboards. It just happened to come into play tonight because the Coldcard uses the same port.
In that case, I can't scan it. I do not have that.
I mean, maybe there's a way to do it via USB. I don't. I'll have the results in a second.
Yeah, by the way, someone just said the NFC took them about 100 tries before it worked. So
Coldcard blocks the debug access on my chip. So I can plug in the connector, but it won't allow me. It won't allow me to.
Did you? I am a developer. Yeah.
No. You can't. This is like it blows a fuse inside the chip that says like, "Hey, you can't read the contents of my memory here." So with that stated, they did that right, I guess.
Got it.
Are we less concerned then?
No.
Still concerned.
Yes.
Still concerned.
Like, I mean, just like the fact that my just random chip I have. Actually, I have another STM32F.
Yeah.
Okay, I can actually use it on the debugger tool I have. I can get the ID of that chip. Because that uses an STM32F427.
Richard.
Hey,
Go ahead, finish.
I have a question. Yeah, thanks. I have a friend who I have set up Coldcard Q, just the simplest possible way. Just generate the seed and set it up. How worried should he or she be? She's not with the device at the moment. She's on a ranch like 1 hour away. So should I say to her that jump into the car and drive home and move it from the queue? So it was, I think, a couple of years ago. So it's an old firmware, or like 1 year ago, maybe.
Are you aware of whether or not she used a dice roll?
Yes, she didn't. Just the basic setup.
Not. Okay. Yeah. Well, I think the Q is just as bad as the 4, right? So if things are as bad as what we're thinking now, you know, those could start being attacked fairly soon. But there's no.
Okay, so
there's no word of them having been attacked yet.
Yeah. So there's no difference between the 4 and the Q.
You guys have nothing to lose, right? Just move the coins and to a new seed that was rolled by dice rolls. Just be safe. You don't even know if your device or wallet is compromised. Until it is compromised, it's not like there's a server somewhere and we can check which wallets were compromised. Just move it to a new wallet, generate the seed via dice rolls, and you're good to go.
Yeah, I agree. Only thing that she has to lose is her plans for today. So she would have to drive home. But okay, you would recommend that?
Yeah, I'd say so.
I was just curious. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead. What are you curious about?
Yeah, because Portland, you were doing some analysis with the
I'm testing.
MK4,
I just cracked open an F4 discovery board that I had since 2017, and I'm checking right now for its UUID. It will not be locked to me.
Okay, so but is your test, if it turns out that the MK4 is not secure at all, does it apply directly to the queue as well, or is there some difference in hardware between those two?
This is me being honest here. Like, it just means the attack is significantly easier than I originally thought, and if confirmed, of course. But yeah, it would affect the Q, the 4, and the 5.
Okay, thank you.
For those that came in later, Rob shared the latest that we got from Coldcard. It's the most recent one in the nest. Talks a little bit more about some of the other devices of theirs. Richard, I know you were waiting. Not
Yes.
Dick, the other Richard. Go ahead, man.
Oh, me? Is that me?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, I have a question related to computer forensics. So after the consequences of the failure of the software because of the implementation of the library in Coldcard, is there enough metadata or information to track to know who did it? Also, some systems blocks automatically the brute force attacks. I was wondering why these systems allows the brute force. Are there mistakes on the architecture of the software, or is something else?
So this attack was conducted purely online. This is a cyber attack where they just found the keys. They ground like they grinded the keys, so they didn't need
Yeah,
access to the device itself. And
yeah,
in
but
terms of who did it, well, in terms of who did it, I mean, I don't know if we'll ever find out who did it originally, but at this point in time, I think it's safe to say that there are probably many people doing it now because it's hit many
but at
people's
this
radars.
right, but at this point, let's say because they have access to the keys, is there any way in the software to try to block when the system sees a brute force, or is not possible at that level in the software?
I mean, there
No,
is
it's
no
not
such
possible at
thing
that
brute
level.
force at the network level. You know, you can just brute force it locally, try it locally,
Yeah.
and see if they match, then broadcast it to the network. There's no such thing as brute forcing online or on the network. It's just private keys that holds your UTXOs. If you can brute force it locally on your own computer, then that's what the blockchain sees, you know?
Right.
Yeah, the only way
Okay.
to brute force it would be if we had covenants. You could brute force it back to yourself, but we don't.
Oh, I see. Okay, cool. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I dropped myself.
Thanks, Richard. Hey, Dick, welcome back. Blop's been waiting for a while. Go for it, Blop.
Hey guys, thank you for the space. I don't know if you already answered this, but I'll just ask it anyways. So I had a single sig with, and I'm like 99% sure. I know for a fact that I did dice rolls, but I'm not sure if I did it on this wallet that I'm thinking about. And I have a seed phrase. Passphrase. But yeah, again, it's like my memory is like just bad because it's been like what, like 5-6 years since I did it. Should I just move my coin to like an exchange for now?
Did you generate your wallet before the end of 2020?
Yeah, it was probably like 2021 or something.
Okay, that's like right when the vulnerability started. If you
Yes, but I know for a fact that I did roll the dices, but
Hey,
yeah, it's just like, now it's scary.
my confirmations across 2 chips for the UUID are confirmed. STM32F4, which is an older model similar to what's in the Coldcard, and then an
You mean
F7.
they're the same? They're the same UID?
I'm not going to say the numbers, but the range is definitely not 32 bits.
Understood.
Some are,
Understood.
Yep. It's dude. I would like somebody else to confirm this, but this does not look good.
Well, being able to pop off a chip from a device?
No. You don't even need to pop the chip to get a UUID. I'm just saying the number of combinations just went from like really high to still really high, but way more reasonable.
Less high.
Yeah.
Still renting
Probably knocked
a lot
off.
of GPUs.
Yeah, you'll still need some GPUs, but
Yeah. Maybe an order of magnitude less.
more.
More?
Way more.
Portland, this is
It didn't
still
knock it
within
down
the
that
same.
much.
This is still in the same scope of
like that was my question earlier, and it's answered. I don't know. Like I'll check more chips, but unless somebody can prove me wrong, like I'm popping UUIDs off of multiple chips now, and it's not 32 bits of randomness at all. Which means the Mark IV is really just a 4 billion multiplier on top of probably 0.
Dick, you got any good news? What's up, man?
What's going on? No, I don't. So the MK4, I do want to ask. The MK4 seed generator, that's got issues with entropy and like entropy too.
Yes.
Like it's
They all do.
shit.
They all do.
This is fucking horrible. There's no other way to fucking say this. I mean, the CoinKite's fucked. Like this is
People
fucking
are fucked,
horrible.
man. Like this is
Yeah,
there's a
people are
lot of
fucked.
people.
CoinKite's fucked. this is fucking brutal, and there's no other way to put this. This is just fucking horrible. Like, how did it? I don't understand. Like, what? Who discovered the fucking flaw?
It was a single line of code,
now?
Dick.
A single line of code, but it took 6 years to discover.
No, it took an LLM.
So an LLM cracked this.
Kimmy K3.
We can't say for certain, but yeah.
The timing of Kimmy going open weights on Monday.
Dude.
So are we to assume that LLMs are going to be able to fucking crack like the entropy and seed generators and every fucking hardware wallet, software
If there's
wallet?
if there's a
not
bug,
everyone.
If there's a bug.
I mean, bug.
The range of these... if anybody can validate the range on these UUIDs, like, that's insane.
Like, so, I mean, an LLM discovered it, like, when? Today?
I mean, most likely, or yesterday. I think the first, or in some of these first movements, didn't they happen way earlier today, or
of getting drained? What's the total number of wallets we've seen that have gotten drained now as of today? Anybody know?
There's like 1,500 UTXOs, 1,000 addresses. Yeah.
Totaling what?
1,000 Bitcoin.
Holy shit! These are fucking people's life savings.
This has to be the worst way people learned about entropy and randomness.
Yeah, that's fucking great for the guys.
Nobody should have to experience this, man.
Yeah, this is brutal.
Covenants.
Dude,
I was gonna say it.
I thought the UIDs would have an... I'm leaving. Night.
No, why'd he go?
See you, Portland. Hey, real quick, Dick. Noki, do you want to Noki? No cheese? You've been waiting.
Say that again.
I'm trying to get somebody else who's been waiting. Noki, no cheese.
I mean, like, so I mean, if you're using like a seed generated from like any other wallet that's not CoinKite right now, or it's not MK3 or MK4, and you have like, pretty secure passphrase added to it, I mean, at least you'll just spot it before something gets exposed again, something like this, right?
So I think, I mean, if it's an attack like this, then yes. But this was like a seed generation attack or bug. And even here, if you had a good passphrase, you're at least protected until they start trying to brute force those.
Yeah, until you try to get it to at least you have time to get it out of there.
Hey guys, I got a quick question. Sorry to interrupt. I got a kind of particular case. Mark III generated dice rolls, 100, probably at least 100 rolls.
You're good.
Yeah. So I don't know. I had a long day at work, and I'm like, kind of just got off, freaking out a little bit, but trying to figure out if I should just. I have a queue too, but obviously I imported the old keys. Passphrase, but simple. You think I'm pretty good for the night,
If you roll dice, you roll dice.
I did. I rolled like five like casino dice,
But you rolled. But you rolled five. You rolled 5 dice like 100, like a lot of times.
100 times.
100 rolls. Cool.
Probably even more,
Okay, then you're good. All right, then you're good.
You're good. And if you're gonna use that queue, I would just update firmware.
I'm also
right.
Yeah.
Hey guys, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, all good.
Is there any way to check like if I roll the dice correctly, or is there no way to do that?
No.
What do you mean by roll the dice correctly?
Well, let's say
enough times.
Yeah. Well, I know I rolled like 100 times, but like now when like all these things are happening, because like when you're rolling them, you don't really know what you're doing. You're just like, I don't know what's happening in the background.
100 unique rolls with fair die. That's what you gotta do. Right. I'm also getting ready to go to bed. I think I've done what I can.
We'll continue this definitely.
One
over
last
the next
question,
few days.
please.
Yeah, that's why I was announcing
Yeah.
out. That's why I was announcing I was going to leave to let everyone have last second questions. Go for it.
Okay, no, I was in Hado Magoo's space earlier, and there was a bunch of other people, Avid and a few other people, and I asked them the same question regarding the whole, I did the dice roll MK3, but they believed that potentially it doesn't matter, that it's still compromised. Like, I gave them a scenario where
Dice rolls are safe. Dice rolls.
No, they're just
Hado Magoo
funny.
has not looked at the code. I have looked at the code.
Okay.
Would you guys still
I'm
recommend
literally generating a
moving?
new wallet right now to transfer my shit.
I mean, you
Make
are
sure you
good for
download the new
doing what you
firmware
could
first.
do. Yeah, like you're responsible, but I have looked at the machine code. I've been
So Hado Magoo's in there telling people that dice rolls aren't safe.
They're safe because look, their reputation is compromised, and therefore you can't trust anything. And potentially, even though you did input the dice rolls,
do they understand that you can cross-confirm the entropy? That you can verify the entropy outside of their system?
That's what I did. I told him I did that outside, but he said it doesn't matter because the code, the dice roll Python script, whatever, you don't know what.
Bro, there would be tens of thousands of Bitcoin moving right now if it's that like literally like if you look at an MK4 it pops away
because
like,
my passphrase, like I say, is just regular security. I don't think it's that strong, but I did do dice rolls. That's why I'm confident with that. Anyways, I just wanted to say that
they're talking about something. They're talking about something different.
They understood. I had to explain to them a few more times just to make sure. But they're like, it doesn't matter. And I told them that I talked to you guys, and
they're
that you guys
talking
were
about
okay
a
with
larger
it.
scale.
So it's just like it's just getting me a little like nerve wracking. Like, damn, I can't believe I have to do this.
Okay, well, Tao, you know me. I know you. You tell me which room you feel more confident in getting that kind of answer. This one or that one?
I told him, I said, Rob's here, Wicked's here, Shinobi's here. I'm thinking Portland's here, dude. I say, of course here.
We've all read the code. James. If you want another reference, James O'Byrne. James O'Byrne went and did a security review earlier, confirmed that dice rolls are safe if you use sufficient dice rolls.
Yeah, if these dice rolls aren't safe, nothing's safe. I mean, that's right. That's it, right?
This is crazy.
All right.
Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate
any other
that.
closing? You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any other closing questions for me before I go?
Yeah. Isn't this like? Wasn't there a time before where Coldcard had an issue with their entropy, like generating seeds a while back?
The Don John team was able to crack the physical chips themselves.
That was extracting a key from a device, not an actual
it wasn't this. Yeah.
So nobody had their wallets swept on that last one happen?
No.
That was more of a proof of concept if you to get physical access.
Hey, no key got cut off. Can we let him finish his?
No,
I'm going to bed.
I feel pretty good. Feel pretty good about the dice rolls. I did a ton, but I'm just wondering if you guys think I should like move my keys in the next couple days, couple weeks.
You have MK4. Wait, you've rolled new keys?
Well, I have a queue, but my original keys are rolled on 100 dice rolls on the Mark III. So
they're fine. If it's 100 dice rolls, you're fine. We talked about this.
Yeah,
you're fine.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Okay. Cool, man.
Like maybe upgrade to a multi-sig just to feel extra comfortable after this incident, but like
100%. Yeah.
But yeah, what you've described to me doesn't have an immediate security concern. Cool.
Okay. Sweet. Thanks, guys.
All right. Alrighty.
All right, Gen X, you ready to hit the hay, and I'm sure we'll all be on Spaces tomorrow doing more tech support.
Yeah, in like 2 hours.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah, thanks
we'll
for hosting everybody.
See you all.
Yep.
Have
all right, guys.
Bye.
See ya.
Jesus Christ.